Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2319 to Chapter 2376. Mo Tianji had a faint smile on his face as everyone was dumbstruck and flabbergasted. I will guide the public opinion. Oh right, the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department that played a huge role in this battle was also founded by you, Xianxia. There is only one reason for it, and that is to kill the demons. And, the initiator of all of this is you, Xianxia. The foundation, achievements, and contributions of our brothers are all yours. Don't have any psychological burden. In summary, it can be said that you, Xianxia, saved the entire ink cloud sky and countless people in the heavenly imperial court with your strength alone. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. In this way, if you are not the heavenly emperor, who will be? Who can compare to your extraordinary achievements? Without Xianxia, there would be no ink cloud sky. Without Xianxia, ink cloud sky might have become another purple cloud sky. If Xianxia, who has great foresight, outstanding cultivation, and great talent, doesn't become the next heavenly emperor of ink cloud sky, who else can bear it? So, you, Xianxia, are undeniably responsible. Mo Tianji's last sentence made everyone completely dumbfounded. What in the world was this? Why did Mo Tianji's explanation sound so logical and logical? How did it fit perfectly? In the process of the brothers' eyes getting bigger and bigger, Mo Tianji actually arranged a huge achievement for Xianxia that was enough to shock the past and present, enough to leave his name in the annals of history, enough to cover the sky and cover the earth. Even Xu Yang was shocked from the bottom of his heart at this moment. F***ck, how can this be? What the F***ck, isn't this too much? Xianxia stared and said stutteringly, although it seems that the truth can be said that the brothers and I are on the same level, and the contribution can be considered as mine, but, this, seems to be not enough, not open enough, not enough, a little guilty. Mo Tianji stared and said, what is open and aboveboard? The winner is the king, and the winner is open and aboveboard. What is guilty? Don't tell me that you still need us brothers to do something for you? The truth is that you saved billions of Mo Yuntian's citizens. Don't tell me you still feel guilty towards them? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xianxia, this is related to the success or failure of the entire heavenly imperial court in fighting against the heavenly demon. Why do you still shrink back? Xianxia heaved a sigh. His facial expression became particularly dignified. Our brothers have already helped you as much as we can. The rest is your responsibility, and you have to shoulder it. Tianji's words were right, you have to shoulder it. Xu Yang said softly, but right now, there's still one more problem, and it seems to be the biggest problem. That is the recognition of the Saint Monarch. This is not a problem at all. Mo Tianji sneered, the entire Heaven Imperial Court should know one thing by now. That is, Saint Monarch was deceived by the heavenly devil. He had once faced the entire Moyun heaven and testified that Yuan Tianjia wasn't a heavenly devil. He even denounced the great hero Mutsang Lan as a traitor. However, the truth was that Xianxia had uncovered the true face of the heavenly devil and removed a great hidden worry for the heavenly imperial court. I've already ordered for this news to be spread throughout the entire heaven imperial court. Mo Tianji's face was cold. If the Saint Monarch rejects Xianxia's application to be the heavenly emperor of Moyun heaven, then I'm completely confident that within a few days, the entire heaven imperial court will be filled with doubts about the Saint Monarch. The Saint Monarch is the number one person in the heaven imperial court. His cultivation is unfathomable. Why was he deceived by the heavenly devil for so long? He was even willing to testify for the heavenly devil? What is the reason for this? What is the reason? He testified that Yuan Tianjia wasn't a heavenly devil in front of everyone, but the truth was a resounding slap to his face. Then, is the Saint Monarch's heart so natural? He was wrong, but he still didn't let the demon slayer hero be the heavenly emperor. What is the meaning of this? Is he angry out of humiliation? By extension, was the Saint Monarch also deceived in the purple cloud heavens back then? How do we calculate? How many years has the Saint Monarch been deceived? How many times? The final conclusion, is the Saint Monarch also a heavenly devil? Otherwise, why would he be like this? Mo Tianji smiled sinisterly. He was calm as he threw out a series of trump cards that he had prepared. Everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. They were dumbfounded and broke out in cold sweat. Even Xianxia wiped away his cold sweat. Motianji was really too scary. He could see through people's hearts, manipulate people's hearts, control people's hearts, and do as he pleased. Although he could think of these methods, he would never be able to prepare all the backup plans in advance like Motianji. At best, he could only react to each move as it came. However, Motianji had already thought of a countermeasure from the very beginning. This was what was truly frightening about it. In view of this, the Saint Monarch is also a smart person. I believe that he won't disagree. Even if it's him, he also doesn't want to face the doubts of everyone in the world. Motianji said lightly, I guess. Not only will the Saint Monarch not stop it, he will also praise and reward Xianxia greatly. Then, he will logically let Xianxia become the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. But, it's hard to say how he will deal with you in the future and how he will restrict you. I haven't thought that far yet. Because that Lord Saint Monarch will definitely still feel uncomfortable in his heart. In this matter, it's equivalent to him being coerced and forced into helplessness. Motianji smiled, I'm afraid that since the Saint Monarch ruled the heavenly imperial court for millions of years, this is the first time, right? Gu Duxing smiled bitterly, I always felt that the Saint Monarch wasn't very enthusiastic about the heavenly demons. But if he continues to be so with you, Motianji, in the future, I'm afraid that his helplessness will only increase. Everyone laughed. But Xianxia and Motianji didn't laugh. After a long time, the two looked at each other and sighed softly. The two of them definitely didn't want such a situation to happen again in their hearts. With Mo Yuntian this time, it was enough. It was already too much. If such an unforeseen event happened in other worlds, then, there would be no chance of winning the war against the heavenly demons in the future. As the number one person in the heavenly imperial court, if the Saint Monarch really, the two of them forced themselves to stop thinking about it. They didn't want to think about the accident that obviously didn't have a big chance but could really happen. The army stretched for hundreds of miles and advanced towards the imperial capital. Along the way, countless people lined the streets to welcome them. Banners fluttered in the wind and voices of gratitude filled the ears. Many people were in tears and deeply apologized to Mutsanglan. Previously, they had misunderstood Mutsanglan. Now that they knew the truth of the matter, they were extremely ashamed of their actions in the past and blamed themselves to the extreme. As for when Xianxia appeared, each and every one of them kowtowed as if they had seen a living deity. Their gratitude was indescribable. Under Motianji's unbridled and deliberate publicity, and with the cooperation of Mutsanglan and the others, the name Xianxia had become the representative of Mo Yuntian's savior. As long as one heard Xianxia's name, they would involuntarily feel reverence for him. Think about it, Xianxia was far-sighted and discerning. When no one noticed anything strange, he recognized Yuan Tianjia's true colors. Then, under the enormous pressure of the entire world, he didn't hesitate to sully himself and become an outlaw to establish the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Then, with the initial few hundred people, he began to call for help and began to prepare for the slaughter of the heavenly demons. Along the way, endless bitterness was a small matter. Every day, he had to go through several battles of blood and fire. He struggled to survive in the face of death. Fortunately, the heavens protected him and he persevered all the way. Until the end, when he personally slaughtered the heavenly demons, Xianxia's experience could really be said to be praiseworthy and his name would be passed down through the ages. In particular, there were many heart-wrenching rumors about the past. Xianxia often fell to his feet and sighed for Mo Yuntian's suffering. He didn't sleep and cried bitterly. Moreover, he once said, the pitiful people of Mo Yuntian were poisoned by the heavenly demons. I, Xianxia, am ashamed to face the heavens and earth. Such touching words. Cough cough. When Xianxia himself heard these words, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. For a moment, his hair stood on end. This? Did I say this? Did I really say this? But no matter what, the current Xianxia was not only a hero in Mo Yuntian, but also the savior of this world. Not only that, he was a legend of a generation, a myth, a far-sighted and benevolent person with lofty ideals who cared about the world, a man with an open mind, bright conduct, far-sighted, and worked his heart out for the people of Mo Yun Tian. He was willing to die 10,000 deaths. A saint lord of a generation, almost every family spontaneously and consciously worshipped Xie Danqiong's longevity tablet. If you don't support such a hero, who else do you want to support? What, you actually oppose Xie Danqiong, mother of Ker, haven't you been fooled enough by the heavenly demons? Come, I'll compete with you and teach you an ungrateful person a lesson. In a very short period of time, the people of Mo Yun Tian were united in their hearts. So much so that along the way, Xie Danqiong's army walked through a sea of people, mountains of flowers, lakes of wine and forests of meat. They cheered and supported along the way. So much so that the army walked very slowly. Under Mo Tianji's deliberate arrangement, Xie Danqiong would appear every once in a while, riding a tall horse. With a warm smile, he would greet the people of Mo Yun Tian enthusiastically. Thank you everyone. You all have worked hard too. It's not easy for you all. In the future, after suffering, happiness will come. Everyone will live a peaceful and happy life. Thank you everyone. I, Xie Danqiong, am sincerely grateful. Everyone, go back. Io, this uncle, slow down. You're old, take care of your body. Oh, this big sister, don't push forward with your child. Everyone, make way, make way. Haha, this lady, I already have a wife. You want to be a concubine? That's not suitable, really not suitable, cough cough cough. Cough cough, this big brother, I'm not interested in men, really not interested. Xie Danqiong plunged into the bed, covered his face and groaned, Mo Tianji. You bastard, you want to kill me, thank you everyone. Thank you for your understanding. In these few days, no one questioned or cursed me. I'm very satisfied. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing this. Under Mo Tianji's deliberate manipulation, design and coercion, Xie Danqiong had to appear personally. In just a few days, Xie Danqiong was already suffering unspeakably. That handsome face was almost stiff from smiling. But he still had to appear and laugh. It was simply selling his smile. No, it was even more miserable than selling his smile. The road of tragedy was indescribable, he was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He felt even more tired than the battle with Yuan Xianxia previously. But along the way, Xie Danqiong's image of being close to the people was undoubtedly deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Especially Xie Danqiong's handsome appearance, refined manner of speech, proper manners, natural and unrestrained, but with an unattainable majesty, this is the real air of a king. Someone sighed. This is the real ruler descending to the world. Someone sighed. Xie Danqiong is too handsome. If I can be his concubine, I will be satisfied. A large number of love-struck women raised their arms and shouted. Xie Danqiong is too handsome. I love him too. If I can spend a night with him, I will have no regrets in this life. A few wretched men said. Not knowing when, the crowd began to have similar voices. What do you think? Let Xie Danqiong be our heavenly emperor of Moyun Sky. Yes. If someone opposes our hero, what should we do? Those who dare to oppose are those with ulterior motives. Is there any need to say what we should do? Kill him. Kill him. Firmly support Xie Danqiong. Someone began to shout slogans. Firmly support Xie Danqiong. Everyone echoed. Long live Emperor Qianghua. Long live Emperor Qianghua. The voices grew louder and louder. Xie Danqiong had to come forward many times to think and decline. How can I be the heavenly emperor of heaven? This can't be done. My original intention was only to eradicate the heavenly demon, so that the people of Moyun Sky would no longer be deceived by it and live a good life without any hidden dangers. I actually didn't do anything, just some small things. When he said this sentence that Mo Tianji taught him, Xie Danqiong felt that he was as hypocritical as a pile of shit. If these were small things, then what big things? However, the cheers of the crowd grew even louder, and their support grew even stronger. There were even people who burst into tears. If Xie Danqiong doesn't become the celestial emperor, I'll go and die. Boo-hoo. What a good person, only such a selfless person who serves the people deserves to be the heavenly monarch of the dark cloud heaven. The Xianxia of the past was a pile of shit. We firmly support Xianxia. Xianxia is the celestial emperor. Ao ao ao, unknowingly, such cries had already engulfed the entire ink-cloud sky. Countless people began to move towards the imperial capital. They were like the waves of the sea, coming endlessly. They were unstoppable. It wasn't a very long journey, but it took them a full 3 months to return to the imperial capital. In these 3 months, the cultivation of each of the brothers had increased by a large margin. Every day, they cultivated diligently. With the 2 cold-faced supervisors, Gudu Xing and Dongwu Shang, as well as the support of Chu Yang's heavenly treasures, everyone cultivated as if their lives depended on it. Almost all of them had reached the critical point of breaking through. Only Xianxia's cultivation didn't improve at all. He was still in the same place, and even regressed a little. But Xianxia's aura was also changing and transforming day by day. Under the strong support of more than 80% of the people in ink-cloud sky, Xianxia, who was imperceptibly influenced, gradually gained the demeanor of a king. No matter whether Xianxia was willing or not, as long as he reached this position and this height, that strange aura of a superior naturally appeared on Xianxia's body. There was no way to refuse. The Japanese-style imperial capital was already packed with people. Even the vast imperial palace had already been built when Xianxia was on the road. All the experts in the imperial capital worked together, and a small part of it was already built. Heart Imperial Palace was on the original site of Yuan Tianjia's Imperial Palace. Jasper Flower Imperial Palace. Everyone in ink-cloud sky, regardless of whether it was the officials or the people, all of them gathered to write a petition, requesting that Xianxia be the new celestial emperor of ink-cloud sky. The petition letter was sent to the extreme heaven saint at lightning speed. On that day, the extreme heaven was covered with dark clouds. Boundless haze covered the entire clear sky. The sound of thunder was faint, as if a rainstorm was coming. It was as if a kind of speechless anger of the heavens had shrouded the entire heavenly imperial court. Everyone was trembling with fear. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Only a few people who knew the inside story knew that His Majesty the Saint couldn't accept Xianxia's action of acting first and reporting later. His Majesty the Saint couldn't accept it, but he still had to accept it. His Majesty the Saint definitely didn't feel good. He was probably already furious. Something big was going to happen in the entire heavenly imperial court. However, what went beyond the expectations of these discerning people was that His Majesty the Saint didn't make any objection to this petition. At the very least, on the surface, he seemed to be very happy. He very happily approved Xianxia's application to take over as celestial emperor of ink-cloud sky. He even said that on the day of Great Emperor Xionghua's ascension ceremony, he would personally preside over and congratulate her. In addition, he also very generously admitted his previous negligence. I'm sincerely ashamed. In these long millions of years, I actually didn't completely see through Yuan Tianjia's true identity and origin. I was deceived by his tricks. Thanks to Great Emperor Xionghua's painstaking efforts, upholding her original intentions, she saw through the true face of the heavenly demon. She even unified all the forces and worked together to eliminate the heavenly demon. It's really commendable. This matter has also sounded the alarm for me. These millions of years of peace really made me slack off. Apart from a few sentences of criticism and sighing with emotion, the rest of the article was full of heartfelt praise for Xianxia. Ink-cloud sky's cheers were thunderous. It was also because of His Majesty the Saint's words that Xianxia's title of Great Emperor Xianghua spread like wildfire. In a few days, it had already resounded throughout the world. Great Emperor Xianghua, under the unanimous strong request of his subordinates, Xianxia could only reluctantly go with the flow and let nature take its course. Naturally, ink-cloud sky's imperial palace was officially renamed as Great Emperor Palace. His imperial title was also naturally named as Great Emperor Xianghua. The official meeting place was named as Great Emperor Xianghua Palace. And ink-cloud sky's imperial capital was officially named as Great Emperor Xianghua City. In a moment, the entire ink-cloud sky was filled with Great Emperor Xianghua. It was really Great Emperor Xianghua, Great Emperor Xianghua. It was worthy of its name. There was a rumor in the martial world, when Great Emperor Xianxia makes a move, Great Emperor Xianxia fills the imperial capital with Great Emperor Xianxia. This was used to describe Xianxia's superb cultivation. Gradually, Xianxia's cultivation had already become the #1 person in Ink Cloud Sky, Great Emperor Xianxia, Great Emperor Xianxia, Great Emperor Xianxia, Great Emperor Xianxia. Great Emperor Xianxia fully deserved to be called the #1 expert of Ink Cloud Sky, Great Emperor Xianxia. The moment Motianji found out about this result, he fiercely smashed his cup on the ground. His viburnum flowers will never be defeated, and will never decline. This was one of the few times Motianji lost his composure. What #1 expert? Saint, do you think I don't know what you want to do? Do you think I, Motianji, really have any scruples about you? If you anger me, don't even think about being the saint for long. Motianji said fiercely. When he said this, only Chu Yang was beside him. And only Chu Yang truly understood Motianji. He truly knew how furious Motianji was at this moment, but, no matter how furious Motianji was, in a moment, the entire ink cloud sky became a sea of joy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the saint finally approved Xianxiang to take over as the heavenly emperor. Then, they were extremely grateful to the saint. His Majesty the Saint is indeed a great person. Thus, everyone was preparing for the great Emperor Chenghua's ascension ceremony. When the time came, the whole world would celebrate and be filled with joy, regardless of whether it was in the city, the countryside, or the mountains. As long as there were people there, they would treat the ascension of great Emperor Xianxia as the #1 joyous event. A surge of power of destiny and power of faith that was hard to see with the naked eye quietly formed and grew stronger. Under Mutsang Lan's suggestion, Xianxiang formed a new 7 Stars Guard. Under Chu Yang's persuasion, Crazy Book and Painting King became the new leaders of Xianxiang's 7 Stars Guard with extremely complicated feelings. It was still the same position, and the same place to guard, but they would never see their good brothers who had cultivated together for millions of years. Originally, they thought that if they were lucky enough to perish together with Yuan Tianji, they would be able to reunite with their brothers who had left the world. However, the result was that Chu Yang and Tribulation worked together to kill Yuan Tianji. Although the two of them also contributed a lot in the process of killing the demon, it was Chu Yang and Tribulation who made the fatal blow in the end. A real man was happy to repay kindness and revenge. Now that the enmity was settled, the kindness had not been repaid. This kindness did not only belong to the two of them but also to all of their brothers. How could they not repay it? In view of this, Calligraphy and Painting King had to let go of their thoughts and become the 7 Stars Guard again to guard this world. When they sat at the core of the Great Destiny Formation again, where Big Brother and Second Brother originally sat, the two of them were inexplicably emotional, and tears streamed down their faces. Big Brother, Second Brother, brothers, can you feel it? We miss you so much, we really miss you so much. The other 5 guards were carefully selected from the high-level peak saints. In just half a day, they were all settled. In selecting the 7 Stars Guard, strength was not the most important thing. The most important thing was sincerity and loyalty. But now that everyone was united, there were very few people who deceived them. Seeing that a new destiny nebula was formed in the sky above Mo Yuntian, Mo Tianji frowned tightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chu Yang asked softly. Sorry, I went out with my wife in the afternoon to do something, so the update is a bit late. Also, today is little sister Ling Piaping's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Another secret, little sister Piaping is a great beauty who is loved by everyone. And, she just graduated from university and doesn't have a boyfriend. Well, I do feel that something is wrong. The current situation is good, and the luck can gather quickly. This is a logical thing, and it's also within my expectations. But, the gathering of the luck nebula is too much. Xianxiang alone can't use such a large amount of luck power. At least 80% of it has mysteriously disappeared after gathering. The situation of this big formation is not normal, very abnormal. I need to go and take a look, and study it carefully. I'm afraid that even Yuan Tianjia doesn't know about this. Mo Tianji cautiously told Chu Yang about his observations. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. There was a change? After Mo Tianji's careful study, he slightly changed the 7 stars luck formation. Then, he walked out with Chu Yang with a serious face. After Mo Tianji changed part of the operation of the formation, Xu Kuang and Painting King, who had lived here for a long time, clearly felt that their feelings were completely different. Originally, he and his brothers had used their own cultivation to ensure the normal operation of the formation, and the situation just now was the same. In other words, the 7 Stars Protector was one of the driving forces that ensured the permanent operation of the Great Providence Formation, and the Great Providence Formation would not be of any help to him. This was because it had always been like this. Old 7 Stars Protectors like Xu Hua did not find it strange, and new 7 Stars Protectors also thought that this was their responsibility. Since they had enjoyed the honor of being a 7 Stars Protector, how could they not do their best to maintain it? But now, Xu Kuang and Painting King clearly felt the difference. When they used their cultivation to ensure the normal operation of the Great Nebula Formation, the Great Nebula Formation was also providing them with reverse energy. Moreover, it was more than what they used, and it was purer. Originally, the protective formation was just a simple job, and it was completely free work. But now, the protective formation had a rich reward, or it could be said that it was an excellent cultivation environment. Regarding this change, the two were inexplicably shocked, but also inexplicably excited. Something's very wrong. After Mo Tianji walked out, he said in a low voice, if the other Heavenly Emperor's Providence formations are also like this, then, at least 80% of the power of Providence derived from the people's faith would have been inexplicably wasted or disappeared to some unknown place. Chu Yang was speechless. 80% of a million years of Providence, what kind of power was that? Moreover, the wording of that imperial edict of the Saint Monarch was too beautiful. Mo Tianji tightly knitted his brows, it basically blocked all of our moves. If Xie Danqiong were to become the Heavenly Emperor, the situation would change with the passage of time, and all of our current arrangements would be completely useless at that time. The Saint Monarch's move was very wonderful. Mo Tianji had already immersed himself in thinking about this matter for several days. Right now, the crux of the matter is the Great Nebula Array. I need to take a look at the other Heavenly Emperor's Great Nebula Arrays, as well as the Saint's Great Nebula Arrays, before I can make a final conclusion. However, the biggest problem now is Xie Danqiong's ascension ceremony. Mo Tianji furrowed his brows. There was a fierce look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an old hen pouncing on its chicks. He said word by word, I have a premonition that this coronation ceremony won't be very peaceful. Yes, I also have a similar premonition about this. Chu Yang said seriously, the Saint Monarch's attitude is too good. It makes people uneasy. Mo Tianji silently nodded in agreement, and this time, it won't be peaceful. The Saint Monarch will personally take action. It will definitely not be a small matter. Think about it from another perspective. If you wanted to destroy Xie Danqiong's coronation ceremony this time, and prevent Xie Danqiong from truly becoming the Heavenly Emperor of Ink Cloud, what would you do? Chu Yang frowned and asked. It's difficult to think about it from another perspective. If it were me, there would be at least thousands of ways to make this coronation ceremony a joke. It would be difficult to arrange a targeted strategy. This is where the real difficulty lies. Mo Tianji's face was even more worried. That's true. But, we still need to have a corresponding countermeasure. So, we can't prepare all the countermeasure plans. But, we can first filter out the most effective ones from your thousands of methods. Then, we can prepare the corresponding countermeasure. Chu Yang solemnly said, we should do our best to prepare for a rainy day in case of emergency. Mo Tianji nodded slowly. Danqiong is the first among us brothers to ascend to the position of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also the beginning of us brothers to truly gain a foothold in the Heavenly Imperial Court. We must ensure that his coronation ceremony is foolproof. Chu Yang said word by word. He seemed to feel that his calamity sword was already impatient to let out a cry. It was a kind of exhilarating atmosphere to welcome the upcoming battle. If there are still problems in our brother's coronation ceremony, then I, Mo Tianji, don't need to show my face anymore. I can't afford to lose this face. Mo Tianji sneered, let's go. Let's discuss this properly. Tell Gudu Xing and the others to get ready. During this period of time, they must continue to strengthen their own cultivation. 3 months later, during the coronation ceremony, Motianji, will use the strength of Brother Jia to catch all the people who dare to come and make trouble. Once and for all. Motianji's voice was cold and ruthless. Chu Yang's solemn face suddenly relaxed. He even laughed softly. At that time, the Saint Lord will definitely be present. If we completely kill those people in front of the Saint Lord's expression will definitely be very pleasant to look at, right? It will definitely be very pleasant to look at. Even if his expression doesn't look good, it won't do. Motianji sneered. Chu Yang knew that this time, Motianji was really serious. He really had the intention to kill. The Saint Lord's imperial edict was full of praise, which made Motianji feel the strong murderous intent that shrouded Xianxia. But because of this, it also thoroughly angered this master of calculation and manipulation. Like Chu Yang, Motianji's bottom line was his sister Moqingwu, his brothers Chu Yang and the others, and his own family. A dragon had a reverse scale. Once touched, it would be angry. Once angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. This time, the Saint Lord had undoubtedly touched Motianji's reverse scale. This terrifying character, under the terrifying pressure of the Saint Lord, used his brain to its fullest for the first time, and became hysterically furious. This master of calculation and manipulation, who had always been used to hiding behind the scenes and controlling the overall situation, was finally going to reveal his ferocious fangs in the Heaven Imperial Court today. Anyone who dared to invade would definitely be killed by Motianji's mental, physical, and intellectual strength. That would be the common nightmare of all invading enemies. Chu Yang absolutely believed in this point. He had never doubted it. The two of them left together and found a place to discuss in detail. Until the next morning, Minister Chu walked out with a pale face and a hint of lingering fear. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Whenever he thought of the plan that Motianji had formulated, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Too ruthless. Too vicious, especially for those who participated in the discussion. What would happen to those who personally experienced it? Would they be looking forward to it? Or would they be looking forward to it? Chu Yang turned around and went straight to Jasper Flower Emperor Palace. But he didn't go to see Xianxia. Instead, he entered quietly and found the original resting place of Xianxia. He emitted an unusually large amount of spiritual energy and carefully investigated it bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yang was extremely cautious. He didn't alert anyone at all. This was because he wanted to verify something else. Although Xianxia was dead now and his imperial palace had been destroyed, Chu Yang believed that there was definitely something that hadn't been destroyed yet. Xianxia left in a hurry. Moreover, he didn't believe that he would fail. So those things should still exist, and what Chu Yang was looking for was exactly those things. Even though he didn't know what he was looking for, Chu Yang believed that once he found something, it would definitely be the thing he was looking for, whether it was a piece of paper, a piece of news, or some remnants of evidence. Chu Yang used his movement technique and increased his speed to the extreme. Like a wisp of smoke, he flew past the imperial palace. Although the incomplete palace was still heavily guarded, it was not a palace that had already been completed and people had moved in. What's more, Chu Yang's current cultivation could be considered to be at the peak even in the whole world. Except for super experts like Juniho and the 7 Stars Guards, he really didn't need to be afraid of anyone else. Rushing through the imperial palace at this moment was just a small demonstration of his skill. It was really like entering a no man's land. The former site of Xianxia's imperial palace was now an ownerless object. There was no one to protect it at all. It was relatively easier for Chu Yang to investigate. Using his powerful spiritual power to search bit by bit, Chu Yang finally found an unusual place after more than an hour. Below the original location of Xianxia's palace, at least 1,000 feet below the ground, there was a very strange place. Chu Yang couldn't help but frown at this discovery. Now that he was building a new palace above it, if he dug it up, it wouldn't be an auspicious thing. This was related to his brother's great cause. Even if Chu Yang didn't care much about this kind of thing, he still didn't want to commit this kind of taboo. After a moment of consideration, he summoned the divine spirit of the calamity and gave it instructions. The divine spirit of the calamity nodded repeatedly and left as instructed. Xianxia waited quietly here. He couldn't help but think of the sword spirit. He actually missed the sword spirit a little. The help that the divine spirit of the calamity and the sword spirit gave him was similar. In terms of cultivation, the divine spirit of the calamity surpassed the sword spirit by too much. But when he was with the divine spirit of the calamity, he always had this kind of feeling that he was a subordinate. He would only carry out his orders. He would never or dare to joke with him. That was a very complicated but warm feeling. He could laugh and scold angrily. He could lecture with stern words. He could be impudent. The sword spirit had witnessed Xianxia's growth. He had followed him from the lower three heavens. So, the two of them were almost like one. In fact, this almost as if they were one went beyond the meaning of this sentence. When facing an enemy, Xianxia could completely rest assured and let the sword spirit take full control of his body without any ill feelings. But if it was the tribulation divine soul, Xianxia couldn't trust him this much. Although a similar situation hadn't happened yet, if it did, Xianxia would still hesitate and find it difficult to make a choice no matter how critical the situation was. After the last farewell, the sword spirit disappeared without a trace and there was no news of him. Xianxia was actually very worried. But he understood the sword spirit and his feelings. All along, the sword spirit had been a teacher and a friend to Xianxia, a guide. But with Xianxia's amazing progress, the sword spirit who had been a great help was gradually left behind, and the gap was getting wider and wider. Whether it was Xianxia himself or Xianxia's subordinates, they all had higher cultivations than the sword spirit. This situation made the sword spirit feel very disappointed. He even felt that if he continued to follow Xianxia, not only would he not be of help, but he would also become a burden. This was undoubtedly an unbearable thing for the sword spirit, so he chose to leave and find his own opportunities to break through. What the sword spirit wanted was to return in a powerful manner one day. Then, he would fight alongside Xianxia and rise again. Xianxia understood this very well. So he didn't stop him from staying, although he was very reluctant, but he could only silently bless the sword spirit and silently look forward to his early return. The tribulation divine soul quietly sneaked into the ground and carefully searched for the special place Xianxia mentioned. Xianxia definitely couldn't go in every day with mud all over his body. So, there must be a secret passage, and what the tribulation divine soul had to do now was to find this secret passage. This wasn't difficult at all for the tribulation divine soul, it was a piece of cake. It didn't take long before the tribulation spirit turned into a cloud of smoke and appeared in front of Xianxia. Little ancestor, I found the passage. However, the entrance was covered by the previous big explosion. I've already cleared it out. You only need to lift up the stone slab that is about 10 feet wide. Then, you'll be able to see the hidden entrance about 10 feet deep. Xianxia nodded and praised, well done. The tribulation soul instantly beamed with joy when it heard this, and it seemed to be in high spirits, complacent. According to the guidance of the tribulation spirit, Xianxia first used his primordial qi to press down on this area, so that the originally scattered stones would once again condense into one whole body due to this pressure. Then, he swung his sword down and lifted it up with one hand. The stone slab that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was completely lifted up. As Xianxia's body fell into this hole, the stone slab above once again fell down silently. Xianxia held the boulder with one hand, and then his body fell down gracefully. When his body entered the hidden entrance, the boulder fell down just in time. It didn't make a single sound, and it didn't make a single sound. This was a pitch-black passage where one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Xianxia didn't even place anything like luminous pearls to illuminate the passage. Of course, with Xianxia's cultivation level, even if the environment was a little darker, Xianxia's vision would be clear. It wouldn't affect his vision at all. He went straight down, and even made a few turns along the way. According to Xianxia's estimation, he had already reached a depth of 3,000 feet, but he didn't feel any dampness at all. This situation obviously wasn't something that could be done together. If this happened in Xue Leihan's Eastern Royal Heavens, it would probably be pardonable. Because the Eastern Royal Heavens terrain was higher, and there were many dry areas. But Ink Cloud Heaven was an area with abundant water sources. In some places, one only needed to dig 5 feet deep, and water would gush out. But here, it was already 3,000 feet deep, and yet it was still so dry. That was very strange. Like a whirlwind, Xianxia went in. After descending another 2,000 feet, he suddenly stopped. Because there was no more path ahead. There were thick stone walls on both sides, but in front of him was a patch of soil mixed with heavy rocks. As far as he could see, there was no more passage at all. Xianxia stood still and was silent for a while. Since he had spent so much effort to create such a strange secret passage, how could there be no way ahead? There must be a problem. Xianxia's huge divine sense spread out again, but he unexpectedly found that his divine sense was completely useless in this place. He couldn't detect anything. Tribulation's divine sense came out and tried, but the result was the same. Xianxia pondered for a while. Suddenly, he pulled out the tribulation sword and slashed at the soil wall in front of him. Poof, 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 large chunks of soil fell off with the sword. How sharp was the tribulation sword? Using it to dig up soil and rocks was like using a sledgehammer to crack open a hole. But Xianxia didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Since this place was related to the secret of heaven limit, it was destined not to be simple. Indeed, the tribulation sword had only gone 10 feet deep when Xianxia felt that something was wrong in front of him. It was as if there was an extremely viscous force in front of him that was preventing the calamity sword from moving forward. Even with the sharpness of the calamity sword, it still had an awkward feeling of being unable to use its power. Xianxia exerted his divine power. Vigorous elemental energy poured into the tribulation sword. He fiercely stabbed the sword, and it was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and it forcibly broke through the viscous force. Unexpectedly, just as it broke through, a black fog suddenly emerged from the soil wall in front of him, and the soil that had been cut off by the tribulation sword on the ground actually returned to its original position at this time. In the next moment, the original soil wall slowly transformed into an ink-colored door. The door was tightly shut. Above it, the black fog slowly lingered for a while. Finally, a strange pattern appeared. It vaguely resembled a human face. There was a pair of living black eyes on it, which seemed to be staring at Xianxia. Xianxia instinctively felt that this pair of eyes seemed to be somewhat expectant. It seemed to be hoping that he could open the door earlier, or asking if he could open this door. The divine soul of calamity floated closer and observed carefully. Then, he said, "Little ancestor, I'm afraid this is the legendary gate of the heavenly devil. It is said that once this gate is opened, no one can enter except for the heavenly devil who set this place up. Even if there is a super expert who forcibly breaks through the gate with his tyrannical strength, everything inside will be destroyed the moment the gate is broken through. It will never be the same again. Little ancestor, don't underestimate him. If you act rashly, I'm afraid," Xianxia nodded and said lightly, "I know. I have a way to deal with it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the tribulation sword left his hand again. This time, the sword was surrounded by green aura. The dense green aura gradually turned into a small vortex, and it fiercely pierced into the heavenly demon gate. It made a crisp sword sound. "Don't forcefully break it. Even if you succeed, you will only destroy everything." Before the tribulation spirit finished speaking, he saw that the tribulation sword had already pierced into the gate. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, this little ancestor has always been calm, but why is he so impulsive this time? I clearly explained the consequences of forcefully breaking through, but he still chose to do so. This is really a blunder. However, the heavenly demon gate, which should have been completely annihilated after being forcefully broken through by external forces, did not have any reaction. He couldn't help but feel a little strange and focused on it. Could it be that this little ancestor's attack was too weak and couldn't cause any damage to the heavenly demon gate, so it didn't collapse? When he took a closer look, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The result was actually like this: the green aura on the tribulation sword flowed as if it was alive. The heavenly demon chi on the heavenly demon gate gradually gathered toward the tribulation sword like rivers flowing into the sea. The tribulation sword was like an ocean that could hold all the water in the world. It didn't reject anything that came, and all the heavenly demon chi was transformed into the green aura of the sword and quietly absorbed into the sword. Its power was so profound that it was unimaginable. Gradually, the heavenly demon gate on the wall became much dimmer. The tribulation spirit looked at the shocking effect caused by the tribulation sword and couldn't help but open his mouth wide, unable to close it. He had always known that this little ancestor's sword was the best divine weapon in the world, but he didn't expect it to have such a terrifying devouring power. It would be fine if it devoured other things, but it could even devour such dense heavenly demon chi bit by bit. Furthermore, it was using the method of devouring all the heavenly demon chi to dissolve the heavenly demon gate. The idea was undoubtedly brilliant. The tribulation spirit was greatly surprised by the change in front of him. After the tribulation sword's devouring power dissolved the first part of the heavenly demon chi, the devouring power became even stronger. In the end, it formed a huge vortex that could be seen with the naked eye. He swallowed all the heavenly devil chi that formed the heavenly devil gate and sucked it in. Calamity's soul got a little closer, and he actually felt that his cultivation was being affected. He was faintly moving towards the sword. That feeling was actually similar to when he was manipulated by that person on that day. Even though there was still a considerable gap between them, that feeling was very similar. It was an ultimate targeted might that could completely obliterate his body and soul, and it was a complete counter to him. As soon as he thought up to here, the Calamity's soul couldn't help but be terrified, and he let out a strange cry before retreating 30 m back. Only then was he able to completely escape this devouring force. For a time, his hair stood on end, and there was still a lingering fear in his heart. The soul secretly swore, "Damn it, I was almost caught in the crossfire. I'll never go near this magical sword again." The system had cultivated for such a long time to reach its current level. If it was inexplicably swallowed by this strange sword, it wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. It would really be too tragic. After a short while, Chu Yang shook his wrist, and the tribulation sword flew back into Chu Yang's palm with a clear cry. The gate of heavenly demons in front of him finally opened to the sides silently. Following which, a soft and misty light slowly seeped out. Looking around, all he could see was a dazzling light in front of him. Along the way, it was unknown how many night luminescent pearls were embedded in it. Every one of them was as big as a child's fist, and every one of them was a rare treasure. Seeing such a rare treasure, Chu Yang naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He kept all the luminous pearls he passed into the tribulation space. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such a fortune. Moreover, Chu Yang knew that these luminous pearls didn't look very special, but the light they emitted had a faint purple-blue halo. This meant that these luminous pearls were all produced in the deep sea. These luminous pearls weren't ordinary clam pearls or Eastern pearls. They were extremely rare crab pearls. Illumination was only one of their functions. The biggest function of these pearls was to assist in cultivation. Xianxia placed so many crab pearls here to form a special array, which made it easy to absorb a large amount of the world's essence energy, but Chu Yang wouldn't be as wasteful as Xianxia, because Xianxia was ultimately a heavenly demon and couldn't directly absorb the world's essence energy. But Chu Yang was a genuine human. He could completely convert all these luminous pearls into pure cultivation. It would allow his skills to rise to the next level. He had just opened the gate of heavenly demons, and he already had such a harvest. How could Chu Yang not be happy? This was simply a big pie falling from the sky. If Xianxia didn't get it, and any other human expert got it, these crab pearls would have turned into powder long ago. Xianxia is really a good person. Even if he's dead, he still has something left for me. Chu Yang sighed as he walked in. There are such good treasures, but you can't use them and can only stare at them helplessly. But, you've left them all to me. I'll gladly accept them. Chu Yang had harvested more than 3,000 crab pearls in this short journey of a few thousand feet. Such a huge number made Chu Yang's scalp go numb even though he was the one directly involved. This was because there were simply too many of them. It had to be known that not every crab could produce such a quantity of crab pearls. Only dragon crabs that lived thousands of meters deep in the ocean could produce such a quantity of crab pearls. As long as it was a dragon crab, it was said that it could fight a flood dragon alone. Most importantly, even dragon crabs only had a possibility of nurturing this kind of crab pearl. Roughly 3,000 dragon crabs would only be able to produce one crab pearl at most. Looking at the 3,000 plus crab pearls here, Xianxia must have exterminated all the dragon crab clans in the Heaven Imperial Court to be able to obtain so many, right? Sure enough, on one side of the stone wall, there were words carved by Yuan Tianjie. Now, it seemed that Chu Yang could also feel Yuan Tianjie's dissatisfaction. Slaughtering all the 13 seas in the world to obtain 3,100 pearls. The 10,000 crab pearls that I asked for is still far from enough. How can it not make people feel resentful? When anger rises, they will be slaughtered cleanly. Sure enough, Yuan Tianjie had really exterminated all the dragon crab clans. It turned out that the heavenly demon clan was not only the mortal enemy of the human race, but any living creature that could be targeted by them had the possibility of being exterminated. The heavenly demons were actually the common enemy of all living creatures. You're really an idiot. You could have just left some seeds and killed another batch of pearls after a few 100,000 years. Your lifespan is so long, but you're so impatient. Not to mention other things, just the millions of years that you've been in power, as long as you had a little bit of patience, not to mention 10,000, even 100,000 wouldn't be difficult. Heavenly demons are indeed heavenly demons. Chu Yang scolded angrily. What kind of effect could 10,000 crab pearls produce? If there were really 10,000 crab pearls for him to use, Yuan Tianjie could totally set up a 10,000 pearls formation. In one night, he could use the formation to completely absorb the spiritual energy of the crab pearls, doubling his cultivation, but if the quantity was insufficient, then it would be another matter. The 10,000 pearls formation must have 10,000 pearls, not even a single one. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yang was so angry. Yuan Tianjie, you impatient bastard, why didn't you collect enough pearls before letting me take advantage of you? It was also because Chu Yang was filled with anger. In a moment of confusion, he neglected the benefits in front of him. If Yuan Tianjie had really collected enough pearls, he would have used them all up on the same day. How would he be able to take advantage of him? More importantly, it wasn't just that he couldn't take advantage of Yuan Tianjie. If Yuan Tianjie's cultivation had really doubled, perhaps none of the brothers would have survived the battle that day. Even Yuan Tianjie might not have to reveal his identity, the gap was so huge. If Yuan Tianjie's cultivation had doubled again, he could completely be comparable to a saint monarch, or even better. Even if a saint monarch was the #1 person in the imperial court, and his strength was extraordinary, he still wasn't as strong as Juniho. After venting his anger for a while, Chu Yang realized that he was venting his anger out of boredom. He was quite discouraged. He had no choice but to continue walking forward. However, he was immediately stunned when he pushed open another door. What he saw in front of him was an unusually large area. Not to mention that there were at least 8 other doors connected to different places, just this hall alone was full of splendor and extremely luxurious. Hundreds of huge crab pearls the size of a human head were inlaid all around. In the center, there was also a star jade the size of a fist. That star jade continued to refract tens of thousands of rays of starlight. The moment he walked in, it was as if he had walked into the most brilliant starry sky. Star jade was a special kind of jade formed at the core of a star after countless years. This was a super heavenly treasure that could only be encountered but not sought. It was a top-notch treasure that lived up to its name. No wonder Yuan Tianjie's cultivation progress is so fast. So he has such a good thing as his backing. Chu Yang thought to himself. In the center, there was even a huge cushion formed purely by souls of purple crystal. Obviously, Yuan Tianjie sat here to cultivate. This guy is really a celestial emperor. He's so much more extravagant than I am. Joy appeared on Chu Yang's face. His previous anger had completely disappeared. Because all these things now seemed to already belong to Chu, the things were all here. Chu Yang was not in a hurry to collect them. Instead, he pushed open the other 8 doors one by one. These 8 doors must be the most precious collection of Yuan Tianjie's life, as well as the greatest secret of his life. Even Chu Yang's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Treasures were indeed precious, but they were only things that could be obtained conveniently. What Chu Yang really cared about was whether he could actually find the answer he wanted from here. For example, how did Yuan Tianjie enter the Heaven Imperial Court back then and even reach his current position? Another example, what role did Yuan Tianjie play in the Purple Clouds Heavens incident back then? Mastermind, accomplice, or something else? Another example, what exactly did Yuan Tianjie do for the Heavenly Fiend clan in these million years? this was what Chu Yang was most concerned about right now. The first storeroom was filled with precious materials piled up like a mountain. Every one of them was something that only existed in legends. They could be said to be the best materials. Chu Yang waved his hand and summoned Calamity Sword. He gave an order. Other than leaving some for me to use in forging weapons, the rest are all yours. Devour to your heart's content. Calamity Sword let out a joyful sword cry. It flew over quickly and ate to its heart's content. It seemed that it had not devoured to its heart's content like this for a long time. How could the divine sword not be elated? Chu Yang walked into the second storeroom. As expected, this was the storehouse where Yuan Tianming used to practice martial arts. However, what made Chu Yang disappointed was that although the things inside were also rare treasures, he couldn't use them at all, because the things inside were all top-grade magic crystals. The Heavenly Fiend crystal was a unique product of the Heavenly Fiend continent. It had a beneficial effect on the demon body. This kind of magic crystal stone was also divided into different grades. The ones that Yuan Xianxia had were all top-grade goods. However, for a human like Chu Yang, they were completely useless. The higher the grade, the more useless they were. Not only were they not beneficial, they were even harmful. Chu Yang sighed. He waved his hand casually and put them into the calamity space. After all, it was shameful to waste them. He would take them out and show them to Tan Tan later. If they were useful to him, then these things would belong to Tan Tan. If even Tan Tan could not use them, then he would have to let Calamity Sword devour them all. Calamity Sword did not care about whether it was magic crystals or purple crystals. The third storeroom was filled with a large number of elixirs. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He waved his hand and put them all into the calamity space. This indifference was not pretentious. With Chu Yang's collection theory, although these elixirs that he obtained from Yuan Tianjia were all top-grade elixirs, compared to the heaven-defying heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit and the nether hell fruit, they were really not too great. How could Chu Yang be shocked by these elixirs when he already had them in front of him? Chu Yang did not care about them. However, the 3 elixirs in the calamity space were overjoyed when they saw so many elixirs falling from the sky. One by one, they rushed over with their short legs. They were beaming with joy as they took them back. Then, they planted them into the elixir field one by one. As for the elixirs that had lost their vitality, the elixirs were all absorbed by the elixirs and turned into powder. Previously, Chu Yang had used a large number of elixirs to accelerate the growth of heavy elixirs in order to increase the odds of victory in the battle against the devil. This had made the 3 elixirs very distressed. Now that there were so many elixirs to replenish them, it was naturally a great joy. I was extremely unlucky. In the morning, I was eating with my wife's best friend. That woman was wearing a necklace and happily showing it off. She said that her husband had bought it for her on Women's Day. At that moment, my wife looked at me with resentment in her eyes. It made my hair stand on end. Women's Day? Which day is it? I don't remember at all. What a tragedy. At the same time, I was depressed in my heart. Women have too many festivals. Where are the festivals that belong to men? Valentine's Day, Women's Day, Spring Festival, Lantern Festival, 7th of July, birthdays. I need to buy gifts for all of them. Damn, it's too difficult for men. Just these festivals alone are like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. If it continues like this, I won't be able to afford to find a wife in the future, so, I made a bold decision. I must have a pair of twin daughters. Damn it, I'll just sit at home and wait for the betrothal gifts in the future. Who is it? Where's the gift? Damn it, you came without a gift? Get out. Big brother, Nan Nan, who gave you the gift? Quickly hand it over. Second brother, hand it over quickly. I'm waiting for you to spend money. This batch of elixirs from Yuan Tianji could only be considered top grade. Only a small part of it was supreme grade elixirs. But what surprised Chu Yang and made him so happy that he couldn't close his mouth was that as the elixirs absorbed the essence of the elixirs, most of the elixirs that were beyond their abilities turned into high-grade heavy elixirs, which gradually piled up into a small hill. The tribulation space was originally filled with the power of great elixirs. Now that the elixirs had been in there for a long time, they had evolved and had the unique medicinal properties of great elixirs. They no longer needed to deliberately pursue supreme-grade elixirs. As long as there was enough external medicinal power, they could transform and fuse them into heavy elixirs effortlessly. The only thing that made Xianxia feel a little depressed was that these heavy elixirs were all rolling out of the elixir's nostrils. This was somewhat disgusting. But Minister Chu immediately told himself fiercely, as long as I can improve my cultivation, not to mention those heavy elixirs rolling out of their nostrils, even if they come out of their eyes. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Minister Chu was the first to vomit. He really couldn't take it. In the fourth storeroom, there was only an empty table. There was a black shelf on the table, and on the shelf, there was a card that was as black as ink. On the card, there was a word engraved. He carefully identified the word, but Xianxia didn't recognize it. He only felt that the shape was strange. This word didn't look like the word Heavenly Imperial at all. He looked at the back, but there was a word command engraved on it. This should be a command token. Once he picked up that command token, Xianxia felt a magical power. It also let him instantly know what kind of command token this was: Heavenly Demon Command Token, the personal command token of the Flying Devil King, proof of identity. Xianxia's eyes turned and he put it away. If I deliberately let Mo Tianji use this thing, it might be of great use. If someone can become the Flying Devil King with this command token, that would be too interesting. Under Mo Tianji's control, what is impossible? Xianxia muttered to himself. But then he couldn't help but laugh. If it was really so easy to become the Flying Devil King, then the so-called extraterrestrial demons wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. After Xianxia opened the fifth storeroom, it immediately closed. His face was deathly pale. Inside were piles of bones and endless flesh and blood. The entire warehouse was piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. He didn't know how many people Xianxia had killed here to have such a scale. Xianxia could clearly feel that all the flesh and blood here should have come from human experts. Moreover, if it wasn't the heart, then it was the other 5 internal organs. On one of its hearts, there was a bite mark. Half of it had been bitten off. The extraterrestrial demons are indeed a bunch of complete scumbags. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Xianxia gritted his teeth and resisted the strong urge to retch. After he came out, he casually lit a fire and burned the entire storehouse red. All the flesh and organs inside had been reduced to ashes. The items in the first storeroom seemed to be a little interesting. There were many shelves inside, and on the shelves were countless bottles and jars. Inside, there were countless pills. Xianxia didn't even look at them as he collected them all. He was going to hand it over to Chu Lu'er to study its specific attributes. The seventh storeroom turned out to be a study. But the books in this study weren't books of sages, but countless cultivation technique manuals and secret cultivation manuals. Many of the books had been flipped through until they were tattered. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia had really put a lot of effort into this. But when he reached the eighth storeroom, which was originally thought to be the last room, it was actually another heavenly demon gate. This heavenly demon gate made Xianxia excited again. Perhaps Xianxia's true secret was hidden inside. Calamity Sword was recalled by Xianxia again, and it began the process of devouring the demonic aura again. He had already experienced it once, and it was a Calamity Sword that had greatly increased in power. This time, he was naturally even more familiar with the process. It didn't take long to crack this heavenly demon gate. Then, without waiting for Xianxia's instructions, it shook its head and wagged its tail, turning into a stream of light and entering the storeroom to continue devouring. To Calamity Sword, this kind of heavenly demon chi was a very rare tonic. It was rare for its master to be so generous, so how could it not devour to its heart's content? Xianxia stepped into this most mysterious gate. Looking up, he saw a piece of writing. This writing was arrogant, and one could tell at a glance that it was written by Xianxia himself. Moreover, the content of this writing was very vulgar, but it also had some profound meaning. The so-called Heavenly Imperial Court Saint is just a ****. These were the words written by Xianxia here, full of heartfelt disdain, and also full of indescribable pride. In addition, there was also a kind of disdain that came from the bones. The high and mighty heavenly imperial court saint that everyone in the world looked up to was actually just a *** in the eyes of the heavenly demon gate saint. Wasn't this evaluation a little too unexpected? This contrast made Chu Yang's heart beat violently for a moment, and it aroused even more intense interest. Chu Yang was even a little nervous. What exactly was this Xianxia? He vaguely had a premonition that some mysteries that had been buried deep for millions of years were about to appear in front of him. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation, when he realized this, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he couldn't wait to step in, he couldn't wait to take a peek at this secret. In the last 8th room, other than the writing that could be seen the moment he entered, there were no other facilities that belonged to a normal room. It could be said to be an extremely simple room. The only things that were there were only stacks of paper and small balls of ashes in the corner. Obviously, Xianxia had destroyed something. Chu Yang very carefully collected those papers one by one and looked at them carefully, hoping to find some clues. However, he very gloomily discovered that the things recorded on these papers were completely worthless. Because most of them were Xianxia's scolding words. He scolded the heavenly imperial court, scolded the heavenly emperor, scolded Shui Leihan, scolded the 7 Stars Guard, scolded the demon empress, and so on and so on. Almost all the high-level figures and super experts in the heavenly imperial court, almost all of them, every single one of them, had a deep grudge against Xianxia. Chu Yang was afraid that he would miss something, so he looked at it carefully. In the end, he was so confused that he even picked up the papers that were thrown on the ground to look at them. But he still didn't find anything valuable. Chu Yang frowned. Logically speaking, this should be where Xianxia's biggest secret was. Why couldn't he find it? Could it be that this was just a place for Xianxia to vent his dissatisfaction? No, Xianxia was definitely not such a superficial person. How could a person who could hide in a different world and almost climb to the top of a different world be a superficial person? If this was indeed Xianxia's secret room, then there must be something here that he had overlooked. For example, there was another heavenly demon gate here. Once the thought came to his mind, he immediately put it into action. Chu Yang once again started to search. He changed the target of his search from the equipment in the room to the structure of the room, looking for the possibility that there might be other spaces. He used the calamity sword to probe every corner of the room. Finally, in an extremely inconspicuous corner on the upper left corner, he found an unusually subtle but even more complicated and detailed secret heavenly demon gate. Even if Xianxia opened this gate personally, he would need to go through a lot of complicated procedures before he could open it. However, in front of the devouring power of the heavenly demon Qi, it was easily opened by brute force like snow melting under the scorching sun. Although the divine soul of calamity had seen it twice, it was still stunned and frightened when it saw this scene again. It couldn't help but think, if Xianxia knew that the secret mechanism he set up with great effort was so easily cracked by someone else, and in an extremely barbaric and violent way, I wonder if he would be so depressed that he would hit his head and kill himself. The calamity sword easily cracked the last heavenly demon gate with brute force. Chu Yang carefully reached in and searched. There was indeed another secret item inside. It was a thick book, but just from the thickness of the tentacles, there should be a lot of things recorded in it. Chu Yang only opened it and glanced at it. Then, he immediately closed it and put it into his pocket. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately left this place. He even completely blocked all his aura. The devouring power of the calamity sword completely devoured the heavenly demon Qi in this entire space. Then, Chu Yang's own spiritual power and pure cultivation were activated to the limit together. As he retreated step by step, the original secret room of Xianxia actually turned into hard rock step by step. And the rocks in all directions were gradually squeezing in this direction. All the treasures here had already been swept clean by Chu Yang. Naturally, Chu Yang turned around and left without any reluctance. Behind him, heavy squeezing sounds could still be heard. When Chu Yang snuck into Xianxia's room 70 miles away like a shooting star, that secret room had completely turned into a solid ground. He believed that even the most brilliant expert would not be able to detect that this used to be a warehouse or a secret room. This was because, under the powerful devouring power of the calamity sword, all traces and smells of the heavenly demons or humans that had once stayed here were swept clean. All the life, death, and smell of blood also disappeared without a trace. Even the messy flesh, the scaffolding, and the useless papers had been completely crushed by the pressure and melted into the soil and rocks. Haha. To be able to grasp the meaning of the music just by listening to it, as expected of Motng. Yang was also using a sound transmission technique at this moment. He quietly said, apart from a batch of materials, the most important thing is the relevant records left behind by Xianxia. This matter was not a small matter. Even though the two of them were completely at ease in their own territory, they were still extremely cautious and used telepathy at the same time to discuss this matter. Hearing Yang say this, Motng immediately became spirited. Quickly take it out for us to see. Don't tell me you still want to keep it a secret at this time? Motng took a deep breath. Then, he took the first step and used a method to tightly seal his room with pure spiritual power. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the soul of the calamity outside immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and formed another layer of protection outside of Motng's spiritual energy. Under such tight protection, it was believed that even if a super expert like a Saint Monarch came, it would be impossible for them to silently approach and pry into their secrets. However, even under such a well-guarded situation, Motng and Yang still used telepathy to eliminate any possibility of a sneak attack. Even the light on the table was blown out by Motng. Only then did Yang carefully take out the book from his bosom. With the eyesight of the two of them, it was naturally not difficult to see in such darkness. However, extinguishing the candle and returning to darkness could minimize the possibility of being noticed to the greatest extent. The proudest thing of a lifetime. This might be the name of Xianxia's little book, or it might be his greatest wish and his proudest achievement. I didn't expect this guy to have the habit of keeping a diary. As a qualified spy, this habit is not too good. As long as there is material evidence, one's secrets will not be complete. Motng smiled and casually teased. This isn't a diary. Yang squinted his eyes. This bastard has lived for who knows how long. He must have lived for at least several million years. If he were to record everything day by day, he wouldn't even be able to fit all 8 storerooms. Even if he were to record 1 entry per year, he would have recorded several million entries. That's quite a terrifying number. It's not too much of a daily number. Motng chuckled. At this moment, the two of them were actually laughing a little wretchedly. After opening the title page, it recorded the beginning of the glorious journey of Xianxia's life. He spent the rest of his life in the Xingmadalu, a member of the Flying Demon clan. At the age of 15, he was hailed as the genius of the Flying Demon clan. At the age of 30, he was hailed as the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Flying Demon clan. He was high-spirited and full of mettle, with no regard for others. I have lived for over 100 years, and my cultivation has already reached the level of an earth demon. In the last 30,000 years of the Flying Demon clan, I am the only one who has managed to reach this level. Thus, I shouldered the heavy responsibility of entering the colorful world. Motng had already flipped 3 pages by this time. He couldn't help but sigh, this guy's generation is truly glorious. Big brother, you were only slightly stronger than him back then. Yang nodded and said, the colorful world that he mentioned should be this heavenly imperial court, right? Motng nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Colorful world? Hee hee. It's a pity that the extraterrestrial demons will never be able to take over this colorful world. The so-called flower will forever exist in their imagination. The two of them continued to read. The demon lord sealed my demonic energy and traveled such a long distance to come here. Along the way, I have been chivalrous and righteous. Speaking of the words chivalrous and righteous, I really feel very sad. Isn't chivalrous and righteous killing people? Isn't it an executioner? Isn't it a body full of sin and hands full of blood? It's nothing more than a reasonable and righteous killing that bears the moral standards of most people. Ha ha ha. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry about the concept of the people in the heavenly imperial court. The so-called smart, stupid, and despicable are nothing more than this. After reading this paragraph, Yang and Motng sighed at the same time. The next dozens of pages were all about chivalrous and righteous. They were all about helping some people who were of value and killing all the enemies. On the contrary, they were able to gain the sincere support of those people who were previously rescued. Obviously, Yuan Tianjia thought that this experience was very satisfying, very comforting, and very funny. Therefore, he wrote a little more and took up quite a lot of space. Finally, my pseudonym, Yuan Tianjia, was hailed as the #1 young hero of the Dark Cloud continent. My reputation rose and my name shook the world. When I received such an honor, the shock in my heart was really incomparable. This is too simple and too. Damn it, when we read this, the shock in our hearts was also incomparable. We also didn't know how to phrase it. What the hell is this? Isn't this too dark and humorous? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji cursed angrily in their hearts at the same time. After that, I continued to wander the Jianghu. Slowly, I actually had my own foundation and many subsidiary forces. I didn't even know where many of them came from. And my cultivation also soared all the way. There were some cultivation treasures that people took the initiative to deliver to me without any effort. This is simply an incredible thing in the Xingma Dalu. Such treasures can't be obtained without violence. But here, it's so natural and logical. Looking back, as long as something that can increase cultivation appeared in the Xingma Dalu, many people would fight to the death. No matter who the opponent is, even if it's a biological father or an elder, as long as they have the ability, they definitely won't give in. But here, I thought for a long time, but I still couldn't understand it. Perhaps my experience is not enough. This paragraph made Chu Yang and Mo Tianji even more speechless. No wonder the heavenly demons are so scary. Under such an atmosphere, as long as they don't die and grow up, they are natural demons of demons, great demons that look down on all demons. Mo Tianji thought until here, but this is a common weakness of human nature or demonic nature. Maybe we can make good use of it. Chu Yang thought of another aspect. It's just that the time wasn't ripe yet, so he could only suppress it in his heart and didn't say it out. After returning to the clan, when I came out for the 4th time, my cultivation had already reached the level of heavenly demon. It was also at this time that I accidentally met someone. A person that I definitely didn't expect to be able to affect the direction of my life. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's breathing became heavy at the same time. This person was undoubtedly a key. It could be the opportunity for Yuan Tianji to become a part of the Xingma Dalu. But, who was this person? That was an absolutely asymmetrical battle. Almost 500 people joined forces to besiege one person. Everyone on the besieging side was a top expert. And the person who was besieged didn't admit defeat or retreat. He fought all the way. Although he was severely injured in the end, he still broke out of the encirclement and escaped. This person's cultivation had already reached an earth-shattering level. Only later did I know that he was actually the #1 expert in the Heavenly Imperial Court at that time. Seeing him break out of the encirclement and escape, I followed him all the way. I faintly felt that if this person survived, he would be a huge obstacle for my Heavenly Demon clan to enter the Heavenly Imperial Court. Right now, he was severely injured. Maybe I could take this opportunity to kill him. I lost him right from the start. I chased him for 3,000 miles, but I couldn't find any trace of him. However, life is so special. It's as if everything is predestined. Just when I gave up on my original goal and was on my way back, I unexpectedly met this person again. His previous self was seriously injured, and he was hiding in a big lake, hiding all his aura, and when I went to the lake to drink water, it was when he finally exhausted his vital signs after being severely injured. He couldn't hold his breath and came out. And it was at that time that I realized how childish and ridiculous my previous thoughts were. Even though he was severely injured, I still couldn't resist at all. Almost immediately, I was captured by him and he took away all the healing medicine from me. In the following period of time, he treated me like his servant and ordered me to do everything for him. He even placed restrictions on my body. He waited until his injuries improved a little before he let me go. It was only at that time that I knew his name. He was called Cloud Master. He was the #1 expert in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's bodies shook at the same time. Cloud Master was the name of the saint. It turned out that Yuan Tianjia had already met him before he became a Saint Lord. They had such a past. In the beginning, I was very afraid that he would discover my identity as a heavenly demon. So, I pretended to be humble and tried to get on his good side. However, as we interacted with each other for a long time, we slowly became familiar with each other. I gradually realized that this Cloud Master was a very ambitious person and I was also an ambitious person. Perhaps it was because we were like-minded and our ideas were similar, we actually became close friends. Thus, the two of us started to work together to unify the Heaven Imperial Court. We slowly started to discuss and form a plan. Seeing this, Yang and Motng were full of cold sweat. Cloud Master's ambition was to unify the Heaven Imperial Court. And Yuan Tianjia's ambition was to annex the Heaven Imperial Court and make the Heaven Imperial Court be enslaved by the other races. The two couldn't be confused at all. But, the two of them worked together just like that. Under the circumstances where the saint didn't know Yuan Tianjia's true identity, the two of them started to unify the martial world. Could this be said to be absurd? Or absurd? Or was it absurd? 5 years later, the two of us met again. Both of us had greatly improved. Under the binding of our interests, Cloud Master and I swore an oath of blood and became brothers of life and death. Hee hee. I returned to the clan to report this matter. The higher-ups of the clan all thought that this was a great opportunity to take over the Heaven Imperial Court. Thus, I led a few capable clansmen and returned to the Heaven Imperial Court. We wanted to take over our own territory. Because of our mutual interests, we began to intentionally and unintentionally promote each other. Guru Yun's opponents who were difficult to deal with and those who opposed him were all assassinated by me. Meanwhile, Guru Yun was in charge of dealing with my opponents. At the same time, we promoted each other's reputation. Even so, it was just some reputation in the martial world. The effect was very limited. After 500 years, we only gained some reputation. However, at that time, a strange person appeared in the martial world. He was called Know-It-All. This person had the ability to know everything. He actually collected all the information of all the experts above the saint level. Furthermore, the entire Heaven Imperial Court started a grand ranking battle. The battle for the number 1 expert in the world, the battle for the top 10 experts, the ranking battle, behind the mysterious name Know-It-All, Yuan Tianming wrote, I suspect that there's a high chance that this person is Guru Yun's incarnation. Throughout the entire process, the person who benefited the most was Guru Yun himself. Reading up to this point, Motng's face turned pale. However, he continued reading. The martial world was once again filled with people who didn't want to win and didn't like fame. At that time, the only daughter of the number 1 financial magnate, the number 1 beauty in the martial world, Xianxia, released the news that she would marry the number 1 expert in the world. When this news was released, the entire Heaven Imperial Court was in an uproar. Other than fame, there was also the temptation of benefits. Who could resist such fame and fortune? Cloud Master came to me first. He said that he wanted to become the number 1 expert in the world and hoped that I could help him. It was only later that I found out that Xianxia was already Cloud Master's woman at that time. For Cloud Master's ambition, she released this news. However, this news was irresistible to the martial world people who didn't know the inside story. Yang and Motng sighed at the same time. The throne of the number 1 expert in the world, the unparalleled beauty of the number 1 beauty in the world, and the wealth of the number 1 financial magnate, who would be able to resist such a temptation, even if there were people who could resist such temptation, as long as their strength was seen as an opponent, they would be forced into this competition. Therefore, this was a battle that only the mediocre could avoid, no matter how strong one was, as long as they entered, they would never be able to escape. They could only fight to the end. Under the combined efforts of me and Guru Yun managed to defeat all the other competitors and claim the title of number 1. A month later, he married Xianxia, and rightfully took over the wealth of the world's number 1 conglomerate, as well as the equally enormous Zhenghu forces. There was also something that I had expected. On the day of their wedding, before they entered the bridal chamber, Master Yun gave me a mission to kill Xianxia's father, Xianxia. A month later, Xianxia died by my hands. This is really within my expectations. Because only with Xianxia's death, Master Yun can immediately take over the Xue family's property and no one can stop him. Based on this reason, how can Shui Qianyang not die? Sweat appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. After marrying Master Yun's daughter, he gave the order to kill his father-in-law before entering the bridal chamber. Moreover, this father-in-law had already given his all for his hegemony and helped him to the best of his ability. This Master Yun, this saint, is really capable of doing this. At the same time, because of Shui Qianyang's accidental death, Master Yun used this as an excuse to take revenge for his father-in-law. He wiped out the forces of the extreme heaven one by one. This process of wiping out the forces lasted for more than 1,300 years. Master Yun finally became the only strong person in the extreme heaven, the de facto ruler. If it weren't for the fact that we got along so well and knew so much about each other, I think I would have become Master Yun's must-kill target long ago. Of course, he must have thought that I would have a backup plan. If I were to die, his secret would be exposed as well. Knowing each other's biggest secret might be the most difficult thing to break. At this point, even with Chu Yang's and Mo Tianji's composure, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they sighed inexplicably. They didn't need to continue reading to guess why the saint was willing to distort the truth and testify for Yuan Tianjia. The reason was mostly because of this. Yuan Tianjia really knew too many of the saint's secrets. The connection between the two of them definitely couldn't be broken. Master Yun's ambition continued to expand. He wasn't willing to just control the extreme heaven. Thus, he started to plan the battle of the 10 celestial emperors. As long as the heroes were capable, they could become the master of a heaven. And at this time, Master Yun had unparalleled wealth, unparalleled strength, and unparalleled power to proclaim himself as only me saint. He was above the other 10 celestial emperors. He also promised that if anyone was dissatisfied and rebelled, he could mobilize the army to annihilate them. At that time, Master Yun's strength and power were already fully deserving of the title of number one in the world. Under his guidance, the selections of the various heavens and earth finally carried out vigorously. However, there were several unforeseen events. Just as the Saint Monarch was placing his trusted subordinates in various places and was preparing to secretly take over the 10 directions heaven and earth, some damned valiant fellows appeared out of nowhere. Shui Leihan and Zi Hao belong to different heavens and earth, but they are sworn brothers. Once the two of them join forces, they are invincible. Even though Master Yun is the number one person in the world, he is still somewhat fearful and wary of the two of them. And both of them see the saint as their opponent. They have joined forces several times to battle the saint. Back then, when the saint was severely injured, the main force of the besiegers was Zi Hao. That was the only time in the saint's life that he was in a perilous situation. Master Yun, who became the number one person in the imperial court, was invincible. The only thing he was worried about was that the two of them would join forces to deal with him. But there was no way to split them apart. Zi Hao once said that the saint was nothing more than that. Master Yun saw him as a great threat. Although Zi Hao and Shui Leihan are brothers, after the news of the battle of the heavenly sovereigns spread, the two of them belonged to different heavens and earth. They had no choice but to separate and participate in the battle of the heavenly sovereigns in their respective heavens and earth. The two of them were very powerful and were only slightly inferior to the saint. Naturally, no one could match them. The people sent by the sage were all killed in the arena. Especially the Zishao heavens, which was the weakest realm at that time. The Cloud Master specially sent out his own younger brother, Yunyue, to compete for the position. He originally thought that it would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect that Zi Hao would dismember him in the arena. He died with his body smashed into pieces, his body and soul destroyed. Yunyu's wife, children, and subordinates went to seek revenge from Zi Hao. However, due to their ruthless and despicable methods, they finally angered Zi Hao and were all killed by him. When Yunyu heard the news, he was so devastated that he vomited blood and fainted in the extreme heaven. However, Master Yun did things secretly. Zi Hao didn't know who he had killed at all. At this point, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were speechless. The Battle of Zishao Heavens, perhaps, this was part of the reason. Zi Hao was an old rival of Master Yun who had been at odds with him for thousands of years. Moreover, he was the one who obstructed Master Yun's plan to truly unify the heavenly imperial court. He even killed his own brother and the murderer of his entire family. Master Yun's cultivation was already the number one in the world at that time, but he was still so agitated by this news that he vomited blood and fainted. From this, one could see how much he valued this brother of his. The hatred between him and Zihao, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, probably came from this. Moreover, both new and old hatred surged in his heart, growing deeper and deeper. There was no way to resolve it. In the end, the Eastern Royal Sky fell into the hands of Shui Leihan, who was just as strong. As for the Demon Emperor Sky, there was also an accident. Originally, the lord of the demon race had already been assassinated by Master Yun, and his cultivation was crippled. However, no one expected that this demon would unexpectedly use the most sacred and cruel method of passing on the power of all 8 experts of the demon race. He imbued all the power of the demon race's 8 great experts into the demon empress, and even transferred the demon lord's crippled cultivation to the demon empress. As such, the demon race created a brilliant super expert out of thin air. She suppressed all the heroes and became the master of the demon emperor Sky, and also the only female expert after Junyi. Other than that, the Daluo Heaven, Buddha Heaven, and the Western Heavens also had problems. Super experts from each of the 3 heavens appeared in the mortal world. The people sent by Master Yun were all killed. And in that battle, the Ink Cloud Heaven was full of experts and strong enemies. Master Yun personally came to help and finally helped me successfully obtain the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Ink Cloud Heaven. However, it was also after that battle that Master Yun finally discovered my true identity. But at that time I had already been conferred the title of Heavenly Emperor of the Ink Cloud Heaven by him. Master Yun didn't do anything to me. Instead, he floated away. Until now, he hadn't set foot in the Ink Cloud Heaven for 1,000,000 years. Perhaps, he had already used me up, but he was afraid that I would leave behind a counterattack, so he wasn't willing to tear off the last layer of friendly face. Hee. It's a pity that I haven't used him up yet. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji sighed even more heavily. No wonder, with the saint's ability, how could he not see through Yuan Tianjia's heavenly demon identity after interacting with him for millions of years? Moreover, Yuan Tianjia still had many heavenly demon subordinates working for him. Mo Tianji sighed. It's a pity that when the saint found out about all this, it was already too late. Yuan Tianjia had already grasped too many of his secrets. At the same time that Yuan Tianjia was exposed, his dark deeds would also be exposed. As long as they hid from each other, they wouldn't do anything. I still owe 3 chapters. I've been a little speechless during this period of time. When something happened to my family, some people madly cursed me, saying that I didn't make up for what I owed. Hee, you can say these words to others, but you can say them to me. Especially at this time, cursing me is really deranged. Yuan Tianji is an extraterrestrial demon. The saint's methods are insidious and cruel. However, Yuan Tianji doesn't dare to expose the saint, and the saint also doesn't dare to expose Yuan Tianji. Thus, they kept each other in check until today. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The two continued to read. Although there were many changes in the battle of the 10 heavenly emperors, 4 of the 10 heavens and earth still ended up in the hands of the saint. Master Cloud was obviously very dissatisfied with this result. Mo Tianji sneered and said, "There's a big problem with this sentence." Chu Yang was thinking about the relationship between the saint and the extraterrestrial demons. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What problem?" 4 of the 10 heavens and earth. Yuan Tianji didn't count his own Mo Yuntian. In other words, he never admitted that he was Master Cloud's subordinate. And Master Cloud? With all these reasons and all these actions, it's no wonder that Yuan Tianji scolded him as a pervert. In my opinion, the saint is not only a pervert, but also a pervert who wants chastity and the world's praise. Mo Tianji sneered mockingly. The two continued to read. Since the 10 heavens and earth were established, the saint divided the place where the 10 heavens and earth connected into an area called domain. Later, because of the existence of the saint, the domain naturally became the new extreme heaven at the core of the heavenly imperial court. And the original extreme heaven became Qibei heaven. In the end, there was one more extreme heaven and earth, and it became 11. However, what was ironic was that the original extreme heaven was directly appointed by the saint and didn't go through an official battle of the heavenly emperors. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, there were still only 10 heavens and earth. They didn't recognize the Qi Bei heaven that had been renamed. And the heavenly emperor of the extreme heaven, because of the existence of the saint, also slowly became an ordinary person who didn't receive any attention at all. The ridicule and sneer in Yuan Tianjia's words could be said to be extremely thick. Regarding this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji could only sigh. The two felt as if there was a huge stone in their hearts at this moment, and they almost couldn't breathe. The following content was about how Yuan Tianji developed himself, how he ambushed and framed, how he schemed to gather manpower, and how he got the help of the saint. It was not until the second half of the book that he finally wrote about the invasion of the heavenly demons and the battle of the purple cloud heavens. 1/5 of the land on Xingma Dalu's side suddenly collapsed without warning. That part of the land turned into stardust and completely disappeared into the vast sky. Due to the further compression of the living space, our race felt a sense of impending danger. Although our combat power was not fully recovered and the odds of victory were not high, we still sent out an army and began to attack Purple Cloud Heaven. If we did not attack, we would only be waiting for death. The reason why we chose Purple Cloud Heavens, other than geographical factors, was mainly because the clan understood Zihao and Purple Cloud Heaven's foundation very well, especially the enmity between Zihao and Seijun Shangren. Although Zihao became the heavenly emperor, compared to the other heavenly emperors, in the tens of thousands of years that followed, he was restrained in many ways. His strength was relatively weaker. When our army invaded, although Zihao fought with his life on the line and would rather die than retreat, he gradually couldn't hold on. Thus, he sent out the 7 Stars protectors to ask for reinforcements. Haha, that Zihao is truly foolish. If we were to talk about the person who wants him dead the most in this world, it's actually not a member of the human race, but a fellow member of the human race, the Sage Monarch Cloud Master. The Sage Monarch Cloud Master has waited for this day for no less than several tens of thousands of years. How could he possibly give Zihao the chance to escape death? On the surface, Yun Shangren took care of everything. Not only did he send people to receive Zihao, he even agreed to send out troops to lure the 5 great protectors to the hinterland of the extreme heaven. Yun Shangren personally killed the 5 great protectors on the peak of the snow mountain. The other 2 had enmity with the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress, so they did not dare to rashly ask for help. They went around the Demon Emperor's heaven and came to the Black Cloud Heavens to ask for help from me. Ha ha ha. At this point, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were so angry that they trembled all over, and their limbs turned cold. The hero of the imperial court, the hero who fought alone, was framed and brutally killed just like that, and the reason was only because of personal enmity. This was really an unjust injustice. No wonder Yuan Tianjia said that the great saint is a ***. From this point of view, calling this great saint a *** is AF*** king insult to ***. Chu Yang was seething with anger. Yuan Tianjia's handwritten letter was still gloating over Zihao's misfortune as he proudly recorded. The imperial court was invaded by demons, but they asked for help from me, the heavenly demon. This is really the biggest joke in the world. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Army was in a fierce battle, but they were located in a remote area, so the news was relatively isolated. At the first moment, I had already used the power of providence in the Black Cloud Heavens to completely cut off the connection between the Purple Cloud Heavens and the Eastern Royal Heavens. Although this action cost me countless amounts of providence that I had painstakingly accumulated, it was definitely worth it. After that, I even sent people to secretly spread the news that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Demon's invasion was just a rumor. However, Zihao's 7-star protectors had already spread the news quite a lot along the way. There were actually quite a number of people who spontaneously organized to go to the rescue. This was naturally intolerable. Thus, I personally led the experts of my clan to intercept and kill them outside the Purple Cloud Heavens. How could the survival of my clan be destroyed in the hands of some boorish people of the pugilistic world? For several months, corpses littered the plains and rivers of blood flowed before the Purple Cloud Heavens. Isn't that great? Understood. At this moment, the 2 of them only felt the blood all over their bodies rushing to the top of their heads. For a moment, they were so furious that they felt like their bodies were about to explode, so this was the real truth behind the battle of the Purple Cloud Heavens. No matter how peerless Zihao was, how could he not be defeated when faced with such internal and external troubles? On the outside, there was the entire clan's military strength and absolute strength pressuring the border. On the inside, there was even the number one person in the upper echelons of the imperial court, Lord Xianxia, who was obstructing the reinforcements from the outside. If Ziha didn't lose, that would be the strangest thing. No wonder Shui Leihan didn't send troops all the way back then. So it was all Yuan Tianji's doing. Before the heavenly demon sent troops, he had completely cut off the connection between the purple cloud heavens and the eastern royal heavens at all costs. All along, as the supreme ruler of the heaven imperial court, the Lord Xianxia, who had always been awe-inspiring and righteous, was actually so despicable and shameless behind the scenes, actually doing so many despicable things. He was even the sworn brother of the heavenly demon. Even though he didn't know about it for a long time at the beginning, he eventually found out but didn't do anything. To the Lord Xianxia's status and reputation, this was undoubtedly a kind of betrayal that was close to forgetting one's roots and almost deranged. It definitely couldn't be forgiven. Everything that Yuan Tianji recorded here was an absolute secret that belonged to him. Naturally, there wouldn't be a single word of falsehood. But from here, the path that the Lord Xianxia had taken to his current position was a ready-made encyclopedia of conspiracies and plots. All the sinister, vicious, despicable, and unscrupulous methods to achieve one's goal could be found in this ready-made model. It was definitely the most standard and qualified textbook of conspiracies and plots. Lord Xianxia, haha, Lord Xianxia. Mo Tianji sighed deeply, but his eyes revealed a sincere determination. In the last battle, the Lord Xianxia took action. His purpose was indeed to silence everyone. He had no choice, Chu Yang said indifferently. Actually, he didn't have to take action. At Yuan Tianji's level, extorting a confession by torture is already completely useless. A peerless expert naturally has the strength and persistence of a peerless expert. If he didn't even have this bit of backbone, he wouldn't have achieved his current position. No. You're wrong about this. Mo Tianji shook his head coldly. It's not only necessary for the Lord Xianxia to take action, but it's also very necessary and extremely important. Because Yuan Tianji may have this kind of backbone and can definitely endure until he dies, but he's ultimately not a real human. If he can create chaos in the Heaven Imperial Court before he dies, it's definitely something that he wants to see. So, if Yuan Tianji really falls into our hands, as long as you ask him at that time, Yuan Tianji will answer truthfully. No matter what you want to know, he'll tell you in detail. Even if you don't ask, he'll find a way to say it himself. So, the Lord Xianxia must take action to silence him. This is an unavoidable result. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said softly, but with infinite solemnity, Chu Yang, along the way, we've faced enemies that are stronger than the previous one. Now, the enemy that we need to face seems to have climbed to the peak of this world. This sentence was filled with a kind of sigh, but more than that, it was a kind of soaring fighting spirit and pride. Chu Yang pondered for a long time before he slowly said, "No. This is not the peak, far from the peak." Mo Tianji looked at him sideways. "Our enemy has no peak, no limit." Chu Yang grinned, "Tianji, our lives have long been destined to be a life of battle. No matter what's in front of us, as long as we continue to walk and climb, we'll just continue to fight like this. But, don't think that the enemy in front of us is the peak. That will only be disadvantageous to us." Mo Tianji was moved and praised from the bottom of his heart. "You're indeed my brother-in-law." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He was a little unhappy that Mo Tianji called himself uncle. He really wanted to punch that handsome face. "You brat, that's not what your elder said." "Oh right, there's something that I don't know how to tell you." Mo Tianji suddenly became serious, and even a faint blush flashed across his face. It seemed that he didn't know how to open his mouth. "What's the matter? Why are you so hesitant? This isn't like you." Chu Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Mo Tianji pondered for a long time before he stood up and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it for now." Then, he hurriedly walked out. His footsteps seemed a little hurried. Is he really crazy? Chu Yang shook his head and put Yuan Tianji's letter on the table into the tribulation space. Only the tribulation space was the most trustworthy place with the least risk. Just as Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were talking, in the night sky, a pure white cloud slowly floated over. Then, it stopped above the imperial city and then dispersed. An invisible force had already permeated every inch of the imperial city in an instant and gradually extended downwards. It seemed to be searching for something. This force was like the spring wind and rain, silently nourishing everything but abundant between heaven and earth. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji discussed for an entire night, and this force also searched carefully for an entire night. In the end, no matter how carefully they searched, they still found nothing. The white cloud finally didn't stay any longer. It gradually gathered and floated up slowly towards the endless void. After a while, it disappeared from sight. High up in the sky, there was a faint voice muttering to itself, "The restriction set by Yuan Tianjia has disappeared, but nothing is left behind. Could it be that this guy is just using the empty fort strategy to scare me? To scare me for 1,000,000 years? If I had known earlier. But if it isn't the empty fort strategy, then there is indeed a backup plan. Now, it's just that it was taken away by someone earlier. And the person who took away the secret was very careful and eliminated all traces. If that's the case, then the situation is not good. If it was really taken away by someone earlier, then who could it be? Who could it be? The only person who could possibly suspect that Yuan Tianjia still has a secret seems to be Muzonglan? Or perhaps, the bookworm? The painting king? That voice muttered to itself hesitantly, judging and eliminating all possible suspects. For a moment, it couldn't make up its mind. This was too sensitive a time now. Once the suspect made a mistake, it would inevitably alert the enemy. None of those who were qualified to be suspected were simple characters, imperial capital. At Muzonglan's temporary residence, an unexpected guest was welcomed. "Why are you here?" When Muzonglan saw who it was, he stood up in surprise. The person who came was his fellow villager and schoolmate. His name was Feng Yang. It was just that later on, the two of them had their own experiences in the martial world. Muzonglan had become a high-ranking official in Mo Yuntian and an influential figure, while Feng Yang, because he had followed the saint all the way, he had a meteoric rise. And had considerable authority in his hands. These two people could be considered to be of high status and power, but Muzonglan had never thought that there would be a day when Feng Yang would silently come to his residence without even a greeting. With his status, this was really an extremely unreasonable thing. But now, it was happening right before his eyes. "Old Mu, I came here in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, why would I be in such a hurry?" Feng Yang revealed a very good-looking smile and a small dimple quietly appeared on his left cheek. This very good-looking smile made Muzonglan no longer have any doubts. Feng Yang had a handsome appearance, but when he smiled, he would have a girl's dimple. Because of this, Feng Yang was extremely vexed. He always felt that men looked like women and felt rather ashamed. In order to cover up this flaw, he rarely smiled and usually kept a straight face. Therefore, very few people knew of this secret. But because of this, it became a special symbol that proved his identity. Muzonglan was surprised to see an old friend arrive and was indescribably surprised. He hurriedly welcomed him into the secret room. "Just what is it that would trouble you, old brother, to come here?" Muzonglan asked. Muzonglan knew that if this old friend of his didn't have a secret matter, he definitely wouldn't be so impolite and come to visit. "Actually, the reason for my visit is like this. The fact that Yuan Tianjia is a heavenly demon has caused His Majesty, the sage, to be in a very passive situation. Therefore, he ordered me to come here and secretly contact you. He hopes that you can bring back all the books and other things related to Yuan Tianjia that you have on hand. He wants to see if you can find any information that is beneficial to the stability of Tian, Quebec. Or perhaps it is related to Yuan Tianjia's accomplices, to give them a fatal blow." Feng Yang replied with a bitter smile. Feng Yang's words were rather vague, but Muzonglan understood it very clearly. They were all people of the imperial court, and they were all old officials with millions of years of experience. How could they not understand the key points? So it was like this. The sage felt that he had lost face and was somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he wanted to use a glorious victory to eliminate the negative effects. He naturally felt embarrassed when he slandered Muzonglan previously. Therefore, he sent Muzonglan's old classmate. Firstly, it showed his sincerity. Secondly, it didn't make things too awkward for both sides. he understood the other party's intentions, but Muzong Lan was still a little confused. I understand Lord Sage's meaning, but Yuan Tianji didn't leave behind any handwritten letters or books, right? He usually doesn't even bother with things like memorials. There are internal affairs officials who are specially in charge of these things. Throughout the year, I don't even see him writing more than a few words. How could there be books or notes? There really isn't? Feng Yang was also startled. Absolutely not. Muzong Lan was resolute and decisive. Think about it carefully. This matter is of great importance. The sage is extremely concerned about it. That's right, the sage asked me to pass you a message of sorry. That day, he really didn't expect that his old friend of millions of years would be the incarnation of the heavenly demon. No matter how careful it is, there isn't. Muzong Lan looked at him with a bitter smile. Feng Yang, think about it. It's fine if I lie to others, but I won't lie to you. Even if I have a grudge against the sage's previous actions, I won't let my personal feelings go to waste. I've followed Yuan Tianjia for more than 1,000,000 years. If there really was such a thing, how could I not know? I've never even heard of such a thing. There really isn't such a thing. As for the sage's apology, there's no need for it. We're all humans. It's hard to avoid being deceived. This is human nature. His Majesty the sage is too polite. Feng Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Muzong Lan was somewhat surprised by Feng Yang's actions. The other party should be sighing in disappointment, but why did it have a hint of relief? Since that's the case, I'll immediately return to report. Feng Yang stood up and put on his bamboo hat. Since you're already here, you should at least let me do my part as a host. Muzong Lan was puzzled by Feng Yang's haste. Even if you're in a hurry, don't tell me you don't even have time to have a meal and reminisce? I'll come again in a few days. I shouldn't delay now. I'll report back to the sage as soon as possible and make preparations. Wait until I've settled the matters at hand, then I'll naturally come again to drink with you. At that time, I'll stay in your house until you're annoyed and drive me out. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, Feng Yang waved his hand and left. A gust of wind blew and Feng Yang had already disappeared. How strange. Muzong Lan frowned as he looked at the empty doorway. How did this guy change his nature? But this guy's cultivation has improved too much. The last time I saw him, he was far inferior to me. But this time, the speed at which he left actually made me unable to detect him. How sharp, GMO walked over leisurely. Young Miss Huyan Albua suddenly wanted to eat fresh fruits. Moreover, she wanted GMO to personally go out and buy them. Although GMO was unwilling, he still had no resistance towards young Miss Huyan's orders. He had no choice but to go out and buy some fruits. While he was at it, he also wanted to take a breath of fresh air. These few days, he had been ravaged by that woman. Just as he was about to reach Muzong Lan's door, GMO suddenly remembered that this old man had taken a heavy pill from him when Xu Yang and the others were not around to save his subordinates. That time, GMO's heart ached for a long time. Moreover, he had been scolded by Mo Tianji. A heavy pill is such an important thing. How could you give it away so casually? Why don't you give it away with your own life? You're a prodigal bastard. If it was used by someone to study the formula, can you bear the responsibility? Although it was proven that Muzong Lan had used it immediately to save someone, it didn't prevent GMO from being scolded by Mo Tianji for 2 hours. Mo Tianji's scolding was both sinister and sarcastic. GMO almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot. At this time, he had coincidentally passed by Muzong Lan's door. If he didn't go in and drink some wine to vent his anger, he would be letting himself down. Even if he didn't drink, he had to let this old man know that he had suffered a great grievance because of him that day. Second Master Ji wasn't the kind of person who would silently do good deeds without asking for anything in return. He was the kind of person who would ask for something in return, no matter what. You should at least sincerely say thank you to me, right? Now that he thought about it, Muzong Lan had taken it and left without saying anything. GMO felt even more wronged. Thinking about it, he immediately took a step forward. However, just as he turned the corner and saw Muzong Lan's door, he saw a person coming out of Muzong Lan's door. With a schwa sound, he flashed around the corner and almost collided with GMO. Almost at the same time, the two men dodged each other's attacks at a speed that was only a hair's breadth away. Then, the man on the other side stared at GMO with an extremely fierce look in his eyes. Then, his body flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Although it was just a flash of two eyes, GMO only felt that those two eyes were like two sharp swords suddenly stabbing into his heart. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly a few times. A kind of bone-chilling fear arose spontaneously. All the hair on his body stood on end. This was an extreme fear. It was as if the god of death was standing in front of him just a moment ago. He actually didn't have the ability to resist. After a long time, GMO regained his senses. He realized that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat, his entire body was weak and his two legs had almost turned into noodles. This was an extreme fear that came from the depths of his soul. GMO looked back with lingering fear and muttered, "How is this possible? I wasn't even this scared that day when I faced the heavenly demon overlord. Could it be that this person's strength is even more terrifying than Yuan Tianji's, or even much more terrifying?" GMO muttered to himself unintentionally. However, the moment he said these words, he was immediately shocked by his own words. In an instant, he was almost dumbfounded. Someone even more terrifying than Yuan Tianji, or even much more terrifying. What kind of person could it be? What level of existence was it? He tried hard to recall the appearance of the person who brushed past him, but to his surprise, he couldn't remember it at all. He only remembered a square and dignified face, an awe-inspiring aura, and a kind of peerless aura of a ruler descending upon the world. GMO shook his head and turned to walk towards Mutsang Lan's residence. At this moment, Mutsang Lan hadn't gone back to rest yet. When he unexpectedly saw GMO, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Seventh Master G? Why are you here? F***CK." Hearing this, GMO blurted out a curse. In the latest ranking of brothers, GMO had plummeted from the original 3rd to the 7th position. What he hated the most right now was other people calling him Old Seventh, Seventh Master, Seventh Hero, Seventh Young Master, and so on. Anyway, as long as he heard the number 7, he would be furious and have a headache. "What's wrong with you?" Mutsang Lan frowned, confused. "Sigh. Calling me GMO, little G, little MO, or even little dog or little cat sounds better than 7th Master G. Are you calling me that or insulting me?" GMO sighed with a melancholy expression. "7th Master G? Machine 2? Machine Master? What kind of nonsense is this?" GMO cursed in his heart. "Then, this old man will go easy on you and call you little G." Mutsang Lan laughed. "Little G. Little chick. Little chick. And little chick. Shit. You won't be happy if you don't insult me, right? No matter what I say, I can't." GMO's head was full of black lines. "Just call me by my name. My F***king surname is really not good." Mutsang Lan was stunned. The opening exchange between the two of them was just a simple way of addressing each other, but GMO had completely confused Commander Mutsang Lan, leaving him completely at a loss. He almost collapsed. Mutsang Lan really didn't know what to say. The person in front of him was an expert, a genuine expert. He was only in his 20s, yet he was already a sage-level expert. He was undoubtedly a genius, a peerless genius that was hard to come by even in hundreds of thousands of years. But why didn't he have the bearing of a saint? Wasn't this too much? Was the heavens blind? How could such amazing talent, opportunity, and luck fall into the hands of such trash? Forget it, there are at least 3 or 4 people like this. I really can't afford to get angry. There are even more monstrous freaks above them. I really don't know if I should continue thinking about them. Marshal Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he welcomed this young master, who he didn't even know how to address when he arrived, into the door. That's right, I still don't know why this guy has the time to visit me. Especially with a bag of fruits in his hand. Could it be a gift? This made Great General Mu even more confused. He was simply overwhelmed by the favor. He was truly overwhelmed by the favor. Of course, the main reason was because he was shocked. It wasn't the shock of surprise, but the shock of embarrassment. If you were a commoner, it would be fine if you came to visit with fruits, but this was the marshal's residence, the home of the most powerful person in the military. How could you come here with such a bag of fresh fruits? Even if you were carrying a head on your shoulders and nothing else, it would still be better than this, right? Looking at these ordinary fruits that could be bought with one purple cloud coin, Muzong Lan's forehead was filled with black lines. If others saw this, they would think that I, Muzong Lan, was so poor that I couldn't even afford fruits. Although Old Mu had been criticized by everyone before, he had already been rehabilitated. What the hell was this? However, GMO obviously didn't think of this because in his heart, these fruits were originally his, and he would take them away in a while. These were all things that his wife wanted to eat. Even if he left his sword here, he absolutely couldn't lose the fruits that his wife wanted to eat. If he really lost them, it could easily lead to death. Cough cough. You say you. Just come. Why did you bring these things? You are treating me like an outsider. Muzong Lan didn't know the purpose of this young master's visit. He seemed to be very uncomfortable as he laughed dryly and barely managed to say a few words. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Come, bring the fruits that Brother G bought for Madam into the inner hall." He really didn't know what to call him. 7th Master G couldn't do it, Little G couldn't do it. This guy didn't have an official position, but his status was quite high. He was a genuine expert. After thinking for a while, Muzong Lan could only pinch his nose and adopt the pugilistic way of addressing people, brother. Wait. GMO was stunned when he heard this. He pushed away the servant who was about to take the fruits, and hid the fruits behind his buttocks with his other hand. He said in surprise, "Elder Mu. I bought these for my wife." "How did it become that I bought them for your wife?" "I was going to take these fruits back. I was just passing by your place to pay you a visit." "Why do you want to leave them behind? You, take advantage of me?" The servant was dumbfounded and tongue-tied on the spot. He was completely stupefied. Muzong Lan was also instantly petrified on the spot. His old face alternated between red and white. What? After all this fuss, this bag of broken fruits is actually not for me? Yeah, your sister, King brought a bag of fruits over to visit me and now you want to take it away. You actually said this in front of my servants. I actually became taking advantage of this opportunity. What the *CK is this? If today's matter were to spread out, I, Muzong Lan, a dignified marshal, would actually fall to the point where I have to extort a bag of fruits from you, then this old man might as well kill himself. Too embarrassing. A certain marshal waved his hand and the servant left the hall with an extremely strange expression. His shoulders trembled and his footsteps staggered. Muzong Lan's face was as red as a date. He stared at GMO and did not want to speak for a moment. Or perhaps he really did not know what to say. GMO did not have the slightest intention of treating himself as an outsider. He sat down on the armchair at the head of the table and placed the fruits on the table beside him. He crossed his legs and said, "I say, Old Mu, who was that fellow who just left? What a powerful aura. He must be an extraordinary person, right?" GMO had seen that person walk out of Muzong Lan's residence. Such a powerful expert, how could he not be curious and ask? Muzong Lan's eyebrows jumped twice. "It's an old friend of mine." "This old friend of yours, where did he come from? He's really extraordinary." GMO sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, I'm afraid his cultivation is at least in the top 3. At least in the top 3, this was GMO's evaluation that came from the deepest part of his heart. He even wanted to say number 1, but considering the existence of the Saint Monarch, he did not dare to say it. However, Muzong Lan who heard this was completely dumbfounded. Initially, when GMO said that the person was definitely an extraordinary person, Muzong Lan did not feel too surprised. After all, Feng Yang was close to the Saint Monarch and had the bearing of a superior. Although it was a bit of an overstatement to say that he was an extraordinary person, it was still acceptable. However, GMO's evaluation at the end was 2, what? What? In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, his cultivation was at least in the top 3. Feng Yang's cultivation was not bad, but it could not withstand GMO's praise. The last time Feng Yang met him, he was only a primary level saint. According to his deduction, he should be at this level in this lifetime. It would be difficult for him to progress any further. Now, even if he had some great fortuitous encounter and improved again, he would at most be a level saint. At most, he would be at the same level as GMO in front of him. With such a cultivation base, even among his subordinates, it was absolutely impossible for him to be ranked in the top 3, but now, GMO actually gave him the evaluation of top 3 in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Wasn't this too much? The weight of this evaluation was not just a little bit. Not to mention Muzong Lan, even if Yuan Tianji came back to life, he would not be able to reach the level of top 3 in the Heaven Imperial Court. Haha. I'm afraid, he still can't reach that level, you're overpraising him. Muzong Lan's eyes were dull and his words were incoherent. He did not know what he was talking about. Obviously, he was shocked by GMO's evaluation. Overpraising? Not overpraising, definitely not overpraising. GMO said with a rare serious tone and expression. My intuition is definitely not wrong. This guy, with just one look, he gave me a terrifying pressure. Not to mention anything else, he has at least surpassed Yuan Tianji. Muzong Lan was petrified again. Originally, Muzong Lan was still holding on to the idea that GMO's words were not very accurate and could be nonsense. A person who could bring fruits to the Grand Marshal's residence and even take them away, what could he not say? But now, it seemed that the situation was not right. GMO's attitude was too serious, too serious, too serious. No matter how stupid GMO was, he still had the strength of a peak-level saint. He was only one step away from becoming a high-level saint. The intuition of such a person would definitely not be wrong. If that was the case, could it be that he was wrong? It's just that he looks a bit ugly. His eyebrows are a bit too thick. GMO smacked his lips and tilted his head. Not as handsome as me. Looking at GMO's meaty face and thinking of his old friend Feng Yang's handsome appearance, Muzong Lan's mouth twitched. He said with difficulty, he's still quite handsome. Suddenly, he paused. What did GMO just say? His eyebrows are too thick. Feng Yang's eyebrows are too thick. Muzong Lan suddenly stood up. You said his eyebrows are too thick. He suddenly stood up and asked without any warning. GMO nearly jumped in fright when he heard this. He had just drunk a mouthful of tea, and had almost choked it out. He tried very hard to swallow it down. Then, he blinked his eyes in alarm. Yes, your two eyebrows are almost connected together. They are as black as a brush. Isn't that thick? Muzong Lan's eyes flashed inexplicably. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Feng Yang had a feminine appearance since he was young. He had willowy eyebrows, a white and tender face, double eyelids, and a dimple when he smiled. He was quite handsome and could even be said to be beautiful. But how could his eyebrows be too thick? Could it be that GMO saw wrongly? However, for an expert at GMO's level of cultivation, even if it was just a glimpse, how could he be mistaken? Come here. Muzong Lan flashed to the door and shouted at a servant girl. That voice was filled with killing intent. It was as if he was giving the order to kill on the battlefield. This delicate and charming maidservant's face turned deathly pale under the sudden thunderous roar and the soaring murderous aura. She sat down on the ground and trembled all over. She was so scared that she wet her skirt without any resistance. A puddle of water spread out from under this beauty's skirt. Muzong Lan didn't care about this now. He picked her up and put her down in front of GMO. He pointed at her and said, the eyebrows and face of the person you saw, are they similar to hers? Let me take a good look first. Then, he ordered the girl, smile. That servant girl subconsciously screamed and finally fainted from fright. Muzong Lan seemed to have realized something. At this moment, his emotions were like an erupting volcano. Surging violently and filled with destruction, even the look in his eyes was somewhat ferocious. GMO was startled when he saw this. He immediately jumped up from his chair. He angrily covered his nose with his hand and said, I say, old Mu, what's wrong with you? You're a man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. You actually caught a beauty for me to identify? How can this be compared? As he spoke, he retreated further away. You're too much. Moreover, you scared him to the point of wetting his pants before bringing him to me. GMO was flustered and exasperated. Moreover, you actually asked him to smile under such circumstances. Is it you or me who has gone crazy? Damn it, can the fruits I bought for my wife still be eaten after being smelled like this? What do you mean? Are you taking revenge on me for not bringing fruits for your wife? You're really something. Is it worth it to buy tens of millions of caddies of fruit for such a small amount of purple cloud coins? At this time, this fellow actually still remembered the fruits he bought for his wife. He even remembered that Muzong Lan had mentioned his wife in a perfunctory manner. However, Muzong Lan did not laugh. He had been a general for over 1,000,000 years and his thoughts were extremely meticulous. With just one sentence from GMO, he already knew that there was a huge problem. Such a man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. None of these 4 adjectives could be used to describe Feng Yang. This Feng Yang was a fake, he was actually a fake. Muzong Lan immediately thought of this. However, how was this possible? His face was completely pale. Since Feng Yang was not real, then who was this person? How could he disguise himself as Feng Yang so perfectly? He could even act out Feng Yang's habits so vividly. Muzong Lan actually did not notice any flaws at all. When he thought of Jimo's words, Muzong Lan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3 of all the experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. He only glared at me and the pressure he gave me was extremely terrifying. Not to mention anything else, it was at least more than Yuan Tian's limit. Only his eyebrows were a little too thick. His 2 eyebrows were almost connected together. They were as black as a brush. Such a big man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. Moo. Song Lan was stunned. To be able to give GMO such a shock, such a pressure, and with such an appearance, as far as he knew, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there was at most only one person like this. Describe in detail what the person you met just now looked like. Muzong Lan only felt his heart beating wildly and his mouth going dry. However, he still did not give up and asked. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. What the hell? My memory has always been photographic. Even if it's just a glimpse, it's enough to remember it completely. But this time, I clearly met that person face to face. Now that I think about it, I actually can't remember his specific appearance at all. I only have a little impression of him left. I really can't describe it in more detail. GMO was also very depressed. Since when did he forget the appearance of a person he had just met? This wasn't a blind date shyness, this was 2F** king embarrassing. You're saying, that person gave you a very dignified feeling? Muzong Lan took a deep breath. His eyes were like a hawk's as he tried to get rid of that face in his heart. What kind of dignified feeling was it? It was a kind of. GMO frowned tightly and racked his brains to find an adjective. It was a kind of, that's right, it was very similar to the feeling I had when I looked at my sister-in-law. What? Very similar to the feeling you had when you looked at your sister-in-law? Muzong Lan almost exploded. What kind of person was this? They were talking about a man who gave people a dignified feeling. How could you drag your sister-in-law into this? What kind of situation was this? However, Muzong Lan's willpower had been tempered for 1,000,000 years after all. He forcefully suppressed his violent emotions. As his mind raced, he suddenly thought of who the sister-in-law GMO was talking about might be. As he thought of this, he blurted out, "You're saying that the feeling that person gives you is very similar to Chu Yang's wife, Tai Budian?" "Yes, my sister-in-law, Tai Budian. She has no regard for anything else and makes people want to bow down and submit to her the moment they see her. Also, she's like a sovereign overlooking the world, that's right." GMO finally remembered. When I first saw him, a feeling rose in my heart, there's definitely no other person like him in the Heaven Imperial Court. Only he himself is supreme in the world. There's definitely no other person in the Heaven Imperial Court, only he himself, supreme in the world. Muzong Lan's eyes were a little unfocused as he muttered, overlooking the world. For a moment, Muzong Lan was a little dazed. In fact, Muzong Lan had never seen Tai Budian before. However, he knew from Meng Wuyan that this superwoman had the aura of a supreme ruler. Meng Wuyao's evaluation of Tai Butian was too high. He said that Tai Butian's aura of a ruler was really incomparable and was probably even superior to Yuan Tianjia, the heavenly emperor of the black cloud heaven. Previously, Mu Zonglan was very doubtful of Meng Wuyao's evaluation. He didn't even believe it. No matter how much a woman had the aura of a ruler, she couldn't possibly have the aura of a ruler, let alone one that was even superior to Yuan Tianjia's. However, at this moment, Mu Zonglan believed it. There was only one reasonable explanation for everything in front of him. However, this explanation was too shocking. Then, he suddenly jumped up. His eyes emitted a crazed radiance. He lowered his voice, and said, "Where's Minister Chu? Where is Advisor Mo? Where is Her Majesty Chonghua? Where are they now?" His voice was cold and the muscles on his face were twitching. Even his pupils were strangely dilated. GMO was completely frightened by his expression. He stuttered, "Old Mu, don't be like this, that man, could he be your old lover?" GMO swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even in his current state of mind, even if he knew how shocking this news was, even if Mu Zonglan's heart was beating wildly, even if Mu Zonglan's state of mind was stable for more than 1,000,000 years, when he heard GMO's words, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Gritting his teeth, Mu Zonglan glared at GMO, seeing GMO's eyes filled with gossip and his ears twitching as if he wanted to dig up some gossip. Mu Zonglan calmed himself down and forcefully suppressed the strong desire to beat him up. He let out a long sigh and suddenly roared like a thunderclap, "F***ck your grandpa. That's a man." Mu Zonglan didn't know how he said this sentence. GMO picked his ears disapprovingly. "Men and men can also have true love. I can understand, especially for those who haven't seen women for a long time." Mu Zonglan groaned and instantly had the urge to faint. However, his loud roar unexpectedly woke up the maidservant who had fainted on the ground. Realizing her current situation, she ran out of the hall, crying loudly in shame and indignation. The servants and guards outside looked at this young girl whose dress was clearly wet with an ambiguous expression. Their eyes were full of gossip. What was going on? Could it be that this girl's confession was rejected? And Marshal Mu even roared, "F***ck your grandfather, that's a man." Yes, this girl's grandfather was of course a man. No wonder this little sister was so sad that she ran out crying. "Even my F***king dress is wet, and you actually like men, how could this be endured?" All the guards were still standing ramrod straight with a serious expression, but thousands of vulgar thoughts flashed through their minds at this moment. Then, they saw Marshal Mu stride out with a man in his hand. Yes, 7th Master Ji. 7th Master Ji was clearly unwilling, but Mu Shui forcefully pulled him away. He was still shouting and struggling, "Don't. My fruit," but Mu Zonglan turned a deaf ear to him. He dragged 7th Master Ji and walked out impatiently. "Fruit? Humph, excuse? 7th Master Ji is so pitiful. It's his first visit and he'll definitely lose his virginity this time." "That's right. Didn't you see how anxious Mu Zonglan is?" Everyone looked at 7th Master Ji's round buttocks as Mu Zonglan dragged him away. Their faces were full of sympathy as they whispered. At the same time, their eyebrows twitched and their eyes were full of vulgarity. A few people touched their buttocks in relief and couldn't help but shudder. Mu Zonglan forcefully dragged GMO all the way to Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had wasted an entire night's worth of brain cells and were just about to rest when they saw Mu Zonglan charge in aggressively. With a bang, he threw the person he was dragging onto the chair. Chu Yang took a look and realized that it was GMO. He couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly did GMO do? Forcing Mu Zonglan to this extent? And even escorting him to look for him at such a late hour. Something big has happened. "Minister Chu." Mu Zonglan's voice was urgent, but he kept it very low. His expression was extremely serious. Chu Yang was even more shocked. He said carefully, "GMO, went to your house? Looks like GMO got into big trouble this time." He even used big to describe it. Mu Zonglan was startled. He said, "That's right." "Ha ha ha." Chu Yang let out a dry laugh and said dryly, "This brother of mine is just a little mischievous and insensible. He always says things that don't make sense." Mu Zonglan, who asked me to have such a brother. Please let him off this time on my account." Then, Chu Yang patted his chest. No matter what, I will make him take responsibility until the end. Minister Chu thought that GMO had taken a fancy to a woman. Yes, why not go to their house? Furthermore, he was being escorted here by the other party. Could it be that GMO had a second spring, but I didn't hear that Mutsan had a daughter? Could it be a niece or a granddaughter? But no matter what, Minister Chu's protective attitude still prevailed. He's my brother after all. If he bullies someone, he can bully them. But, I can't allow him to be bullied. Moreover, I made a promise, I'll make him responsible. This should be enough, right? This matter, he did it very well. However, this matter is not something that he alone can take responsibility for. Mutsan Lan's expression was heavy. Chu Yang was even more startled when he heard this. Very good? He was very good at it but couldn't take responsibility for it? What was the meaning of this? Mutsan Lan's words were usually layered and clear. What was up with him today? Is Advisor Mo not here? Mutsan Lan sighed deeply. His eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Chu Yang was even more shocked. This matter actually has to involve Mo Tianji? Fu *K. Don't tell me that Mo Tianji is going to help me uphold justice. I am even more confused. I say, what did you do in the end? Facing GMO, Minister Chu raised his eyebrows and shouted. I didn't do anything. GMO felt so wrong that he almost cried. You didn't do anything? If you didn't do anything, why would someone like Mutsan Lan personally escort you here? You even want everyone to take responsibility for you? What kind of hateful thing had he done to cause such a situation to occur? Minister Chu's anger rose from his heart. He wanted to give this disappointing guy a good beating. However, Mutsan Lan's following words made Chu Yang dumbstruck. The saint is here. The saint is here. This sentence made Chu Yang's body sway and stars appeared in front of his eyes. It wasn't just Chu Yang who lost his composure. Hearing this, GMO was even more unbearable. His body swayed and he couldn't stand steadily. He simply sat down on the ground. There was only one thought in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that the person I met was the saint himself? Originally, as the person involved in this intuition, if GMO's brain was a little sharper, he would have been able to come to this conclusion long ago. At most, he would have been slightly behind Mutsan Lan. However, a mischievous person like GMO would definitely not use his brain if he could. Especially now that he had Mo Tianji, who was the best at using his brain, by his side, he was naturally even more lazy to use his brain. Thus, he actually did not notice the crux of this matter. He also didn't know that he had inadvertently discovered this explosive news and made such a huge contribution, because he had already heard the commotion. Mo Tianji, who was standing at the door, naturally also heard this sentence. His eyes, which were always calm and full of wisdom, suddenly became somewhat fearful. Then, the fear completely disappeared and turned into a fierce look. He stood at the door like this, his expression gradually becoming dark and gloomy. They only listened to Mutsan Lan and GMO hastily explain the matter from beginning to end. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji didn't interrupt at all. However, their expressions made GMO and Mutsan Lan feel that they should go into detail and where they should just say a few words. And when Mo Tianji looked over, every single word in this sentence needed to be explained in detail. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally finished speaking. Just as they finished talking about this experience, Mutsan Lan stood up and left with a heavy heart. The reason why he left in such a hurry was because the moment he finished talking, Mutsan Lan clearly felt an unconcealed sense of wanting him to leave. Although Chu Yang and Mo Tianji didn't say anything and were completely expressionless, that fierce murderous aura was already brewing. These two clearly wanted to plan the next step of their plan. And naturally, the fewer people who knew the details, the better. Thus, Mutsan Lan tactfully stood up and left. However, Mo Tianji said something just as he was about to step out of the door. And, it was something that made him very surprised. For the time being, hand over all the military power in your hands to me. I need to mobilize all the military power within the Imperial City, as well as all the military power within a radius of 3,000 miles. Mutsan Lan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he immediately handed over the military power very happily. The Saint Monarch had come early and was in disguise. This matter was obviously very unusual. This made Muzong Lan feel a great sense of crisis. Facing the number one person in the imperial palace, a supreme expert, Muzong Lan simply didn't know how to deal with him. However, he could still confirm one thing. For the current Mo Yuntian, this was definitely not a good thing. After quickly handling the matter of handing over the military power, Muzong Lan left. Playing with the commander's seal in his hand, Mo Tianji's expression was very playful as he said, "GMO, being able to discover this matter early can be considered a great victory. When the dust settles, GMO's unintentional actions this time will be the greatest merit." Hearing this, GMO immediately beamed with joy. "This is nothing. Actually, it was just a coincidence. It really isn't much. Ha 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 ha." Even though he said it was nothing, his face was filled with complacency. His complacency were all exposed in his final laugh. It completely proved that his previous modesty was nothing more than an act. "Gather everyone, except for Xianxia, all the brothers. Including young lady Chu Le Qing Wu, big sister Z, Tribulation Divine Soul, and brother Hu. Also, all the assassins of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the person in charge of the Tianji Intelligence Department. Gather everyone. Also, I want to borrow all the experts of the Demon Emperor Sky. Including the Demon Emperor." Mo Tianji's expression was very relaxed as he said these words very calmly. However, before he finished speaking, GMO had already stood up straight. For GMO, this was really too rare. Because he could feel that the current Mo Tianji was like a bow that was being drawn. A bow that was gradually being drawn. And the arrow was already on the string. Once the bow was fully drawn, the arrow would be shot out like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive. Even Xianxia was here. Although it was clearly said that he wasn't needed, how could Xianxia not come when there was an urgent matter at hand? Those who should have come were all here, and those who shouldn't have come were also here. Thus, after Chu Yang gave the order, Xianxia was beaten up by Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang and thrown out. The next moment, the auras of more than 20 saints merged into one and enveloped the hall. Thus, Xianxia couldn't enter. Those who shouldn't have participated shouldn't have come in the first place. They would be expelled even if they came, because in the following operation, Xianxia, as the Heaven Emperor and the enemy's number one target, definitely couldn't participate in the operation. Although Xianxia himself struggled and protested, to Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, struggling was futile and protesting was even more meaningless. Now, we will start assigning the specific tasks. Mo Tianji's dignified gaze swept across. Everyone listened quietly. This mission is very important. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Mo Tianji said lightly, "Do you all understand?" Everyone immediately nodded to show that they understood. Well, everyone has their own responsibilities. I believe that everyone's tasks are clearly divided. But, I won't ask you to die as an apology for your crimes if there's a mistake in the area under your jurisdiction. But, I only ask that you accompany Xianxia when he stands at the highest point while receiving the cheers and congratulations of the world. And, you'll stand there with him naked buttocks when he stands at the highest point. Anyway, you've already lost your face. It's no big deal to lose your buttocks again. That's all. Mo Tianji's words didn't sound like a warning at all. It was more like a joke, a harmless joke. However, no one could laugh, including the two mischievous fellows GMO and Luo Kudi. This was definitely not a joke. This was the cruelest punishment. There was no doubt that Mo Tianji would definitely do it as long as you really made a mistake. Anyone who didn't vote for Xianxia would hang their names on the banners during his coronation ceremony. Just imagining that scene made everyone's hair stand on end. Xianxia's ascension ceremony, facing the entire world and standing at the highest point. At that time, would they have to accompany him naked? Stand at the top? All of these people were well-known figures with a certain amount of fame and prestige. They would rather die 10,000 times than be so humiliated. If that day really came, their ancestors would probably jump out from their graves and fight them to the death. Especially since everyone knew that Mo Tianji's request was definitely not just for show. If it really happened in their area, then Mo Tianji would definitely do what he said. If he said that he would let you go naked, you would definitely not have a single piece of cloth on you. At that time, even if you wanted to commit suicide, it would be futile. Men and women are equal. Therefore, my request also includes women. Mo Tianji's last sentence immediately attracted the angry glares of a few women. Zi Xieching, Mo Qingwu, Chu Lo Mo Lei The four beauties glared at him together. Who would dare to be a hero in the world? Even with Mo Tianji's strong willpower, he couldn't help but shiver in the face of such angry glares. However, he was determined not to change his mind. During this period of time, every single person who comes in from outside the four city gates, remember every single person. Including their name, origin, cultivation base, and the names of 8 generations of their ancestors. Everything must be clearly placed on my table. Even if a mosquito flies in from outside the city gates, you must investigate clearly whether it's a male or a female. Mo Tianji's eyes sharpened. Including Chu Yang, the faces of the 8 brothers turned ashen. And the surrounding 3,000 miles outside the city. Mo Tianji continued to make arrangements. Hearing this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. When Mo Tianji finished making arrangements, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, rushing to their respective posts. Mother, I don't want to accompany Xianxiang to the throne naked. Next, Mo Tianji made a trip to the Ministry of War. Previously, he had already made arrangements. However, now that the Saint Monarch had come early, Mo Tianji felt that the original arrangements were not enough. Therefore, he had to make arrangements again. Under the general's assembling drum, everyone above the rank of deputy general was gathered. Even the guards of the imperial city were all gathered. The first order was, close the city gates immediately, you can't open it for 3 days. If anyone dared to force their way in, they would be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. The imperial city guard immediately accepted the order and went out to assign tasks. Following this, Mo Tianji continued to give out tasks as he flipped through the documents. In less than half a day, he had given out over 3,000 officers in the Ministry of War. The generals of the military looked at Mo Tianji as if they were looking at an evil spirit in this world. What kind of person was this? Monster? Monster? Immortal? Evil spirit? His distribution of tasks was very reasonable and appropriate. In fact, some people didn't even know what they were best at. However, Mo Tianji had only looked at the information once before assigning tasks to them. This made them feel, this is what I'm best at. I'll definitely complete it smoothly. However, what was even more frightening was that Mo Tianji had sent out an entire army of 20 million soldiers. In fact, 1/3 of them had been sent out for missions that required them to wear casual clothes. After that, Mo Tianji went to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under Xianxiang's command without stopping. These were the true subordinates of Xianxiang. Therefore, Mo Tianji was able to command them even more smoothly. He didn't have any scruples at all. The sky had already turned dark by the time Mo Tianji leisurely returned after he had made arrangements for everyone. In other words, Mo Tianji used almost a day to complete the entire operation. This efficiency was really hard to imagine. Half a day is still too rushed. I need to use the next 3 days to perfect this inescapable trap. Mo Tianji frowned and thought about the possible loopholes in his plan. After a long time, he smiled and said, it should be enough. Regardless of how worried Mo Tianji, Chu Yang, and the others were, Mo Yuntian still started to boil with excitement as expected. The ruler for more than 1,000,000 years was confirmed to be the incarnation of the heavenly demon. This was a huge event that could turn the world upside down. However, in the end, evil couldn't win over good. The heavenly demon Yuan Tianjia was killed by the experts of the human race. The person who presided over the destruction of the heavenly demon became the new ruler of Mo Yuntian. Now, the new emperor ascended the throne. For some forces in Mo Yuntian, they didn't need to personally participate in the killing of Yuan Tianjia. However, the ascension of the new emperor required them to personally congratulate him. This was a huge event that concerned the survival of the forces. They couldn't afford to be careless. The ascension of the new emperor was set on the 18th of the third month. It was the 27th of the 12th month. In other words, there were still 3 months and 20 days left. For some of the more remote places, they had already started to move. Originally, the ascension of the new emperor was set on the 8th of the third month. However, Xianxia had resolutely changed the date to the 18th of the third month, F***ck, they were already calling me a trap and a rabbit. Now, they are even setting the date of my ascension to the throne on the 8th of the third month. Gosh, I haven't ascended to the throne yet and you guys are already thinking of rebelling? Obviously, the Jade Flower Emperor had a huge grudge against the 8th of the third month. The officials were helpless. Seeing the emperor so resolute, they could only comply. After all, the anger of the heavenly emperor wasn't so easy to bear. The whole world celebrated, however, the entire imperial city, including the surrounding 3,000 miles, was already covered by an inescapable net that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Every day, Mo Tianji was making slight changes to fill in the loopholes in his previous arrangements. This time, there were at least more than 50 million people working under Mo Tianji. Even with Mo Tianji's brain, he still felt mentally and physically exhausted many times. For the first time, his originally clear and bright eyes were filled with dense blood capillaries. As a person of 2 lives, this was the first time Chu Yang saw something that could force Mo Tianji to this extent. However, Mo Tianji was still full of energy. Moreover, Mo Tianji viewed this matter as the biggest challenge of his life. It was an even bigger challenge after facing Diwu, Qingru and the Dharma Supreme. When Xu Yang persuaded him to rest for a while, Mo Tianji said, "At this stage, it's just defense. The pressure isn't too heavy. In the future, I still have to command hundreds of millions of troops to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Compared to the ever-changing battlefield, this is just a small test. If I can't do it perfectly this time, how will I fight against the extraterrestrial demons?" Faced with Mo Tianji's insistence, Chu Yang could only let him be. It was just that Chu Yang had done similar work before. He knew clearly how huge Mo Tianji's workload was and how complicated and trivial the details were. To do this job flawlessly was no easier than commanding a huge battle. In fact, some of the more trivial details might be thousands of times more troublesome than a huge battle. After all, sacrifices and partial concessions were allowed on the battlefield. However, in this ascension ceremony, in the face of the Saint Monarch's interference, there really couldn't be any mistakes. Every day, Mo Tianji's mind was constantly going through all the procedures. Now, his greatest rest and enjoyment was using his authority to forcefully assign Chu Lu-er to be his assistant. Every day, seeing Chu Lu-er's light and delicate body coming and going like the wind, Mo Tianji felt refreshed and energized. Even his thoughts seemed to have become clearer. Because of this, a very unrelated person, Chu Yang, came more often. When he had nothing to do, he would walk around and ask about Chu Lu-er's well-being. Then, he would turn around and leave. After a while, he would come back again. This made Mo Tianji extremely depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Especially when he saw that Chu Lu-er was so excited when she saw Chu Yang coming over. She threw herself at Chu Yang without the slightest hesitation, hugged Chu Yang's neck, and hung on his body. This made Mo Tianji even more jealous. He was about to explode with anger. However, Mo Tianji didn't dare to flare up. He didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of anger. Chu Yang was really too important to this little girl. This little girl's position in Chu Yang's heart was really very important. She was directly treated as a treasure by Chu Yang. Therefore, Mo Tianji didn't dare to show any of his wild ambitions. If Chu Yang knew about it, the consequences would be unpredictable. Mo Tianji was very doubtful. If Chu Yang said, "Lu-er, don't see Mo Tianji in the future," Chu Lu-er, who had always treated Chu Yang's words as an imperial edict, would immediately do as he said. As for that 1% possibility, Chu Lu-er would hesitate for a while and do as he said. As for not doing as he said, there was no possibility at all. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill Mo Tianji directly. Right now, Chu Yang was sitting in Mo Tianji's private office. Chu Lu-er very attentively brewed a cup of Mo Tianji's best tea and then let Chu Yang sit on a chair to enjoy the tea. She ran behind Chu Yang and diligently massaged her big brother's shoulders with her 2 small hands. The little girl's heart ached. Big brother, I have to say something to you. You have to pay attention to your rest. You've been exhausted during this period of time. Looking at Chu Yang's face of enjoyment, Mo Tianji wanted to kill him. At the same time, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Lu I've been so tired under your watch every day that I almost went into shock. This guy obviously just went out for a walk. Why do you actually think that he's exhausted? This doesn't make sense, the treatment is so different. However, in front of Chu Lu, Mo Tianji absolutely couldn't quarrel with Chu Yang. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare to. Because in the eyes of that girl, anyone who went against her big brother was a first-class bad person in the world. There was no exception. Looking at other people's cousin and then looking at his own sister Mo Qingwu, Mo Tianji had an impulse to hang himself. They were both big brothers. Why was the treatment so different? Therefore, Mo Tianji forced a smile and said, "Boss, you must be exhausted these few days, right?" Chu Yang hummed and hummed comfortably under Chu Lu'er's massage. Yes. I'm more tired than you. Mo Tianji was so angry that he almost kicked over the table. Don't you feel guilty saying this? How dare you say that you're more tired than me? Can you be any more shameless? Faced with such a terrible situation, Mo Tianji was extremely depressed. Ever since Mo Tianji had achieved success in his cultivation, he had never been in such a situation where he had to suffer in silence. Furthermore, it wasn't that he couldn't say anything, but that he couldn't and didn't dare to say anything. Sometimes, Mo Tianji even felt that he was worse than a mute. At least, he really couldn't say anything. He obviously had thousands of methods and tricks, but he didn't dare to use them. Fortunately, this situation wouldn't last for too long. As long as the city gates were closed for 3 days, Chu Yang would really get busy and his suffering would end. However, there were still 3 days. 3 whole days. As the saying went, a day felt like a year. Mo Tianji really felt like a year in these 3 days. The consequence of making Mo Tianji's days feel like years was that Mo Tianji had used a series of thunderbolt-like methods in these 3 days to thoroughly investigate everyone in the imperial city. It was like 3 days of thunderbolts. Mo Tianji's methods made everyone in the imperial city who knew of him tremble in fear. Those who were investigated didn't have any problems, but those who were in charge of the investigation were so tired that they almost fell sick. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, there were more than 300,000 people in total. None of them even had the time to sleep. However, in the end, the mission that belonged to them had mostly ended. They only needed to be in charge of assisting in the remaining investigations. They didn't need to bear the main responsibility anymore. Because they understood this point, after the entire process was completed, all the officials and soldiers who participated in the investigation didn't complain about how tired they were. Instead, they all heaved a sigh of relief. These 3 days were simply unbearable for a human to live through. This commander-in-chief Mo Tianji was a pervert, a complete pervert. Whether it was his mind or his body, he was a double pervert. Although everyone was cursing in their hearts, they also knew that the pressure that the commander-in-chief faced was undoubtedly many times greater than their own. Mo Tianji's way of doing things was very perverted. But, everyone still admired this pervert very much. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone had a night's sleep. These people almost wanted to cheer and celebrate. Mom, this day is really rare. The next day, the city gates opened. After 3 days, the number of people waiting outside the city had already exceeded 100,000 people. In these 3 days, the people's lives were in an uproar, turning the world upside down. Why didn't they let us enter the city? We came specially to support the new emperor Mo Yuntian, Heaven's emperor. However, no one left. This was related to Mo Yuntian's future celestial emperor ascension celebration. How could they be willing to miss it finally? When they could enter, everyone cheered and rushed in like a swarm of bees. However, when they reached the city gates, they realized that the Mo Yuntian soldiers were heavily guarded. They stood in 2 rows in bright armor. There was a row of 10 tables by the city gate, and behind each table sat a scribe. Moreover, behind the scribe, there were 2 other people sitting and waiting. They seemed to be substitutes. Everyone who wants to enter the city has to register first before you can enter. There is something that everyone must pay attention to. Once you find that the registration information does not match the facts, you will be treated as a spy. There is no need to explain because the person involved will be executed immediately. A dignified military officer stood up straight and shouted at the people of Jianghu who were about to enter the city. Why? You have to register to enter the city? What is this? I am already giving you face by coming here. You still have to register, let us in. There was a commotion. Obviously, this unreasonable decision had aroused the anger of the crowd. However, the officers looked at the people in front of them expressionlessly. Their eyes were calm and sharp. It was as if they didn't hear the clamor at all. However, the next moment, there were numerous sounds of arrows being pulled back. On both sides, numerous shiny arrows were aimed at the people who were clamoring. God-slaying arrow, outside the cold light, there was a dazzling light. However, that light told everyone that this was the #1 killing weapon of the Heaven Imperial Court, God-slaying arrow. Only the Imperial Guards had the right to use the death arrow. Once this arrow was shot, no matter whether the arrow hit the target or not, the target would still die. Because as long as this arrow was shot at you, even if you didn't die under the arrow, you would become the enemy of the entire Mo Yuntian. They wouldn't rest until they were dead, facing the power of the entire Mo Yuntian. Even if you were a god, you would still die. This was the true meaning of the god-slaying arrow. The god-slaying arrow had not left the bow, but the people of Mo Yuntian opposite had already kept quiet out of fear. Someone muttered, "Register then register, why take out this thing? To scare people?" That person's voice was extremely soft. He must have already submitted to the #1 killing order of Mo Yuntian. Seeing that the situation was settled, another person said in a rough voice, "What is the meaning of this? Are you threatening us? I don't believe in this. We have so many people here. How many god-slaying arrows do you have to kill us?" This clamor immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the masses. They had so many people here. If the thousands of people here really made a ruckus, would the officers really dare to take action? Even if it was the god-slaying arrow, would they really dare to kill everyone here? Taking a step back, we are all here to participate in the ascension ceremony of the new heavenly emperor of Mo Yuntian. This is the most joyous occasion of Mo Yuntian. Would they really dare to kill people? Seeing red before ascending the throne, wouldn't that be very inauspicious? Seeing that the commotion was getting louder and louder, the situation was gradually getting out of control. That officer frowned as he looked at the sudden change. Clearly, he did not have any ideas. Just at this moment, a series of hurried sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded. A fast horse rushed out from the city gate. A fully armored general rushed out rapidly. With a somersault, he had already landed in front of that city gate officer. Without any hesitation, he gave him a slap. "Bastard thing, don't you know what is strict execution of orders and prohibitions? After being a soldier for so many years, don't you know that military orders are like mountains? Don't you even know how to kill people?" Following that, an order was given, "Release the arrows. Kill this bunch of spies." He actually gave out the killing order so unreasonably. Before everyone had the time to make a stunned action, they heard a whooshing sound. Countless sharp arrows shot out from the bowstring like thunder. After the first group released the sharp arrows, they immediately squatted down to make space. The second group behind followed and released the arrows. After that, they also squatted down and another batch of arrows was released. After 10 groups, the first group stood up again and released the arrows. The god-slaying arrows poured down like a torrential rain. Zhe Yuanguang was covered in all directions. Mixed with streaks of brilliance like starlight, there was also a gust of cold murderous aura. In front of him, there were countless human-shaped iron porcupines. In an instant, a dense fog rose and made a slight popping sound in the air. Then, it turned into nothingness. On the other side, the people of Jianghu who were watching felt a chill down their spines. So this was the real power of the god-slaying arrows. Whoever was shot by this arrow, even if the archer's cultivation was high and his soul could escape from his body, he would not be able to escape. Once the arrow was shot, the soul would definitely not be able to escape. It could only be turned into nourishment for the arrow. The legendary god-slaying arrows were actually this powerful? Everyone looked at the small mountain of corpses in front of them, dumbfounded. Their faces were all pale. No one would have thought that these city gate soldiers would really dare to attack. Moreover, the killing power they caused was actually so terrifying. "What are you still standing there for?" The big bearded officer who came out later shouted, "Drag all the corpses of these spies to one side and burn them all. Quickly take back the god-slaying arrows. Do you still need me to teach you all these? Do you need me to personally demonstrate? Do you need me to personally teach you? Are all of you stupid?" Then, he shouted again, "Light a fire over there. In the future, if you meet such people, kill them and burn them directly. Reduce the amount of land you need to occupy." After he finished speaking, he did not even look at the group of people in front of the city gate. He mounted his horse and galloped away. The rapid sound of horse hooves went further and further away, and finally, it disappeared. Based on this general's cultivation, riding a horse was probably not as fast as his body movement. However, he came and went on a horse. Obviously, he wanted to be imposing. And, at this moment, this person's prestige was undoubtedly earth-shattering. "Why did you kill them?" Someone shouted angrily. This shout was not out of grief or indignation. To these people who were already dead, those who were qualified to be indignant had already died together with them. Right now, they were only angry because of this unreasonable killing. The higher-ups have ordered that the day of Heaven Emperor's ascension is approaching. If there are evil people who want to play tricks, those who do not agree with the governor are mostly his accomplices. Kill without mercy. The city gate officer was expressionless. "We are just following orders. If you do not agree, you can also try the sharpness of the god-slaying arrows." Try it? Who would dare to try it now? If they tried it, they might even pay with their own lives. No one had a second life. Not to mention, if they died under the god-slaying arrows, they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. Moreover, they would have to bear the crime of being a spy. That was a huge crime that would implicate their entire clan. If you still want to enter the city, line up and register your information. If you don't want to enter the city, the main road faces the sky. Please go to the other side. The officer shouted. Just now, because he hesitated for a moment, he was unluckily slapped in the face. He saw stars from the slap. He was angry. If he did not vent it now, when would he? The usually arrogant Jianghu men were now like obedient children lining up to buy tickets to a movie. Their faces were pale. Now, even if they wanted to leave and not attend the coronation ceremony, they couldn't. What if they were told that they were guilty if they left now? Then they would die even more unjustly. They registered their personal information and entered the city. When they entered the inn, they felt that it was different. Every innkeeper was like Sun Tzu, trembling with fear as they asked their guests to register their personal information. They even cowed out and rolled on the ground to make their guests register their personal information. This was because there were orders from above. The inns were open all night and were not allowed to close. However, if a spy was found in anyone's inn, then they would be considered unlucky and guilty, unless they were completely clear when they registered their personal information. Anyway, everyone had proof of their identity. No one could fake it. This made all the innkeepers in the imperial city want to hang themselves. Business was so difficult, and they were not allowed to close. They even had to bear the risk of being beheaded. There was no way they could survive this day. That was the thought of every innkeeper. If they were not afraid of arousing unnecessary suspicion, most of the innkeepers would rather close down than continue to open their shops. In the next few days, the divine senses of the saints were like tides, rising and falling one after another. They covered the entire imperial city and the surrounding 3,000 miles. This was undoubtedly a huge loss, 18 saints, 18 directions. With such a huge area, it was impossible to take care of everything with just one person's strength. Of course, if you ordered an expert like Xianxia, it was not impossible to take care of everything. However, who could order an expert like Juniho? Who would dare to order him around? Although Mo Tianji felt helpless about this, he had no other choice. He could only brace himself for it. He had to ensure that no one would be able to sneak into the imperial capital without him knowing. With such a saint-level strong man's divine sense enveloping the area, as long as it wasn't a super strong man like Diho, it would be impossible to sneak in without a sound. Motianji had already tried to do this. But, even the two kings of calligraphy and painting weren't able to sneak in. In other words, even a 7-stars guard wouldn't be able to set up such a tight defensive line. If the Saint Monarch was still a level higher and dispatched an expert at the level of De Ho to secretly cause trouble, then Motianji would accept it. What could he do if he didn't? In Jianghu, a super expert who could reach Juniho's level was extremely rare. The sage didn't send out the experts that belonged to him on the surface and was still able to find such a character in the pugilistic world. This could only mean that the sage's level was too high, and he had too many trump cards. The absolute disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and it wasn't his fault. It didn't matter if he admitted defeat like this. But on the other hand, if a sage didn't have such power, then he would have to be obedient. Motianji decided to take a gamble because he believed that experts like De Ho were not as common as cabbages in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court. Even a saint would not have such a strong bargaining chip. Even if he did, he might not be willing to sacrifice it for Do Chi. Motianji's face was calm, but he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Countless people surged into the imperial city like a tide. After that, more and more people continued to pour in. Everyone, because of the lesson learned from their predecessors, obediently registered and then entered the city. Even experts at the saint level were no exception. Previously, there was also a primary level saint who wanted to make an exception, but in the end, he was beaten half to death on the spot. GMO and Luo Kadi, who were in charge of this area, immediately took action and directly crippled this reckless guy. Then, they stripped him naked and hung him high on the flagpole, establishing power, both of them smeared in their hearts. Motianji was currently lacking a qualified opponent to establish his power, and this guy popped up. Since he was unlucky, then I'll let him be unlucky to the end. Not only Motianji, but even GMO and Luo Kadi knew that this guy was innocent. There was no such spy who came up to cause trouble and exposed himself, but even if he was innocent, he became the most tragic victim under Motianji's plan. Who asked him to be the first bird to stick his neck out, naked to the waist. He was hung high. His flowing hair was combed into a smooth bun. His head was lifted up high, and his face was directly facing all the people coming and going. His cultivation was already crippled. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he could not. He could only passively accept the punishment and humiliation. Time was of the essence, so Motianji could only use such extreme methods. Including the tens of thousands of people who refused to register and were killed, there were similar groups of people outside the city gates. Adding them up, there were tens of thousands of people. He believed that most of these people were innocent and were not real spies. But Motianji did not care whether they were innocent or not. What he needed was direct and bloody methods. This was a warning to the whole world that no one could be rash. If it was Chu Yan who carried out the same plan, perhaps he would use a gentler method. But in Motianji's hands, it was always direct, bloody, and cruel. But it hit the nail on the head and was simple and effective. Motianji did not care about infamy. What he wanted was the result and the safety of the ascension ceremony, 37,000 lives, and a saint was hung naked. Such a cruel price had been paid in exchange for the order they had now. In the eyes of most people, this was too much, but in Motianji's eyes, it was worth it. In his heart, he thought, since you have the guts to jump out at this time, then you are courting death. Why did no one jump out except you? Since you think you are so powerful, then you have done many similar things in the past. You have to pay the price for pretending to be powerful. So you are a fool. Motianji killed with a clear conscience. So, everything I do now is to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Well killed, well died. They deserved it. I have avenged countless innocent people who died in their hands, because they finally died innocently. Motianji made a noble conclusion to his cruel actions. Everyone who heard this almost broke down. The men's testicles were cramping, and the women's menstrual cycle was irregular after hearing this. Although you had no choice but to do it for the sake of the big picture, it was still cruel, to think that you could find such a sanctimonious reason for doing it for the country, for the people, for the world, and for the common people. Shameless, as the saying goes, shamelessness is invincible in the world. Obviously, Motianji had reached such a level. Hu Bugui stood in front of Xianxia city and looked at the fluttering flags. he could not help but sigh. Perhaps, once he went in, he might not be able to come out, right? He just did not know how many people like him would survive in the end. But no matter what, he had never had a chance to repay the kindness he had received since he was young. At this moment, it was time to repay the kindness. Shaking his head, Hubugue bent his body and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly walked to the registration office. At his waist, there was a tattered scabbard. Hubugue. The registration officer asked suspiciously, "Is this your real name? Are you sure?" Hubugue blinked his old yellow eyes, then honestly said, "Yes." Therefore, the registration officer recorded this name and the follow-up information one by one. However, he did not notice that the expressions of the people behind him changed almost at the same time when they heard the name Hubugue. When they saw this hunchbacked figure walk into the city gate, one of them immediately put this information on the list of key monitoring and reported it one by one. Hubugue, primary saint, saber saint. This person was a swordsman of mysterious origins who was famous in the pugilistic world. He had always been alone. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew where he went. He did not care whether he was right or wrong. He did things according to his own preferences. Among the relevant precautions that Mo Tianji had set, people like this needed to be paid attention to. Wu Yun, after a long journey, finally arrived at Xianxia City. Facing this city that he had been to countless times, this was the first time he felt unfamiliar. It was a heartfelt unfamiliar. There was no other reason. It was because this world had a new master. And he came on the orders of his master. There was no other reason than to do his best. Even if Xie Danxiong became the heavenly emperor, he would be disgraced and disgraced. However, it was easy to imagine how dangerous this mission was. Regardless of whether he could complete the mission or not, the possibility of returning alive was extremely small. But he had to come. Firstly, it was to repay his kindness. Secondly, it was for the restriction. When Wu Yun walked into the city gate, he had asked himself, how many people like me are there in this world? Maybe not many, but not few, right? He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not know how to answer this question. The place that he came from was a mysterious place. It was a villa. For 5 million years, millions of experts came from there. However, no one in this world knew where that place was. No one in the pugilistic world knew about this nameless villa. It only existed silently. Every year, a large number of children were taken in there. Every year, a large number of assassins were spat out. Every year, the number of children who were taken in would exceed 100,000. However, the number of children who could walk out of that place would not exceed 3,000. The other 7,000 people were nowhere to be found. Until, one day, when he accidentally walked into the back of the mountain, he unexpectedly discovered that matter. Wu Yun would never forget that day. Wu Yun still remembered the intense shock that almost drove him crazy at that moment. The deep cliffs that stretched for thousands of miles were about to be filled up by the skeletons. Those were some young bones. Over the years, many children could not withstand the cruel training and died. Their corpses were all left in the wilderness. He would never forget the moment when the instructor found him and looked at him coldly. The next time he went there, the cliff was still the same cliff, but the piles of bones had disappeared without a trace. It was as if what he saw last time was just a dream. So much so that every night when he dreamed, he would ask himself if he had really seen wrongly that day. Of the less than 3,000 people who made it out, a small portion of them would go to various big worlds and try to pass the examinations to obtain scholarly honors, obtain an official position, and manage a region. However, most of them would go to the vast Jianghu. Every person who came out of there, without exception, had the strength of Earth stage when they first came out. Keeping one's own secret and not telling anyone was the first rule. Even if they were old acquaintances of the villa and met by chance in the Jianghu, they were just strangers. Those who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. In addition, the villa only had one requirement: every 500 years, the person involved had to break through a small realm. After becoming a saint, it could be changed to one breakthrough every 100,000 years. Waiting for the mission order. Those who could not break through would only have a dead end. How many tens of thousands of years had passed At the beginning, it would naturally take less than 500 years to break through. But the further one went, especially after breaking through the saint level, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through one level in 500 years. If one didn't have enough opportunities and the help of enough natural treasures, there was almost a 100% chance that they would not be able to complete this advancement mission. If one could not complete the mission, then no matter how many contributions, merits, or hard work one had before, there was only death. There was no exception. Compared to the advancement mission, other things like wealth and power were not even worth mentioning. With life, there was hope and a tomorrow. Without life, everything was just smoke. Those who came out of there deeply understood this point. Living was not easy, but dying was very simple. As long as the master willed it, the poison hidden deep in his heart would immediately take effect, and he would immediately die an unnatural death, his spirit dispersing. Of the 3,000 people who came out in the same year as him, how many of them were still alive? Wu Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't answer this question, but the only thing he could be sure of was that it was definitely not a lot. Perhaps, the number of survivors was less than 10. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to be the only one left. How many of the people who came out after him are still alive? What about before? This strict rule made the people who came out of that place crazily increase their strength. They went crazy to steal, rob, and obtain some heavenly treasures by hook or by crook. And the more it was like this, the faster people would die. Every one of them was fighting alone. There was no outside help. In fact, there were many times when they would kill each other in order to seize the opportunity to advance and survive. 3,000 people every year could be said to be a lot. However, after these 3,000 people came out, at most, less than half of them would be left after a year. After 5 years, the best situation was that there would only be 100 or 200 left. By the time the first 500 years was up, most of them would already be 2 or 3 little kittens. With the elimination of the martial world, these people became fewer and fewer. There were many people who had been alive for many years, and they had already gone extinct. There was often a situation like this: a person who came out in a certain year would only be left after a long time. But counting from that person, the people who came out in the next few decades would all die. Only then would they be reconnected. However, there was also one thing that could be guaranteed: those who could survive in this way were all elites. How many of these elites were still alive could only be found in the records of the villa. Outsiders, including people like Wu Yun, had always thought that they were the only ones who existed. They had long been used to such a way of life. Wu Yun sighed spontaneously. Carrying his lifelong companion, a thin and long sheathless sword, he slowly walked into Xianxia City. His back seemed a little desolate. There was a sense of desolation and death. I'm old. I can't break through the next realm no matter what. This time, I'm afraid that this will be the last mission I'll carry out. How many people have I killed in order to carry out these missions? How many innocents have I slaughtered? How many innocents have I harmed? I really can't remember anymore. I can't count. The tide of people continued to surge in from all directions. Mo Tianji stood on top of the southern city gate with his hands behind his back. He looked at the people who were surging in from all directions. The wind blew, and his black hair fluttered. The strong wind blew in his face. Mo Tianji subconsciously narrowed his eyes, forming 2 slits. However, the chilling light that shot out from the slits of his eyes was enough to make anyone's heart turn cold. There were people coming and going constantly, passing on information. These people were all moving at the speed of saint-level experts. They immediately sent the information of the people who came in from the city gate to Mo Tianji. The saint will definitely not allow Xianxia to ascend the throne so smoothly. Therefore, he will definitely take action. However, he will not be able to use the forces on the surface. On the surface, he still has to praise and support Xianxia. Therefore, he will definitely not use his official forces. Some of the experts who are in contact with the saint and even the heavenly emperors in the Jianghu cannot be used. After all, it is easy to find clues. There are also the forces of the super sections. He will not be able to use them. Similarly, it is even more impossible for him to personally take action. However, the saint will definitely have some other secret people who can complete this mission. I can be sure of this. If he doesn't have such power, I will look down on him. He would not be worthy of sitting in his current position. No matter how despicable, shameless, unscrupulous, and unscrupulous, we must admit that the saint's current position is undoubtedly the position of a winner. The winner's prize. For him to be able to achieve such a victory, it is his pride and achievement. Therefore, we must not look down on him at all. Since everyone has been ruled out, where will the people who might come out to cause trouble come from? Mo Tianji's voice was very low. As soon as he spoke, his words drifted away with the wind. However, the expression on his face was grave. He used his finger to gently press on the 3 feet thick list of names in front of him. He said lightly, "It can only be in here. A storm is coming. Whether it is a good show or a disaster, it will start from tonight." The north wind blew Mo Tianji's hair and robes, making them flutter. Xianxia smiled slightly and said lightly, "How many people have you confirmed now?" Mo Tianji smiled and said, "At the moment, there are at least 100 suspicious people. However, only 3 people can be confirmed. There are more than 20 people who are major suspects. Everyone else also has their own suspicions, so, we'll have to start exploring tonight." Mo Tianji sighed heavily and said, "This is only the first day." Mo Tianji had already racked his brains to find these people from the huge list of names. In this short day, the effort that Mo Tianji had put in was hard to estimate. Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, since this is the case, Lu will accompany me tonight. I need to borrow her poison techniques." Mo Tianji frowned and said, "Letting a girl take the risk, this is not good, right? Why don't we find someone else?" Xianxia said seriously and righteously, "What are you talking about? As a man of Jianghu, how can we deliberately avoid these risks that we have to face? We have to go through the wind and the rain of blood to be truly safe in Jianghu. How can we not get used to it? Moreover, if you can find a top poison expert like Lu, can you find one?" Looking at Xianxia's serious face, Mo Tianji opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. After a while, he lowered his head and said, "All right." First of all, what Xianxia said was indeed reasonable. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? How could one achieve peace without experiencing the rain of blood? Second of all, even though Mo Tianji was a peerless expert, he really couldn't find another top poison expert for Xianxia. In the imperial court, people who used poison were rare to begin with. Lu had a series of fortuitous encounters, and her cultivation in the art of poison had already soared to an unimaginable height. Given her current cultivation and attainments in the art of poison, even if she had yet to reach an unprecedented level, there was probably no one in the world who could be her match. Even if Wu Jiuqing were to come personally, he might not dare to say that he could definitely surpass the current Lu in the art of poison. Thirdly, Mo Tianji really didn't dare to object anymore. Because, Lu had been standing on the city wall all this while. Her face was full of anticipation. When she heard Xianxia's words, she smiled and said, "Big brother is still the best. I know that I want to go out and move around. Staying in my room all the time is really boring." Mo Tianji sighed from the bottom of his heart and said, "I still have to remind you that these people are all real experts. You must be careful. Your own safety is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "So long-winded. Do I need you to remind me?" After saying that, he took Lu's hand and left. Behind them, Mo Tianji turned his back. No one could see that his face was full of frustration. F***ck, who told you to do that? This Xianxia really thinks too highly of himself. Lu, who was walking down the city wall, rolled her eyes. However, a smile flashed across Xianxia's face before it turned serious again. Hu Bugue sat cross-legged in the room of the inn alone. He didn't know why, but ever since he entered Xianxia City, he felt a little uneasy. There was also a bad premonition that kept invading his heart. But after searching several times with his divine sense, he did not find anything. Was it an illusion? But how could it be an illusion? The intuition that he had accumulated over countless years in the Jianghu, how could it be wrong? Since it was not an illusion, and his search was fruitless, it meant that the power that was targeting him was far stronger than himself, far beyond his imagination. With this thought clear, he felt even worse. However, after so many years of bloodshed, when had he ever had a good feeling? Apart from death, it was not a big deal. Even if he died, it was not a big deal. For him, perhaps it was an early release. Hubugue snorted, his face still showing a doddering old look. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, not caring about the outside world. At this moment, there was a whistling wind coming from afar. Hubugue suddenly opened his eyes, two dazzling rays of light shooting out from his eyes. That voice was extremely overbearing, and was directed at him. He still did not move, and just stared at the door. The next moment, without warning, the door was shattered into pieces, and the room was filled with debris. A pitch-black blade with an imposing aura that could split the heaven and earth was coming at him. This blade was fierce and overbearing, and carried with it the power to split the heaven and earth. This was no longer a test, but a fatal blow. Hubugue's eyes flashed, and it was unknown when the blade was already in his hand. The blade flicked forward. With a ding sound, Hubugue's blade accurately touched the pitch-black blade. The opponent's blade paused slightly, but this slight moment was enough. Whoosh! Hubugue's originally cross-legged body suddenly fell back, and then floated up, standing firmly on the couch. In front of him, there was a burly young man in black, standing with his blade across his chest. Just now, he had not finished his attack, and had retracted his blade, and did not force an attack. "Who are you?" Hubugue's complexion was unchanged. He gently coughed, and swallowed the blood that had reached his throat. Although Hubugue's complexion was calm, he was in fact extremely shocked. He had faced countless enemies in his life, but today, it was the first time that he had been severely injured by someone with a blade. The person's blade was extremely fierce and overbearing, reaching a level that Hubugue had never seen before in his life. That person took a step into the door and gave Hubugue the feeling that a whole mountain range had moved and was pressing down on him. It was only a step away, but there was a huge mountain pressing down on him with earth-shattering power. "I am Dong Wushang." The black-clothed youth looked fiercely at Hubugue and said in a low voice, "You are Hubugue?" Hubugue narrowed his eyes. "Dong Wushang? Do you have a grudge against me?" "No." Dong Wushang shook his head. "You have a grudge?" "No." "Then why?" Hubugue flew into a rage. "There was no relationship between the two of them, yet you attacked me for no reason. What does this mean?" Dong Wushang looked at him calmly and said, "Because you're here to cause trouble." Hubugue suddenly raised his head. "No. You are." Dong Wushang said with certainty. He was not even willing to say half a word more and directly condemned Hubugue. Hubugue shook his head. "I'm not." Before he finished the sentence, he was already interrupted by Dong Wushang. "You're here to cause trouble." "What?" "We're both people who use the blade, and you're also at this stage, but you don't dare to admit it?" "You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Dong Wushang's words were as overbearing as the blade he had slashed out. Hubugue's face twitched and was silent for a long while before he finally said, "That's right. People who use the blade." This in itself was a kind of dignity. A swordsman could let down anyone in his life, but he would never let down his own blade. He would not disgrace the words "people who use the blade." The person was the blade, and the blade was the person. Insulting the blade was equivalent to insulting oneself, and even worse than insulting oneself. If you scold a swordsman's 8 generations of ancestors, or that swordsman may be indifferent. But as long as it involved the honor and disgrace of the blade, it was a fight between swordsmen. The dignity of the blade was not to be violated, therefore, although Hubugue did not want to admit it, he still admitted it. Moreover, since the other party was so certain, he must have grasped a lot. Whether he admitted it or not might not have any more meaning. Dong Wushang nodded. "At least you dare to admit what you've done, and can be considered a person who uses the blade. Not bad. Draw your blade, I'll give you a dignified death, and let you die under my blade." Just as the best ending for a soldier was to die in battle, the best ending for a swordsman was to die under the blade. Hubugue's face lit up, and he chuckled. "Hubugue, the blade does not return." Suddenly, the blade light exploded into a cold light that filled the sky. and attacked Dong Wushang. From the first exchange of blows, Hu Bugui already knew that he was definitely not this young man's match, but he still chose to attack with all his strength. His eyes were very dazzling at this moment, and he hoped that he could display the sharpness of his blade in this final battle, and finally die under another peerless divine blade. Only such a death could be considered satisfying. Dong Wushang's dark blade had already turned into lightning. However, the thunderous movement suddenly stopped. Hu Bugui's face revealed a bleak smile, and he said softly, "Thank you, you didn't ask me anything." "Because you won't say it," Dong Wushang said indifferently. Hu Bugui coughed and laughed. "Good blade." With a touch of regret in his eyes, he slowly closed them. Since childhood, he had been reduced to a tool, and until now, his biggest regret was not knowing who his parents were, not knowing where his home was, and not knowing who the person who turned him into a tool was. But in this life, he lived in confusion, and died in confusion. His body was still upright, and his hand blade was still tightly gripped in his hand. The sharp blade was only half an inch away from Dong Wushang's waist. But he was already dead. Half an inch was actually an insurmountable moat. Dong Wushang slowly pulled out the dark blade from his chest, his face expressionless. His body flashed, and he went out through the window. Hu Bugui's body slowly fell to the ground, and blood slowly gushed out, dyeing the ground red. Outside the inn, footsteps sounded. A group of soldiers and horses rushed in. Under the terrified gaze of the shopkeeper, the leader patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Isn't this room now empty? You can receive other customers and earn double the amount of money. This is a good thing." He smiled, put away Hu Bugui's body, and strode away. The innkeeper's face was deathly pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Double the money. To earn double the money like this, he would be scared to death after a few times. Wu Yun had always been cautious. After checking into the inn, he pulled open the curtains and placed a pillow inside, creating a simple but very effective illusion. Then he flashed to the top of the wardrobe, and no longer made a sound. This was a habit left behind after so many years of roaming the Jianghu. At his level of cultivation, he no longer had to worry about being ambushed by enemies, but this habit could not be changed. It was already the second watch. The door suddenly rang 3 times, and someone knocked on the door. Wu Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the long sword that never left his side was silently in his hand, but he felt that his palms were full of sweat. He completely did not notice when the person outside the door came. It was only when the door was knocked that he knew. The other party clearly knew that he was in the room. What this meant was self-evident. Just from this point, he had already lost. The knocking on the door was the prelude to death. The person who knocked on the door was the death god? "Who is it?" Wu Yun asked in a low voice. At this time, there was no meaning in not making a sound. "It's me." There was a cold voice outside the door. It was only 2 words, but he could already feel the coldness of the other party's sword. It was as if the person outside the door was not a person, nor was it the death god, but an unsheathed sword with murderous intent. But what was the difference between a sword like this and the death god? The door slowly opened, and the world inside and outside the door were surprisingly connected. One was outside the door, one was inside the door. The person outside the door was a young man in black, his eyes like a sword, his body like a sword, his spirit like a sword, and his hand like a sword. Wu Yun? The person's sharp eyes instantly locked onto Wu Yun. Wu Yun chuckled. "That's right. I've been unlucky all my life, so I named myself Wu Yun. I'm just mocking myself." The man in black said mockingly, "If you are considered as Wu Yun, then what about the hundreds of thousands of innocent people who died in your hands?" Wu Yun said indifferently, "Regardless of whether they are innocent or guilty, to be able to die under my sword, their souls will leave the spring, and they will no longer sink into the turbid world. Naturally, they are lucky." The black-cloaked youth nodded slowly. "So that's how it is. It's your turn to be lucky today." Wu Yun understood the unspoken meaning of the other's words, so he asked, "Why?" "Why?" The black-cloaked youth asked softly, "Then why are you here?" Wu Yun narrowed his eyes and said, "I am here to congratulate Heavenly Monarch Mo Yun on his ascension to the throne." "Are you here to cause trouble?" Are you trying to disrupt the Celestial Emperor Ascension ceremony? The black-cloaked young man's face was cold as he said, "Who sent you here? How many people have come to congratulate me this time?" He actually went along with Wu Yun's words. Wu Yun said nonchalantly, "I've always been a lone wolf, and I've come alone this time as well." "Why? Can't I?" "Indeed." The black-cloaked youth shook his head. "If you're here to congratulate me, then come with me. All the experts who came to congratulate me will be gathered together under unified management." "Unified management? How am I supposed to act then?" Wu Yun shook his head without hesitation. "No." Before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed. The person in front of him had already attacked with his sword, aiming for Wu Yun's throat. Wu Yun was already prepared. He raised his head, leaned sideways, and took a step back. However, the sword was as fast as lightning. Once again, it came at him with lightning speed. This time, it was still aimed at his throat. Wu Yun's sword was already in his hand, and he could counterattack at any time. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword, he did not even have the time to defend himself. In fact, he even felt a sense of familiarity with this person's sword. The sword intent was accompanied by endless loneliness. Swish swish swish, the two of them fell into a silent stalemate, no different from a normal fight. However, the seemingly ordinary sword was actually attached with a hidden and enormous power. Once it was triggered, it would be earth-shattering. As long as it came into contact with flesh, it could instantly destroy one's spirit, causing one's spirit to perish and be consigned to eternal damnation. 10 swords in a row, Wu Yun kept dodging, but he suddenly realized that he had already retreated to a corner and could no longer retreat. And the sword in front of him was still like a maggot, still chasing after him. When the cold light flashed again, the sword tip stopped in front of his throat. A trace of despair flashed in Wu Yun's eyes. He was not a match at all. "Who the hell are you?" Wu Yun asked dryly. "In this world, there are only a handful of people who can force me to this point with just 2 or 3 moves." "Which one are you?" The black-cloaked youth said coldly, "My name is Gudu Xing." "It's a very strange name, right? I don't think I'm one of those people you think I am." Wu Yun's eyes flashed, and he muttered, Gudu Xing, such a thunderous name, how could I be unfamiliar?" "It's actually you. Why are you here? And you even participated in the Jasper Flower defense? Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are degrading yourself?" "Gudu Xing? Degrading myself?" It seemed that Gu Duxing really didn't know when he had gained such a flashy nickname. It turned out that the emperor among his brothers was not Xiadan Qiong, but himself. This extremely flashy nickname made Gudu Xing's heart somewhat uncomfortable. Even if he was called Lone Swordsman or Solitary Swordsman, in his opinion, it sounded much better than this Gudu Xing or whatever. Gu Duxing would never forget how badly Xia Danqiong had been played by his brothers on the day of the naming ceremony. As long as he replaced the Xia Danqiong of that day with himself, his heart would shudder and he would be terrified. The uncomfortable feelings in his heart needed a way to vent, and it seemed that this Wu Yun in front of him was the best tool to vent. All these unhappy feelings were caused by him. "I think, you should have some serious things to say." Gu Duxing pointed the tip of his sword at Wu Yun's throat. On the tip of the sword, a mass of destructive sword energy condensed into a green mass. As long as he spat it out slightly, this green sword chi would immediately enter Wu Yun's body, turning his internal organs into powder and causing his soul to scatter. Wu Yun smiled bleakly. "I've killed so many people in my life, and I've destroyed no less than tens of thousands of innocent families. How can I have so much to say? What else is there to do in front of the pure Sky Sword Emperor?" Gu Duxing's expression became colder and colder, and his gaze became even sharper. "Speak, how many people did you send this time?" Wu Yun laughed mischievously. "Sir Sword Emperor, you are asking the wrong person. Including the people who came, no one knows how many people came, because we don't know each other. Sir Sword Emperor asked me. We also want to know the answer to this question, ha ha ha." Gu Duxing sighed in his heart, and the black dragon's sword rose up like clouds. Green sword chi surged out. Wu Yun's throat gurgled, and he muttered, "I, Wu Yun, am not lucky today." Suddenly, he revealed a strange smile. "But to be able to die in the hands of the Sword Emperor, I can be considered lucky. Before he finished his last sentence, his body had already fallen straight to the ground. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment, then he pulled out his sword and left. At the same time, Chu Yang looked at the black-robed old man who was still struggling under the attack of Chu Luer's ultimate poison. He couldn't help but say, "As long as you name one person, I will give you a quick death." The old man smiled bitterly. "I really want a quick death, but unfortunately, I really don't even know one person." Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed. The calamity sword came out, and he ended it with one strike. In the second half of the night, the group of brothers all gathered in Mo Tianji's room, and everyone's expression was heavy. After this night, everyone could basically confirm that the people they found were here to cause trouble, and they had all been cleaned up. However, everyone's expression was exceptionally heavy. "You didn't find anything, right?" Mo Tianji looked up at the ceiling and asked softly. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Yes, more than 50 heavenly human-level experts and more than 10 saint-level experts had died in the hands of the brothers this night. And this was only the first day. Based on the strength of the cleanup operation, the success rate was 100%. Not a single person escaped the net. The operation should be considered very successful. However, the success of the operation was only the most basic requirement. Everyone had worked so hard, but they had only completed the most basic requirement. Other than the success of the cleanup, they didn't gain anything else, because the targets of the attack had one thing in common. And that was, they didn't know anything. Everything was just their personal actions after receiving orders. In fact, they couldn't even tell the reason for their one-way communication. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything, but they really couldn't say anything, or rather, they didn't know what to say. Rui Budong had once used the nirvana flame to burn a person until he was reduced to ashes. But under such extreme pain, that person broke down emotionally, cried bitterly, knelt down, begged for mercy, and only asked for a quick death, but he still couldn't say anything useful. Perhaps this is the scariest part of the enemy. Mo Tianji frowned. The enemy definitely didn't just sneak in these 30 people. There are definitely some fish that escaped the net. Mo Tianji said softly, "But, do you feel like you found them?" Chu Yang sat on it and said indifferently, "Tonight, Lu Er and I have dealt with a total of 8 people. We have a vague feeling about these people, which is that, these people may not know each other, but they come from the same place." This sentence seemed contradictory, but GMO and the others immediately chimed in, "Yes, I have that feeling too. You can't tell anything from their appearance, but once they fight, their silence and viciousness are all the same. It's as if they were born from the same mother." Mo Tianji sighed heavily. "This is the situation I'm most worried about." Mo Tianji exhaled and said quietly, "It finally happened. Of course, they can't be born from the same mother, but their skills come from the same organization. This also proves why they don't know each other, but they are very similar in some aspects. And these people's superiors, and even their superiors, are all under the command of the same person. It's also because of this reason that the current situation is created. Although these people have the same goal, they have no connection with each other. They need to do their own things. If it's used in a war, it's undoubtedly a plate of loose sand, but if it's used to cause trouble in a ceremony, it's an excellent move, or even the best move. Each of them has their own plans, and each of them has their own way of doing things. 10 people have their own way of thinking, and 100 people have their own way of thinking. You can guard against 10 people, but can you guard against 100, 1,000, or even more? As long as one person makes a mistake and succeeds, the ascension ceremony will become a joke. Chu Yang had already realized this point. So, he was frowning now. He was very resourceful, but in the face of such a chaotic situation, there were too many ways to deal with it. He really didn't have a better way to deal with it. The only thing we can do now is to continue to find these people and get rid of them. But, we must pay special attention to the feeling we have towards them while we're getting rid of them. Rely on the instincts of a martial artist to find those people who are hiding, or at least, those who don't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface. Mo Tianji said slowly, "If one comes, kill one. If 2 comes, kill both of them. Kill as many as you can. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Chu Yang was shocked when he heard this. He said, "No, we can't kill the innocent. Although the current situation isn't good, we can't abandon our principles." Mo Tianji narrowed his eyes and said, "We can't be sure about the enemy. For the sake of the big picture, it's inevitable to kill one or two by mistake. People who achieve great things don't restrain themselves," Chu Yang said resolutely. "Absolutely not. We must have confidence before we attack the target. We can't kill recklessly." It seemed that this was the first time the two of them had argued. Mo Tianji lowered his head and considered carefully. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Then, we should try our best not to hurt the innocent." Chu Yang also sighed. Chu Yang understood that Mo Tianji had already taken a big step back by saying this. For Mo Tianji, this ascension ceremony was simply too heavy a burden. Just adding the words "can't hurt the innocent" had increased Mo Tianji's workload by several times out of nowhere. This was because he had to investigate and eliminate even more meticulously. The mental and physical effort that he had to expend was at least 3 times more than before. All the brothers were expressionless, but they looked at Mo Tianji with a little gloating in their eyes. It was rare to see Mo Tianji suffer a setback. Everyone was secretly happy in their hearts, including Gu Duxing. "Let's see if you can still do it." Not killing the innocent was everyone's bottom line. Although they knew that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were arguing about principles, they still felt very happy to see Mo Tianji suffer a setback. "Miss Luer's poison. How's the preparation?" Mo Tianji's voice softened. "It's almost done. It can be used at any time in 2 days." Chu Luer lowered her eyebrows and said. Mo Tianji blurted out his praise, "Well done. You're indeed the pure and intelligent Miss Luer. I can rest assured when I leave this matter to you. Unlike those incompetent fools, I have to clean up after everything they do." Chu Yang looked at the sky. He rolled his eyes. Mo Tianji's words directly offended everyone indiscriminately. All the brothers were innocent. Gmo, Luo Kadi, and Dong Wushang vomited together. The muscles on Mo Tianji's face twitched. Then, he put on a suave look. Now, even a hothead like Dong Wushang could clearly hear the flattery and ingratiation in Mo Tianji's words. If even Dong Wushang could hear it, how could the others not? Chu Luer's expression didn't change. It was as if she didn't hear it at all. However, a strange smile flashed in the depths of her eyes. Mo Qinggu pouted her little mouth high. "It's only been a few days since we last met. How did second brother become so spineless? He actually wants to flatter this little girl. It's really a case of looking at a person in a different light. I didn't know you at all. How are the preparations for the Imperial Guards coming along?" Mo Tianji asked calmly. "They're almost ready. They'll come in handy in 2 days." Xianxia replied with his chest puffed out. "What do you mean by almost ready? How long has it been? You actually need 2 more days to come in handy? This progress is too slow. What the hell are you doing?" Mo Tianji was furious. "It's been 4 days and you're still saying that it's almost ready. A little bit is almost ready. Even 10% is almost ready. How much is your difference? Xianxia, if something really happens to you, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into account. Don't forget what I said to you at the beginning. Be careful of your skin." Xianxia was stunned. He choked on his words. "What the hell? Isn't the difference too big? Chu Luer and I clearly said the same thing. Furthermore, Chu Luer only needed to prepare one person's poison. This was a field that she was absolutely familiar with. Everything was done with ease. However, I had to lead hundreds of thousands of Imperial Guards. Furthermore, I didn't know them at all. From familiarizing myself with them to getting used to them, it only took a short 4 days. This efficiency can't be considered slow, right? I basically didn't even have time to breathe in these 4 days. I even had to hold my bladder. I didn't expect to be scolded by Mo Tianji." Xianxia was so angry that he almost lost control of his bladder. Chu Luer said that she would receive an undisguised commendation in 2 days. However, he said that he would be skinned in 2 days. You, Mo Tianji, favor one and discriminate against the other too much. It's fine if you favor one and discriminate against the other. But, aren't you being too obvious about it? Even if he valued love over friendship, shouldn't he have some sense of propriety? This was too much. Mo Tianji didn't care about Ao Xiaoyan's expression. He turned his head and asked GMO, "What about you?" GMO said with fear and trepidation, "It's almost done. My side is really almost done. 2 more days. Oh, don't scold me. I'll work overtime tonight. It definitely won't take 2 more days." Seeing Mo Tianji raise his eyebrows, GMO didn't say anything and immediately begged for mercy. "Qingwu?" Mo Tianji frowned and turned around. Mo Qingwu curled her lips and said, "I'm almost done. I can finish my preparations in 2 days' time." Mo Tianji sighed. "You're still too slow. Look at Miss Luer. You have to learn from her." "Stop, where are you going?" He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Mo Qingwu angrily shake her head and stride out of the door. "I'm so angry, so angry." Mo Qingwu stomped her feet fiercely. After a while, the meeting was over. Chu Le walked out slowly and stopped in front of Mo Qingwu. She said lightly, "You're really too slow. Remember to learn from me. If you don't know anything, just let me know. I'll guide you." After saying that, she walked out proudly with her head held high. Hearing that, Mo Qingwu stomped her feet fiercely. A deep crack appeared under her feet. This little girl was so pleased with herself that she forgot her place. Mo Qingwu cursed angrily in her heart. In the next few days, Chu Yang and the others were like spinning tops that didn't rest at all. They didn't even have the slightest bit of time to rest. They shuttled back and forth in the city at any time. In addition, they had to be prepared to receive Mo Tianji's orders to kill and interrogate. The guards of the imperial city patrolled the streets at any time and drove the carriages. Once there was any abnormality, they would immediately rush over to solve it. The things that were solved were mostly corpses being dragged out from the inns or houses. They were loaded onto the carriages and pulled away. At first, they thought that this should be a very easy job. How could there be too many dead people before the ceremony? How inauspicious. But as more and more corpses were dragged out, the officers of the Imperial City Guards also started to complain incessantly. How could there be so many, and they were so scattered, in the east, west, south, and north of the city, everywhere, outside the city gates, at the mass grave. A group of people of the martial world looked at the corpses that were strewn everywhere, their mouths agape. The guards transported the corpses here in waves. And among these corpses, even the one with the lowest cultivation when he was alive was a famous expert in the martial world. There were even many corpses of saint-level experts, but there was one thing in common: these people were either lone thieves or lone killers when they were alive, or they were lone travelers who roamed the martial world by themselves. In short, none of them had a certain background. Among these experts, there were experts from the Ink Cloud Sky, Demon Emperor Sky, and Eastern Royal Sky. Judging from the date and route, these people should have set off immediately after receiving the news of Jade Flower Emperor's ascension. They rushed all the way, but they didn't expect that after they reached Ink Cloud Sky at the first moment, they would immediately die here. It was as if they had specially rushed here to die. How could such a strange thing happen? Could it be that these experts of the martial world had traveled such a long distance, almost risking their lives to rush here just to die in Ink Cloud Sky, and who had such great ability to lure all these experts from all over the world here and then catch them all in one fell swoop? Many people of the martial world looked at the corpses of experts who were more famous than the previous one in the mass grave, and all of them shuddered. From afar, the sound of wheels could be heard again. Another carriage was driven over by the guards. On top of it, there were 3 corpses lying crookedly. To the people of the martial world who were surrounding them, these soldiers turned a blind eye and just shouted casually, make way, make way. Don't block the way. Isn't it the same to look at it after putting it down? What's the hurry?" They actually did not hide it at all and did not block it. These are all thieves who came with the intention of disrupting Jade Flower Emperor's ascension ceremony. They are the great enemies of the entire Ink Cloud Sky. After being killed by us, their corpses were all exposed in the wilderness. You all must take this as a warning. Looking at the carriage rumbling away, everyone was discussing spiritedly. So they are all thieves who came to cause trouble. This bunch of people really have guts. Ink Cloud Sky trusted the Sky Emperor's ascension ceremony and actually dared to come and cause trouble. Isn't this courting death? So they are all dead now, but so many people from all over the world came to cause trouble together. This matter seems very strange. Isn't that so? Who has such great power to be able to order so many experts to come together at the same time? What great power. Why must it be someone who ordered them? Couldn't they come on their own accord? TSK, I said you are a pig head and you really became a pig. Disrupting the ascension ceremony. If they have a grudge against Jade Flower Emperor, then it is pardonable, at least it can be explained. But, first, with so many people, could it be that everyone has a grudge against Jade Flower Emperor? Secondly, Jade Flower Emperor has just risen recently, and they have never heard of his name before. Where did so much hatred come from? Furthermore, these people are from all over the world, and belong to different worlds. Jade Flower Emperor had already exhausted his mind just dealing with the heavenly demons previously. Where would he have the time and interest to provoke so many enemies? So with one look, it is obvious that this matter is instigated by someone. That makes sense, but who is the one who instigated it? That I don't know. Anyway, it is someone with great power, to have the qualifications to be jealous and have such great power, and the qualifications to disrupt Jade Flower Emperor's ascension ceremony. I believe that he is definitely not ordinary. Nonsense, that's pure nonsense. Is it possible that it's one of the other majesties? This is a matter of opinion. Could it be someone higher up? They lowered their voices. I don't understand what you are talking about, then why? I heard that person once publicly declared that he is not a heavenly demon. I see. Brother, you are wise. What did I say? I clearly didn't say anything. Slowly, Jade Flower City was filled with all kinds of guesses. After all, so many people had died at once, and they were all experts at that. Regardless of whether it was the Moyan Sky government or the pugilistic world, it was a huge blow. If someone said that there was nothing fishy about this matter, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, the problem was that so many people had died, but not a single victim had come to ask for an explanation. This matter was even weirder. One or two of them were loners, and that made sense. The pugilistic world had no lack of loners, but everyone was loners, and all of them were loners. That didn't seem to make sense. How could so many people have died, and not a single one of them had a family? How many people like this have died by now? I don't know, but it is definitely not a small number already. Then how many more have died? I don't know, but it is definitely not a small number. But these people don't have any victims. Every single one of them is a loner. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? That's right. This matter is indeed strange. If such a group of people were scattered in the tens of thousands of domains in the Heaven Imperial Court, they would naturally be inconspicuous. However, a large number of them had suddenly gathered in the Moyan Sky, and all of them were gathered in Jade Flower City. That was too strange. After such suspicions had sprouted, the Moyan Sky government suddenly started a new action. Of course, it's also possible that they have too many people on their side. Even if tens of millions of people die, it's just a drizzle. It doesn't matter. That's also possible. Nothing is too strange in this world. Suddenly, Motianji pretended to be relaxed and laughed out loud. However, his laughter was full of bitterness and bitterness. Chuyan shook his head. His face was heavy. Motianji's words were obviously a joke. This was certainly a possibility. However, it was an absolutely impossible possibility. He believed that no matter what power those people belonged to, they wouldn't be willing to give up such a powerful force. In the clouds. In a place that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, a white cloud was floating. It was sometimes east and sometimes west, sometimes left and sometimes right. On the white cloud, a man in white was sitting cross-legged. He had a dignified face and thick eyebrows. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was like thunder. However, in a flash, his body would dissipate. He would turn into a cloud and blend into the surrounding dense fog. Then, in a flash, he would appear on top of the cloud and sit upright. Just like this, he would appear and disappear in a cycle. If there were a few people with high authority in the heavenly imperial court here, they would definitely exclaim, "Saint." This person was the saint himself. At this moment, there seemed to be countless thin lines appearing between his fingers. It was as if every ray of sunlight was passing through his fingertips. Suddenly, one of the lines broke. An unusually abundant energy slowly rose from the broken line and entered his finger. When the energy completely entered his finger, the broken line would also disappear without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Another one has died. The sage let out a sigh of relief. After millions of years of painstaking effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. The saint's dignified face revealed a slight smile. He looked at the threads in his hand, which were constantly breaking and falling. Energy was constantly rising, and energy was constantly entering his body out of thin air, transforming into his own pure cultivation. There was no distinction between the two of them. Whether it was physically or mentally, it was a kind of extreme comfort. However, the sage's face remained tranquil from beginning to end, like an ancient well without any ripples. Only a cultivator who has reached the celestial level or above can produce this kind of dark magic power. Moreover, it had to be when facing an opponent with true hatred and death in a fierce battle. Only then would this special magical power be produced. Although I had expected such an effect long ago, but, in the end, it wasn't much. These people are really muddle-headed. To think that some of them would sympathize with the people who killed them. How stupid. Just because of this bit of mutual appreciation, how much dark spirit energy was reduced to nothingness just like that. What a waste. Presently, there are already more than 10,000 people that have arrived here, and more than 7,000 have been confirmed dead. That strategist in Jasper Flower City is indeed not simple, and he's actually not inferior to Wan Linglong. These two people can be said to be shining one after the other, but I wonder who's better. However, I believe you won't be able to discover those 4 people. As long as one of those 4 people is still alive, he will be able to attack Xiedan Qiong during his ascension ceremony. Then, this so-called ascension ceremony will only be a joke. It will be a complete joke. Since the beginning of time, the first celestial emperor of the heavenly imperial court will be born. As for the others, if you can kill them, then kill them. This can also be considered as benefiting others. Sigh, in these millions of years, how much dark spirit energy has been produced in total? The cultivation method of the villa still has room for improvement. Especially those who died before reaching the celestial level. There are really too many of them. It's too wasteful. Those who are dead are completely useless. It's really too wasteful. I only hope that the commander-in-chief of Jasper Flower City this time won't disappoint me too much. A faint smile appeared on the saint's face. I'm really looking forward to your wisdom. In fact, the current situation has already somewhat exceeded my expectations. However, this is just right. The more powerful you are, the more ideal it will be. Do your best, Jasper Flower Emperors, brothers. A trace of a smile appeared on the saint's face as he looked down, full of expectations. If one followed his line of sight and looked down, the place he was looking at was precisely a small courtyard on the ground. Inside the small courtyard, there was a study. The saint's gaze had long been fixed on this study. He didn't know who exactly the person in the study was, but he could clearly feel that all the orders were issued from here. This was the key, the place where the pivot was located. Chu Yang had just left Mo Tianji's place, but he left Chu Lu'er behind. He could feel it. Mo Tianji's heart was as heavy as a mountain. At such a moment, no one could help Mo Tianji. Chu Yang was a little worried. Therefore, he left Chu Lu'er behind to take care of Mo Tianji. Chu Lu'er was the disciple of the poison doctor Wu Juqing. She was absolutely unparalleled in the use of poison. One must know that Wu Juqing's nickname also had the word doctor. To be able to be nicknamed the poison doctor, not only was he unparalleled in the use of poison, but he was also very good at nourishing the human body. Before Chu Yang left, he had solemnly instructed Chu Lu'er, once you discover that Mo Tianji is in a state of overdraft, immediately stop. Also, pay attention to the nourishment of Mo Tianji's body at all times. Chu Lu'er solemnly agreed and resolutely carried it out. At this moment, Mo Tianji, who was sorting out the information in the study and doing his best to find those suspicious people, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he felt a pair of eyes quietly watching him. This thought was actually very real. Mo Tianji couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the door. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing unusual. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong. His mind was in a mess and he was extremely conflicted. After a long time, Mo Tianji finally sorted out his thoughts. He stood up and slowly walked out of the door. Looking up at the sky, his handsome eyebrows slowly furrowed as he muttered, "Who are you?" The sky was speechless. Above his head, there were only idle white clouds floating around. In an instant, they turned into nothingness and then slowly floated back again. Everything was normal. There was no difference at all. Chu Lu'er looked at Mo Tianji's strange behavior and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Nothing." Mo Tianji shook his head and said, "Just now, I seemed to feel that someone was watching me. But, this place is filled with the tight encirclement of the divine senses of many saints. No one can see through it. But it's precisely because of this that I feel strange." Chu Lu'er said softly, "Perhaps it's because you've been working too hard and are too tired? That's why you're hallucinating?" Mo Tianji quietly closed his eyes and sensed for a long time. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Perhaps, then," he said, "Miss Lu'er, please go and see what your big brother is doing. If he's free, please ask him to come to me as soon as possible. Okay?" Chu Lu'er was unusually sensitive to the seriousness of the matter in front of her. She said, "I'll go now." Her delicate figure flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. After Chu Lu'er found Chu Yang and told him, Chu Yang didn't delay for a moment and rushed back like a gust of wind. He knew Mo Tianji's temperament very well. He had just left his place, but Mo Tianji still wanted to find him back. Something big must have happened, otherwise, Mo Tianji definitely wouldn't do this. However, what could make Mo Tianji so anxious that he had to find him in such a hurry? Chu Yang rushed back like a gust of wind and saw Mo Tianji walking back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. When he saw Chu Yang, Mo Tianji didn't say anything and pulled Chu Yang into the room. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang asked seriously. "Someone's watching me." Mo Tianji's face darkened as he transmitted his voice. As he said that, he secretly pointed to the top of his head with his finger. "Are you sure?" Chu Yang's face changed as he transmitted his voice. Mo Tianji pondered for a moment. "There's only a 30% chance that I'm sure. In the past few days, I've sensed it many times, but I didn't take it to heart. However, until this time, his gaze stayed on me for a little longer. That feeling can't be wrong. There must be some mysterious force watching from the side." Chu Yang's face became serious. Someone's watching. The matter expressed in this sentence was simply too big. The entire Xianxia city was still gradually increasing the coverage of the divine senses of the 100 saints. In addition, there was also the divine sense of the calamity guarding at all times. There was also the divine senses of the 2 demon emperor heaven's 7 star guards. There was also Mo Tianji's own divine sense defense. What kind of person's gaze could not alarm all of this and directly lock onto Mo Tianji in the center? What kind of cultivation would such a person have? Wouldn't such a person be extremely terrifying? "There's only a 30% chance that I'm sure," Chu Yang muttered. 30% was what Mo Tianji said. The probability was really not high. However, in Chu Yang's view, with Mo Tianji's cautious personality, if he said 30%, it was basically 50%. 50% was already very terrifying. However, Chu Yang still wanted to confirm it, and Mo Tianji also had the same plan. This was not a joke. They had to be absolutely sure. Mo Tianji had been racking his brains during this period of time and was also worried that his senses were wrong. In the entire plan, if there was an unknown enemy with such terrifying strength, Mo Tianji would rather his senses be wrong. In the entire world, the only person who could help Mo Tianji make a judgment was Chu Yang. "Next, I need you to sit here." Mo Tianji pointed at his chair. "Do the work I left behind. As for me, I'll be your assistant." Once we're sure that someone is watching from the side, we'll have to reconsider our entire plan, Mo Tianji said seriously. Chu Yang could clearly see that there was a blue vein on Mo Tianji's forehead. Chu Yang understood the meaning of this sentence very well. The plan had to be reconsidered. It didn't mean that it had to be completely overturned, but it had to be carefully studied. What should he study? If this person could lock onto Mo Tianji and spy on him more than once, then he must be very interested in Mo Tianji's current operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. And the people who should be paying the most attention to Mo Tianji now were undoubtedly the forces behind those mysterious assassins. All the orders and operations here were aimed at sniping those people. All the operations started from here. Judging from this person's strength, if he wanted to stop them, he could probably stop them every time, but he never stopped them. Why was that? Why did he just watch as those people were killed? Why, this time, it was different from the discussion between the two of them previously. Their discussion was just a discussion without any evidence. But now, it was equivalent to having indirect evidence. The things contained in this were too meaningful. Chu Yang immediately accepted Mo Tianji's proposal. Then, he sat down on Mo Tianji's seat. Then, the aura of his entire body changed. In fact, he had turned into the king of Hell Chu of the past. His hands were still methodically issuing commands like moving clouds and flowing water. Every command was sent out by Mo Tianji's hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of chaos. Even the speed was not much different from Mo Tianji's original speed. Chu Lu-er, who was waiting outside the door, didn't even realize that the person giving out orders had changed to another person. It was just as accurate, just as fast, just as straight to the point and just as swift as the wind. As Mo Tianji gave out orders, he cursed inwardly in a manner that didn't match the environment and the situation. This bastard is usually just lazy. This is my job, but this guy can actually do it alone. This time, under extreme pressure, he finally showed his true colors. To think that he hid his abilities in front of me for such a long time. No, rather than hiding his abilities, he was basically slacking off. He's too hateful. Come to think of it, if Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were to be considered solely in the aspect of cognition and discernment, the two of them were actually about the same level. However, when it came to arranging troops and setting up battle formations, determining victory from 1,000 miles away, or taking advantage of the enemy's opportunities and devising strategies, Chu Yang was somewhat inferior. As for divination, the advance and retreat of an army of 10,000 horses, grasping opportunities at any time, formations, astrology, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and so on, these were all Mo Tianji's personal domain. Chu Yang couldn't be said to be completely ignorant of these, but his knowledge was rather limited. There was no comparison between the two. However, Chu Yang was not inferior to Mo Tianji in this aspect. In fact, he was even better than Mo Tianji. Just like, when he was catching spies in Iron Cloud, and now, he was merely repeating the situation from that time. Naturally, he was very familiar with the road. After Chu Yang took over, he didn't panic at all. The entire afternoon passed, and the orders were issued smoothly like flowing water. He didn't have the strange feeling of being spied on. This result made Mo Tianji somewhat surprised. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? Why did it suddenly disappear? In such a long period of time, it had already appeared a few times. If his intuition was wrong, then this time, it would be too big of a joke. This situation continued all the way until it was time to light the lamps, but there was still no abnormality. As Chu Yang methodically issued orders, he frowned and thought about something. Mo Tianji suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Chu Yang. His face was filled with disbelief and disbelief, because just now, Chu Yang suddenly issued 7 or 8 orders in a row. Giving out 7 or 8 orders in a row was naturally nothing strange. In such a high-intensity work process, not to mention 7 or 8 orders, even 17 or 18 orders in a row was nothing. The reason why Mo Tianji was so surprised was because these orders that Chu Yang issued were all wrong. Perhaps it couldn't be said that the orders were wrong, because those orders could still be executed, but the contents of those orders were quite ridiculous. This made Mo Tianji, who was in charge of passing down orders, confused. Why would Chu Yang order to attack GMO and Mutsonglan? Also, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing went to find the calligraphy and painting kings for a battle. He ordered Luo Kudi to go to the J Institute. This guy couldn't have broken down because he hadn't worked so hard for a long time and couldn't get used to it, right? But in the next moment, Mo Tianji already understood Chu Yang's intention. Because, following the appearance of the wrong orders, and when the third order was issued, the two of them simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. This was the benefit of being a top martial artist in a life-and-death situation for a long time. Being in an atmosphere of danger for a long time, as well as being tempered by life-and-death situations, could cultivate this almost miraculous feeling. In the darkness, there was a pair of eyes looking at them with astonishment. As the master of Calamity Sword who had been rolling in front of hell for a long time, Chu Yang's intuition was definitely stronger than Mo Tianji's on this point. At this moment, he felt the hair on the back of his neck standing straight up. There was absolutely no mistake. There was indeed someone spying on everything here. Sure enough, they came. Since he had already confirmed what he wanted to know, he naturally had to correct some mistakes. Thus, Chu Yang issued 8 more orders in a row, cancelling the previous ridiculous orders. However, he still didn't issue the killing order. He only ordered GMO, who was preparing to cause trouble for Mutsang Lan, to retreat and wait for orders. At the same time, he ordered Dong Wushang and the others to cancel their original plan. However, he didn't issue any further orders. That feeling didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it became even more intense. It was obvious that someone was observing him, and as he watched, he was also pondering the meaning of his series of actions. This was probably just a little bit of attention. It didn't have the ability to distinguish. Thus, that mysterious person didn't know that the person in this room had actually changed. Thus, Chu Yang's deliberately erroneous orders made people feel surprised. With that person's understanding of the commander-in-chief in this room, he definitely shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. This commander-in-chief's brain was practically an all-encompassing yet extremely precise machine. There definitely wouldn't be any careless mistakes. Therefore, the current phenomenon caused the mental power to stay here for a little longer. It was just that this observation exceeded the extremely short period of time usually. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Who's there?" The next moment, 2 figures shot straight into the sky like shooting stars. In addition, a gray fog also shot up like lightning. It was the 2 great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven and the Divine Soul of Calamity. They had already discovered the person spying on the other side. However, after the 3 peak forces shot up into the sky, they didn't discover anything. As far as their eyes could see, there was only an empty sky. White clouds came and went freely. That was all. Not only was there no one, there wasn't even a bird. In addition, that feeling also disappeared immediately. Chu Yang stopped. His expression was solemn and serious. "Tianji, the person you were talking about really exists." Mo Tianji's expression was very ugly. He nodded. "Indeed. His actions are really very strange. He's actually waiting for us to kill. Moreover, he's even allowing us to kill his people. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a strong feeling just now, he's actually not against us killing his people at all. In fact, the more we kill, the better." Chu Yang and Mo Tianji exchanged a look. They both saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes, as well as a hint of dejection. If the other party had specially sent people to die, then, wouldn't they be playing right into the other party's hands by sending out so many orders of death previously? However, the other party had sent out so many strong experts to cause trouble. If they didn't kill, how could they? Were they supposed to just let them ruin the ceremony? Leave them be? Then, Xia Donqiong would certainly lose all face, and Brother Jia wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. However, in the face of such a situation, what should they do? Capture but not kill? When Mo Tianji said these words, he paused after each word. It seemed as if he had used up a lot of energy to say each word. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "How likely, do you think it is?" Mo Tianji sighed dejectedly. Capturing but not killing was perhaps the most effective strategy for the current situation. Capture and wait for the enemy to follow up. If it was proven that they were just worrying for nothing, then it wouldn't be a problem to kill them all. However, the feasibility of implementing it was too low. It was easier said than done. For martial artists with profound strength, capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts. The degree of difficulty between the two could be 2 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. After confirming the target, their strength was higher than the other party's to begin with. Moreover, they were attacking when the other party was unprepared. Naturally, killing the target was a relatively simple matter. They just had to fight with all their strength to ensure that the other party had no way out. However, capturing alive wasn't that simple. Who didn't have life-saving means for such solo experts? It was fine if they were killed in a battle. However, as long as the initial goal wasn't to kill but to capture alive, then they would definitely have scruples. With apprehension, there would be many flaws that would appear. As long as there was a slight gap, such experts would have plenty of opportunities to escape. However, because you couldn't kill them directly, you could only use a relatively gentle method of capturing them alive. In that case, the difficulty was undoubtedly much, much higher. For example, if Chu Yang and GMO were to compare their cultivations, Chu Yang would be 100% sure that he could kill GMO in a life-and-death battle. But, if one were to talk about capturing GMO alive, Chu Yang would become 100% uncertain. This was the difference. Even if it was only against enemies at the peak of the celestial being level, the Tribulation brothers who had the strength of a saint still didn't have much confidence in capturing alive. This was the difference. Even enemies at the celestial being level were so difficult, let alone enemies at the saint level. If you really make such a decision, you will definitely drive the brothers crazy. If you're not careful, even we will be in danger. The loss outweighs the gain. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Today is Cold Moon Tsong Tsong, old teacher Tsong Tsong's birthday. Let's wish teacher Tsong a happy birthday. I'll give everyone a suggestion. Everyone, shout in the book review section, happy birthday, old teacher Tsong. Come back and film another movie. Then we'll all go to the top. He had never seen Mo Tianji so tired. Mo Tianji's anger had yet to subside. He snorted heavily. However, the people in front of him had already left, so he couldn't get angry anymore. He was about to return to his room when he saw dull-head Dong Wushang coming back with a whoosh. He carelessly stuffed a bottle into Mo Tianji's arms and said, I almost forgot. This is a ginseng spirit that I obtained by chance. It's said that it's useful for those who are scheming. After Dong Wushang finished speaking, he chuckled and disappeared with a whoosh. Mo Tianji's chest was suddenly attacked by a man. He couldn't help but be startled. Before he could react, a whoosh sound was heard. Gu Duxing was standing on the wall. He said coldly, Mo Tianji, don't die of exhaustion. I am not interested in wearing morning clothes. He disappeared in a flash. Mo Tianji reached out and grabbed the thing. He looked at it carefully and realized that it was a Saint Soul calming pill. It was used to regulate mental stress. It could make people's thoughts more sensitive. It was an unorthodox pill. Without a doubt, this was a kind of top-grade elixir. It was said that only the Zishao Heavenly Emperor had refined it. Since the fall of the Zihao Heavenly Emperor, this elixir had become extinct. Although Chu Yang, who had inherited the Zihao Heavenly Emperor, had the ability to refine it, this elixir was obtained by Gu Duxing by chance. Chu Yang didn't have the time to refine it. After all, Chu Yang didn't have enough time to refine elixirs for cultivation and recovery. He really didn't have the time to refine such an unorthodox elixir. Mo Tianji held this top-quality panacea in his hand, and for a moment, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. He was stunned. Mo Tianji was still sighing with emotion when he heard a loud scolding from outside. Mo Tianji, if you're tired, just eat a pear. Do you really want to tire yourself to death and earn the warm tears of our men? I won't. Cry if you die. Why are you always so stubborn? What are you doing? Then, a big bag of pears flew in. Someone outside said unhappily, do you know how to talk? You're the bird. It was Rue Boutong's voice. Then, another bag of snacks flew in, followed by a sentence, I'm really busy these days. When I'm free, I'll specially steal some things to make up for your brain, so that you don't die of exhaustion. It doesn't matter if you die, but if your position is empty, they'll hit me again. Things flew in one after another, and the brothers laughed and joked as they left. Motianji, who was about to get angry a moment ago and then sighed with emotion, returned to being dumbstruck. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his eyes. He forced himself to chuckle and said, "Looks like these guys are still too idle. They actually have the time to play with these things. Since they still have the time to think about other things, then I'll give them more to help me relieve some stress." Haha, haha. The last two laughs were actually trembling. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Then, he casually put down a bottle of heavy pills. Okay. You can go and increase the stakes. I'll also go and do other things. There are some things that you can't bear to eat like a miser. Motianji pretended to be angry and waved his hand. I know better than you. Get lost, get lost. Then, he strode into the house. Of course, he didn't forget to take away the bottle of heavy pills. Not long after, when Chu Lu'er went in to receive the task order, she only saw Motianji with a smile and satisfaction. He was hugging a pear and gnawing on it. The juice flowed out, and he didn't care about his image at all. His eyes were narrowed into slits. To Motianji, this image was simply indescribable to the extreme. And this glorious image was coincidentally seen by Chu Lu'er. It could be seen that Motianji's generation was definitely going to fall in someone's hands after the heavens entered the path. Seeing Chu Lu'er come in, Motianji was immediately embarrassed. He hurriedly put down the pear and pretended to be serious as he arranged the task. In his heart, he was deeply regretting his loss of composure just now. But who knew that in Chu Lu'er's heart, Motianji's satisfied and gratified look when he was hugging the pear just now was so beautiful. It turned out that this machine-like person also had such natural feelings and knew how to be moved. It was just that he usually hid it too well and never took the initiative to show it. Just now, when he was hugging and gnawing on the pear that was half the size of his head, he really looked like a child who hadn't eaten a pear for a long time. He tasted the sweetness with a face full of bliss. This Motianji was really cute. If the brothers knew that Chu Lu'er's evaluation of Motianji was actually like this, they would definitely faint. So cute? How could this evaluation be related to Motianji? Of course, it didn't matter whether it was related or not. Chu Lu'er thought so anyway. Chu Lu'er was originally a mischievous child. How could she not know Motianji's feelings? But she had an inexplicable sense of panic earlier. Motianji was too scheming. He didn't reveal anything. This made Chu Lu'er a little dissatisfied and a little angry. It's fine if you're scheming in other things, but you don't reveal anything when you're chasing a girl. Are you waiting for the girl to confess to you? If you, Motianji, don't say anything, then I won't say anything even if I die. This was a kind of restraint and self-esteem that belonged to a girl. And Motianji was always worried about personal gains and losses. In this aspect, he lost a lot of opportunities. So, brothers, when you see a girl you like, you have to bravely move forward. Regardless of whether she accepts you or not, you have to confess to her first. After confessing, you will have a change of mindset of a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, you already know, so what else do I have to worry about? So, you have to go forward bravely. Remember, being careful, bold, and thick-skinned are the three main elements of chasing a girl. Of course, being thick-skinned is the most important. Back then, actually, I was the one being chased. Pretend I didn't say anything above. Over the next 2 days, the number of spies they killed increased by quite a bit. However, this time everyone was more cautious. Finally, on this night, all the brothers gathered at Motianji's side. When Tribulation gathered, he was surprised to find that there were more people in addition to Tribulation and his brother. Xianxia, the calligraphy and painting kings, the 2 great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven, Yao Ningning, Mutsang Lan, and the others were all present. Other than the living people with normal images, there was also a formless soul of a calamity hiding at the side. Motianji gave an order when he saw that everyone had arrived. Then, everyone spread out their spiritual sense without any reservation. And they covered this small courtyard tightly. This time, it was different from before. It was done with the full strength of more than 40 saint experts. Unless one's cultivation was stronger than the sum of the 40 saint experts, it was impossible to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. But according to the current information, such a person had never appeared in the Heaven Palace. Absolutely never. Even the number one saint in the Heaven Imperial Court was far from the sum of the power of these 40 experts. Did you find anything specific? Motianji took a deep breath and asked. All the souls of the dead have dissipated. It's equivalent to their souls dissipating. Gudu Xing said. It's the same on my side. Dong Wushan agreed. Me too. I was still wondering. The souls of such experts are usually very condensed. As long as they don't destroy it deliberately, they will instinctively find a way to survive. I didn't destroy it deliberately, so how did it disappear into thin air? It turns out that everyone's situation is the same. GMO said. I have a different opinion. Qi Yang said solemnly, the so-called dissipation of soul power is indeed the disappearance of the process. But the reason why it disappears is because the little bit of true spirit is gone. It lacks the most basic foundation for the existence of the original spirit. That's why it's actively dissipating. Oh, for the original soul to not dissipate and even to be reborn, the most important thing is not the strength of the soul body, but the strength of the soul power. If the soul power is gone, once the physical body is destroyed, the soul power will naturally dissipate. In other words, the core of those people's souls is long gone. Without exception, this is the case for all of them. In fact, when a person is reincarnated, what they rely on is the soul power. This is what all living beings rely on. If it's not destroyed by external forces, it won't disappear naturally. This is the case for ordinary people, let alone those experts who can dominate a region. The crux of the problem has been found, but this crux of the problem is indeed even more strange and difficult to understand. Can the soul power not exist in the body but somewhere else? Qi Yang looked around. So today, I've invited all of you to gather here. Since all of you are so knowledgeable, perhaps you can help us understand what's going on. Everyone looked at each other. Then, Qi Yang told them everything that had happened during this period of time. Apart from the fact that the soul power doesn't exist in the physical body, these people have many similarities. They all come from the same place. This point can be confirmed without a doubt. Their cultivation is also very similar. After explaining everything, Mu Lan and the others were still confused and didn't give any relevant suggestions. Only the King of Books looked pensive, as if he had sunk into some deep memory. Seeing this, everyone shut up automatically and didn't dare to disturb him. After a long time, the King of Books finally raised his head and said with uncertainty, Could it be? Could it be that back then, as soon as the King of Books said this, the King of Paintings and Yao Huantian's expressions changed greatly? As if they had thought of something, they said in shock, You mean? That kind of martial art back then, has reappeared in the world? The King of Books frowned. If we speculate according to the various signs now, it's indeed suspicious. There's a place that nurtures countless experts and allows them to grow freely in the martial world. In fact, a sacred poison has been planted in their hearts long ago. There's a person who controls everyone's soul power. Once the person's cultivation reaches the heavenly being level or above, after his death, the soul power will be decomposed along with the sacred poison and become the purest spiritual power in the world, returning to the controller. Me too. I found it strange that the soul power of such experts is usually very condensed. As long as they don't deliberately destroy it, they will basically instinctively look for a chance of survival, such as taking over someone else's body for rebirth. I didn't deliberately destroy it, so how could it disappear into thin air? It turns out that the situation is the same for everyone. GMO said. I have a slightly different opinion. Qi Yang said solemnly, the so-called dissipation of the soul power is indeed the disappearance of the process. But the reason why it disappears is that the little bit of the true spirit is gone. It lacks the most basic foundation for the existence of the original spirit, which leads to such a situation of dissipation. Oh, the most important thing for the original spirit to not dissipate and even take over someone else's body for rebirth is not the strength of the soul body, but the strength of the little bit of true spirit. If the little bit of true spirit doesn't exist, once the body is destroyed, the soul power will naturally dissipate. In other words, the core of those people's souls has long disappeared. Without exception, this is the case for all of them. In fact, what a person relies on when he is reincarnated is that little bit of true spirit. This is originally the support of all living beings given by heaven and earth. If it is not destroyed by external forces, it will definitely not disappear naturally. This is the case for ordinary people, let alone those experts who are strong enough to dominate a region. The crux of the problem has been found, but the crux of the problem is indeed very strange and difficult to understand. Can a person's true spirit not exist in the body, but in another place? Xianxia looked around. So today, I have invited all of you to gather here. You are all very knowledgeable, so perhaps you can help us to understand what is going on. Everyone looked at each other. Then, Xianxia narrated everything that had happened during this period of time. In addition to the fact that these people's true spirits do not exist in their bodies, there are many similarities. They all come from the same place. This point can be confirmed without a doubt. Their cultivations are also very similar. After explaining this and that, Muzong and the others were still confused and did not give any relevant suggestions. Only the King of Books looked thoughtful, as if he had sunk into some deep memories. Seeing this, everyone automatically shut up and did not dare to disturb. After a long time, the King of Books finally raised his head and said with uncertainty, "Could it be? Could it really be?" As soon as the Book King said that, the Painting King and Yao Huangtian's expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "You mean, that kind of martial arts from back then, has reappeared in the world?" The King of Books frowned and said, "According to the evidence we have, there is indeed such a suspicion. There is a place that cultivates countless superior cultivators and allows them to grow freely in the martial world. In fact, a holy poison has been planted in their hearts, and a person is controlling their souls. Once the controlled person reaches the heavenly being level, his soul will be decomposed by the holy poison after he dies. It will become the purest spiritual power in the world and return to the controller, the purest form of magic power. Nether spirit magic power." The Painting King cried out in alarm, his face deathly pale. Not only him, but the two guards of the Demon Emperor Sky and Muzong also turned pale when they heard this. Their bodies were actually trembling. Several people looked at each other, and in unison, they blurted out 4 words, "Myriad Saints True Spirit?" Someone's voice was actually trembling. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Muzong cried out in a trembling voice, "That Myriad Saints demon monarch has already died in the hands of the Saint Lord. That demonic martial art has also been destroyed by the Saint Lord. It is absolutely impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia, Motianji, and the rest turned their heads. Dozens of gazes pierced Muzong's face like dozens of sharp swords. Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Myriad Saints True Spirit? Killed by the Saint Lord? Destroyed by the Saint Lord? May I ask, what exactly is that Myriad Saints True Spirit?" Motianji let out a sigh of relief. "Myriad Saints True Spirit, the unique and unique supreme." The Book King swallowed his saliva and said these words. His eyes revealed a look of heartfelt fear. "I would like to hear the details." Motianji smiled gently. "The so-called 10,000 Saints True Spirit is definitely not just empty talk. Instead, it is. Anyone who has mastered this martial art will be able to become the most powerful person in the entire martial world with ease. It will not be a problem at all. Because of this, cultivators of the Myriad Saints True Spirit martial art are considered the public enemy of all martial artists. Once someone is found to be cultivating this martial art, everyone will be in danger and will attack until the person is dead." Xu Kuang took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said slowly, "Myriad Saints True Spirit is a public hazard in the martial world. If it is not removed as soon as possible, everyone in the martial world will not be able to eat or sleep well." He paused and his voice turned serious. He said word by word, "Even super experts like Di Ho are no exception." Xianxia frowned and said, "This Myriad Saints True Spirit is so scary." "But what is so scary about it? Senior, please explain in detail." Following Xianxia's question, everyone looked at Xu Kuang. A few people praised him in their hearts. This question was really timely. Clearly, Xianxia wanted Xu Kuang to explain the origin of this martial art and its danger for everyone to hear. And at this time, Xianxia played the role of throwing a brick to attract jade in a timely manner. He asked what everyone wanted to ask in advance to avoid embarrassment. The literal meaning of myriad saints' true spirit is that even if there are millions of saints, there is only one true spirit. In other words, among millions of martial artists, there is only one master. Under the control of this master, people will live and die as they wish. There is no room for resistance, Xianxia said. What? How can there be such a martial art? This is too exaggerated. This is more than just I am the best. In the world, it is simply. GMO suddenly did not know how to continue, because Xianxia's statement was simply too absurd. It was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Let me finish. That ruler is not truly able to control everyone indiscriminately. Instead, he has a specific purpose. He can only control those who are completely under his control. To achieve this goal, he undoubtedly needs an enormous amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. He needs an extremely secretive base, and he needs to recruit a large number of talents from the pugilistic world every year. Only with this premise can he perform the true spirit deduction. Elder, can you be more specific? When Mo Tianji heard the words a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources, an extremely secretive base, he suddenly thought of the similarities between those who had died. His heartbeat quickened unconsciously. Be more specific? How should I describe it? According to the most primitive way, after a person has mastered the cultivation method of myriad saints' true spirit, he starts to make preparations. Then, he will. Xianxia pondered for a while and considered his words carefully. Then, he said, myriad saints' true spirit, to put it simply, is eating people. Eating people. When everyone heard this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. These two words might be inconceivable to ordinary people, but at their level, they could completely understand the profound meaning of these two words. Yes, the end result is eating people. From the time they are weak, they start to devour. And this kind of devouring is different from ordinary devouring. This kind of devouring is devouring the true spirit. As Xianxia spoke, everyone could even clearly see the hair on Xianxia's exposed skin standing straight up. Obviously, the fear that this matter had caused him was so deep that it was practically ingrained in him. First, find the young man with good potential and kill his family members one by one. Then, turn the young man into an orphan and bring him back to the villa to cultivate his true spirit. Once he becomes a martial artist and has a true spirit, he will use the heart manipulation art to lock his true spirit. Then, when his cultivation has reached a certain level, he will be sent to the pugilistic world to gain experience. Everything will be based on increasing one's strength. There will even be specific missions to increase one's cultivation. If he can't complete the mission, just a thought from the heart manipulation art will be enough to kill him. No matter where he is, even if he is at the end of the world, just a thought is enough. After killing him, that person's true spirit will be guided by the heart manipulation art and return to the arms of the ruler, becoming a part of the ruler's cultivation. This is the so-called cultivation process. The body does not need to exert any effort at all to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, the cultivation obtained will be the purest and purest origin energy. Once the heart manipulation art is successfully implanted, even a peak saint will not be able to remove it afterwards. However, if the ruler takes the initiative to kill the controller, the cultivation obtained will be at least halved, or even completely useless. The best way to obtain cultivation is to let them fight and kill in the pugilistic world without involving themselves in any karma. In this way, the ruler can fully absorb their true spirit after death. As Xianxia spoke, everyone felt cold sweat trickling down their bodies. There was actually such an evil cultivation method in the world. No wonder Xianxia named it cannibalism, it was indeed cannibalism. Moreover, it was absolutely the most evil cultivation method in the world. In addition, this cultivation method has another level restriction. For example, when the paragon's cultivation is only at the heaven level, he can only absorb earth-level true spirits. However, once the paragon reaches the level of a saint, it means that this cultivation method is close to completion. Then, he can absorb any level of true spirit. In addition, the higher the cultivation of the controller, the more powerful the true spirit produced after death will be. This cultivation method will not interfere with the paragon's cultivation progress. The paragon can cultivate as usual, and use the treasures of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation. All of this is feasible. The power of the true spirit absorbed is equivalent to an extra income, a windfall. Often, people would realize that this person's cultivation level would increase by another level the next day. It's a weird thing. And this process doesn't require the help of heavenly treasures. But the cruel thing about this technique is that, from the beginning to the end, it requires the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of martial artists. I see. But even though it's shocking, that ruler only controls those who have already grown in his hands. It's not to the point where he's the only one, right? Xianxia asked. Before reaching the supreme realm of the All Saints celestial spirit, the Dominator can only control those who are already under his control. However, once he reaches the supreme realm, he can control anyone he wants. He can even use the mind manipulation skill on someone of the same level as him. He can also take the opponent's cultivation for himself unknowingly. Crazy Book added. What? It has such a terrifying effect after reaching the highest level? Isn't that heaven-defying? Chu Yang was shocked. Isn't that so? Otherwise, how can this demonic technique be called the biggest taboo in the Heaven Imperial Court? Back then, Thousand Saints' true devil used this demonic technique to wreak havoc in the martial world. He was unstoppable. Finally, the righteous and evil sects gathered the strength of 18 experts and attacked together. Only then did they completely annihilate him. Do you know who these 18 experts were? Crazy Book's eyes were shining. The rest of them were also in awe. Who were they? Everyone asked in unison. Master Yun, Shui Leihan, Yao Xian Yuan Tianjia, Zihao, and all the other experts after Emperor Yi, plus the 7 experts who dominated the world. With so many people working together, they were lucky enough to kill that Thousand Saints' true devil. That was also the only time in the life of Emperor Yi and only saint that everyone worked together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with such a lineup, the 7 experts still died tragically in the hands of Thousand Saints' true devil. And at that time, Thousand Saints' true devil was only one step away from reaching the highest level of Thousand Saints' true spirit. If he really reached the highest level, even if the 18 experts worked together, they would only be defeated. After Crazy Book finished telling this story, the room suddenly became silent. Emperor 1, Empress 1, only the Holy Monarch, and all the members of the Holy Monarch had joined forces. There was also the sacrifice of the 7 ultimates. A total of 18 peerless experts were working together to fight a myriad saints' true devil. These people were all legendary figures who stood at the peak of the heavenly imperial court. They could move clouds with a stomp of their feet and shatter mountains with a wave of their hands. Any one of them was enough to make the entire world tremble. However, even with such a lineup, 7 of them were still killed by the myriad saints' true devil. The remaining people fought with their lives on the line before they were lucky enough to kill the myriad saints' true devil. Just what level had the cultivation of that myriad saints' true devil reached? As for what level he had reached, no one present could say for sure. The only thing they were certain of was that myriad holy true devil had cultivated the myriad holy true spirit. It was very likely to be the cultivation method of the current conspirator. That day, combining the celestial palaces was something that only super strong people could barely do. Could these people repeat the past? In this world, how many experts like DE and Empress were there? Even if all of the people present here were added together, they might only be able to match up to one person. Even if they were to go up against one person, they would still be defeated. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. Even Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were no exception. In fact, their hearts were even heavier than before, as if they were being weighed down by lead. According to the situation in front of them, there was more than a 90% chance that they were facing a cultivator who was cultivating the myriad saints' true spirit. What was even more frightening was that this cultivator was none other than the number 1 person in the celestial palaces who controlled the entire celestial palaces, Lord Yun. He had unparalleled power in the entire world. He was the number 1 expert in the entire world. He was the number 1 power in the entire world. He was the number 1 wealth in the entire world. As long as he gave the order, the entire celestial palaces would be in an uproar. Tens of billions of people would wholeheartedly support him. Such an opponent, how should they deal with it? The situation was so bad that they had never seen it before. Senior Book King, based on what you know, were DE, Empress DE, And Holy Monarch only were injured when they attacked the 10,000 saints true devil? Mo Tianji pondered and asked, if they were, how serious were their injuries? That battle was extremely tragic. Other than the 7 absolutes who lost their lives, everyone else was also injured. Some of them were so severely injured that they were on the verge of death. It was said that at the end of that battle, if it wasn't for the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Zihao, who transformed himself into a sword and made a suicidal attack, the myriad Holy True Devil would have died. Furthermore, the Eastern Royal Celestial Emperor Shui Leihan unleashed the Eastern Royal Divine Sense, which was a matter of life and death. Together with Zihao, they managed to severely injure the 10,000 saints true devil, bringing a glimmer of hope to the end of this battle. After that battle, Zihao and Shui Leihan were unable to continue fighting. The Demon Emperor, Sky Demon Xianxia, used all of her cultivation to activate the ultimate Sky Demon realm, trapping the heavily injured Holy True Devil. The Cloud Master led the other experts in the Sky Demon realm to engage in a battle to the death with the Holy True Devil. However, even so, the battle situation was still not optimistic. If it weren't for the 7 absolutes risking their lives and activating the 7 absolutes return to the Heaven's Peerless technique, the Holy True Devil's cultivation would have been reduced by 70%. And after this attack, the 7 ultimates all perished. In the end, the saint used the Sword of Righteousness from the stars, using his heart as a sword and his will to control the sword, and crashed into the Holy True Devil's chest. The sword of will exploded in the Holy True Devil's chest, completely destroying the Holy True Devil. However, after that attack, Master Cloud no longer had the strength to fight. After this battle, the first emperor, the empress, and the only saint were all exhausted. In order to completely eliminate the devil calamity, no one entered the myriad Saint True Devil's domain. Instead, 11 of them used their remaining power to burn the myriad Saint Manor, myriad Saint Mountain, and myriad Saint Old Devil's corpse into ashes. The entire mountain was also burned to the ground after that battle. Since then, the legend of the Holy True Devil no longer existed in the pugilistic world. After that battle, the first emperor, the empress, and the only saint announced that they would go into seclusion for 10,000 years to heal their injuries. Quan Shu sighed. After another 10,000 years, the extraterrestrial demons invaded, and the great war of the Purple Cloud Heavens broke out. The heavenly emperor of the Purple Cloud, Zihao, died a heroic death in battle. Originally, Zihao's strength was only second to the Cloud Master. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lost so much strength in the battle that he hadn't fully recovered, then, it's hard to say what the final result of the Great War of the Purple Cloud Heavens would have been. Quan Shu sighed. Everyone sighed in unison. To Quan Shu and the others, the heavenly emperor of the Purple Cloud, Zihao, was undoubtedly an immortal legend, an insurmountable myth, and also a true idol. He would rather break than bend, rather die than submit, and go against the current regardless of the difficulties and dangers. From a nobody to the heavenly emperor of the Purple Cloud, Zihao's life was an immortal legend in the Heaven Imperial Court. When the news of the legend's death spread out, the whole world mourned, and the common people mourned. Chu Yang sighed. Since that's the case, the inheritance of the Holy True Devil should have been cut off. But now, it has appeared in the human world again. During this period, a glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly thought of something. Senior Shu, you said that when everyone is severely injured and unable to continue fighting, Master Yun will be in a better state than the others even though he's also unable to continue fighting. Am I right? Quan Shu was startled for a moment and said, yes, that was the rumor back then. We didn't participate in this battle. Facing the Holy True Devil that wreaked havoc in the Heaven Imperial Court, we weren't qualified to participate in that battle. When he said this, the 4 7 stars protectors of Demon Emperor Tian, and Demon Emperor Tian lowered their heads in shame. Yes, that's right. The Cloud Master's last attack was when the Holy True Devil was about to run out of energy, and he brazenly launched the star's awe-inspiring righteous sword. This sword used the heart as the sword, and the will to control the sword. Actually, there's no true sword, and the Cloud Master's body is equivalent to the sword's body, right? Chu Yang asked. That's right. Quan Shu nodded. This was a common knowledge question among high-level martial artists. As long as one was qualified enough in the Heaven Imperial Court, they would naturally know this. And for this sword, the Cloud Master himself directly crashed into the Holy True Devil's chest, right? Chu Yang asked. That's right. Guangxu nodded again. After his entire body crashed into the Holy True Devil, the Holy True Devil would definitely counterattack on the verge of death, right? So the Cloud Master was seriously injured at that time, causing him to be unable to continue fighting. Chu Yang continued to ask. Yes, this is without a doubt. Facing the final counterattack of the Holy True Devil, I believe that anyone would be seriously injured. Guangxu nodded. The result might be like that, but before that, there's still a little bit of time. After the Cloud Master crashed into the Holy True Devil, there was still a little bit of time before the sword chi exploded and the Holy True Devil was annihilated. Chu Yang sighed. What are you trying to say? What can happen in such a little bit of time? Guangxu and the others couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw Chu Yang chasing after this question. This kind of thing, shouldn't it be obvious just by thinking about it? What could happen in such a little bit of time? Like a flash of lightning, a white steed flashed by. I think that it must be the saint's idea to completely destroy all traces of the Holy True Devil's existence after the battle. Chu Yang didn't wait for Guangxu to reply. He directly nodded and said with certainty, this is a natural result. It's logical. After the battle, since all the related items were destroyed, there was naturally no need to divide the spoils, and when Saint Monarch fell into the arms of Thousand Saints' true demon, everyone else was severely injured. No one saw the subtle movements of the two of them entangled together. What could be in the arms of Thousand Saints' true demon? This could be an eternal mystery. Chu Yang sneered, who has seen the space ring of Thousand Saints' true demon? Since he is a demon, he should have such a space ring with him, right? The space ring is like a hot potato. No one dares to mention it or ask about it. No one would believe that such a demon would wreak havoc in the world. The most precious items could only be carried by him. And among everyone present, I believe that only Saint Monarch has a slight chance of getting these items. Moreover, after all the corpses and evidence are destroyed, no one will have any more doubts. Chu Yang sneered, everyone in the world wants to erase all traces of Thousand Saints' true demon. This is undoubtedly an excellent reason, and one that everyone can accept. However, no one expected that there were actually people with selfish motives. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Mo Tianji had been silent for a long time. At this moment, he began to speak. He paused between each word and said carefully, the phenomenon that we have encountered now is basically consistent with the legendary 10,000 Saints' true spirit. We can be sure that our opponent is a schemer who has cultivated the 10,000 Saints' true spirit. What is even more frightening is that the people who have died in our hands are the true spirits cultivated by that person over the years. Taking advantage of the fact that they were killed by us, all of their true spirits were devoured by him. Therefore, all of them do not have a soul after death, let alone a true spirit. According to Senior Shuquan's description, we can infer that someone must have obtained the cultivation method of Thousand Saints' true spirit during the battle. And this person is the most suspicious, Saint Monarch. When he said Saint Monarch is the most suspicious, Mo Tianji said it with difficulty. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present were also heavy and gloomy to the extreme. And now, Xiedan Qiong is about to ascend to the throne of Mo Yuntian. To the world, this is not a big deal. In fact, it is a good thing to see. Therefore, it is normal for Saint Monarch to secretly make arrangements. Mo Tianji smiled faintly, perhaps in the eyes of many people, with the noble status of the Saint Monarch, there is no need for him to do so. However, we have always overlooked the fact that there is also the cultivation of the myriad saints' true devil. Before Senior Book Kwang told us about it, I believe we had never thought of this even in our wildest dreams. Most of those who came here to die are peerless experts. Their strength is enough to dominate a region. In the cultivation process of the myriad saints' true devil, such people have already reached the point where they can devour and reap huge benefits. To make a more vivid analogy, it's like a fruit farmer planting an orchard. After a long period of management and irrigation, the orchard has now reached the harvest season. Mo Tianji to be reaped the benefits. And at the same time to be destroyed. Destroying the ascension ceremony. Everyone was shocked. Is for us to be to help him to reap the benefits? Even though we don't want to, we can't let these people ruin the coronation ceremony. Therefore, we can only kill and be used. And the result of this is that every time we kill someone, we will increase his strength by a bit. This is a vicious cycle that I can't do anything about, but I have no choice but to do it. Even if we clearly see through his intentions, we can only do things according to his wishes. This is a dead knot that cannot be untied. If it were any other method, we might be able to think of a way to instigate these people to defect. But, the controlling method of the 10,000 Saints celestial spirit technique makes it impossible for us to instigate a rebellion. Even if one or two of them were to defect, they would die in an instant in the next moment. The result would only be that the benefits that the conspirator gained from these two people would be halved or none at all. It would not hurt the root of the conspirator. Muzong Lan and the others turned pale. Such a conjecture was reasonable and had irrefutable evidence. However, the truth pointed to an absolutely terrible situation that no one was willing to believe and accept even if they were to die. That was tantamount to completely destroying the faith, loyalty, and ideals of the vast majority of people. Furthermore, even if all the facts were clear, what could they do? With the current situation, was there any way to go against the schemer? Disappointment, despair, hopelessness, everyone, please go back. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, I won't say much about other things. But, I only ask one thing from everyone. And, that is, use the most desperate method to increase your own strength. The faster the better. The higher the better. In the future, if we are not willing to submit to that schemer, we will definitely face an extremely terrifying enemy. And this enemy is probably millions of times more terrifying than that myriad saints true devil from back then, or even more. Take care of yourselves. Mo Tianji said quietly. The calligraphy and painting kings and Muzong Lan left almost at the same time. When they left, the extreme shock on their faces had not disappeared in time. The two great guards of the Demon Emperor Heaven immediately set off, solemnly entrusting Supreme Demon Ming Ning to Chu Yang's care, and then quickly returned to the Demon Emperor Heaven. This news had to be reported to the Demon Empress as soon as possible. This news could not be transmitted through any means of communication. Because any means of communication could be intercepted by Saint Monarch. Moreover, Saint Monarch was in Ink Cloud Heaven now. For a moment, only Chu Yang and his subordinates were left in the room. Brother Tribulation, Sword Master, Zi Shiqing, Mo Qinggu, Mo Lei Chu Lu Tribulation Spirit, Brother Hu. But still, no one said anything. Everyone's expression was extremely heavy. Going against the Dharma Supreme when they were in the heavenly realm was already very difficult. But, compared to now, the difference was like heaven and earth. The difference in difficulty was more than 1,000,000,000 times. Next, we have to do this. Mo Tianji paced around. First, we must not let Guru Yun find out that we have already discovered his biggest secret. So, we still have to kill those who should be killed. But, Boss Chu Yang, I'm afraid you will have to work harder. Mo Tianji turned and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded deeply. I can only kill him. I will kill him with the Tribulation Sword. The Tribulation Sword also had the ability to devour. It could completely devour the real spirit. Chu Yang understood what Mo Tianji meant. Targets above the saint level must all be killed with the Tribulation Sword. Or, we can leave one or two of the real spirits and let him absorb them. Mo Tianji said, otherwise, he will be suspicious. With his scheming and deep foresight, a little flaw may cause a huge change. We need to stabilize the situation for now. We cannot break the situation in advance. That's right. Chu Yang agreed. Your mission is also relatively heavy. You can kill targets below the saint level without any qualms. But, you have to capture those above the saint level alive as much as possible. If boss is not present. Mo Tianji looked at the other brothers. The brothers and the girls all had bitter looks on their faces. The lower the cultivation, the more they had to kill. But, they had to capture those with higher cultivation alive. This was really a huge problem. But the current situation had led them to this step. What could they do? They had to do their best even if they had to risk their lives. Also, Chu Yang gritted his teeth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to train our troops. Experts from all over the world are coming. Before Xianxia ascends to the throne, each of us has to personally experience thousands of battles. Our cultivation and comprehension must be improved. I don't need to tell you why, right? Everyone nodded heavily. Even if you train yourselves to death, you have to improve your own cultivation. Motianji added. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong wailed at the same time. How were they supposed to live? They had reached the saint level after so much difficulty, but they still had to work harder. The faces of the three guys were ashen. They had already cursed the ancestors of the saint level in their hearts. If it weren't for this bastard, would we be in such a miserable state where we're on the verge of death? *CK your ancestors. Chu Yang thought about it again and again. In the end, he still took out the medicinal essence that the medicine spirit had painstakingly condensed from the tribulation space and gave one to each of them. He warned solemnly, this kind of medicine is very beneficial for increasing one's cultivation base, but this kind of increase is after all an external force. Moreover, the amount of increase is quite a burden for your current strength, and it has no benefit for your own foundation. So, once you take this medicine, you have to constantly fight to the death. You have to use your full strength to deal with any enemy. Using the tempering between life and death, as well as the comprehension from countless battles, to make the vast medicinal energy completely merge into one's quintessence, truly making it one's own. Only by doing so can one eliminate the drawbacks of one's rapid advancement in the shortest amount of time. Only when the drawbacks are completely eliminated can you take a second medicine after a period of time. Bearing the bloodshed of the pugilistic world, bearing the sharpening of life and death. Chu Yang exhaled softly and murmured, although we brothers are young, we've been in the pugilistic world all these years. Even if we're not always on the brink of life and death, it's more or less the same. What we've encountered in a year, especially those tumbles between life and death, is almost comparable to the lifetime experiences of other saints. Why is that? All the brothers were solemn. They listened to him quietly and didn't say a word. Listening to Chu Yang's words, all sorts of feelings welled up in everyone's hearts. Yes, with boss around, there was medicine that could bring the dead back to life, inexhaustible heavenly treasures, and countless opportunities, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Every one of them had created a miracle in this world. Until now, all the brothers each controlled a region and became one of the few tyrants in the world. Mo Tianji controlled the world's intelligence and strategized even more, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. Xia Danqiang was already about to become a celestial emperor. If anyone were to tell these glorious achievements that they actually only used a short period of less than 3 years, anyone would be so shocked that they did a somersault. However, what did they have to pay for all of this? People only saw us young heroes who had such glorious achievements at such a young age and unfathomable strength. But who really knew that we brothers were cultivating hard almost every night? The hard work of not lying in bed for several years without a real sleep, other than the occasional time when the brothers had things to do and could relax when drinking. Who would know how hard we worked when we were alone? Every strand, every second was being cultivated, just for the goal in our hearts, to become a legend in this world. To create a legend that belonged to us brothers in this world. When you step onto the peak, you and I are by your side. That's it. Long nights of tormenting the essence of martial arts, running wildly in the wind and snow to train our reactions in every situation, wielding sabers in the rain, practicing swords in the wild waves, punching out in the face of towering mountains, drawing our swords in the face of opponents who were definitely stronger than us. How many times did we torture ourselves until we were covered in bruises, tossing ourselves to the brink of death and narrowly escaping death, but we still didn't slack off. What was all this for? Especially GMO and Luo Kudi, the tip of their noses turned sour, and they almost shed tears. All these years, their aptitudes were already inferior to the other brothers. In order to not fall behind, only God knew what these two had paid. Going into the desolate wasteland alone, risking his life to fight against thousands of demonic beasts. He would do whatever was dangerous, and he would go wherever the risk was high. Because he needed the pressure of hovering between life and death to spur him to move forward and break through, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The brothers were silent, but there was a kind of calm on their faces. It was a faint bitterness, but even more so, it was a kind of pride in the face of heaven and earth. we've suffered so much in order to achieve what we have today. Life and death are nothing to us, so what's there to be afraid of? If even life and death were not important, then what could they do even if they faced a terrifying enemy? Chu Yang calmly looked at the 8 brothers. Then, he finally smiled and said, "Everyone, go." Then he added, "Don't forget to take the medicine." This time, it was the only time that the brothers walked out in silence after a mission was issued. Even the most mischievous GMO and Luo Kudi remained silent, not saying a word from beginning to end. Here, they were safe. Even if thousands of soldiers attacked, as long as the brothers were together, they were invincible, but once they went out, they would be fighting for themselves, against the whole world, against the 10,000 saints' real spirit seed cultivated by the saint, they would fight to the death. Everyone's face seemed to be flashing with the light of swords when they walked out. Seeing that the brothers had left, Chu Yang started to walk out. "Big brother, let me stay," Chu Luer said. There was a strange look in her eyes that even she herself couldn't explain. "Okay." Chu Yang didn't turn his head, and agreed. Mo Qingwu's red clothes fluttered, and she flew out gracefully. She followed closely beside Chu Yang, and floated out together with him. Their figures were completely synchronized, as if they were one. With a flash of her white robe, Xianxia was like a fairy flying out of the heavens. With a swoosh, she disappeared into the distance. Xianxia was stubborn and never wanted to move together with Chu Yang. Not only Chu Yang, she wouldn't cooperate with anyone. She always insisted on moving alone. Chu Yang was speechless and helpless towards Xianxia's way of doing things. But no matter how he tried to persuade her, even if he used all kinds of hooligan methods, he couldn't change Xianxia's stubbornness. 3 out of the 4 girls present had already left. The last girl, Mo disappeared quietly from the hall with a flash of her black clothes. No one knew where she went. But Mo Tianji knew that Mo must have gone to a place where it was easy to snipe the enemy. Once she attacked, it would be a fatal blow. Chu Luer's white clothes fluttered. Seeing Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu's figures disappear, she bit her lip, a little dazed. Suddenly, she said without thinking, "Mo Qingwu treats my brother quite well, sigh. But my brother treats her even better." Chu Luer added. Mo Tianji smiled sheepishly, rubbing his hands and nodding. "Yes, yes." When he heard Chu Luer asking to stay, Mo Tianji only felt that his head was about to explode from excitement. He didn't even hear clearly what she said and just agreed. Blockhead, this kind of person is actually a peerless military advisor. Chu Luer bit her lips hatefully and sighed. Mo Qingwu is really fortunate to be able to find my brother. As a woman, to be protected by the man she loves, her life is really not in vain. Mo Tianji nodded again and again. Then, he assumed a handsome appearance. He seemed to be very mature and elegant. But, he was actually nodding like a little fool. "Yes, yes. Blockhead. You're a blockhead. Blockhead." Chu Luer stomped her feet angrily and stomped out angrily. "This guy is really stupid. I've already hinted so clearly. This guy doesn't even know how to say something polite. Even if you're embarrassed to talk about yourself, don't tell me you can't even say something like Luer. In the future, there will definitely be someone who will treat you even better than Chu Yang. If you had said it, I would have bitterly replied, is that true? But where is that person? I don't even know when he will appear. Then, I'll sigh, open the topic and then we can have a good chat." But he never thought that this piece of wood would only say like a dumb goose, "Yes, yes. Yes, your ass. I've already said so much. Do you really want me to confess to you directly, Mo Tianji, do you like me? I actually quite like you. Let's date, okay? Like that, I'm a girl. I don't know. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Chu Luer was going crazy. Blockhead. Blockhead, could it be that her intelligence and shrewdness were all an act? Or is this blockhead just an act? Chu Luer left angrily. Mo Tianji was shocked to see her leave angrily. He subconsciously touched his head and was stunned. He muttered, "What's wrong? What's wrong? We were talking so nicely. Why did she suddenly get angry when she was so happy?" A ball of black smoke twisted and convulsed. The soul finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed out. I can't take it anymore. If I continue to watch and listen, I'm going to break down because of Motng. He really didn't expect that such a resourceful and meticulous person would be so. He's actually retarded to the point of being an idiot in this aspect. I'm really too surprised. I'm really dying of laughter. Not long later, Chulu'er went out with a new task to arrange. After a while, she came back and sat on a chair at the side with a cold face. She didn't say a word and looked unhappy. It was as if she didn't want to be alone with a non-human who only had IQ and no EQ. Motng was a little confused, but he still had to act like a mature big brother. He smiled and said, "Miss Lu'er, why do you seem angry?" "Haha, why are you angry? Can you tell me?" Chulu'er rolled her eyes and said, "What's there to say? How am I angry? I feel very happy. Very happy. Very happy. Also, my big brother is Chuyang." "Who are you?" Motng was stunned when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Ah? I'm Motng." Chulu'er gritted her teeth when she saw this. She roared angrily, "Is it Motng? Let me tell you, I'm very, very happy now." Motng, whose IQ had dropped to 0 because of his EQ, finally felt Chulu'er's anger. However, he was even more confused because of his negative EQ. He carefully said, "Yes, yes, I'm very happy too." As he said that, he walked to the window and sniffed the fragrance on Chulu'er's body. For a moment, he felt refreshed and high-spirited. "Hee, I'm really very happy as long as you're by my side. What? I'm already like this. You still dare to say that you're very happy too?" Chulu'er was so angry that her nose was crooked. She said sarcastically, "The scenery outside the window is beautiful, isn't it? The weather today is so good?" Motng nodded repeatedly and praised, "Yes, yes, bang, bang bang bang." Chulu'er slammed her hand on the table and walked away angrily. "I really can't take it anymore. If I hear yes, yes one more time, this young lady will definitely go crazy, definitely. The next time Qinggu comes back, I must ask her for advice. What is this young girl thinking? Logically speaking, maturity, steadiness, elegance, wisdom. Aren't these the most important factors that attract girls?" Motng looked at Chulu'er's back view as she left for no reason angrily. He was still puzzled. "In the past, when I went out, I was always like this. All the ladies would stare at me in a daze. This time I purposely put on a front. Why did I receive such treatment? This doesn't make sense." Although Motng's IQ was top-notch and unrivaled in the world, his EQ was really too horrible to look at. It was just that all this while, he had always appeared in this manner, making people feel that he was omnipotent. But no one would have thought that this master of calculation and manipulation who controlled the world had an EQ comparable to a super noob, or even worse. Yes, it was true that women liked this kind of man. But generally speaking, women would view such men as scenery. Yes, they could be viewed from afar but not touched. Once a woman really fell for you, you would need to take the initiative, be more considerate, gentle, or even, be a little perverted, sweet talk, and intimate. Even if you were a little shameless, it was understandable. Even if you were a little beastly, it was also acceptable. Even if you pretended to be reserved, in the end, you would still give in half-heartedly. But if a woman fell for you and you still put on that kind of saintly appearance, you would be worse than a beast. There would definitely be no good consequences. Motng had been focused on this profession since he was young and had no other thoughts. If he killed the wrong person and kept the wrong person's daughter by his side, the two beautiful women by his side back then who had accompanied him for a few years didn't have any reaction at all. When Motng was wronged back then, all he did was try his best to help her from the outside. He had never thought that a word of comfort, a heart of warmth and support at that time was far better than what he had done outside by 1,000 times. Although the actual effect was actually inversely proportional, but humans ultimately needed that kind of words, heart, warmth, and support, yet, the extremely intelligent Motng just couldn't think of this. Even if a smart person did something stupid, if no one pointed it out, they would never be able to get out of that vicious circle. It was the same now. When he liked a girl, he had never thought of putting it into action and confessing to her face to face. As for how to act and how to confess, he was completely clueless. In Motng's mind, he believed that as long as he showed his proudest, most elegant, most carefree, and most, his side, everything would naturally fall into place. And everything would naturally fall into place. That's how it should be. Everything will naturally fall into place. And everything will naturally fall into place. However, he had never thought that the so-called natural and unrestrained temperament was just for outsiders to see. As for his lover, what he really needed was to be considerate and warm, not some bullsh** elegance and temperament. In the end, women still needed to be coaxed. Even if you were a little naughty, it was fine. The most taboo thing was to pretend to be that. Day after day passed. Although there were more and more people in Xianxia City, the order in the city was getting calmer and calmer. Of course, the bustling atmosphere was still the same as before, and it didn't change just because there were a few more crabs. However, no one knew what kind of stormy waves were hidden under this surface calmness. Just maintaining this surface calmness took a lot of effort from the Tribulation Brothers and the millions of soldiers in the Imperial City. These days, Chu Yang and the others had been constantly searching, researching, and killing. This process, as time went by, they seemed to be getting more and more skilled. Countless experts entered the Jasper Flower City and then disappeared without a trace. Every day, the few people who were in charge of stopping the enemy had to find themselves at least 10 times in a row. They had to defeat the enemy, kill them, or capture them alive. Chu Yang was even busier because not only did he have to kill his own targets, but he also had to preside over the killing of the people captured by the other brothers. Under Chu Yang's tribulation sword, at least 2,000 souls had been killed in this short 1.5 months, and among these 2,000 souls, none of them was below the cultivation of a saint. In other words, Chu Yang had killed at least 2,000 super experts above the saint level. Of course, through this period of killing, everyone had become more mature and their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The few people at the front had already begun to steadily advance towards the high-level saint level. Their progress could be said to be amazing. The few people at the back had also gained a firm foothold in the level of saint level and were gradually advancing. Everyone was racing against time and cherishing every bit of time. Everyone was working hard with all their might. However, there was only less than a month left before the ascension ceremony of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. Time was getting more and more pressing, and there was less and less time. And there were still countless experts swarming in from all directions. High up in the sky, the person above the clouds seemed to have felt that something was wrong during this period of time, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Looking down, he frowned deeply. This feeling of something wrong had already lasted for 1.5 months. During this period of time, he didn't go down personally. Instead, he was high up in the sky, using the heart manipulation technique to continuously harvest real spirits and strengthen himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to go down and investigate clearly, but because his appearance was too familiar to most people in the Heaven Imperial City. After all, his image had already been announced to the world. As long as he wasn't careful, he would be recognized. As for disguising himself, the saint wasn't willing. As the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial City, he was forced to change his appearance and go down to do something like a thief. He really didn't want to have this feeling of being sneaky. Even if he had to temporarily change into someone else's appearance for some purpose, he would change back after that. As the saint, the #1 person in the world, how could he disguise himself as someone else? Disguise himself as someone else? This wasn't because the saint was conceited and arrogant, but because of his status and position. At his level, he had already reached the point where every move he made was the heavens and the earth, the light. Of course, that was if he didn't have so many secrets. I am the Cloud Master, so I will be the Cloud Master. However, some time ago, he suddenly felt that the amount of dark spirit energy he should have harvested had suddenly decreased by a lot. It wasn't that it didn't exist, but it had decreased by a lot. Originally, he should have been able to harvest more than 100 strands of dark spirit energy a day, but after that day, there were only about 20 strands. He didn't care too much about it. It didn't matter to him how much or how long it took. He only needed to be responsible for absorbing it. Furthermore, those little fellows below had been fighting for so long and had been fighting with their lives on the line. Perhaps they were tired, or perhaps some of them were injured. Or perhaps, at the moment when they killed their target, they coincidentally destroyed the target's true spirit before it was transmitted away. This wasn't impossible. As a result, their battle prowess had decreased and the number of true spirits had decreased. This was normal and reasonable. His guess was right. Chu Yang and the other brothers were injured almost every day. In fact, they were injured more than once a day. It was simply unrealistic to capture a target who had the cultivation of a saint alive and still be able to escape unscathed every time they succeeded in doing so. If Chu Yang didn't have heaven-defying divine medicine like the heavy pill, he would have already reached the point that the saint was guessing now, unable to fight due to exhaustion and unable to fight due to injuries. Therefore, the saint didn't care too much about it. Since it was reasonable, then it was normal. Even he himself couldn't continue fighting for such a long time without knowing fatigue. However, after this continued for more than 10 days, it became a little strange. It wasn't completely because of the decrease in the number of true spirits. Instead, it was because some of the heart-grasping technique had inexplicably lost its power and sense of existence, becoming a floating state. This kind of thing was too unusual. It wasn't impossible for something like this to happen. For example, if the target of the heart-grasping technique was suddenly killed by the enemy, and coincidentally, the true spirit was also destroyed in an instant and completely dispersed. This would cause the heart-grasping technique to not be able to guide the true spirit in time and become an aimless shooting. This was why such a phenomenon could occur. In that case, in the following period of time, the line that belonged to that person would slowly lose its vitality and slowly float. This process would usually take a few days before it was discovered by the controller. This was also the only flaw of cultivating the 10,000 Saints True Spirit technique. However, the probability of such a thing happening was extremely small. If it wasn't done deliberately, it would be so small that it might not even happen once in 10,000 years under normal circumstances. In fact, the saint had already expected such a situation. After all, what Chu Yang and the others were doing now was a hunting operation. Killing the target in one move or even destroying the divine spirit wasn't something rare. So, it was understandable that the harvest would be reduced by 10 or 20%. However, in this period of time, such a situation had actually occurred one after another, and the harvest had been sharply reduced by 80%. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a targeted strategy. The saint turned into a white cloud and slowly descended. When he reached 10,000 feet above the ground, he turned into a wisp of misty fog and fell without a trace. Stopping several hundred feet above Xianxia City, his tyrannical divine sense instantly turned into a large net and fell down, completely enveloping the entire Xianxia City. Not long after, he had already found those young experts who were on the move here. He saw that these people were still in a hurry and left in a hurry. However, there was a big difference from before. In the past, they were all alone. But now, they were working together in twos and threes. Although their movements were still fast, they couldn't hide the tiredness on their faces. Battles were still happening in every corner of the city. Targets were constantly being killed. The sage could clearly feel that strands of dark spiritual energy were converging towards him. Everything was normal. There was no problem. Then why did he feel that something was wrong? Was it an illusion? But the next moment, he frowned. Below him, two black-robed youths had found a target that was close to the level of a sage and were fighting fiercely. That true spirit was obviously not their match and was about to be defeated. Every one of the opponents was holding a divine weapon and had been through hundreds of battles. Every one of them had a true spirit that was higher than the level of a sage. The target was trying to break out of the encirclement, but the two of them tried their best to stop him. They did not kill him and only fought with him, blocking all the possible escape routes of the target. Finally, the target was seriously injured and captured. The two of them grabbed him and left quickly. The sage was very curious about this result. Why didn't they kill the person they captured on the spot? Instead, they took him away. Wouldn't that cause trouble in the future? Moreover, capturing him alive was obviously more exhausting than killing him. Wasn't this strenuous and thankless? Curious, the sage followed them with his divine sense and saw a heavily guarded prison cell. There were two people in charge of interrogations. "Speak, who sent you?" You don't want to speak, right? Come, punish him. A sinister laugh sounded. If you don't speak and I can't destroy your souls, then I'll let you down. Then, the torture was carried out and there were screams, so it was like this. The sage frowned. White clouds floated up and returned to the clouds in an instant. So it's like this. They have already realized that there is someone behind this and captured those with high cultivation for interrogation. They want to find out the mastermind behind this. Those heart manipulation techniques were broken because they were tortured to the point where they wished to die. In the end, all of their souls were destroyed. However, you are destined to waste your energy like this. Even if you destroy their souls 1,000 times, they won't be able to say anything. It's just a pity for my true spirit. Forget it, I'll let you mess around for a few days. When I see that you can't get anything out of them, I'll stop and give up. At this point, the sage was relieved. However, he did not notice that the guards in the prison cell had a strange expression on their faces. This is King weird. He had never seen anyone interrogate a prisoner in such a manner in his entire life of looking at prison cells. Every time, he would shout, "I will torture you until your soul scatter." However, after a few continuous shouts and a short moment of torture, he didn't wait any longer. Following that, he simply killed them with a sword and replaced them with a new batch. It was still the same. Will you speak or not? If you don't say it, I will torture you until your soul scatters. Then, after saying it a few times, he cleanly killed him with a sword. CKU, where's the torture you were talking about? Could that little bit of torture be considered torture? Did they even know how to use torture? CK, this is probably a psychopathic murderer who doesn't know anything about torture, right? You're not torturing the people you've captured. You're torturing our ears. Every day, he would hear the same words, but he just couldn't think of any concrete methods to implement them. We will all collapse, okay. At first, we thought that this great master came in so confidently because he had some good interrogation method. So, we rubbed our hands and wanted to learn from him. But now, the prisoners were almost not tortured at all. Instead, we were tortured to the point of almost going crazy. Spare us. In the last half a month, it would be the day of the Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony. On this day, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the south of the city. The roar rumbled and shook the heavens. Then, it was as if a bolt from the blue suddenly sounded in the sky. The entire world seemed to flash and distort once. In the Jade Flower City, Motianji and the rest were shocked. An expert. An expert had arrived. The person who came was definitely a high-level saint. He might even be at the peak of the saint level. A burly man with his hands behind his back arrived at the city gate as if he was riding the clouds. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Black Mist Mountain's Black Mist True Monarch is here to congratulate Jade Flower Empress on her ascension to the throne." The city gate official revealed a shocked expression. Black Fog Mountain's Supreme Black Fog was a native of Black Cloud Sky. He ruled over a mountain range by himself. It was said that his cultivation had reached an omnipotent level. All along, when Xianxia was here, he had never taken any action against Black Fog Mountain. This Supreme Black Fog had always existed in legends. It was said that this Supreme Black Fog would only appear once every 10,000 years. Every time he appeared, it would cause a catastrophe in the martial world. To think that he would personally come to congratulate the Jade Flower Emperor on her ascension this time, the Jade Flower Emperor was really prestigious. Coming alone, he actually made people feel that the celestial emperor of this generation was really impressive. This showed how powerful this true monarch Black Fog was. When the city gate official saw that it was him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He personally registered and then let this Supreme Black Fog into the city. He had to be extra careful. Supreme Black Fog walked in with his head held high. Outside the east gate, there was a huge crowd. An old man with a hunched back, a face full of wrinkles, and a head full of white hair walked shakily in the crowd. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but break out in cold sweat. This old man, he better not be accidentally squeezed to death. Looking at this skinny man who was on his last breath, it wouldn't be strange at all if he was squashed to death by someone. And this old man walked into Jade Flower City with a hunched back and a pair of dim eyes. He looked like he was past his prime. When he was registering, he also honestly showed his identity card and wrote down a name that made people shudder, Xianxia. When the registrar saw this childish name and the old man in front of him, he almost burst out laughing on the spot. With a crooked smile, he let this old man in. When the old man entered the crowd, he was like a drop of water merging into the sea, disappearing in an instant. The registrar changed shifts. The previous pile of registration information was also submitted and replaced with a new one. The registration book entered the city gate. Here, more than 300 people were carefully sorting, searching, and confirming. There were people constantly moving the information of the martial artists above the martial saint level. As for those who were left behind, they sealed them up. People came and went. Only the sound of hurried footsteps and the rustling of papers could be heard. Everyone was focused, and there was not even a single person who was panting loudly. From time to time, a graceful maid would tiptoe in and refill everyone's teacups. Although it was said that they were refilling tea, the teacups were actually still full. Because almost none of these hundreds of people had the time to drink. This time, Mo Yuntian had changed the world, and a new emperor had ascended the throne. This was a huge matter, and they were in charge of the most important part. Everyone had gone through the most rigorous investigation. Only those with clean backgrounds were qualified to sit here and work. From the moment they entered until the end of Jade Flower Great Emperor's ascension, there was absolutely no one who could walk out of here. Obviously, this was strictly confidential to the point of almost being harsh, and such a job was very precious to everyone. As long as they could endure until the end of the ascension ceremony, they could be said to be the hardcore supporters of Jade Flower Great Emperor. With today's merit of supporting the emperor, their future would definitely be bright. But if there was a mistake in the hands of that person, it would be bad, so everyone was serious to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, they were all doing it voluntarily. In the midst of the solemn atmosphere, someone suddenly laughed and pointed at a name on the register. Xianxia. Haha, an old man actually has such a name. This is really too funny, everyone laughed at the same time. To be honest, the only joy in doing such a heavy job here was to find some fun from some strange names in exchange for a moment of relaxation. This official laughed and said, an old man. Ha ha ha, an old man with a face full of wrinkles is actually called Xianxia. Ha ha. And an old man who is already 1,170,000 years old is called Xianxia. Ha ha ha. Eh? Eh ah? The laughter suddenly stopped. Not only him, but everyone who heard this sentence stopped laughing at the same time. Their faces became bewildered, and there was also a trace of shock. An old man was naturally not strange. Not only Jade Flower City, every city would receive many old men every day. This was naturally not strange. As for the old man's name, although ridiculous, it was also not strange. A name was a mark of a person. Even more ridiculous and strange names existed. But this 1,170,000 years old record was really shocking. What kind of person could live to 1,170,000 years old? Only a peak martial artist. Inferring from this age alone, the other party had to be at least a high-level saint, because even a beginner saint could not live for so long. In fact, even a 7-star guard's age was about the same. The foreman suddenly stood up. I say, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The record really states that he is 1,170,000 years old? And not 1,170,000 years old? That official was already sweating profusely. This? Yes. There is absolutely no mistake. His identity certificate is here. The foreman quickly walked over, grabbed the document and shouted, send this person's information to the commander-in-chief immediately. Immediately, a ghost-like guard appeared, took the document and left like a gust of wind. Looking at the back of the guard, everyone was sweating profusely. A few people's lips were already green and their faces were pale. Fortunately, this guy still found out that this person's age was 1,170,000 years old. Otherwise, this old man would have been missed. This matter was too dangerous. Everyone, be more attentive. Stop laughing and joking. Be serious, be more serious. The leading official roared with a stern expression. At the same time, he wiped his sweat. He was still scared. If something went wrong here and he was ignored by everyone's laughter, then, the hundreds of people in the room would be beheaded together with their clansmen, When the official who discovered the problem sat down, he realized that he was sweating so much that even his underwear was soaked. He sat down and his crotch was cold. That was close, mother asterisk cur, everyone sweats when they are nervous. Why am I sweating in my crotch when I'm nervous? It's a head, but a small one. The official muttered in his heart. Xianxia. Motng looked at this person's name, waved his hand and said, confirm his personal information again. If the basic information is true, organize all of this person's information and bring it back. Originally, with the efficiency of the intelligence system that Motng was in charge of, there would definitely not be an incident of confirming someone's information again. However, this time, it was very important. This was a super old man who was over 1,000,000 years old. Just because of his age, there was value in confirming and gathering all of his information again. Business was business, personal was personal. Even though Chulu had a lot of opinions about someone, she would definitely not argue with Motng on this kind of official matter. She floated out like a gust of wind and quickly came to a hall on the other side. This hall was much bigger than the room that Motng was in. It was almost 10 times bigger. It was filled with the records of the martial arts experts that Motng had recorded over the years. Xianxia. 1. 17 million years old. Check. There were 100 intelligence personnel here. Each of them was in charge of the records of the martial arts experts over a period of time. As long as they had specific information about a certain person, the speed of checking was very fast. For example, this Xianxia. His age was a very obvious indicator. Therefore, in just a short while, this Xianxia's information was found. Xianxia, male, origin unknown. His identity card shows that he was originally registered in the extreme heavens. This person was cruel and murderous when he was young. He killed the innocent and liked to rape women. When he first showed his talent, he already had the cultivation of heaven realm. He came to Motng to join the army. Later, he was promoted to the position of captain. He fought in Motng's army for 30 years and made great contributions. However, when he was promoted to general, he quietly left. After that, he went on a rampage in the martial arts world. He specialized in robbing and plundering. Over the years, countless people have been harmed by him. This man has a perverted addiction to treasures. Whenever he sees something, he will definitely try to get his hands on it. I don't know how many murders have been caused because of this. Just with a single thought, the number of innocent people who have died tragically in his hands has reached as high as 3,000 people. He once used the alias of Xianxia and entered Clear Wind sect in the extreme heavens. 10 years later, more than 7,000 people in Clear Wind sect were all killed. The spiritual treasure left behind by the seniors of Clear Wind sect, Fiery Tree Silver Flower, which has a great effect on one's foundation, was lost. He once used the alias of Chi Manman and snuck into Eastern Royal Heaven's Lotus Mountain. A few years later, Lotus Mountain would be uprooted by him. Not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. In total, more than 20 big sects were destroyed because of him. All the wealth and heavenly treasures belonged to him alone. The government had issued orders to arrest him many times, but it was to no avail. They lost many soldiers and generals. Later on, Xianxia slowly became more restrained. Yuan Tianji gave the order to cancel the order to kill him. Until 100,000 years ago, Xianxia disappeared from the pugilistic world, and never appeared again. All weapons, soft sword. According to legend, this sword was forged from the tendons of a golden dragon and the essence of purple cloud iron. It has a unique texture and can be long or short. It can be soft or hard. With this sword in hand, all the weapons in the world are like in a bag. Cultivation, unknown. Suspected to be the heavenly lightning technique, but there is no evidence. Personality, eccentric and violent. If he doesn't agree with someone, he may slaughter the entire city. Extremely brutal. He was once named as the fiercest person in dark cloud heavens. Appearance, his face is haggard. He is thin and withered. His hair is white, like an old man in his twilight years. Motng took this information and looked through it several times. Other than the original identification that he came from the extreme heavens, he didn't find anything special. According to this information, there was a 50% chance that this person came from some mysterious place. In other words, this Xianxia was also very likely to be a true spirit, and a true spirit at the high-level of a saint. Mo Tianji sighed in his heart. There was an inexplicable shock in his heart. How many more trump cards does the saint monarch have? A true spirit of this level, isn't it too extravagant? Every time he took out a trump card, it was so shocking. It was simply shocking. Although he was shocked, Mo Tianji was still certain of one thing. This was definitely not the most powerful trump card of the saint monarch. He must have other hidden powers. Perhaps they were even more terrifying than what he had shown now. This was for sure, since the enemy had made his move again. Mo Tianji couldn't not accept the challenge. However, this time, he was facing a high-level saint. Who should he send? What kind of strategy did they have in mind? Did they still insist on capturing him alive? Wouldn't that be a little suicidal? Mo Tianji frowned. He sealed this information and handed it to Chu Lu'er. Bring this information to boss and let him make a decision on this matter. And that Supreme Black Fog. Let him make a decision too. When it came to the analysis of the enemy's combat strength, Mo Tianji admitted that he wasn't as good as Chu Yang. Therefore, he directly handed this hot potato over. Being able to hand this decision over to someone else, Mo Tianji faintly had a strange feeling of relief. Why is that so? Chu Lu'er was a little puzzled. Wasn't Mo Tianji the one making all the decisions previously? Why is it different this time? I never belittle myself, but I also don't think too highly of myself. When it comes to analyzing the enemy's strength and formulating strategies to deal with the enemy, I'm not as good as Chu Yang. Mo Tianji said frankly. Besides, I'm too hard-hearted. I only look at the results and don't care about the process. This will invisibly cause more sacrifices in the process. Perhaps these sacrifices aren't necessary. Chu Yang is different. Although Chu Yang also values the results, he cares more about the sacrifices in the process. He will try his best to reduce the price he has to pay in this process. As long as he can reduce the price of his life, he would rather choose to take a roundabout route rather than use the most direct and cold-blooded method to achieve victory. Mo Tianji said, and in the current situation, no matter which one of our brothers is lost, or if there's any irrecoverable injuries, we can't afford to lose them. Therefore, this matter is handed over to Big Brother Chu to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Besides, the cultivation of these two people is too high. I'm afraid that something will go wrong if I make the decision. Chu Lu'er said, I see. My big brother is still the wiser one. Then, she drifted out like a gust of wind. Although Lu'er was still flattering Chu Yang, she had a new understanding of Mo Tianji in her heart. Mo Tianji is still very self-aware. Mo Tianji's trust in Chu Yang had obviously reached a point where it couldn't be any higher. Mo Tianji didn't think that he was omnipotent. He was very clear-headed and knew his own strengths and weaknesses. For some reason, Chu Lu'er actually felt sincerely happy that she had such thoughts in her heart. Therefore, when she went to look for Chu Yang this time, it was completely with a kind of joy and a kind of faint gratification. I say, little girl, what's wrong with you? Chu Yang's brows were almost knitted together as he looked at his younger sister. Could it be that this girl had a fever? Using that kind of attitude that could almost be described as jumping for joy to give him such a huge and stressful piece of bad news that could crush him to death, is this news worthy of you being so happy? Big brother, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Chu Lu'er put her hands behind her back and jumped up and down happily in a posture unique to little girls. She didn't care about Chu Yang's surprise at all. Originally, with Lu'er's age, Chu Yang should feel happy and gratified that she could do such a thing. A little girl shouldn't have to bear so much in the first place. But at this moment, Chu Yang was very depressed and very puzzled. Why are you so happy? Chu Yang's brows furrowed even deeper. Did something good happen? Why don't you share it with me? Chu Lu'er blushed and looked even more beautiful. She snorted and said, I'm not telling you. Then she turned around and jumped out. Okay, I'm going back now. With a whoosh, she disappeared. This little girl. Why is she so jumpy? She's just like a little crazy. Chu Yang smiled dotingly. Then he looked at the name and information of Xianxia and couldn't help but ponder. To deal with such a person, Luo Kadi and GMO were obviously not suitable. This person was a perverted murderer. To deal with such a person, the only right way was to kill him as soon as possible in the most direct way. To carry out such a mission, there were two people who were most suitable, Dong Wusheng and Gu Duxing. Of course, there was also Mo Lei. Mo Lei always stayed close to Dong Wusheng. She definitely wouldn't allow Su Ailang to fall into a dangerous situation alone. If there was really an irresistible danger, she would jump out at any time and participate in solving the problem. In that case, to deal with this Xianxia with three great experts, he believed that even if the other party was a high-level saint, facing these three people at the same time, it wouldn't bode well for him. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and finally added another person to the list of people to deal with Xianxia. Wang Dao. This knife was getting sharper and sharper now. To let him participate in a battle to snipe high-level saints was undoubtedly a great boost for him. In particular, to experience Mo Lei's elusive assassination techniques in close proximity, he believed that he would be able to learn a lot more from it. Many people are really asking for a scolding. They won't wake up if they don't scold them. A bunch of idiots take pride in being scolded. They won't feel comfortable if they don't get scolded. This F***king world is so big, nothing is too strange. What a F***king bitch. Before scolding, let's talk about something else. I have been writing for more than 4 years, and every year, there are many things to deal with. Let me make one thing clear, our Shandong Laiwu is a small city. The entire city, including the villages, has a total of 1 million people. The last time Zhen came here, he specially found a taxi and drove around the entire city, spending 35 yuan. Yes, it's such a big city, a prefecture-level city. My home is here, all my relatives, friends, and classmates are here. The furthest relative's house is less than 20 kilometers away from my home. As long as there is something, there will be a notice. I can't not go. Throughout the year, other than catching a cold and having a fever, there are more than 20 birthdays to celebrate. My parents, my biological uncle and auntie, my wife and I, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, my 3 aunts, a few uncles' birthdays. Wait, there are also some friends' birthdays that I have to go. Counting in this way, it's not a small number. Laiwu's custom is to visit relatives during the Spring Festival. Every year, during the Dragon Boat Festival and the Autumn Festival, we also have to visit relatives and visit them. This also requires time. A meticulous reader once calculated, Feng Ling, your father's birthday is on the lunar calendar, and your father-in-law's birthday is on the same day. He said it clearly one by one. I was surprised and asked him how he knew. This guy said that for the past 4 years, every time you meet these few days, you have to explain it in the book. It's easy to calculate. If you want to lie, you can't find the same day every year and use the same reason to lie. No one has such a good memory. I repeat, I live in my hometown, not Beijing or Shanghai where I can't reach. The main point is, when I encounter this kind of situation, I usually update late or early. I never ask for leave or stop updating. Even if I ask for leave, I'll make up for it by double. Many people who leave the village and enter the big city can't rush back because of something at home. Everyone can understand this phenomenon, but it doesn't mean that there's nothing at home. Besides, even if there's something that needs to rush back, your parents have dealt with it when you were young, so there's no need for you. You may not know what your parents have sacrificed, but ignorance is not a reason for you to scold others. Why are there so many idiots now? They're looking for excuses to scold me while watching pirated versions. It's my birthday today, tomorrow I'll visit my relatives tomorrow, the day after tomorrow I'll catch a cold, the day after tomorrow someone will die. Why are you so troublesome, Feng Ling? Worst of all, he even scolded his family. Damn you, did I give you any face? F***ck. Looking for an excuse? Was I coaxing you for fun? Do I need to find a reason? What's more, it's not like I'm not going to update. Why would I need to find an excuse? Your parents coaxed you because you are their son. But you're not my son. Why should I coax you? Even if you are my son, I will still beat and scold you. Coax you every day? Who the F***ck do you think you are? F***ck. Are you RMB? What a brainless thing. Did he really think he was some big shot, looking at pirated versions every day and scolding the author? What kind of glory was that? Even the tens of thousands of readers who paid money to read the book didn't have any objections. What right did you have to scold me after seeing that it was a pirated copy? You keep saying that authors are your employees and readers are your bosses, but are there any bosses in the world who only let their employees work without paying them a salary? Boss? Hee, it's not that I am looking down on you, but you don't even want to spend a few cents and still want to scold me every day. Don't even think of being a boss in your lifetime, you don't have that kind of life. You keep saying that China is a pirated country, and even computers are pirated. But when the pirated computer software is broken and can't be used, did you scold Bill Gates? Scold Microsoft? Why are you scolding the author when you look at pirated versions? Furthermore, are you proud of China being a pirated country? Scolding the author when you look at pirated versions? I don't understand your mentality. It's unbelievable. A bunch of stupid cheese. I did not purposely ask you to look at the original version, but what's with scolding me? What a bunch of stupid cheese. It's all because I've spoiled you. A bunch of people with no fan points actually want to take the book down and say that they will never vote for you again. But the problem is, have you ever fought before? Have you ever voted before? You keep shouting like you are a saint, but you don't know how stupid you are in the eyes of others. Today, I will give you a chance to scold you. Those stupid cheese who look at pirated versions and scold me, you can feel proud now. Because you have angered me, you all have a great sense of achievement. Wow, you all are so happy to be scolded. Chu Yang thought to himself, given Mian Qingwu's strength, it should be more than enough to defeat a high-level saint like Black Fog True Monarch. As long as the Supreme Black Fog is not a peak saint, Mo Qingwu, and I can take him down completely. Moreover, this will be the first time I face a powerful enemy since I reunited with Mo Qingwu. Victory. Invincible, Chu Yang must build this confidence. Not only for himself, but more importantly for Mo Qingwu. May you dance with me all the way to the top. After Chu Yang made up his mind, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and immediately issued an order. Kill 2 high-level saints. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang immediately moved out. 2 figures, one was extremely sharp, like a sharp sword that cut through the blue sky. The other was burly and majestic, like the earth moving together. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing both had a kind of excitement in their hearts. Boss said, kill, then, this time, we must kill. I can't afford to lose Tribulation's face. Boss's first order to kill after reuniting. I can't let him down. Looking at Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing leaving confidently, Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Once upon a time, when facing a supreme martial artist of the heavenly continent, he had to flee for his life and was always in danger. Even running for his life was like treading on thin ice. But now, when facing a saint-level master of the heavenly imperial court, he could decide his life and death with just a word. I've grown up after all. Chu Yang raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked at the endless night outside the window. He didn't know whether it was out of pride or out of emotion, but he sighed. Black Mist Sage was sitting in the inn, with 2 expressionless guards standing behind him. In front of him, there were 2 slender young ladies who were diligently massaging his thighs. Just like that, he stretched his body and tilted his head. From time to time, he would let out 2 groans, indicating that they needed to use more strength on the places they were massaging. Suddenly, a groan of extreme comfort came from his throat. At that moment, it was clear that the comfort had reached its peak. He suddenly straightened up and laughed heartily. He grabbed the hair of a young girl and pressed her down. He stretched his neck and suddenly bit the young girl's neck with a gotcha sound. Blood gushed out. The girl's pretty face immediately turned pale and she screamed in horror. The other girl also seemed to be stunned by this sudden attack and didn't know what to do for a moment. Just like that, he stood there motionlessly, as if he was a wooden sculpture. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, fresh human blood, especially the blood of a virgin, is the most delicious. Supreme Black Fog laughed loudly. I didn't expect that there's a virgin in this materialistic ink cloud city. You're really a bargain. Before the laughter ended, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Even if there's only one good woman left in the world that you've met, she might not necessarily let you off so easily. The cold voice said, because you don't deserve it. Supreme Black Fog was shocked when he heard this, because with this cold snort, 2 ghastly killing intents had completely locked onto him. For a moment, the peerless devil monarch, who used to dominate the whole ink cloud sky, felt a chill down his spine and didn't dare to move a little. His sharp teeth had already bitten the girl's neck. He only needed to suck a little harder, and this girl's virgin and life essence would be sucked into his mouth and he would feast on them. But under the threat of such a ghastly killing intent, he didn't dare to move. Another clear voice said coldly, "Let go of that girl immediately, and I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight. If you don't, you'll die together with me." Under the cover of such a ghastly killing intent, the two bodyguards of Supreme Black Fog had already taken action. They were completely covered by the mysterious person's divine awareness. Their faces were pale, and they didn't even dare to move a finger, only the cold sweat on their foreheads dripped to the ground, making a paw-paw sound. These two bodyguards were also at the peak of the celestial being level, and they were definitely not mediocre. But under the threat of the hidden enemy, they were so weak. The person who intimidated them and didn't hide his killing intent must be two sage masters. And they were definitely above the celestial being level, the standard of a senior level. In an instant, Black Fog's sage had already made such a conjecture. He laughed and said, "Is that true?" As long as the enemy kept his promise and gave him a fair chance to fight, the prey in his hands would be nothing. However, the Black Mist Supreme who had gotten a chance to catch his breath would not fight on the spot. He would only run away immediately, regardless of everything. He would never stay here to have a fair fight with the enemy. What a joke. In the face of such a guy, even one of them was terrible enough, let alone two at the same time. Fair? How could there be fairness? When the two of them appeared here at the same time, it was destined that there would be no fairness. As for the mission, although the mission was important, he had to save his life first. Only by saving his life could he talk about the future. Without his life, what else could he do? The woman's cold voice sounded again. "It's up to you to believe it or not. But I can guarantee that if you touch a hair of the girl in front of you again, you will definitely die." This statement made Supreme Black Fog feel relieved. Obviously, the other party cared about the innocent. "Heh, this is really a stupid idea," Supreme Black Fog laughed and said, "She's just a country girl. Why would I care about her? But now that she's involved with me, it's fate." As he said that, he slowly pushed the girl's body out of the way with one hand, but the other hand was still waiting, in case something unexpected happened. "I didn't expect that there were two heroes hiding in the dark, and they seem to be a male and female hero." Haha. Supreme Black Fog laughed wildly in his heart. Hero, in Jianghu, the title of hero had changed from the most primitive respect to complete sarcasm. The title of Xianxia in itself represented a lot of scruples, a sanctimonious appearance, and a sloppiness. To be honest, the strongest enemy that the evildoers of Jianghu were most willing to meet was a Xianxia, because heroes were reasonable. Being reasonable was the most precious quality of human beings, but now it had evolved into the most effective weapon for criminals to deal with the righteous Lord. Even if they couldn't beat him, they just had to kneel down and beg for mercy. "Hero, I was helpless at the moment. If there was a way out, how could I do such an outrageous thing?" After a tearful complaint, the hero would often sigh and be lenient. "You can go now. You must repent and change your ways in the future." Then they would agree and leave with tears of gratitude. Just by saying a few good words to save his life, the queen would continue to do evil, rape him, and kill him. If there was a chance that this hero would fall into her hands, of course, she would not repay the kindness of sparing her life. On the contrary, she would intensify the torture and torture this hero to death. "An idiot like you naturally deserves to die. Who asked you to spare my life in the past? Because of your kindness, how many families have been destroyed? What's the point of such a fool like you living? Even a criminal like me knows the principle of eliminating all evil. But you're so stupid as to let the bad guys live. Shouldn't such a brainless person die?" Therefore, when the Black Fog Lord heard that the two people outside cared so much about the life of the girl, he suddenly had a plan in his mind. "Do you want to be chivalrous? I'll let you do it to your heart's content." The Black Fog Lord couldn't stop thinking, but his face was frank and calm. "I've let go of the girl now. You two can come in. I hope you two can keep your promise and have a fair fight to the death. Abide by the rules of Jianghu and the righteousness of heaven." To be honest, when the Black Fog Lord talked about the rules of Jianghu and the righteousness of heaven, he finally couldn't help but vomit. Damn it, in this world, who still followed the Bull Shaster's T rules of Jianghu? Wouldn't that be stupid? Outside, a clear male voice said, "Of course, we're chivalrous, so we have to follow the rules. There are things to do, and there are things not to do. Do you think that the world is filled with demons like you?" Hearing this, the Black Fog Lord was even more relieved. Even the way this guy talked was rigid. It seemed that he was really a hero, therefore, he was relieved and pushed the young girl out. He laughed and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask the two heroes to show yourselves. Let me see the true faces of the chivalrous men and women of this era. It's the greatest honor of my life to have a fair fight with you two heroes." The male voice didn't relax at all, and said, "Let the two girls out. Don't let them get involved. Get out, get out." The Black Fog Lord sneered in his mind, "You care so much about two ordinary girls. Even if you're a *T hero, you're too soft-hearted. Facing people like you, even if I can't defeat you, can't I escape? What's more, I have countless tricks up my sleeves that can make you trust me 100%. The two girls struggled and stumbled out, as if they had been pardoned. They were still choking with sobs, and tears were falling down like rain. Who would have thought that waiters in a hotel because of their poverty would be treated so badly? They'd both left. "You can come out now." The Black Fog Lord had taken advantage of the opportunity when the enemy's divine sense was focused on the two girls, and raised all his cultivation. At this moment, he was full of confidence. As long as he seized the opportunity and put both sides in a fair and open environment, the Black Fog Lord didn't think that he would be afraid of anyone. Although the two people on the other side were both experts, their strength wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, the fighting spirit of immortal Black Fog rose up in his heart. "Childish heroes, let me teach you a lesson in life. This first lesson in life may be your last." Lesson? He really didn't expect to meet such two rookies in Jianghu now. The crisp female voice said, "Are you Immortal Black Fog?" Immortal Black Fog raised his head, laughed and said, "Yes, it's me. Judging from your voices, you must be young, but you have such cultivation. You really shame me. Seeing your cultivation, I really feel that I have lived in vain." The female voice seemed to be a little hesitant. She said, "Really? Are you sure?" Immortal Black Fog was depressed. "How did I meet such two rookies? I was polite to you because I wanted to lure you into the trap. Why are you questioning my identity so stubbornly? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be Immortal Black Fog in Dark Cloud Sky?" He had no choice but to answer patiently, "I am famous in the world. Who dares to pretend to be me?" The female voice said, "So, you are the real Immortal Black Fog?" Immortal Black Fog almost had a headache because of these questions. He reluctantly said, "What else do you want to ask? Why don't you show up? Don't you want a fair fight?" The female voice laughed and said, "I have shown up." Perfected Monarch Black Fog was taken aback when he heard that. Then, he heard two soft sounds and a sharp gust of wind was about to reach him. The cicada notices before the golden wind moves, and you secretly send yourself to death without knowing it. Immortal Black Fog, who had experienced hundreds of battles, didn't even think or look back. He just rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey and rolled out of the door. Because at this moment, Immortal Black Fog had already heard from his experience of killing millions that the two sounds were the sound of the necks of the two bodyguards being pierced. And that sharp sound of wind breaking was a sword launching a sneak attack on him. When a martial artist reached the level of sage, the speed of his attack was definitely faster than the speed of sound. If he were to turn around to see what was going on, it would be tantamount to sending his throat to the tip of the enemy's sword, therefore, he didn't turn around. He directly tripped and rolled all the way out. At this moment, preserving his life was more important. Status and identity were just fleeting clouds. At the same time, he cursed, "How dare you sneak attack me from behind? Do you still have the demeanor of a Jianghu hero? Hee hee." There was a sneer behind him, and a cold voice said, "Who told you that Lauda is a hero? Are you brain dead, you bastard? Do you think we're heroes?" Along with the voice, another sharp whistle suddenly rang out in the air. It was the sword that had attacked Black Fog's sage just now. Only now did the sound of the sword truly belong to that sword. Perfected Monarch Black Mist felt a chill in his heart. This explanation was even more shocking to Black Mist Sage than the sneak attack just now. Just from the way he addressed himself as old, he was definitely not the most orthodox hero of the martial world. from his voice, he sounded more like a hooligan. A hero was not scary, nor was a hooligan, but a hooligan at the level of a senior sage was too scary. However, at this moment, there was a faint murderous intent behind his head, and it was already 3 inches away. Perfected Monarch Black Mist didn't dare to stay any longer. He broke through the wall like a rubber ball and rolled all the way out. He still took the time to shout, "Sneak attack from behind, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the martial world?" At this moment, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if the other party actually wanted to be a hero? But he heard the man behind him scolding, F***CKU. This time, Perfected Monarch Black Mist really gave up completely. Damn it, I've never seen a Jianghu hero scolding people like this, it's so vulgar. Perfected Monarch Black Mist really thought, even if I'm full of evil, you can't scold me like this. After all, I'm a famous person, but the life-threatening crisis was hanging over his head. It seemed that he didn't even have time to take a breath, let alone protest. He could only roll all the way out, like a rubber ball, for thousands of feet. However, under the threat of the other party's awe-inspiring sword chi, he didn't even have the chance to straighten up and change his moves to resist. He could only roll all the way out. In fact, rolling all the way was a unique skill of Perfected Monarch Black Mist. It was called the 18 rolling clouds. It was the most effective way to deal with a sneak attack from the back. Its speed was definitely not slower than that of an ordinary high-level sage. And every time he rolled, there would be a follow-up move. It was really a move hidden within a move, with infinite killing moves hidden within. As long as there was a moment of time, he could turn over at any time and give a fatal blow to the enemy who was chasing after him. In the past, in such a situation, Perfected Monarch Black Mist didn't need to use all the 18 rolling clouds at all. He could turn over and stand up to the enemy even if he was at a disadvantage for a while, but now, in the face of a horrible long sword, he didn't even have the chance to straighten up. Even until now, he didn't know what the enemy behind him looked like. Perfected Monarch Black Mist was going crazy with regret. If it weren't for his wrong judgment at the beginning, if it weren't for his one-sided thinking that the other party was a hero, if it weren't for, how could he have fallen into such an embarrassing situation now? This bastard behind him didn't even have the slightest demeanor. He directly used underhanded means to kill him. Didn't you just say that you wanted a fair fight? Perfected Monarch Black Mist rolled and shouted sullenly. If it weren't for you saying that you would give me a fair chance to fight, I would have escaped at the risk of getting injured. Now, I would be at least hundreds or thousands of miles away. Why didn't you keep your word? Despicable and shameless. Perfected Monarch Black Mist felt wronged. He had always been the one who betrayed others and was despicable and shameless. When had he ever been cheated so badly? The cold voice behind him said, I was right to say that you were a moron. You believed me when I said that I would give you a fair chance to fight? Now, if I tell you that I'm actually your father, would you believe me? Perfected Monarch Black Mist almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of person was the person behind him? Damn it, isn't this too shameless? Even though we're on opposing sides, your mouth is too venomous. But at this moment, there was no time to be angry. It was more important to escape. No matter how despicable the other party was, who asked him to be so powerful that he thought that the other party was a hero. Damn it, how can there be so many heroes in the world? Perfected Monarch Black Mist cried in his heart. I'm really out of my mind. He rolled all along the way as if he was riding on the clouds and mist. All along the way, he'd already destroyed countless houses and residences, yet the lethal sword chi behind him didn't weaken in the slightest, and it was still attached to him from the beginning to the end, and it was getting closer and closer. Perfected Monarch Black Mist rolled faster and faster. He had even activated the potential of his life to escape in a way that exceeded his own limits. The sweat on his body had already turned blood red, sweat and blood, but he didn't know that Chu Yang, who was activating the sword energy behind him, was also extremely surprised. This Perfected Monarch Black Mist was really extraordinary. He deserved his reputation. From the beginning, Chu Yang had taken advantage of the fact that he was enjoying himself with Mo Qingwu's divine sense and completely locked onto him. Under normal circumstances, no matter how high the opponent's cultivation was, as long as he hadn't broken through a big level of their combined strength, he could be killed with one sword strike. But Chu Yang had tried his best and used all his skills to activate the ultimate 1,000 miles chasing sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? He had chased the opponent for a distance of 70,000 feet, but he still couldn't kill the opponent with his sword. Chu Yang had obviously gained the upper hand, and even had the absolute killing power. It was as if he could cut off the opponent's head at any time, but he still couldn't complete the last step. What was more frightening was that Chu Yang himself knew that his physical strength was almost reaching its limit. In the face of such a difficult opponent, as long as there was a slight gap, the opponent would have a chance to turn this situation around. But Chu Yang didn't have a suitable strategy to deal with the opponent's endless rolling and dodging. At this moment, as long as the opponent took a breath, it would be Chu Yang's turn to be at a disadvantage. Although Chu Yang had the upper hand now, the situation between the two sides was delicate. Chu Yang could only maintain this chasing situation. He couldn't not, even though it was dangerous and the situation was dire. Chu Yang could only continue to kill without hesitation, because Chu Yang still had one last move. Mo Qingwu stepped on the heavenly dance. Her red clothes were as red as blood. She looked like a red cloud that was slowly floating in the air. She looked elegant and carefree. But she had already unleashed all of her potential. She was almost as fast as the wind and lightning. Her eyes were fixed on the shining sword light in front of her. That was Chu Yang's calamity sword. In the face of such a powerful enemy, although Mo Qingwu was a little nervous, she was more excited. Because this was the first time she and Chu Yang had joined forces to fight. This was also the first time since the two of them met again that only the two of them were joining forces to fight against such a powerful enemy. This battle must be won, no matter what. There must not be any mistakes. Mo Qingwu had always thought that as long as she was with Chu Yang, they would be invincible. There must be no mistakes in today's battle. This was the first time she and Chu Yang had joined forces after reuniting. No matter what, she had to take down this evil black fog perfected lord as a sacrifice. Mo Qingwu let out a tender shout. Her body sped up again. Chu Yang had already pushed her from behind. Mo Qingwu rushed out like she was riding on clouds. Qingwu Dream Saber flickered with dreamy colors and slashed down at Black Fog perfected lord like a thunderbolt. Sky dance, heaven and earth dance. Bulge *T, go to hell. Before true monarch Black Fog could finish his words, Chu Yang's furious calamity sword struck again. With a flash of light like a thunderbolt, true monarch Black Fog's head flew up and then fell down. The headless corpse of true monarch Black Fog, from his neck to his crotch, was neatly divided into two pieces. You deserve to die, you're worse than a beast. Chu Yang was furious. The calamity sword stirred wildly, and true monarch Black Fog, from head to toe, quickly turned into pure energy and was completely devoured by the calamity sword. All that was left was a pile of ashes. Chu Yang rarely did things so ruthlessly, humiliating the enemy's corpse. But this time, true monarch Black Fog's last sentence ignited the boundless anger in Chu Yang's heart. Mo Qingwu was Chu Yang's first reverse scale. This person who was already dead actually dared to speak vulgarly to Mo Qingwu, and look at her with his eyes. Chu Yang might as well destroy his entire spirit. Mo Qingwu stood quietly not far away, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Seeing Chu Yang so ruthless and angry because of her, Mo Qingwu did not panic. Instead, there was an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. The one he cares about the most is still me. In this world, no one can hurt me in front of Chu Yang. On the other side, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing encountered the first fierce battle in their lives. That senile Qingyonyo, who seemed to be on the verge of dying at any moment, burst out with a fighting prowess when he faced the attacks of these two people. And this fighting prowess even made peerless experts like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang feel boundless shock. The two found Qingyonyo at a snack stall in front of the inn in the downtown area. Gu Duxing originally wanted to follow him back and choose a relatively less crowded place to attack, but an accidental discovery made the two immediately change their minds and decide to attack immediately. They saw Qingyonyo sitting there with his body bent, blocking half of the door. He seemed to be looking at the crowd coming and going on the street with blurred eyes. He seemed to be doing nothing. However, everyone who passed by him showed a kind of dispirited look. No matter how energetic they were, as long as they passed by that door, they would become dispirited. With Gu Duxing's eyesight, he naturally discovered this abnormal situation immediately. Then, he carefully observed it with his divine sense. In the air, there were numerous densely packed threads. Those were invisible threads. However, as long as someone passed by and touched those threads would immediately entangle that person. Then, a part of this person's life force would quietly emanate from their body and be extracted, forming a completely transparent energy that floated in front of Xianxia. In front of Xianxia was a bowl of ordinary noodles. As long as his thread wrapped around a person's vitality, he would move his chopsticks, pick up a noodle, and put it into his mouth along with the vitality thread. It was unknown how many threads there were in the sky, but they almost covered the entire street. It was like a huge and dense spider web. After a string sent back life force, it would immediately return and once again stretch across the sky, waiting for another person's life force to arrive. Every time Xianxia ate the noodles, he actually only ate a small portion. Then, he would put the rest back into the bowl, and when another person's vitality arrived, he would eat another small portion. He was like an old man in his twilight years who was infinitely cherishing the few meals he could still eat in his life. It was as if he would die tomorrow and not be able to eat anymore. That kind of reluctance and cherishing, he did his best to continue this hard-won meal. But now, he had already eaten half of that huge bowl of noodles. This meant that at least thousands of people had unknowingly lost a part of their vitality and been eaten into his stomach. As he ate, he sighed. His dim yellow eyes were filled with the emotion of an old life. There was even a strong sense of pity. This bastard deserves to die 10,000 times. In such a short time, he has unknowingly devoured the vitality of so many innocent people. Letting him live a little longer is unnecessary. Dong Wuxiang and Gu Duxing immediately decided that they couldn't wait any longer. It was really too evil. Just by looking at such an extremely evil cultivation method, the two of them felt their hair stand on end. Unknowingly, the originally good vitality was gone just like that. Dong Wuxiang strode out from the shadows with the dark saber on his shoulder. He was like a moving mountain, with a dense and vigorous aura and an unparalleled pressure. In just 3 steps, he had already arrived in front of Xianxia. In the places where he passed, all the threads arranged there were like a camel breaking into a spider's web. Pa, pa, pa. All of them were broken. All of them were rolled back. At the same time, Gu Duxing also took a step forward. A piercingly cold and abundant sword aura was emitted from his body. From one end of the street to the other, those extremely evil threads were all destroyed by the sword aura at the same time. Xianxia raised his dim old eyes and looked at Dong Wuxiang. He muttered weakly, "This warrior, are you here to eat noodles? This old man is blocking your way." Sorry. As he said this, he slowly retreated with staggering steps. Just like a timid and kind old man who was retreating to avoid trouble. Dong Wuxiang glared at him angrily and said, "Xianxia, is this bowl of noodles of yours delicious?" Xianxia smiled honestly and licked his lips. He said honestly, "It's delicious. The saltiness is just right. There's also shredded meat inside. It's really delicious. This old man loves the noodles made here the most." As he said this, he let out a long sigh and said, "This old man is already so old. Every day I live is a day less. These noodles, every bowl I eat is also a bowl less. This beautiful world," Dong Wuxiang said indifferently, "you're already so old. You've already lived what you should have lived and eaten what you should have eaten. I think it's time for you to die." Xianxia nodded humbly. Yes. This old man feels a little tired of living. After eating this bowl of noodles today, I don't know if I can eat it again tomorrow. Some of the others who were eating earlier stood up and glared at Dong Wuxiang. How can you speak like that? Is there anyone who speaks like that to an old man? You have an extraordinary bearing. How can the 5 of you speak so uncultured? Immediately, a group of people echoed and criticized Dong Wuxiang. The eyes of the masses were never clear. They were all people who echoed what others said, and it was even more so in front of them. Dong Wuxiang looked at these people who criticized him with great pity. Do you know that this old man whom you're fighting for has already unknowingly stolen a considerable part of your life force? Originally, you should be able to live to 70 or 80 years old. But now, I'm afraid you won't even live to 10 years old. It's all because of this old man in front of you who you're trying your best to protect. This world is still beautiful." Tears streamed down Xianxia's face, as if he couldn't be more touched by the actions of the people in front of him. He repeatedly cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Gu Duxing's figure was as straight as a sword. He walked in with a strong killing intent. His gaze was like a sword as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, do you feel that human life is precious in this world? That it's also worth protecting? Xianxia nodded repeatedly and sighed sadly. Yes, yes. It's really not easy to live in this world. Even if it's past dusk and the world is about to part, it's still precious. He stood up shakily and let out a long sigh. The long sky and thick earth nurtured my parents. There are many hardships in life, wind, knives, and frost, sharpening the years, a forest of knives and rain of swords, to win fame and glory, open spears and hidden arrows, to move forward, pitiful people, many worries, the world is in chaos, where is the paradise? His tone was really full of compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. Many people who heard this couldn't help but feel a lot of resonance in their hearts. They actually sighed a little. Gu Duxing was completely indifferent to this. He said quietly and indifferently, Xianxia, you've really played enough of this show. Do you want to go out with us, or do you want to settle it here? After seeing this demon unreasonably devouring the life force of so many people, Gu Duxing only felt disgust towards Xianxia's words. Xianxia said hesitantly, settle it? Settle what? Settle it and finish this bowl of noodles? Gu Duxing didn't move, but the expression on his face was completely cold. An invisible sword energy and a dense murderous aura surged out. Dong Wushang couldn't hold it in anymore. He strode forward and kicked the big bowl in front of Xianxia into the air. Then, he reached out to grab Xianxia. Old bastard, do you think I can't see through your disguise? Do you still want to be so pretentious and try to fool me? Instantly, there were criticisms all around. Some people even scolded angrily, how can this man be so inhumane? How can he be so rude to such an old man? Don't you have any old people in your family? Xianxia shouted, murder. Someone wants to kill me, this old man. Save me. Beside him, two young men in martial attire walked over quickly and shouted, stop. If you continue to be rude to this old man, we won't be polite to you. Dong Wushang flew into a rage in an instant. He turned around and shouted angrily, shut up. His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder in the air. Everyone felt dizzy the moment they heard the roar. At the same time, the dark saber was already unsheathed. Without any explanation, the saber chopped down. Since you still want to pretend, I'll just show your true face. If you still want to play a show to gain sympathy and incite the ignorant masses, then stand straight and let me chop you. I'd like to see if you're the best actor in the Heaven Palace. Such a thunderous saber fell down with a loud bang. Naturally, it caused a series of exclamations. There were a few people with a strong sense of justice who wanted to step forward to help. However, they couldn't do so under Dong Wushang's tyrannical aura. It was as if their entire bodies were frozen stiff. They couldn't move even an inch. A bright light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He could no longer put on an act in the face of such an indomitable and unreasonable attack. No matter how good his acting skills were, they were useless in the face of such a resolute attack. He stood up abruptly, and stretched out his bony right hand before he slowly raised it. The black saber fell down with the power of wind and thunder. Such divine power should have been unparalleled and unstoppable. However, when it reached the top of Xianxia's head, it met his palm. The palm and the saber collided with each other. The black saber stopped in the air. With Dong Wushang's strength, he couldn't split the palm in front of him, it was stopped in the air. Xianxia's dim old eyes shot out a faint cold light, and he said indifferently, young man, don't be so angry. Don't use your saber, spear, and shout to kill. You must know that anger is harmful to the body. When you reach my age, you will know this truth. Of course, the premise is that you can live to my age. Dong Wushang pulled out his saber with a whoosh and slashed down again. He shouted, I want to see how long you can pretend. If you have the guts, continue pretending. This saber slashed out countless saber shadows in the air. It was as if 10,000 sabers were falling down in an instant. Wherever the saber shadows passed, there was white smoke in the air. Under the extreme speed, the air was burning. Dong Wushang only used about 50% of his strength in the previous saber slash, but he could see Xianxia's terrifying strength. So, he didn't hold back at all in this saber slash, he attacked with all his strength. Gu Duxing held the hilt of his sword and watched the battle from the side. However, the huge pressure emitted from him made Xianxia clearly feel that he couldn't act rashly. He couldn't even deal with Dong Wushang with all his strength. As long as he dared to attack with all his strength, Gu Duxing could kill him in an instant. At the same time, Xianxia also vaguely felt that there was a faint killing intent floating in a secret place. This was not the result of observation through spiritual sense. It was just a kind of feeling, or perhaps a kind of intuition. It belonged to the intuition of an experienced and profound cultivator towards danger. There was no evidence to prove this intuition, but he could feel that there was a powerful master hiding in the dark, not inferior to these two, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once he made a move, it would be a matter of life and death. The situation in front of them had already formed a triangular attack front, and Xianxia was at the core of the triangular siege. The first thing he had to deal with was Dong Wushang's one-saber technique. 10,000 moves returned to one. At this moment, Xianxia's body suddenly retreated like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he had already left Dong Wushang's attack range, drawing a straight white line in the air. This was a special phenomenon caused by the intense friction between his body and the air due to his excessively fast movement technique. He was actually facing Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. He was retreating at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, it was as if a transparent hole extended far away. This collision had broken through at least dozens of walls of houses. This retreat had covered a distance of 3,000 feet. It wasn't until his eyes saw the round hole that the sharp whistling sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang in his ears. Then, the dust and smoke had time to rise. Following which, countless bodies flew out of the hole with a swish 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 sound. This was Xianxia, who had escaped. He had casually grabbed everyone he saw along his escape route and threw them behind him to block the pursuers. If one wanted to stop or even catch up with Xianxia at the first moment, this cave was undoubtedly the fastest and best way. However, as long as someone chased along this route, they would run into the innocent people Xianxia had thrown out. In such a high-speed collision, the weak bodies of these ordinary people would be shattered into countless pieces with just one touch. But if one had scruples about these people, one would never be able to catch up with Xianxia. Even if one did not care about these people, they would still be dead. Because when Xianxia threw these people out, there was still some residual force. If one could not resolve it in time, these people would still be dead. When the surrounding ordinary people saw this sudden turn of events, they were all dumbfounded and at a loss. No one would have thought that the doddering old man whom they wanted to protect with flushed faces just now was actually such a deranged demon. He grabbed innocent people and threw them into the sharp blade, using the disappearance of countless human lives as a bargaining chip to buy himself a little time to escape. There was a series of exclamations. Countless human bodies had already been thrown out, spinning. Dong Wushang, who was about to give chase, was so angry that he roared. But in the end, he could not do something like killing the innocent to chase after Xianxia. The helplessness at this moment almost made Dong Wushang explode with anger. A loud and clear sword whistling sound rang out. Gu Duxing had already taken the lead to give chase. Wait a moment. Before his voice had died away, Gu Duxing had already disappeared. Dong Wushang shouted loudly, and the dark saber returned to its scabbard in an instant. Then, he made a circle with his hands, and a gentle force was sent out to catch everyone who had been thrown out one by one. Fortunately, they managed to catch them in time, and no one was injured in the end. It was just that this street was suddenly full of people, all of whom were caught by Dong Wushang. There were men and women, old and young. There were actually hundreds of people in total. Some of them were not dressed properly. Obviously, who would be dressed so neatly in their own home? However, to be thrown out so abruptly was another matter altogether. All of them were terrified and scared out of their wits. They were clearly sleeping, drinking tea, chatting, taking a bath, or doing something else at home. How did they suddenly become flying people? And they came to the street in an instant. But there was a blur in front of their eyes. The burly man who caught them just now suddenly disappeared again. It was really as if they had seen a ghost. Then, they saw a group of people walking over with ashamed faces. Some of them sighed. Sigh, we've wronged a good person, we're really blind. Who knew that old fart was actually a demon? What a good actor, we've really let him down. Xianxia's escape strategy succeeded. Seeing that he had already escaped from the divine senses of Gu and Dong, he turned around and was about to flee. But suddenly, he felt an evil wind behind his head. Under the rebound of his palm, a short sword was turned into powder. But at the same time, more than 10 sharp sounds of the wind rang out at the same time. A cold voice said, "Do you really think you can escape?" That was a woman's voice, but the murderous intent in the voice was no less than that of the two men just now. It even surpassed them. Danger came again. Xianxia snorted coldly. His body spun like a whirlwind, and a purple light rose from his body. The surroundings were filled with clanking sounds. More than 10 kinds of hidden weapons, at the moment when they touched his body, had already been shattered by the protective primordial energy. At the same time when Xianxia broke the net of hidden weapons, a slender figure had quietly appeared. A short sword that really carried the arrival of death had also pierced Xianxia's chest like a meteor. All kinds of attacks and all kinds of unexpected attacks had already made Xianxia unable to make any dodging action. Seeing this fatal sword, he could no longer avoid it no matter what. But at this moment, Xianxia took a deep breath. His already thin chest collapsed in the air. The original landing point of the sword had a slight deviation because of this, and there was a brief pause at the same time. But in this little gap, Xianxia's 2 fingers had already pinched the tip of the sword, preventing it from continuing to fall. Until this time, he had the leisure to raise his head and look at the enemy who suddenly appeared. Unconsciously, a trace of strong fear flashed across his eyes. Killer, she was definitely a top killer who could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. This woman's assassination skills had already reached the point where she could perfectly conceal her killing intent. Even if she killed the target, she would not reveal her killing intent. This was a perfect combination of cultivation and experience. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, the number of killers who could reach this point would definitely not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, but when Xianxia raised his head, he only saw a slim figure that was getting further and further away. The next moment, she had already completely disappeared. He did not even see the other party's face. In his hand, he was clearly still holding the tip of the other party's sword. This was an extremely sharp sword, at least a heaven-grade weapon. But the other party did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. Once it was held by him, she immediately let go and quickly retreated. If the attack failed, she would flee far away, no matter what kind of weapon it was. Once it was caught by the enemy, it would no longer belong to her completely. She had to let go. Only by ensuring her own safety and life could she carry out the next mission. So Mo immediately retreated after her attack failed. Good killing technique. Who are you? Xianxia praised. He was really curious about this woman who suddenly appeared. Mo did not say a word, but the other sword tip had already pierced towards Xianxia ruthlessly and accurately. At this moment, Xianxia's hair stood on end, as if he had already been targeted by an ancient giant beast. The continuous killing intent that lingered like a net let him know that under the guidance of this aura, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to completely shake off the enemy without killing the other party. Gu Duxing had arrived. In this short moment when Mo blocked for a moment, Gu Duxing arrived just in time. Once he arrived, he attacked. A sword pierced through the sky towards the peak. His condition was unprecedentedly low. The plot arrangement was very good, but he was just tired and did not feel like writing. Today, he wrote 1 chapter. Xianxia sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At least you'll have a companion on the road to the netherworld, so that you won't be lonely. He turned back quickly. With a clang, the short sword in his hand had already become the hilt of the sword. It collided with Gu Duxing's black dragon sword fiercely. In this head-on collision, Gu Duxing did a somersault to dissipate the remaining momentum. He landed in front of Xianxia and his aura locked onto the person in front of him again. The 2 swords that had clashed earlier were buzzing with noise. If Qiyang was here, he would definitely hate himself for being a busybody. Why did he give Mo such a full set of high-grade equipment, including Brother Jia, Tan Tan, Zi Xieching and everyone else? No one's equipment was as luxurious and high-grade as Mo's. Because not only was there a large number of her equipment, but every one of them was of the highest grade. Not to mention the short sword and other close-range weapons, even the quality of all the hidden weapons were of the highest grade. Such luxurious equipment was probably unprecedented in the entire history of the Heaven Imperial Court. Even if it wasn't the last, it was at least unprecedented. Otherwise, how could a short sword that could be abandoned casually collide with Gu Duxing's black dragon sword head-on and not be destroyed? Although the quality of Gu Duxing's life weapon, the black dragon sword, was far better than Mo Lei short sword, it was impossible to break it in one collision. In such a first collision, the black dragon sword was not damaged at all, while the short sword only had a grain-sized gap. That was all. It didn't affect the following battle at all. Xianxia's white hair was bleak. He looked at Gu Duxing and sneered. You came quickly and died quickly. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Gu Duxing definitely didn't have the habit of speaking first when facing an enemy. He snorted and the black dragon sword flew up again with a hum sound. It was mixed with a kind of determination to sweep the world. The long sword seemed to have become a rolling river. In the midst of such a vast and sharp surging sword momentum, Xianxia clearly felt a sense of loss. There was a sense of loneliness, as if there was only one person in the vast world who was dancing with a sword. This sword move, actually had its own emotions. A sword of spirituality. This sword move was none other than Gu Duxing's original sword move, life and death, victory and defeat, turning head into nothingness. The long sword transformed into a long river of time, descending mightily. An unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on Xianxia's face. He immediately raised the dagger in his hand and countered every move. Gu Duxing's body was moving rapidly, turning into an illusory shadow. He appeared and disappeared in front of and behind Xianxia, as if he was real and illusory at the same time. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood like a mountain. The short sword in his hand flowed with vigorous sword chi, and he slashed out like a storm. He calmly faced the battle and did not panic at all. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 200 moves. Gu Duxing's goal was not to kill the enemy, but only to delay Xianxia and wait for Dong Wushang to arrive. Together with Mo Lei, the three of them would have the confidence to defeat the enemy. Offense was the perfect defense. His sword momentum was like a violent storm, airtight. His attacks connected heaven and earth, endless. In the face of such an attack, trying to forcibly escape would only result in him stepping onto the road to the netherworld earlier. Xianxia snickered. You're just waiting for your companions to come and join forces to launch a pincer attack. Although such a strong attack is fierce, it won't last long. Aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion before your companions arrive? Hee. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Since I haven't left until now, all the more your companions won't leave when they arrive. I won't let any of you off. However, Gu Duxing completely ignored Xianxia's words. He only sneered, and his sword danced even more urgently. Xianxia's mouth was full of sarcasm, but in fact, he was complaining continuously in his heart. He had really braced himself to say those words just now. However, the enemy in front of him was really not easy to deal with. Xianxia knew that he could withstand it and not fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, if this continued for a long time, there was a possibility of a backlash. However, all of this was based on the premise that Gu Duxing would eventually be exhausted. Before that, wanting to escape without paying a price was undoubtedly a fool's dream and absolutely not realistic. The other party's dense murderous intent had long locked onto him. He believed that even if he walked to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to shake off this murderous intent, not to mention Gu Duxing. There was also that woman who had once again hidden in the dark after her attack failed. Her strength was strong and her assassination skills were brilliant. She was also a formidable opponent. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, there was the possibility of losing his life at any time. Under such circumstances, wanting to escape unscathed was simply nonsense. It was just that Gu Duxing was obviously waiting for Dong Wushang to come over and join forces to launch a pincer attack, but wasn't Xianxia also waiting for the appearance of a turning point? As long as that person from before came over, the gap in strength between the two parties would be even more obvious. However, two people's thoughts were ultimately not as simple as one person's. At that time, when the other party had just joined forces, there was bound to be a moment of relaxation. At that moment when the other party had just joined forces, there was bound to be a moment of relaxation. At that moment of disharmony, cutting off the lock and escaping would be the most suitable way for him to escape at the moment. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, he was afraid that he would face the endless pursuit of the other party. One must know that these few young people in front of him represented the official forces of the entire Moyen sky. No matter how competent Xianxia was, he also didn't dare to really face the pursuit of the entire Moyen sky head-on. Xianxia was really strenuous in a one-on-one battle with Gu Duxing. It wasn't that Gu Duxing had already occupied the absolute offensive and he had fallen into a disadvantage and was in a very difficult situation. It was because Gu Duxing's attacks were really too sharp. Almost every move had a common characteristic: if you die, I'll be injured. That was a kind of outlaw spirit through and through, leaving no room for leeway at all. Xianxia could be said to be extremely troubled by such a fighting style. This was like a righteous ruler suddenly encountering a group of unreasonable hooligans. No matter what he said, they would just beat him down with a stick without any explanation. There was no buffer at all. It was completely barbaric and unreasonable. Facing such an opponent, it was simply unrealistic to want to deal with it completely without getting injured. It was definitely not that his strength was inferior, but it was very aggrieved. The other party completely didn't follow the usual way of fighting with all his might. Yet, he was the kind of person who cherished his life very much. He had encountered a person who didn't care about his life at all, and it was even an expert. Even if his cultivation was higher than the other party, there was also nothing he could do about it. What else could he do but feel aggrieved? Therefore, under Gu Duxing's violent attacks, Xianxia could only blindly protect himself and wait for Gu Duxing to finish in one go. However, every time he faced Gu Duxing's bone-chilling gaze, he would feel uncomfortable all over. This kind of feeling to the extreme made Xianxia feel very indignant. Even when I faced Yuan Tianji back then, facing that kind of gaze that could overturn the world, I didn't feel so uncomfortable. How can such a nobody actually make me feel so uncomfortable? Therefore, Xianxia was really a little angry. His original intention of coming here was to wait for the arrival of another person, but he ended up being besieged by 3 top experts. It was just collecting the life force of some ants. Was there a need to risk your life like this with me? Originally, Xianxia still planned to wait for Gu Duxing's companions to arrive before looking for an opportunity to escape, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Since you want to die so much, risking your life with every move, then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll completely kill this coffin face here, then I'll leave calmly. Although that woman is also very impressive, the killing move is only for a moment. She may not be able to react in time. At most, she can only make up for it later. Her strength is even weaker than this coffin face in front of me. Even if I'm injured by her, as long as it's not a vital point, the injury won't be very serious. She may even completely lose the ability to fight under my counterattack. In this way, even if the other person comes, it won't be of much use. My true cultivation is far above theirs. It's absolutely impossible for the two of them to keep me here. What made him change his mind was Gu Duxing's gaze. Coldness, disdain, contempt, and a kind of disregard. This gaze completely infuriated Xianxia. He's looking down on me. He actually dares to look down on me? People of the martial world are like this. You can kill me, but you can't look down on me. If you kill me, I'll say, good martial arts. Your sword is so fast, but if you look down on me, I'll fight you to the death. Xianxia roared, and the short sword in his hand suddenly pierced straight out. This sword carried a biting cold aura. Didn't you want to fight to the death? Let's see if you can really fight to the death against me. Faced with Xianxia's sudden change, a hint of sincere mockery flashed across Gu Duxing's eyes. The tip of his sword followed the other party's sword and pierced out, but it deviated a little. Your sword, is the goal of piercing my heart? Come on, I won't dodge, because my sword will pierce your throat at the same time you stab me. No retreat, tit for tat. Xianxia snorted, immediately retracted his sword, and raised it rapidly again, blocking Gu Duxing's sword to the side. Then, he stabbed towards Gu Duxing's throat again. Gu Duxing's expression didn't change. His long sword turned in a circle and pierced towards Xianxia's throat like a meteor. If you stab my throat, I'll stab your throat too. If we die together. Xianxia's sword was like the wind. It had clearly already touched Gu Duxing's throat, and even cut a line of blood, but he had no choice but to retract his sword and retreat. Because Gu Duxing's expression didn't change, and the direction of his long sword didn't change, still piercing straight ahead. If you don't retract your sword, I won't retract my sword. Even if you retract your sword, I still won't retract my sword. Xianxia, who was in this situation, was furious. With a somersault, he flipped 180 feet away and shouted angrily, "Who exactly are you? Are you even AF** King Human? A war? Is there anyone who fights like you?" When he said this, Xianxia truly felt wronged. After a busy day today, I've finally sent out the second batch of physical books that everyone bought, causing the update to be a little late. Sorry. Today, I've signed more than 500 books. It's fine if it's just signing, but I've written a message for each first episode. Dear, I've never written so many words since I stopped going to school. My wrists are sore, cough, cough. I'll continue to write. At the same time, I'll roar, I don't have many physical books left for the 1st to 5th episodes. Brothers and sisters who want them, hurry up and follow me. After sending out the physical book sent by the publishing house this time, I'll have to wait for a long time for the next event. There had always been battles in the pugilistic world where people fought with their lives, but this had never been seen before. Such calmness, such indifference, such silence, such a method of mutual destruction. And I'll die first. As long as you die, it doesn't matter even if I die first. This was no longer a fugitive in the ordinary sense, it was a standard death warrior. You're clearly so young and you don't want to live anymore. What do I have to fear at such an old age? Xianxia shouted angrily, but he was a little cowardly at heart. The other party didn't want to live anymore at such a young age. It was really very strange. But at such an old age, he still cherished this old life very much, very much. Gu Duxing's expression was unchanged. He only snorted coldly and still didn't say a word. But the black dragon sword in his hand rose and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Both sides exchanged blows and their attacks became more and more frenzied. The defense between them became less and less. Most of them used offense as defense. The situation fell into a stalemate again, but Xianxia became more and more anxious. The sword he used was Molayer's short sword. Although the quality was good, it had its own shortcomings, and that was that it was too short. That was originally a weapon tailor-made for Molayer and would only suit Molayer. How could it suit Xianxia? As the saying went, an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. In a battle between experts, a difference of a few centimeters was already a huge difference. This specific difference was even more obvious in a battle with a top expert like Gu Duxing who had gone through thousands of battles. So in the face of Gu Duxing's desperate sword moves, he had no choice but to dodge. Because if he didn't dodge, the best result would be to perish together with the other party. It was even very likely that the other party would be seriously injured and he would die. This reality made Xianxia even more aggrieved. He had a lot of skills, but under such a roguish fighting style, he couldn't unleash any of them. In a general sense, this short sword was already of a special quality and had reached the heaven grade level. But it was ultimately only one of Molayer's many short swords. It wasn't the kind of divine weapon that Chu Yang had specially made. Its quality couldn't be compared to Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. It was more than one grade lower. When they first fought, it was only damaged and could still be used. But now, they had already fought many times and collided countless times. There were already innumerable cracks on the short sword. There were a few large flaws in it, and it looked like it would break after a few more collisions. However, Gu Duxing's black dragon sword was still unscathed, and its luster was as bright as before. Sure enough, after fighting for a short while, Xianxia's short sword broke into two with a clang. Xianxia saw that the situation was even more unfavorable. He made up his mind and threw out the broken sword in his hand. Taking advantage of the time. When Gu Duxing dodged, he drew out his sword with a swoosh. At the same time, his body spun rapidly. He spun like a gust of wind to a distance of 70 to 80 feet away. At the same time, he shouted furiously, "Stop!" Gu Duxing looked up and finally understood why this guy didn't use his own sword. It turned out that Xianxia's sword was a strange sword that was thin, long, and narrow, like an elongated chopstick. Furthermore, it seemed to be a transparent jade sword. Holding it in his hand, if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it at all. Furthermore, this was under the condition that the longsword was stationary. If it were to be waved at high speed in battle, it would be equivalent to being invisible. This kind of sword was formless and traceless. With Xianxia's skills, if he were to use this sword to assassinate the enemy, he would be able to kill the enemy without leaving a trace. However, this sword itself still had a huge disadvantage, and that was that it was not hard enough. At this moment, facing Gu Duxing, this daredevil, who just happened to be holding a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud, Xianxia did not dare to show his sword at all. To be honest, when he first got a Molay short sword, Xianxia was simply overjoyed. She could actually give up such a divine weapon so easily. What kind of weapon grandmaster was she? Could it be that such a heaven-level divine weapon was so common that it could be seen everywhere? Unfortunately, he was not happy for a moment. In the blink of an eye, that short sword was already destroyed. If he still did not show his sword, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Xianxia had no choice but to show his sword. The moment this sword appeared, Molay, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned. To say that the weapons and hidden weapons on Molay were absolutely gorgeous, probably no one in the world could compare to them. However, all of Molay's equipment had a weakness that could not be considered a weakness, and that was that the level was not high enough. In terms of ordinary standards, all of Molay's equipment was at least at the heaven level. Any one of them was also something that ordinary cultivators could only dream of but could not get. However, compared with the exclusive equipment of Tribulation and his brothers, such as Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword and Dong Wushang's Black Saber, these equipment were far from being comparable. In fact, this was also reasonable. If any one of Molay's equipment was of that level, Qiyang knew that he could not afford it. That would be too extravagant. Besides, Molay also had a very regretful thing. Why didn't she have an exclusive equipment of her own, and this sword in front of her? This was clearly a sword that was specially made for assassins. It was a divine weapon that was specially used for assassination and could only be used to its maximum effect. What was more coincidental was that Molay seemed to have heard of this sword before, but she had not really seen it before. This sword was used by Ling Ning, the king of assassins in Heaven Imperial Court tens of thousands of years ago. Warm snow sword. No one knew whether Ling Ning was a man or a woman. No one knew what he looked like. No one knew his true identity and origin. No one knew whether he was dead or not. All these information were still absolute secrets. And he had used this warm snow sword to dominate the world and made all the martial artists in Heaven Imperial Court tremble in fear. He was recognized by all the experts in the world as the king of assassins. That was a legend that could not be replicated. The warm snow sword was a mystical sword made from the stellar heartworm jade and a profound ice crystal core. Warm jade was completely transparent and could ensure that the blood flow was smooth at any time and place. Mysterious ice crystal core was also completely transparent and had added a lot of sharpness. In addition, there was a kind of coldness that could penetrate one's heart, allowing one to maintain absolute calmness at any time and place. Such cold and warm materials were originally polar opposites, and water and fire were incompatible materials. But they were made into a perfect sword by a peerless master at that time, a completely transparent sword. Transparent, almost invisible, allowing the blood flow to be smooth at any time and place, allowing one to remain calm at any time and place. These characteristics were undoubtedly the dream weapon that every assassin in the world dreamed of. Molay recognized it the moment she saw it. Her heart thumped wildly. She would never have dreamed that the weapon of the king of assassins would actually appear here, right in front of her. Molay immediately made up her mind. No matter what, she had to get this sword. For such a sword to fall into the hands of someone like Xianxia, it was definitely a waste of God's gift. Only when it fell into her hands would it be a perfect combination, appropriate and logical. In order not to let the treasure sword be covered in dust, Molay actually made a very unprofessional move. Gu Duxing was about to attack. How could the opponent take out such a lousy sword? How could it be a match for his invincible black dragon sword? He would only gain the upper hand. Unexpectedly, he heard Molay's telepathic message in his ear. Second brother Gu, I want this sword. Don't damage it for me. I really like this sword, please don't, please don't, please don't. Gu Duxing was stunned. Even with Gu Duxing's temperament, he almost wanted to cry out in pain. Great aunt, you're really my great aunt. You usually don't mess around, but when you mess around, it's not normal at all. Now that we're at the brink of life and death, you actually made such an unreliable request. It's already close to impossible for me to defeat the other party now. It's not easy for the other party to come up with such a lousy sword, which is the key to making use of. But at this time, you actually added a restriction that I'm not allowed to damage the other party's weapon. Are you trying to buy my life? Do you think I'm Big Boss Chu Yang? Oh my god, the other party's weakness that could be exploited actually became his strongest and most indestructible strength just because of one sentence from your eldest Mississippi. Are you trying to play me to death? At this moment, Xianxia, who was on the opposite side, had already stood still. He abruptly shouted, "Stop." Then, he looked at Gu Duxing angrily. You, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Do you think you can pretend to be a dead person just because you put on a poker face? When he said this, all sorts of feelings welled up in Xianxia's heart. This guy in front of him was really like a mute. He spoke so little that he was like a dead person. From the start of the battle until now, other than the occasional snort, he really didn't say a single word. It seemed like he didn't even say a word when he was injured. If this guy was an assassin like that female assassin earlier, then so be it. But he was clearly fighting with him head-on, fair and square. Even if you scold me occasionally, I'll know that the one fighting with me is a living person, and not a creature that only has more energy than a dead person. Damn it, there's actually such a thing. Such a freak is really rare in the world. Gu Duxing looked at him coldly, but his murderous aura was increasing more and more. But he still pursed his lips and didn't say a word, but he heard another majestic voice say solemnly, "A battle is a battle, why are you still saying so much? Don't tell me that you, Xianxia, have to start scolding your enemies every time you face them? Which master of yours taught you this way of fighting? No wonder you're still so useless even though you're about to enter the coffin. Your master is simply a hindrance to others and a laughingstock." Dong Wushang carried the heavy dark saber on his back and silently appeared behind Xianxia, completely blocking someone's path of retreat. Dong Wushang had always been a man of few words. Usually, when he didn't have to speak, he would definitely not speak. Even if he spoke, he would definitely not say anything unnecessary. It was only when he was with Gu Duxing that Dong Wushang was really helpless. Because no matter how unwilling he was to speak, he had to take on the role of the speaker. He basically didn't speak much, but Gu Duxing didn't speak at all except when he was with his brothers. There was still a difference between basically and basically. No, basically was the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, as long as Dong Wushang was with Gu Duxing, even if he knew that he was clumsy, he would force himself to be eloquent. This made him especially dissatisfied. This blockhead didn't even talk so much when he was with me. Dong Wushang's arrival, Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. At the same time, Xianxia's eyes also lit up. Both of them were thinking of the same thing, which was that he had come at last. No matter what the situation was before, there was finally a chance now. Dong Wushang's arrival made things take a turn for the better. Whether it was Gu Duxing or Xianxia, both of them felt the same way. Dong Wushang slowly removed the saber from his shoulder and said slowly, "Xianxia, in the battle just now, you ran faster than a rabbit and didn't have enough fun. Now that you're here, you can't possibly run away again, right? If you have the guts, fight to the death." Xianxia looked up to the sky and laughed. He said in a hoarse voice, "You can rest assured about this. If I can't kill you two detestable juniors, I definitely won't leave this place." Gu Duxing suddenly thought of something and actually made an exception to say a sentence with many words. "Old 4, don't blame me for not reminding you. Your wife specifically wants the sword in this scum's hand. She especially told me not to damage it. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 times." Dong Wushang scratched his head when he heard this. There was a hint of bitterness on his face. He opened his mouth and said, "This seems to be a little difficult." Gu Duxing nodded, "It's more than just a little difficult. It's simply too difficult. However, it's rare for younger sister to open her mouth. Since younger sister has taken a fancy to this sword, then this sword is ours. He spoke with such certainty, as if the sword was right there, waiting for him to reach out and grab it. Dong Wushang agreed wholeheartedly. He said, of course. If my wife has taken a fancy to something, I will definitely get it. Xianxia, who heard this conversation, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. I'm standing right in front of you, and my sword is still in my hand. You two juniors are actually trying to divide the loot between yourselves. How did my sword end up in your hands already? You want to provoke me, pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, and snatch my sword? You've misunderstood. Wishful thinking and ignorant juniors. Xianxia was on the verge of going mad with rage. Today is the day you die. Go on your way. Xianxia brandished the formless and shadowless longsword in his hand. In his fury, Xianxia suddenly split into tens of thousands of Xianxia and attacked at the same time. Obviously, Xianxia also knew the weakness of his sword. In the face of an opponent who was as majestic as a mountain and an opponent who fought without regard for his own life, the only effective way to deal with it was to use this kind of ethereal attack. One of the opponents was desperate, while the other was majestic. Their movements were definitely not as agile as his. On this point, Xianxia was still quite confident. As for what the two of them said just now, my sister-in-law has taken a fancy to the other party's sword and don't damage it, Xianxia did not believe them at all. Were they trying to fool a child? How could such a low-level restriction be imposed in the middle of a fierce battle? Only a fool would believe them. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang shouted at the same time, one in front and one behind. Then, the black dragon sword and the black saber attacked at the same time. The black dragon sword stirred up a raging tide in the sky, mixed with an invincible and fierce sword aura, and met the formless and shadowless sword mountain that Xianxia showed in the sky. Dong Wushang's black saber also turned into a black lightning in an instant, wreaking havoc in the sky with unparalleled dominance. The two of them, one in front and one behind, attacked from the front and back. They were both as fast as lightning, and their power was shocking. However, Xianxia's side was even more ethereal, like an immortal. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was past his prime, more than 1,000,000 years old, could use such a nimble movement technique. Facing the joint attack of Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Moreover, his sword was formless and shadowless. Even if they wanted to collide with each other's weapons, it was almost impossible to do so. Even if it reached a point where he really could not avoid it, Xianxia would rather use a very straightforward palm to meet it than to use a weapon to meet it head-on. Whether it was the black dragon sword or the black saber, they were both divine weapons that Chu Yang had meticulously forged for the two brothers. It was a piece of cake for them to cut through iron as if it was mud. However, when they met Xianxia's palm, they finally let out a crisp sound like that of metal clashing, and the result of the clash was that Xianxia's palm did not have the slightest bit of damage. That shriveled palm that was almost skin and bones actually met the divine weapons head-on without the slightest bit of damage. This reality shocked both Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. They really did not expect that with their current cultivation and strength, and with such divine weapons in their hands, they would actually be unable to do anything to the enemy's palm. Gu Duxing finally knew that Xianxia did not use his full strength at all just now. Knowing that the person in front of them was not to be trifled with, the two of them could not help but become even more cautious. Little did they know that Xianxia was also secretly complaining in his heart at this moment. Although Xianxia was full of arrogance, in fact, he had already decided to leave as soon as possible and escape unscathed. When they exchanged blows just now, he seemed to have planned to make use of the moment when the other party had not completed the encirclement to escape. But he never expected that when these two people drew out their sabers and swords, the killing intent was actually twice as much as when Gu Duxing locked onto him alone, at least twice as much. In the general sense of a joint attack, this kind of situation should absolutely not have happened. At the very beginning of a joint attack, there would definitely be some incoordination between the two sides, and the fusion of chi would be unstable. But these two people did not have any problems with their cooperation at all. They actually merged perfectly, as if from a single person's killing intent to a joint attack of two people. This result was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, but it was equivalent to increasing the pressure that Xianxia was facing by 5 times. Qin Yonyo's original wishful thinking had already been declared completely ruined before it could be implemented. Moreover, there was another thing that was even more unexpected that happened. He originally thought that although the other party's martial arts could be improved quickly at such a young age, their body movements might not really reach the level of a sage, at least not to his level. But after the real fight, he realized that these two people were like fish in the water and eagles in the sky. Their body movements were smooth and flexible, and they could actually keep up with his rhythm completely. Even if there was a slight gap, it was difficult to affect the key to victory or defeat. This situation made Qin Yonyo complain incessantly in his heart, this should not be. Even if I made a mistake in my judgment because of the age factor, even if the body movements of the one who used a sword were more agile, this could still be considered pardonable, but the one who used a heavy saber was simply like a big stupid ox. How could he be as agile as a monkey? It was really inconceivable to the extreme. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Qin Yonyo had no choice but to launch his ultimate martial art, 10,000 Withering Divine Technique. Once this martial art was launched, the whole body would be like the strongest star iron, and almost nothing could destroy it. This was the real reason why Qin Yonyo could withstand the joint attack of Gu and Dong's saber and sword without any damage. But the greater the effect of the martial art, the greater the side effect. This 10,000 Withering Divine Technique also had a great side effect behind it. The 10,000 Withering Divine Technique was actually a special martial art that hurt oneself first before hurting the enemy. At the beginning of the martial arts operation, one's own vitality would be turned into a special power. Every time it was launched, one's body would age a little because of the consumption of vitality. Although one could use the relevant heavenly treasures and devour the vitality of others to make up for the vitality that was completely lost, the appearance of aging could not be changed. It could only be used to age more and more. This was the main reason why Qin Yonyo looked so old even though his cultivation was high and he had reached the high-level sage realm. Therefore, ever since Qin Yonyo mastered the 10,000 Withering Divine Technique, he rarely used this extremely evil martial art unless it was a moment of life and death. But now, he was forced to use it helplessly, amidst the clanging sounds that were as dense as 10,000 blacksmiths hammering at the same time. Three figures jumped up and down and fought with all their might. Mo, who was hiding in the dark, was dazzled. She couldn't find any chance to attack at all. Chu Yang's original calculation was not wrong at all. With the combined strength of Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Mo, it was indeed not a problem to deal with Qin Yonyo. At the very most, they could take down Qin Yonyo at the cost of a light injury, but there was a prerequisite. Qin Yonyo did not use the 10,000 Withering Divine Technique. Once he used it, the outcome would be hard to predict. Now, the three of them were in a circle, moving at an amazing speed and constantly changing their positions. No one had the upper hand, and no one was at a disadvantage. They were actually evenly matched. The battle had already been going on for close to 10 minutes, but this stalemate was still ongoing. Gu Duxing's expression was grim. The black dragon sword turned into a black cloud, and he continued to attack. He attacked and defended at the same time, neither too slow nor too slow, and his movements were awe-inspiring. Dong Wushang, on the other hand, gradually showed some impatience. When had Second Master Dong's battle ever been so dragged out? Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, and his entire body suddenly expanded to 2 times its original size. He was like a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. Then, he suddenly appeared in this world. The black saber in his hand was swung in a circle. With a loud roar, he slashed down brazenly. A dazzling saber aura that was hundreds of feet long burst out. Seeing this, Qin Yonyo sneered. With a spin, he was already close to Dong Wushang's body. The warm snow sword in his hand stabbed out like a poisonous snake. He was not afraid of Dong Wushang's giant body. Instead, he was afraid that Dong Wushang would not use such a fighting method. Once such a technique was used, it would definitely not work. This was the so-called big but useless principle. So he wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to directly take the risk and approach Dong Wushang's body, stabbing out with his sword. Dong Wushang let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly took a step forward and leaned his body slightly to the side, but he used half of his chest to welcome the nearly invisible warm snow sword. In the next moment, although he couldn't see the actual blade of the sword, he could clearly feel a chill on his chest. The warm snow sword had already pierced into his chest with a whoosh, all the way to the hilt. Although Xianxia's move was a risky attack, he never dreamed that he could succeed so easily. It was really too unexpected. The other party was such an expert. How could there be a reason for him to smash his vital part into the other party's weapon? The process was really fast. He was only slightly stunned for a moment, and the sword in his hand had already pierced through Dong Wushang's chest. Then, Dong Wushang leaned his body to the side and pinned the warm snow sword in his body. He endured the intense pain and gripped the warm snow sword fiercely with his left hand. Xianxia roared and twisted the warm snow sword fiercely. Dong Wushang's internal organs were in inexplicable pain at the same time. His palm was also badly mutilated. However, his hand still didn't relax. He persisted in gripping the sword fiercely, and his right hand punched out like a thunderbolt. It hit Xianxia's chest fiercely. Bang! There was a muffled thunder-like sound. At the same time, Gu Duxing became one with his sword. The black dragon sword turned into a black lightning bolt and slashed at Xianxia's wrist with incomparable precision. Even though Xianxia's 10,000 withering divine technique was almost unbreakable, facing Gu Duxing's all-out attack, that wrist was also about to be broken in half. The 10,000 withering divine technique was broken. Xianxia screamed loudly. He raised his left leg and kicked Gu Duxing's chest fiercely, causing Gu Duxing to let out a miserable groan. The lower half of his body was kicked into the air, but he still mustered up his remaining strength and slammed his head fiercely onto Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia screamed again. Blood spurted out from their foreheads at the same time. Gu Duxing's chest was kicked 3 times consecutively in the blink of an eye. Their heads were bleeding at the same time, and they both felt their heads buzzing. The black dragon sword that Gu Duxing was holding was kicked away. And in this short period of time, Dong Wushang's right fist, which was as heavy as a mountain, had already hit Xianxia's chest 7 times in a row. At the same time, his left hand was still fiercely holding the warm snow sword and competing with Xianxia's strength. But his mouth, he swallowed a heavy pill without a trace. For someone as simple and honest as Dong Wushang to be able to come up with such a scheme, if Chu Yang were to see this scene, he would definitely widen his eyes immediately. It's unbelievable. Xianxia's SS and dies, Dong's. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying by Dong Wushang's reckless attacks. He retreated a full 500 feet, and his entire body was still trembling incessantly. Half of his wrist had already been cut off by Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. Now that he was injured consecutively and facing 2 people at the same time, he didn't even have a chance to use his full strength. Dong Wushang actually broke his wrist together with his skin and bones. The warm snow sword was already stained with Dong Wushang's blood. It was no longer invisible and formless. Dong Wushang and Xianxia grabbed it in one of his hands. He laughed loudly. This sword belongs to my wife now. Silly. Emma Layer's eyes were filled with tears. She rushed out from the darkness like a wisp of smoke and attacked Xianxia, who was retreating and hadn't stabilized his center of gravity yet. In an instant, more than 10 short swords pierced into Xianxia's body like flying locusts. Thud 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 thud, it was as if they were stabbing into rotten dead wood. Every short sword could only go 3 inches into his flesh and couldn't go any deeper. Every short sword was a heaven-grade weapon that martial artists couldn't get their hands on, but they couldn't cause any more damage. The 10,000 withering divine technique had already been broken, but it still had such power. It was really impressive, but no matter how impressive the 10,000 withering divine technique was, the injuries Xianxia suffered this time were still worse than before. He staggered a few steps forward and roared at the sky. He shouted fiercely, "Even if you snatched my sword and seriously injured me, so what? Aren't you also seriously injured? I have the 10,000 withering divine technique to protect me. I'm invulnerable. This little injury is nothing. But you will die sooner or later. Even if you snatch my sword, what's the use?" He looked at Dong Wushang with a hideous smile. "Your internal organs are all shattered. Can you still live? Is it worth it to fight over a sword?" Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang's tall and sturdy body stood upright. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It was truly a ghastly sight. However, Dong Wushang himself looked at Xianxia with an indifferent expression. He said in a disdainful tone, "Are you stupid? If I didn't have a life-saving method, why would I fight with you so desperately? Using your life to exchange for a sword, how can you think of that? Xianxia was stunned. He said subconsciously, life-saving method? Behind him, Gu Duxing also got up with difficulty. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, he sneered and said, yes, if we didn't have life-saving methods, why would we fight with you so desperately? Old Demon Qi, you've been fooled. Get ready to die. Under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, the huge bloody hole in Dong Wushang's chest actually wriggled slowly and gradually shrank. His bloody palm was also recovering bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Duxing walked step by step to the side behind Xianxia. Although he was staggering at the beginning, he became more and more energetic as he walked. When he stopped, he had already recovered to his peak state. Behind him, Emma stood with her sword held horizontally. The sharp tip of her sword was pointed at the back of Xianxia's neck. The three of them once again formed an encirclement, sealing off all of Xianxia's escape routes. Dong Wushang chuckled and shook his head. He tilted his neck and instantly, the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. He patted his wound with his hand and actually tore off the scar on it, revealing the skin that was already in good condition. He laughed and said, isn't it nice to see this? Xianxia saw this and took 2 steps back, dumbfounded. He looked at his right hand that had been broken off. It was also using the remaining vitality to agitate it. One of his palms was about to regrow. This was the regenerative ability that was unique to Saint experts. They only needed to expend some vitality to regrow a broken limb. That was all. But he could clearly feel that the two of them had completed the healing without expending any extra vitality at all. After recovering from their injuries, they were even more energetic. Their cultivation had recovered to its most complete peak state. That was, the state where they were in good condition and full of energy, but he himself had an obvious phenomenon of losing vitality. His own cultivation had also decreased by another step. After all, how could there be no effect when recovering a broken limb, especially during a great battle after being seriously injured? But the other party clearly had no effect at all. This reality made Xianxia almost break down. While he couldn't understand this situation at all and even suspected that he was in a nightmare, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang and Mo had already launched attacks at the same time. It was a fatal attack. The warm snow sword had already been thrown into the ring by Dong Wushang. Now, the dark saber once again turned into a shocking thunderbolt. The black dragon sword whistled like a real black dragon, swallowing everything in its way. Mo also took out her real-life weapon. A pitch-black short sword was already in her hands. The three of them attacked from 3 directions, completely trapping the already seriously injured Xianxia. There was no gap or blind spot as they bombarded him to their heart's content. Xianxia's heart was already at a disadvantage. And after his body had been ravaged repeatedly, the 10,000 withering divine technique had also been broken and could no longer be used. At this moment, facing the joint attacks of the 3 great experts, he could only parry and had no power to retaliate. Bullying the weak with numbers, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, fight one-on-one with me. Xianxia shouted this sentence in a panic, making Mo almost burst out laughing. This old devil couldn't have been beaten silly, right? He could really think of it. At this point, he was still delusional enough to want to fight one-on-one. Did he think that the 3 of them were all idiots? But now, Xianxia was really a little scared. As the saying went, the longer one lived, the more one was afraid of death. This might not be the case for other saint experts, but it was the most appropriate metaphor for Xianxia. Because other people's vitality was basically obtained through their own hard work and cultivation. They had gone through countless life and death situations before they could reach the level of an expert. Generally, experts who had reached this level had already seen through life and death and were indifferent to life and death. But almost all of Xianxia's vitality was devoured, reaping without sowing. As long as there were people in this world, as long as there was life, with Xianxia's extremely strange technique of devouring vitality, he would be able to live forever, although his appearance would become older and weaker. But, as long as he could live, what did it matter even if he was a little older? Xianxia was truly scared. He was afraid of death, afraid of being destroyed. The more scared he was, the more disorderly his moves were, and the more disorderly they were, the more he couldn't withstand them. In just an instant, his body had already been slashed by Dong Wushang's dark saber thrice, leaving behind 3 bone-deep wounds. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword had also been repeatedly stabbed and pulled out from Qinyonyo's body. And a small half of the hidden weapons on Mo-Laer's body were already deeply embedded in Qinyonyo's body. This made this old demon look like a human-shaped hedgehog, still rampaging and struggling desperately. Finally, Qinyonyo let out a desperate roar. All of a sudden, his entire body began to spin like a whirlwind. A tornado suddenly appeared, connecting the earth and the sky. Qinyonyo's face was flushed red. That extremely thin body suddenly swelled up, and he instantly became like a human-shaped ball. Full of despair, he shouted, "Since you've forced me to this extent, then the 3 of you can accompany me on the road to hell. If I die, don't think that you'll have an easy time either." He was going to self-destruct. It was too difficult to write. I can only say that these few days, I wanted to apply for leave countless times. In the end, I forced myself to endure it. Once I applied for leave, it would be a vicious cycle. He's actually going to self-destruct? Gu Duxing and the other 2 had this thought in their minds at the same time. The frequency of their attacks slowed down at the same time. Once an expert of Qinyonyo's level self-destructed, at least one of the 3 of them would be buried with him. They were quite confident about it. However, when the attacks of the 3 of them slowed down slightly, Qinyonyo's entire body suddenly turned into a streak of black smoke. He screamed miserably, "Today's enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. As long as I am still alive, it will be the time for revenge." His voice was already 1,000 feet away in an instant. Self-destruct? How could someone like Qinyonyo, who cherished his life so much, really self-destruct? This was just a means to escape. Shocked by such a change, the 3 people couldn't catch up for a while. They didn't expect a high-level saint expert to be so shameless that he even threw away the basic integrity of a martial artist. They couldn't catch up and could only watch Qinyonyo escape. The 3 of them felt a sense of dejection. All their efforts were in vain for the sake of a mountain. This old fart was too shameless, but at this moment, they were very surprised to hear Qinyonyo let out an extremely shocking scream. His body that had become thin suddenly turned back like a ball. Along the way, there was a rumbling sound. Because 2 people suddenly appeared in front of him in the direction of his escape. One of them was dressed in red. She had a heavenly fragrance and was devastatingly beautiful. She was as ethereal as a fairy. The other was dressed in black, cold and handsome, with a long sword shining. It was Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu who had arrived in time. Qinyonyo's escape route was coincidentally blocked by Chu Yang. What harm was there in slaughtering the whole world with a casual move? Qinyonyo was frightened out of his wits, and he turned back in a sorry state. The 5 experts surrounded Qinyonyo. This time, it was really impossible for him to escape. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing both had unconcealable embarrassed expressions on their faces. Boss finally gave them an important task, but they couldn't complete it on their own. In the end, they still had to rely on Boss to clean up their mess. This result made the 2 of them feel very annoyed. They really didn't have any face. But they didn't know that with Qinyonyo's terrifying strength, if it were the other 2 with Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's cultivation to deal with him, they might have already died in his hands. The fact that Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing could severely injure Qinyonyo was already a great achievement in itself. If this spread out, it was enough to make the 2 of them famous overnight. Well done. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I'm the one who's ashamed. It's because I misjudged Qinyonyo previously. You 2 really can't be blamed for this matter. I'm already very surprised that you 2 can reach this stage." This was definitely not a consolation, but an out-and-out truth. After Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu joined forces to kill the Black Fog Perfected Lord, they met Mutsang Lan, who had rushed over after hearing the news. After all, the experts they were dealing with this round were too strong. Naturally, the movements of their enemies were not small. In terms of cultivation, Mutsang Lan was only slightly inferior to a 7-star guard. When he saw such a big commotion, he naturally came over. Hearing that Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu worked together to take down Supreme Black Fog, Mutsang Lan was genuinely surprised. Supreme Black Fog was famous for a time. Although Mutsang Lan didn't really face this person, he knew that this person's strength was above his own. But today, he fell in the hands of Chu Yang and his wife. How could he not sigh? Chu Yang revealed to Muzong Lan about the million-year-old monster Qi Nyonyo. Muzong Lan's expression changed greatly. He told Chu Yang about the legend of Qi Nyonyo and his possible real strength. Chu Yang was shocked and rushed over. He finally came in time. Speaking of which, Chu Yang was the one who arranged the attack this time. Chu Yang had always been cautious, so he sent out 2 people at once. In fact, he had also taken Mo's strength into consideration. It was equivalent to sending out 3 strong forces to achieve the current result. If Mo Tianji had arranged it, he would only send 1 person. Or Dong Wushang or Gu Duxing, then, facing such a terrifying Qi Nyonyo, it would be really bad. Of course, Mo Tianji had made such arrangements on the premise that he had already ascertained Qi Nyonyo's strength. Only then would he have made such arrangements. If Mo Tianji hadn't been so meticulous, and had made such preparations so that nothing could go wrong, how could he have made such a death-seeking arrangement on that day? Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and a few other brothers would have perished due to carelessness. At this moment, Chu Yang was even infinitely grateful for his previous decision. At this moment, the 5 of them faced Qi Nyonyo at the same time. Chu Yang's eyes became colder and colder. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Kill him as soon as possible." With that, the 5 of them attacked together, using all their killer moves. Now, Qi Nyonyo was already at the end of his rope. Not to mention fighting back, he didn't even have the strength to parry. Facing the joint attack of the 5 experts, how could he escape? He could only wait for death. However, at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky, and a black shadow appeared without warning. Its speed was extremely fast. Before anyone could see clearly what had happened, the black shadow had already grabbed Qi Nyonyo and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already reached a height of 400 to 500 feet. Chu Yang shouted. The calamity sword left his hand and turned into a shocking cold light, chasing after them like a meteor. The moment it was about to catch up with Qi Nyonyo, the sky 1,000 feet above the ground suddenly filled with clouds and fog. Nothing could be seen below. Above the clouds, a black shadow grabbed Qi Nyonyo and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The calamity sword chased after them like a bolt of lightning. Finally, with a poof, the calamity sword stabbed into Qi Nyonyo's thigh. Qi Nyonyo groaned miserably. His face suddenly became snow-white and withered. Although it was just a thigh and not a vital part, the result was still the same. Once the calamity sword was out of Chu Yang's control, its ability to devour everything increased instead of decreasing. Moreover, because there was no longer anyone to suppress it, its devouring instinct was instantly exerted to the extreme. It automatically devoured all the essence and vitality of Qi Nyonyo. Someone in the black shadow murmured softly, "It's actually a rare divine weapon that has never been seen before. These little ones are interesting." Such a precious sword with great spirituality was actually thrown away so casually. "It's really convenient for me." He reached out to grab the hilt of the calamity sword and pulled it out from Qi Nyonyo's body. In just a moment, at least 30% of Qi Nyonyo's huge vitality of a high-level saint had been sucked away. The face of the rescuer was hidden in the clouds. He carefully observed the sword. The joy in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he praised. "With such a divine sword, what's there to worry about not being able to achieve great things?" As he spoke, he reached out a hand and placed it on the sword. He said softly, "When I erase the original consciousness of this sword, it will become mine." His spiritual power suddenly erupted. It gushed madly into the calamity sword like a spring. Unexpectedly, the calamity sword suddenly let out an extremely clear sword cry. The sword trembled violently. Then, the black shadow trembled all over. As if he had been electrocuted, he let go of the calamity sword. Although the specific expression on his face couldn't be seen, his eyes revealed a sincere fear. After the calamity sword left the person's control, it didn't fall down. It just lay in the void by itself. The sword flickered with a strange light. A black shadow slowly emerged from the calamity sword. The black shadow only peeked out half of its body. It seemed to be a mass of fog without substance. The fog distorted again, revealing a hazy human figure. It was still unclear what it was, but a pair of eyes were shining. It was full of disdain as it looked at the black shadow in front of it. A voice cursed, "Damn it, who touched me just now?" When the black shadow heard this, his body trembled. He could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden in the shadow in front of him that was enough to destroy the world. He couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb. It's my fault." As the saying went, one doesn't hit a smiling person. However, this law was obviously not applicable to the black shadow in front of him. He glared and said, "Since you know that you're in the wrong, why don't you hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and apologize? Also, punish yourself? I'll cut off that hand for touching me." "Damn it, do you have to do it yourself? Can't you see?" The black shadow said arrogantly, "Do you have the qualifications to be taught a lesson by me?" The black shadow showed a trace of anger on his face. He said lightly, "Senior, you can't do everything. There's no need to go too far. It's a small world." The black shadow said insolently, "It's a small world? Bah. I like to go too far. I like to bully people. So what if I'm bullying you? Bite me? Why don't you come and bite me?" The black shadow took a deep breath and said, "If that's the case, if you want to teach me a lesson, Senior, please do it yourself." He was ready to fight. The shadow laughed strangely. "Although you don't know, you still have some guts. You dare to talk to me like this? Damn it. When I was in the 33 heavens, even that first young master, you didn't dare to talk to me like this. Who the hell do you think you are? You actually want me to hit you with my noble hand? You really think you're a big shot?" At this moment, the calamity sword suddenly trembled. Chu Yang's order came from the other side. Obviously, he wanted the calamity sword to return quickly. The shadow hesitated for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a black smoke. The black smoke was as fast as a sword and hit the black shadow's chest. Even with the black shadow's cultivation, he had no way to dodge. With a crack, the bones in his chest broke. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, he had been seriously injured by the impact of that breath. The black shadow widened his eyes and looked at the shadow in front of him in disbelief. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. There was actually such a person in the world. Such power. Such martial arts. Such strength. His cultivation was already the best in the heavenly imperial court, but the other party just casually exhaled a breath and he was severely injured. Looking at the other party's relaxed and happy look, it was obvious that he didn't use much strength. Who exactly was this illusory figure? He. The shadow laughed strangely. "You're lucky. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would kill you with my fart today. Remember, behave yourself in the future. Don't make me unhappy. If there's a next time, I'll take off your head and stuff it into your D*ck. Do you believe me?" After saying this, the shadow swayed and yawned sleepily. "Damn it, I'm going back to sleep." Then, with a swoosh, the calamity sword disappeared instantly. The shadow looked at the void where the calamity sword was just now, his eyes full of shock and horror. Until now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. So powerful, such incredible cultivation, but it was also so unbelievably rude. This sword, what kind of monster was it? But no matter what kind of monster it was, the shadow secretly made up his mind. If he saw this sword again, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke it no matter what. This time, he was really scared to death. There was actually such a strange supernatural thing in the world. The calamity sword had already returned to Chu Yang's calamity space. The reason why Chu Yang dared to release the flying sword to attack was because of this. As long as the calamity space summoned it, no matter where it was, the calamity sword would immediately return. This was another link between the calamity space and the calamity sword. In midair, the shadow grabbed Xianxia and flew up a few hundred feet. It was almost 1,000 feet above the ground in the clouds before it finally stopped. But there was still a lingering fear in its heart. It wasn't that the black shadow was a coward, but the shadow that came out of the calamity sword was too terrifying. What kind of technique was that? Whether it was the aura, the pressure, everything was too terrifying. Especially the sword formed from the breath, it was simply a divine skill. The shadow clearly had no intention of taking his life. If it had any malicious intent, it wouldn't have needed to do anything. It would have just used a bit more force when blowing on the sword. After recovering from the shock, he lowered his head to look at Xianxia, only to find that the latter was already dead. He was clearly still breathing weakly just now. How did he die now? Bastard! The Black Shadow said angrily. This was because not only had Xianxia died, but he had also died without a soul. Could it be that he was scared to death by that shadow? That's very likely. Something that even I'm terrified of would scare Xianxia to death. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would only bring back a corpse after risking his life to save him. Moreover, he had even implicated himself and gotten himself seriously injured, but in fact, the Black Shadow's guess was really wrong about the shadow. The devouring power that the Calamity Sword exerted with all its might was no small matter. Its power was simply terrifying. Although it only devoured 30% of Xianxia's vitality, it was the purest 30% of his vitality. As for the other parts, it was not that the Calamity Sword couldn't devour them, but that they were too rough. If Xianxia was in his peak state, it wouldn't be a problem to absorb them all. But now, he had suffered many blows. His divine skill was broken, his body was riddled with holes, and he had to spend a lot of energy to recover his limbs. His vitality had already been reduced by more than 50%. Now that the most essential 30% had been devoured, it would be strange if he could still survive. However, the Black Shadow's judgment was not wrong. Even if Xianxia was barely alive, he would definitely be scared to death when the shadow appeared. Even the Black Shadow almost lost his soul because of the sudden appearance of the shadow. How could Xianxia be an exception? The Black Shadow let out a long sigh and threw Xianxia's body down from the clouds. Then, he floated away. His injuries had to be healed as soon as possible. Today's unexpected disaster really came too suddenly and was too heavy. Also, he had to make arrangements as soon as possible. The original 4 experts, Xianxia had unexpectedly been crippled. One less. There wasn't much time left. As for the Black Fog Lord, he was just a temporary fighter. If he died, then so be it. Below, Chu Yang had already sensed the situation of the Calamity Sword. He smiled slightly. Forget it, let's go back. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Xianxia would still escape even with the 5 of us joining forces. Dong Wushang also felt very embarrassed. Our goal has been achieved. Even if he escaped, he definitely won't have the ability to cause trouble during Xie Danqiong's coronation ceremony. Chu Yang said very firmly, you can rest assured about this. Mo Qinggu giggled and said, no matter who he is, after being beaten up by you 2 battle maniacs for an entire afternoon, he definitely won't be able to get up within half a month. Only then did Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang feel a little better. Gu Duxing's face was still cold, but Dong Wushang had already laughed foolishly. He even reached out and touched his head. It was really like that. Mo Lei looked up at the sky and rolled her eyes. This guy, this stupid look is really likable. The 5 of them chatted and laughed. Just as they were about to go back, they suddenly heard the sound of wind in midair. The 5 of them were shocked at the same time. Could it be that another enemy is coming? Could it be that Black Shadow who came to the rescue just now? That person's strength was unfathomable and difficult to match. While they were shocked, they hurriedly looked up. They saw an extremely thin figure rushing down from the endless sky like a meteor. His target was exactly where they were now. Looking at such a speed, the person was obviously ready to risk his life. What a fugitive. Dong Wushang had already pulled out his dark saber again. But at this moment, Mo Lei said hesitantly, why does that look like Xianxia? Everyone was shocked. What? It's Xianxia? He still dares to come back? Is he really risking his life? In the blink of an eye, the figure in midair came crashing down at lightning speed. The 5 of them jumped back at the same time, dodging the impact and waiting for the attack. Boom, that thin figure fell to the ground without any hesitation. The next moment, just as the 5 of them were dumbfounded, that complete body was smashed into pieces with a crash. Only that head was fortunately preserved. It jumped up alone and was still spinning in the air. A huge pit was formed on the ground. Inside and outside the pit, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. F***ck. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. After creating such an earth-shattering commotion, this guy actually died just like that? Was he really risking his life? This is really. Dong Wushang smacked his lips, but felt that he really couldn't find any suitable adjectives. After a long silence, Chu Yang waved his sleeves and scattered all the pieces of Qi Nyonyo's body into the pit. Then, with another wave of his hand, he lifted the soil to cover it up. He said, no matter what his character is, he's still an expert of his generation after all. It's better to bury him in the ground for peace. Everyone was silent. They were all curious about one thing. Just now, above the cloud-filled sky, what exactly happened? Boss, look at this sword. Dong Wushang took out the warm snow sword that he had obtained with great difficulty and said with a silly smile, Lei has taken a fancy to this sword, and this sword is indeed suitable for her to use. But I keep feeling that this sword is a little too brittle and not very hard. Boss, do you have any way to modify it? What a good sword. Chu Yang took it. With just one look, he instantly praised it. When this sword was held in one's hand, one could see it clearly. But as long as there was a slight movement or a slight wave, it would immediately disappear without a trace. It actually made ingenious use of the effects of light and shadow from all directions and angles. It was really ingenious. It could be said that as long as there was light in this world, this sword could become invisible. If there was no light at all, then nothing could be seen. Of course, this sword could also become invisible. I have to take a good look. Chu Yang secretly summoned the Calamity Sword and entered this sword, carefully analyzing everything about this sword. After a while, an extremely surprised expression appeared on Chu Yang's face. Lei, you're really lucky. This sword is actually empty. What, empty? While Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were still surprised, Mo Lei had already reacted quickly. She couldn't help but ask excitedly, could it be that there's something else strange about this sword? If I'm not wrong, it should be the inheritance of that king of assassins. Chu Yang laughed loudly and directly put it into action. He waved his hand and revealed the Calamity Sword. With a clang, he slashed at the warm snow sword. With a crack, the warm snow sword was cut into two pieces. Mo Qingwu, Gu Duxing, and the others cried out in surprise. They couldn't understand why Chu Yang would destroy such a rare and precious sword if he held it in such high esteem. However, they saw Chu Yang pick up the front half of the sword. Then, he circulated his energy in his hand, and gently sucked it out. A roll of cloth with a strange texture fell out. It was cold to the touch. This is silk made from the silk of the 10,000-year snow silkworm. Just this roll of silk is already a treasure. Chu Yang held this piece of cloth and slowly unfolded it. He said, the words on this are all directly embroidered with the silk of the heavenly silkworm. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it won't rot or decay. Everyone's eyes widened. Using such a rare treasure just to record some things. In that case, how precious and rare would the things recorded on it be? The cloth unfolded. At the very beginning, there were 10 large characters the size of peanuts. The reason why they were called large characters was to compare them. Because below it were all small characters, densely packed together. Feet stepping on thick earth, sword pointing to the heavens. Without shadow or form, heaven dominates. Chu Yang looked at the next sentence and said, this is the legacy of the king of assassins, Leng Ning. The first part is Leng Ning's evaluation of herself, the latter part is the assassin technique. This sword is really the most suitable for Lei. It's not bad at all. Chu Yang smiled warmly. What exactly did this king of assassins say? Mo Qinggu asked curiously. Chu Yang handed the cloth to Mo Lei and said, it's better for Lei to read it. Mo Lei was a little confused, but after taking a look, she instantly understood. Leng Ning used this sword to dominate the world, killing countless people in her life. However, in the end, she knew that as a girl, the most important thing in her life was her family and her husband. She sealed her sword and went into seclusion, laughing proudly in the clouds. For the rest of her life, she no longer used Nuan Shui, no longer killed. This king of assassins is actually a woman. Mo Lei exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The king of assassins, who had dominated the world and intimidated the heroes of the Heaven Tower with one sword, was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This senior Lung finally came to her senses and went into seclusion with the person she loved. Her lover was just a nobody in the pugilistic world. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know that her lover was the king of assassins who shocked the world. After reading the last paragraph, Mo sighed deeply, not knowing if it was a pity or some other meaning. Dong Wushang sighed. Sincerely. This man is really pitiful. Pitiful? Chu Yang sensed that there was an opportunity to dig a hole. Of course he's pitiful. Think about it, he thought that he married an ordinary girl, but he didn't expect his wife to be the legendary king of assassins. If he does anything wrong in the future, or if there's a civil war between the husband and wife, wouldn't he be beaten up by his wife like a complete sandbag? Dong Wushang said sadly, how pitiful. This thing about luck, there's no way to reason with it, Dong Wushang. Mo looked at Dong Wushang with anger in her eyes. Dong Wushang shuddered all over. He immediately knew that he had said something wrong. His wife seemed to be the king of assassins as well. Moreover, she was the current king of assassins. She might even be the king of assassins for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. I wasn't talking about you. He hurriedly shut his mouth, but it was very obvious that it was already too late. Qu Yang and Gudu Xing coughed in unison. Along the way, Dong Wushang groaned incessantly. Who knew how many bruises had been inflicted on his body by his wife? I'll take this sword and think of another way. Qu Yang said, I'm afraid that we can't rashly touch the exterior. But, we can still fill in some things to make this sword stronger. Although it's difficult, it's still feasible. In short, just leave this matter to me. Qu Yang added, you have to cultivate the cultivation experience of that king of assassins, as well as the inheritance of secret manuals. You have to become a real king of assassins as soon as possible. Dong Wushang had a bitter look on his face as he pleaded, Boss. Why are you still saying? At the side, Mo had already snorted coldly. She said in a strange tone, how would I dare? What if my husband is unhappy and dissatisfied? Humph, Dong Wushang had a bitter look on his face as he bowed and said, I won't dare. I really won't dare, ha ha ha. Qu Yang and Gudu Xing laughed loudly at the same time. The five of them didn't go back to rest immediately. It wasn't that they weren't tired after the big battle, but that they really didn't have the time to rest. They parted ways midway. Dong Wushang, Mo and Gudu Xing continued to eliminate those potential threats, while Qu Yang returned to the secret prison to deal with those target experts that GMO and the rest had captured. Yes, or should I say those true spirits. Every time he dealt with this matter, Qu Yang's heart would always feel a little conflicted. These people were all top-notch experts. Even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they could be ranked among the top experts. If used properly, any one of them could be of great use in the extraterritorial battlefield. At the very least, they would be an extremely powerful force. However, that person in the dark only treated them as tools to practice martial arts, chess pieces that could be sacrificed at any time. He didn't see them as humans at all. The most despicable thing was that that person behind the scenes had even firmly controlled the lives and souls of these people. Even if he wanted to save them, he couldn't do it, he could only slaughter them all, he could only kill them all. These people deserved to be punished for what they had done. But, Qu Yang still felt that it was a pity. If he killed them directly in a direct battle, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden. However, they were already captured now. They didn't have any ability to fight back, but they still had to be killed by his sword. This was the so-called helplessly waiting for death. This feeling of slaughtering people who couldn't resist made Qu Yang extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything about it. Because the weapons of the other brothers didn't have the ability to devour souls and cut off true spirits. In fact, looking at the entire Heaven Imperial Court, from ancient times until now, other than the Calamity Sword, there didn't seem to be any other weapon with such a terrifying devouring ability. No matter how unwilling Qu Yang was, he had to carry it out and grit his teeth. Perhaps this is the so-called helplessness in life. In the mortal world, one can't do anything about it. Qu Yang sighed in his heart. Finally, after another round of killing, Qu Yang returned to Mo Tianji's office, both physically and mentally exhausted. He spread out his limbs and lay down on the floor like a puddle of mud. Seeing this, Chulu hurriedly massaged her big brother's body to relieve his stress. Mo Qingwu sat opposite him obediently, but her eyes were fixed on her sweetheart. Only in front of these people could Chu Yang truly show his fatigue and all his negative emotions. How's the situation now? Mo Tianji obviously wasn't going to let him go. It's a long story. Chu Yang sighed and said a little bleakly, at the moment, it's still quite a harvest. However, this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. We can only passively kill our targets. As long as the person in the dark doesn't die, he can train more batches at any time. Even though the cycle is long, you don't know how many years later, there will be another batch of experts and many true spirits waiting to be harvested. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji coincidentally referred to the matter of the Saint Monarch as that person in the dark. After all, this world was still under the rule of the Saint Monarch. If by any chance they accidentally said something, and it was accidentally heard by some people with ulterior motives, they were afraid that it would easily cause a huge trouble. The matter of the Saint Monarch nurturing the 10,000 saints' true spirits definitely couldn't be spread, at least for now. Because once it was spread, it would definitely cause chaos in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. More than 10% of the people in the Heaven Imperial Court would feel that their beliefs were shattered. In that case, there would be no need for the extraterrestrial demons to invade. The entire Heaven Imperial Court would face collapse first. They really couldn't act without caution. Mo Tianji's finger lightly tapped on the table and said, "This is the only effective way to deal with it. The best way to cure the root cause is to destroy the person in the dark. However, this is something we can't do at the moment. The other way is to destroy that secret base. But now that Xianxia is about to ascend the throne, we don't have the time to do anything. We don't even know the true strength of that place. What kind of experts are there? Do we really have the ability to deal with or even destroy that place?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "How could I not have thought of your concerns? I'm just complaining. Everything can only be discussed after Mo Yuntian's dust settles." Mo Tianji nodded heavily. "I will order the Tianji Intelligence Department to find out the whereabouts of that secret base as soon as possible. I'm afraid this will be very difficult." Chu Yang raised his spirits and said, "Tell your people to be careful. Once that place is discovered, the person in the dark will do his best to protect that secret even if he has to destroy millions of people." Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, "I understand. In the process of finding out this information, sacrifices are inevitable. At the current stage, we really can't rashly expose this layer of window paper." Then, Mo Tianji changed the direction of the discussion. Talking about this topic now was a little too far away and would only add to his worries. "What do you think about the strength of Supreme Black Fog that you and Qingwu killed together and that Qi Nyonyo? If they suddenly appeared during Xianxia's ascension ceremony and challenged Xianxia, what would the result be?" Mo Tianji asked softly. If the opponent was Supreme Black Fog, Xianxia would go all out and calmly fight. He would look for an opening to use the myriad jasper flowers and have a high chance of winning. However, Xianxiang would be exhausted even if he won. If he wasn't careful, it could turn into a situation where neither side wins. Chu Yang said slowly, "If the opponent was Qi Nyonyo, Xianxiang would definitely lose. No, he would definitely die. The difference in strength between the two is huge, and Qi Nyonyo's speed is unparalleled. He's almost Xianxiang's nemesis." Mo Tianji was silent for a while and sighed deeply. "Individual strength has always been our biggest shortcoming. Although the brothers are close to the level of De Ho when they join forces, when they are alone, the difference is like heaven and earth. This is a fact that cannot be accepted by the public. Since the opponent has the intention to cause trouble, he will definitely not let go of this biggest weakness that can be exploited." Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. "Moreover, the opponent will definitely not only send these two people because this is definitely not enough. There must be other experts hiding in the dark." Chu Yang nodded silently. What Mo Tianji said was indeed reasonable. Mo Tianji frowned and said, "Although the battle on Mo Yuntian's side has just ended, there are still many experts, especially with us. If the other party wants to take action, there will definitely be a group of people with considerable strength to restrain the experts of Mo Yuntian's military, which is Mutsongland's side. Then, there will be another group of super experts to restrain the 7 great guards of Mo Yuntian. Then, there will be another group of people to restrain us. Finally, they will calmly attack Xiadan Qiong and defeat or directly kill this new emperor of Mo Yuntian under the eyes of the world. In this way, the biggest joke of the new round will be us. Mo Yuntian's 7 stars guards and Mutsang Lan are all experienced and well-known figures. They know a lot about their enemy's strength. So, the people they send will definitely be able to complete the mission 100%. So, this time, we can't count on them. Mo Tianji stood up, and slowly paced back and forth. Only our strength is something that they haven't truly come into contact with before. But, our strength is still relatively weak. And, the second point is that after these 3 months of fighting, I'm afraid that they have more or less understood our strength, so, if they want to send people over, they will definitely have considerable confidence. Fortunately, we still have trump cards that we have not used. That is the divine spirit of the calamity, Brother Hu, and Miss Luer. Mo Tianji said lightly, there are still days before the ceremony. In this day, no matter what, we must let our brother's strength improve further. Also, order Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the calamity to make preparations. Miss Luer, from now on, you have to start fully preparing for the battle. You don't have to stay here to take care of me anymore. Chu Yang nodded. From tomorrow onwards, the crab pearls that I distributed last time can be put into use. You must completely absorb all the energy in the next 7 days and turn it into your own strength. Ever since Chu Yang obtained that batch of crab pearls, he distributed them one by one on the 2nd day. According to Mo Tianji's instructions, they wouldn't use them for the time being and would only start to absorb them in the last few days. In this way, everyone's cultivation would definitely make a small leap in those few days. There was a great chance that they would be able to give the enemy a huge surprise or even overturn the entire battle. We are now in a critical situation. Any additional trump card may affect the overall situation. Mo Tianji turned his head and asked, oh, by the way, how many heavy pills have been distributed to each of us? 10. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The heavy pills that had been formed from the huge collection of elixir's medicinal efficacies had all been distributed. Even Chu Yang didn't have many of them on him. These days, Chu Yang didn't dare to return to the space. Every time he met Zhao Ling's grief-stricken eyes, Chu Yang felt as if he was a big bad guy. That should be enough. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed as he said, 10 times a powerful recovery is enough to kill at least one powerful enemy. How many more souls of the purple crystal do you have? Chu Yang asked, how many do you want directly? Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. If I can have 1,000 pieces, I can set up the great heavenly cycle star formation on the heavens worship platform. With such a protective ritual, the chances of success will increase by another 2%. Chu Yang calculated in his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, 1,000 pieces can increase by 2%? I'll give you 2,000 pieces. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with some shock. He didn't expect that Chu Yang actually had so many rare things on hand. He said, really? You can give me 2,000? Do you have more? Let me tell you, there is actually no upper limit to the number of pieces that can be set up in this great heavenly cycle star formation. It's just that all of them require souls of the purple crystal to set up the formation. The lower limit is 1,000 pieces. If it's 1,000 pieces, then I can set up 2 corresponding circular formations. Naturally, its power will increase even more. If you can give me 100,000 pieces of souls of the purple crystal, and I can set up a great formation with them, I can say with certainty that even if Saint Monarch and Emperor Iho were to join forces, they would still be able to turn him into ashes in an instant. This is definitely not a joke. Get lost. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Isn't this a joke? 100,000 pieces. Why don't you just say 1,000,000 pieces? It's unknown whether there are that many pieces in this entire universe. You really dare to say that? Just these 2,000 pieces. I don't have a single piece more. Mo Qingguo and Chu Luer burst into laughter. Much of the gloominess from before was naturally gone. Mo Tianji raised his eyebrows, feeling refreshed. Yes, I made Luer laugh. My ability to tell jokes is actually so outstanding. I've always neglected it. I'll have to try it more in the future. Of course, Chu Yang still had a surplus of souls of the purple crystal. But no matter what, it wouldn't reach 1,000,000. It was really far from it. Therefore, that ultimate formation that required 1,000,000 pieces, at least at this stage, definitely couldn't be counted on. Besides, Mo Tianji was really just joking just now. A formation that exceeded 2,000 pieces was actually not much different from this corresponding formation of 1,000 pieces. Unless it really reached the level of a few 100,000 pieces. Then, it would really be like what Mo Tianji said. Even if Emperor Ho, Saint Monarch and their subordinates came to cause trouble at the same time, he was confident that he would be able to annihilate them in one fell swoop, but it was a pity that such a beautiful idea could only be imagined. Even if the entire Heaven Imperial Court and other souls of the purple crystal were added together, it would definitely not be enough to reach 50,000 pieces, this number of 1,000,000. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was very, very extravagant. There's not much time. Let's start now. Mo Tianji said, Lu you and the Divine Spirit need to study how to link up. It's about time to start preparing now. Chu Lu responded obediently. This response made Mo Tianji feel inexplicably touched. It seems that Miss Lu hasn't been so gentle to me in a long time. By the way, is there any chance that Tan Tan will come out of seclusion in the next few days? Mo Tianji frowned and asked, if Tan Tan can coincidentally come out of seclusion, his strength that has been hidden and not exposed previously will become our greatest hidden trump card in this round. Chu Yang shook his head. This is really hard to say. I just went to take a look this morning. The cocoon that Tan Tan is hiding in is still motionless. But there are signs that it's getting thicker and thicker. There's not much time now. The possibility of him coming out of seclusion in the next few days is really not very high. Mo Tianji let out an "oh." Evidently, he was a little disappointed. After the two of them finished their discussion, Chu Yang immediately returned to his own room. He calmed down and started to modify Mo Laer's warm snow sword. This unexpected gain may also be a new hidden trump card. Chu Yang looked at the two parts of the sword. He had already decided that he would completely forge the sword into an ultimate divine weapon. The second day was an extremely rare day of peace in Xianxia City in the past 6 months. There were actually no conflicts or killings. The registration office at the city gate was still going on. A large number of people were still surging in. Xianxia City was now known as the #1 city of dark cloud sky. It was said that it could handle 70 million people in a day. But now, it was already full to bursting. The flow of people was seriously over the limit. Under the great coordination of the government, many rich families emptied part of their houses and turned them into inns to accommodate the people of the pugilistic world. Even some of the empty places in their houses were built into temporary accommodation. Also, even the ordinary family squeezed into one house and emptied the other houses to accommodate the people of the pugilistic world. No one objected to these decisions. On the contrary, the people were all very excited. To the rich families, this was a heaven-sent opportunity to make friends in the pugilistic world. Such an opportunity was simply not available before. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. By making friends with such people, at least the safety of their families in the future would be more guaranteed. Their own business path would be smoother. If they encountered a crisis, they could also turn misfortune into blessing because of making friends today. Of course, the people of the pugilistic world were both good and bad. There were definitely hidden dangers. But these hidden dangers were deliberately ignored by people. This was Xianxia City, the imperial city of dark cloud sky. Who dared to be impudent here? As for the ordinary people, they were also very happy. Because as long as it was a person of the pugilistic world who moved in, no matter if they were good or evil, when facing the ordinary people, they would usually appear very generous. How would the experts of the pugilistic world who thought that they were qualified to participate in the Dark Cloud Sky Emperor's Ascension ceremony have any designs on the ordinary people? Or, stingy, that was simply impossible. Since they had traveled thousands of miles to come here, which one of them was not a rich and powerful guest, the rental fee that they casually paid was often a huge amount of wealth that some people could not earn in their lifetime, and they were only staying for such a short period of time. For this, they could sacrifice themselves and their families a little in exchange for a happy life in the future. It was simply too worth it. And many people of the pugilistic world also felt that this trip was not in vain. Xianxia City was after all the imperial city of dark cloud sky. The ordinary people here were as numerous as the ocean. When some people of the pugilistic world entered their rented houses, they would accidentally discover that the family's young grandson was actually very talented in martial arts. Moreover, his aptitude was not bad, and his foundation was excellent. To these people who thirsted for talent and hoped to pass on their skills, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. After some discussion, that family knew that their descendant had a heaven-sent opportunity to become an expert. No matter how reluctant they had to fulfill the wish of the martial artist. In the end, everyone was happy. A single expert could make a family prosper for 1,000 years without decline. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. How could they not be willing? Xianxia City was full of joy and tranquility. But whether it was the people of the pugilistic world, the army, the officials, or even the ordinary people of Xianxia City, they could all keenly feel that there was a surging undercurrent quietly approaching. In the midst of the firecrackers and the joyous atmosphere, the entire sky was a kind of stillness. That kind of heavy atmosphere, no matter how lively it was hard to disperse. As the date of the ceremony approached day by day, the people walking on the streets, whether they were officials, ordinary people, or experts of the pugilistic world, each and every one of them had a solemn expression. All was silent, waiting for the rain to come. The storm was about to arrive, everyone could see the storm approaching, but everyone was waiting in silence. In the last few days, even those who were drinking in the restaurants, whether they were ordinary citizens or people of the pugilistic world, all of them were talking softly. No one dared to make a ruckus and cause trouble. It was also on this day that Mo Tianji and Chu Yang received a huge piece of news. This news made these two daring people dizzy. They were almost scared out of their wits. This time Mo Yuntian was the new emperor. Demon Empress Xianxia announced to the world that she would personally attend the ceremony. This news directly shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The master of Demon Emperor Heaven, who hadn't stepped out of Demon Emperor Heaven for tens of thousands of years, actually came to attend this ceremony personally. However, only 1 hour later, another huge piece of news made the entire Heaven Imperial Court fall into a huge state of shock. The master of Eastern Royal Heaven, Don Huang Shui Leihan, announced to the world, "I will personally attend Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony and fully support his ascension." Don Huang announced to the world, "Anyone who dares to cause trouble during Jasper Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony will be the enemy of the entire Eastern Royal Heaven." With Don Huang Shui's reputation, the Eastern Royal Heaven's valiant strength that was ranked at the top of the 10 heavens and earth to announce this piece of news, the impact could really be said to be world-shaking. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to cause trouble, not only would they have to face Mo Yuntian, they would also have to face the entire Eastern Royal Heaven and even Don Huang Shui Leihan himself. Other than facing Don Huang, they might also have to face the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. The master of Demon Emperor Heaven, Demon Empress Xianxia, might also be involved. No matter how strong they were or how confident they were in themselves, they would probably have some doubts in their hearts. Was he that piece of material? Could he carry the 3 heavens and earth, the 3 heavenly emperors? Among Emperor Yi and Empress Xianxia, Don Huang Shui Leihan was ranked first while Demon Empress Xianxia was ranked second. These two people announced that they would attend the ceremony at the same time and expressed their strong support for Mo Yuntian's new emperor, causing the entire Heaven Imperial Court to be filled with a strange feeling. The Heaven Imperial Court's territory was vast, but the various heavens and earth had their own ways to transmit the news to any place in the Heaven Imperial Court. The world instantly boiled over. Everyone in the Heaven Tower fixed their eyes on Mo Yuntian at this moment. At this moment, Mo Yuntian became the focus of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Only half a day had passed since the previous wave of news that shocked the entire heavenly layer. The other heavens and earths seemed to have joined in the fun and suddenly made the same decision at the same time. It was a major decision that could truly shake the world. After Demon Empress Xianxia and Don Huang Shui Leihan, Extreme Sky Sovereign Emperor Zui Wuqing also officially announced that he would personally attend the Ascension ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. For those who were in the know, if Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress still had a legitimate reason to attend the coronation ceremony. Then the reason why Zui Wuqing, the Supreme Celestial Emperor, announced that he would personally attend the coronation ceremony was somewhat remarkable and thought-provoking. Zui Wuqing could be said to be a hardcore supporter of the Saint Emperor. With regards to this news, everyone in the world was discussing it, each with their own opinions. However, this topic had just heated up when they heard the Heaven Tower's bell ring again. This time, it was the voice of the Great Overarching Heaven. Great Overarching Heaven's Limitless Celestial Emperor Zi Wuji announced to the Heaven Tower, His Majesty Limitless Celestial Emperor will also personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Emo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, following the 4 Celestial Emperor's statements one after another. Everyone faintly had a premonition that this matter would absolutely not end like this. There would still be many changes in the future. Indeed, after a cup of tea's time, Stupa Heaven's Emperor Emo Huichin announced he would personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Emo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. And he would also present the coronation gift to Emperor Emo Yuntian. Specially presenting a generous gift at the coronation ceremony and explaining this matter to the whole world, this action undoubtedly expressed his support for Emperor Emo Yuntian. Moreover, it also implied that he had the intention of forming an alliance. The world was once again shocked. What exactly was the background of this Jasper Flower Emperor? He actually had friendly relations with Stupa Heaven's Emperor. However, the shock was far from over. Big Western Sky's Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang announced, His Majesty Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Emo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. Green Firmament Sky's Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor Emo Qingqing announced, Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor will personally attend. South Pole Sky's Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui announced, he will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Emo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. North Pole Sky's Yan Yang Heavenly Emperor Long Yinghuan announced, His Majesty will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Emo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. This news one after another was like a rainbow connecting heaven and earth, stretching across the blue sky and not dispersing for a long time. There wasn't no one in the world who wasn't shocked. One news after another was like muffled thunder, heavily bombarding everyone's heart without interruption. It made everyone who heard it feel dizzy. Everyone simultaneously realized that a grand ceremony of the century covering the entire Heaven Tower was about to open its curtains. This would be the #1 grand event in the entire Heaven Tower in the past million years. Ever since Purple Firmament's incident and Purple Firmament's Emperor Z House fall, this was still the first Emperor's first time being able to gather together so completely. Gather in Ink Cloud Sky, Eastern Royal Sky, Demon Emperor Sky, Extreme Sky, Green Firmament Sky, Great Overarching Sky, Stupa Sky, Great Western Sky, South Pole Sky, and the Crimson North Sky, which was created by the Holy Monarch and replaced the Purple Firmament Sky that was originally occupied by the heavenly demons. Finally, there was the Ink Cloud Sky. Heaven Imperial Palace, D.E., and Empress D were all present. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The people of Moyun Sky were running around to spread the news. In all of history, there had never been a celestial emperor who'd caused such a huge commotion when ascending the throne, nor had there ever been a celestial emperor who'd had as much face as Emperor Jasper. D1 and Empress gathered in Ink Cloud Sky. What a grand occasion this was. Every citizen of Dark Cloud Sky felt a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. Throughout history and in the future, only our Jade Flower Emperor had such ability. Someone simply said, "What are you guys so proud of?" Maybe they're all here to laugh at your Jade Flower Great Emperor, and you're so proud of it. You'll cry in the future, but the man didn't finish his sentence. He was already torn to shreds by the furious citizens of Moyun Sky. Mo Tianji, who had obtained the above, had a headache. Because if these celestial emperors wanted to come personally, there was obviously not enough time. But if the time was changed at the last minute and accommodated to these people, not only would it be inauspicious for the Ascension ceremony, it would also weaken Moyun Sky's prestige out of thin air, as if Moyun Sky was afraid of those celestial emperors who couldn't make it in time. But if they didn't change the time of the ceremony and still carried out according to the original plan, then, by the time the celestial emperors arrived, the ceremony would have long been over. What was the point of coming? I'll take a day off tomorrow. For this period of time, I haven't slept for a few days. And my train of thought is difficult. Everyone can also see that I'm taking a day off to sort out my thoughts. This would not only offend the heavenly emperors who couldn't make it in time, but also offend the great heavenly emperor at the same time. This was equivalent to setting up an unrivaled enemy. This would undoubtedly be detrimental to Imo Yuntian's development in the future. They couldn't wait, and they couldn't wait either. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. All the people in charge of arranging the ceremony were helpless. Even Mo Tianji was at a loss. He frowned and paced back and forth, but he couldn't think of an effective strategy. Everything was wrong. Don't worry, there will be a solution. Chu Yang was calm. There will be a comprehensive plan. Just wait and see. Big brother, stop fooling around. How can there be a comprehensive plan in this situation? Mo Tianji lost his temper. These bastards didn't come earlier or later. It's obviously too late now. It's as if they have planned to make things difficult for Mo Yuntian. Mo Tianji said fiercely, making things difficult for Mo Yuntian is making things difficult for Xiadan Qiong. Making things difficult for Xiadan Qiong is making things difficult for us brothers. When we are fully grown in the future, we will drag all these people down one by one. After DE, us brothers, Qing Wu and Lo will make up for it. Together with Zi Xiaotian, we have great demon King Tan waiting to make up for it. It's as if they are tailor-made for us, right? Isn't it? Mo Tianji said in exasperation. Chu Yang laughed heartily. It was from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that Chu Yang was heartless. He could be so open-minded at such a critical juncture. It was really rare to see Mo Tianji so anxious. It was really a rare sight to see Mo Tianji so exasperated at this moment. Then tell me, how can there be a comprehensive plan in this situation? Mo Tianji said, they agreed to come together at this time. It's obvious that they want to see a joke. It's obvious. He snorted heavily and slapped the table. It's obvious that they want to force us to abdicate. They are just looking for trouble. I asked you to set the time, but even if you set it, you still have to change it. Just because of one sentence from us. That's clearly what he meant. He clearly wants to humiliate Mo Yuntian and all of us. Mo Tianji's eyes were spitting fire. It was no wonder that Mo Tianji would get angry when he saw the current situation. His brothers were working together, and they were about to achieve victory. But, a group of powerful enemies had suddenly appeared at the last moment. Moreover, they were super powerful enemies that were hard to match. It was a good comparison. It was originally a primary school basketball game, but it was about to end. All of a sudden, the opposing team changed their players at the last minute, and all of them were NBA professional basketball players. How was the other side going to play? No matter how he played, he would still lose. The victory that was in his hands would vanish in an instant. That feeling was enough to infuriate anyone. Chu Yang was still unperturbed as he said, you don't know anything else, but you can't possibly think that the Demon Empress is also messing with us, right? You have to know that his son Yao Ningning is on our side right now, and he's as busy as a spinning top. Mo Tianji was startled when he heard that. Yes, you mean, I think you've been so busy recently that you've forgotten to be flexible at the very least. As long as the Demon Empress gives us face and makes a statement to ask us to change the date, we can take advantage of that and live for all the time. In that case, won't everything be fine? Chu Yang calmly twisted his neck and said, if the Demon Empress doesn't give us face, it doesn't matter. Let's just take care of Yao Ningning. I believe that it won't be difficult to make this great master cause a ruckus when his mother arrives. Good idea. It's indeed a good idea. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. Even if the Demon Empress can't do it, there's still Dong Huang Shuelehan. Chu Yang smiled and said confidently, if he doesn't give us face, we'll take care of him when he comes. Don't worry, although we can't beat him, he has to give us face. This is definitely not a problem. I'll say it. Why are you so domineering? Why does Dong Huang have to give you face? Mo Tianji was puzzled by this. Don't worry. I have a plan. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the Demon Empress and the two Heavenly Emperors made a request to the Heavenly Imperial Court at the same time. Your Majesty, due to the long journey, we can't make it in time. Can we postpone the ascension ceremony for a few days? Such a request turned into a shocking rainbow that hung in the sky and lasted for an entire afternoon. Mo Yuntian was instantly excited. Look, our Jade Flower Emperor has so much face. He's really amazing. Even the famous Dong Huang and the Demon Empress have to ask us to postpone the date. This attitude is really too low. It's too respectable. The other heavenly emperors, especially those who had bad intentions, were also stunned by this news. F***ck, in all the heavens and earth, the two of you are clearly the closest to each other. The two of you can reach without wasting any time. There's absolutely no possibility of delay. Now, the two of you actually gave Jade Flower Emperor a way out. What the F***ck is this, facing such a humble and considerate request from the heavenly emperors and the demon empress, Mo Yuntian quickly responded. Jade Flower Emperor personally announced to the world, "Thank you, your majesties, for giving me face. Xianxia is extremely grateful." Under the orders of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, this ceremony will be postponed for half a month. The schedule of this grand ceremony is due to my lack of consideration. I have neglected that your majesties have a long journey ahead of you. I sincerely apologize. The situation was very obvious. Jade Flower Emperor's attitude was also quite humble. And such a humble attitude wasn't abrupt at all. It even made people feel comfortable. No one would think that Jade Flower Emperor was threatened and had no choice but to postpone the date. The reason was very simple. It was purely to return the favor. You have my peaches and I'll repay you with my jade. To put it simply, you gave me face, so I'll give you even more face. As long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to sense the deeper meaning behind his words. The benevolent, magnanimous, and kind Jade Flower Emperor. At this point, Mo Tianji was finally completely relieved. As De and the Empress announced that they would attend the ceremony, the frequency of the 10,000 saints true spirits sent by the saint to enter Jade Flower City suddenly decreased by a lot. Day by day, the number of 10,000 saints true spirits decreased. After 3 days, they basically disappeared without a trace. Does that person in the dark have some misgivings about Juniho's group? Yang asked. After all, De and the Empress are all here. With their knowledge, the secret of the 10,000 saints true spirits can't be hidden from them. Once it's exposed, it'll be a huge disaster. Although that person in the dark has the highest cultivation and unparalleled power, he may not be able to withstand the combined attacks of De and the Empress. Let's not be too blindly optimistic. Mo Tianji frowned deeply and said, he doesn't necessarily need to be so careful. De and the Empress are both knowledgeable and have strong cultivations. If they really join forces, De and the Empress won't be a match for him alone. However, the problem now is that many of De and the Empress are his people. Even if they don't completely obey his orders, they are still on the same side. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win. So, there's something fishy about this matter? Yang frowned. I'm afraid it's still very fishy. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. Now that the matter of the ascension date has come to an end, the thing I'm most worried about now is, if those 10,000 saints true spirits mix in with the entourage of the other heavenly emperors and come with them, that'll be very troublesome and difficult to deal with. Yang, it's impossible for a heavenly emperor to go out and participate in such an important ceremony without at least a guard of honor. If those people mix in with the guard of honor, do we have to ask a heavenly emperor to go and register? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then it'll be really troublesome. I hope it doesn't come to that. Yang also felt helpless. Because if the other party really did act like this, it would be an unsolvable situation. They could only wait for the other party to make a move and then deal with it. That would be too passive. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Now that it's come to this point, everything is already out of our control. The only thing we can do now is take it step by step and deal with it as it comes. Yang was silent for a long time before he said, the mysteries of heaven and the affairs of the world are unpredictable and unpredictable. No matter what, it won't develop according to everyone's wishes and preparations, unexpected. Perhaps this is where the charm lies. Mo Tianji nodded slowly. Yes, I understand this principle. Also, the sigh just now was just a sigh. Our previous preparations weren't all in vain? Those that can be put to use can still be put to use. Now, we still have a lot of time before the ceremony. Right now, the most important thing to do is to raise the cultivation of the brothers first. When the time comes, we still have to deal with it as it comes. With the wisdom of us two brothers and the strength we have now, and with the advantage of being the host, the possibility of failure is actually very small. Not to mention that we have other external help. The chances of success are very high. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. His eyes emitted a calm light. His hand gently played with a small white jade porcelain cup, and he said, thinking that soon, I might be able to fight with some people after DE, I really look forward to it. Qi Yang sat quietly. The tip of his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes were not inferior in the slightest. They were also filled with the spirit of fighting the world. At this moment, both of them had the same feeling, the road to the peak was under their feet. After this incident, Brother Jia would officially step onto the stage of the strong. I didn't do anything yesterday. I stayed away from the computer and ran to the flower greenhouse. I walked back and forth for the whole day. I chatted with this female boss and that female boss for a while. I asked about this pot of flowers, then looked at that pot of flowers, haggled over the price, and then praised it. Finally, I looked in my pocket and said, I forgot to bring money today. I walked from morning to afternoon, and then I didn't buy anything. Moreover, I chatted very well with a flower seller. In the end, I even snatched a small pot of green jade lotus as a bonus. No matter what everyone was thinking, time still passed by bit. The trajectory of time would not stay for anyone. Heaven's End Platform. Heaven's End Platform, ascension without hesitation, heaven level, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin opened. This was an exceptionally huge building. It covered an area of thousands of acres. The lowest level was a huge square. In the middle of the square was a building that looked like a pagoda, but it was even more majestic. There were 81 eaves on each floor, and they extended outwards. They were at least 300 feet long, and at the tip of each eave hung a colorful and resplendent purple crystal wind chime. Just each component of the wind chime was the size of a human head. 80 of them formed a string and hung down from the sky. When the wind blew, the melodious sound made people intoxicated, and they could not help but want to listen for a while longer. Every level had a huge square. At the front were white jade seats that were quietly arranged in rows. At the back was the square that could accommodate many spectators. Every square could accommodate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spectators. Between the squares of every level, there was an extremely wide passageway that led directly to the next level. This was the so-called Heaven Stairway. Only the Heaven Stairway that faced the south and back to the north was covered with a bright yellow carpet. It was 100 feet wide and looked exceptionally majestic. It led all the way to the top. On both sides of the carpet, there were pillars that were several feet in diameter and carved with dragons and phoenixes. They were 100 feet tall and were like 2 rows of loyal guards that stood quietly and were evenly arranged. At the top, there was only one seat. A chair that overlooked the world. This was the seat of the Heavenly Emperor. The 8th level temporarily added 10 such chairs. They were prepared for DE and Empress. In this way, there was one chair in each direction. Each of them corresponded to the position of their respective heaven and earth. These 10 chairs were exactly the same as the chair at the very top, regardless of whether it was the texture or the shape. The implication was that everyone was of the same status and there was no difference. The reason why there were 10 chairs instead of one was because there was also a chair that belonged to Mo Yun Tian Jade Flower Great Emperor. When ascending the throne, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun had to be on the topmost chair to accept the homage of this heaven's citizens. This was a major festival belonging to Mo Yun Heaven. It was understandable. However, after the coronation ceremony was over, the Jade Flower Great Emperor still had to come down and meet with the various celestial emperors to exchange greetings. Then, she could no longer act high and mighty. Otherwise, it would be a huge breach of etiquette. She would attract a lot of hatred and offend everyone indiscriminately. This kind of arrangement was considerate of every aspect, even taking into account everyone's psychological thoughts. The 8th level even had a unique design of a sky full of stars. It symbolized that the 8th level was the universe and the heavens. Wherever the heaven and earth you are in is in the heavenly imperial court, in which direction, your chair will be there. The arrangement was not messy at all. Even if she wanted to be jealous, she couldn't find it. At this moment, there were countless people rushing around the Heaven's End platform. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces and there was no sound of conversation. They were all busy in silence. Figures in yellow robes shuttled back and forth, checking everything and any blind spots to ensure that no one made any mistakes. These people were the guards of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. They were checking the progress of this huge project. Every place, every nook and cranny was checked over and over again countless times. If one looked down from high up in the sky, they would be able to feel that there was a towering mountain below. Countless people were busy on top, just like countless ants running around silently. Mo Yun Heaven's side was still preparing anxiously. The time was getting closer and closer. Time was getting more and more pressing. Everyone in Mo Yun Heaven hoped that this grand ceremony could become an eternal grand ceremony, a perfect ceremony. This was to wash away the great humiliation brought by Yuan Tianjia, using such a grand celebration to wash away all traces of the existence of the extraterrestrial demons, including the psychological trauma. There couldn't be any mistakes in this grand ceremony. Mo Yun Heaven's people wouldn't allow even the slightest flaw to appear on this day. Chu Yang, Xianxia and Mo Qingguo took a rare stroll in the back garden, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The fragrant scent of the flowers assailed the nostrils. The two women beside Chu Yang were heavenly beauties. They were devastatingly beautiful. They were indeed more beautiful than the flowers. Minister Chu couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. He had some thoughts about it. It was usually very difficult for women who had the same man to coexist peacefully. However, this sentence obviously did not apply to Mo Qingguo. Mo Qingguo even liked to stay with Xianxia very much. In her heart, among men, she naturally felt the most stable and secure when she was with Chu Yang. However, among women, she felt the most secure when she was with Xianxia. Secondly, it was Tai Budian. Xianxia gave people a feeling of being backed by a tall mountain, unshakable. Mo Qingguo could basically do whatever she wanted when she was with Xianxia. She was even more unrestrained than when she was with Chu Yang. Moreover, Xianxia also doted on Mo Qingguo a lot. She liked this little sister very much, which went against most women's instincts. Then there was Tai Budian. She gave Mo Qingguo an extremely majestic sense of security, like controlling the world and ruling the world. Although Tai Butian's cultivation was much lower than Mo Qingguo's, Mo Qingguo could feel very relaxed when she was with Tai Budian. This seemed to make sense, but it also didn't. Anyway, that was the case. As for Mo Qingguo's best friend, she should be her third love rival, Wu Qianqian. When the two of them were together, they really chattered about everything. They didn't even seem to have the most basic secrets. This was a class relationship that had been nurtured through the fight between Chu Lu'er and Mo Qingguo. Big Sister Z, why did you think of shedding your demon body and cultivating your body to become a human? Aren't you afraid of pain? I heard that the process is not only extremely painful, but also extremely dangerous. In the past, many demon seniors had their souls dispersed at this stage. Those who succeeded were almost 1 in 10,000. I'm really curious. Why did you do it? Mo Qingguo talked about a top-secret information she got from the Wind Fox. This was Yao Ningning's loose tongue. He told his sweetheart, Bai Shixian, and Bai Shixian naturally wouldn't hide it from Mo Qingguo, her former master. Shedding my demon body and cultivating my body to become a human? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's whole body trembled. He only felt his heart tremble. He couldn't help but raise his head abruptly and look at Xianxia, who had an indifferent face. What reason do I need for this? Xianxia glanced at Chu Yang lightly and said indifferently, it's just that I've had enough of being a demon and want to taste what it's like to be a real human. Although the process has some risks and pain, it's all in the past. Wouldn't it spoil my good mood by mentioning it now? That Yao Ningning always likes to exaggerate things for no reason. I'll have to have a good chat with him later. Mo Qingguo smiled and said, the reason why Big Sister Z is willing to make such a big sacrifice is actually for Chu Yang, right? Xianxia's face suddenly flushed red. She said angrily, little girl, you're asking for a beating. Why would I do such a thing for a stinky man? Although her voice seemed to be resolute, no matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of wanting to cover it up. Huge waves instantly surged in Chu Yang's heart, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. Chu Yang wasn't a fool. How could he not understand why Xianxia did this? How could he not understand how much pain she would have to bear by doing this? Xianxia did this entirely for herself. For the sake of the future, no one would say, look, this Chu Yang, the wife of the Tribulation Sword Master, is actually from the demon race. The legendary human-demon love, and for the sake of bearing children in the future, so that they wouldn't be like those deformed children born from the union of the demon race and human race, with a human head and a human body, but with a tail that only demons would have, for, she did everything by herself and bore all of it, but she didn't say anything to him, not even a little bit. She just silently bore all of it by herself, and kept everything in the bottom of her heart. No matter if it was pain or torture. Actually, I don't care. I really don't care. Chu Yang said softly, I only want us to be happy together. Everything else is really not important, even if, who cares if you care or not? Do you think you're someone important? What does this have to do with you? Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stay any longer. Her white figure flashed and she fled in a panic. Her speed actually made Chu Yang look askance. However, Mo Qingwu could clearly hear her intense heartbeat when she was about to leave. Like the beating of a drum. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh, his heart filled with mixed feelings. It was undeniable that an inexplicable sweetness welled up in his heart, and it didn't go away for a long time. You're such a playboy. Mo Qingwu snorted and stomped her feet. Although she was pouting coquettishly, her playfulness was delightful, and it could make anyone fall for her. Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly and hugged Mo Qingwu in his arms. He said softly, I'm really a playboy. Qingwu, you know, I originally wanted to only have you and me in this life. But, I didn't manage to do it. I'm sorry. Mo Qingwu was silent for a while after hearing that. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she said softly, Chu Yang, I've forgotten a lot of things in the past. Now, I just want to be a happy little girl. For you, as long as you can be happy, those things are nothing, Chu Yang said softly, but, there are still some traces that have to be left behind. Those traces make my heart ache. Mo Qingwu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled faintly and said somewhat sadly, whether you're a playboy or not, you're already, many, many times better than before. She smiled sadly and said, in the past. I didn't even want to be your concubine, or even the lowliest maid. Now, I'm already very satisfied, as long as I can accompany you. Such a wish was something that I didn't even dare to dream of at that time. Chu Yang's heart ached as he held her tightly in his arms. His chin gently stroked the hair on Mo Qingwu's head as he murmured, in this life, I would rather betray the heavens. Mo Qingwu raised her head and gazed at Chu Yang's face affectionately. She said softly, I'm already infinitely satisfied. Chu Yang, is everything in front of me real? The bright red bow on her head was dancing. She looked at Chu Yang and slowly moved her soft lips closer. Her petal-like lips kissed Chu Yang's lips gently. She said softly, this is a gentleness that I've never dreamed of. I'm really afraid that when I open my eyes again, I'll wake up with a start and my dreams will turn into nothing. Her lips parted slightly. Chu Yang's heart ached again. He suddenly hugged Mo Qingwu's entire body tightly in his arms and kissed Mo Qingwu's fragrant lips madly, not allowing her to escape from his arms. Mo Qingwu shuddered for a moment before she reacted passionately. She tiptoed and tried hard to welcome the kiss of her sweetheart. She murmured softly, her voice vague. I'm satisfied. A teardrop fell from the corner of Mo Qingwu's eye during their passionate kiss. It slid down between the four lips that were glued together. Both of them felt the sourness of that teardrop at the same time. Mo Qingwu closed her eyes. From now on, there would be no more inner demons. That teardrop was an eternal farewell between the past life and the present life, never to be missed again. She told herself this in her heart. Then, she threw herself into the sweet kiss with Chu Yang. She opened up all her heart and gave her entire body, soul, and beauty to him. After a long, long time, the four lips finally separated. Both of them were panting. Mo Qingwu's eyes were no longer clear. There was only intoxication and some satisfaction. After the kiss ended, Mo Qingwu's red lips were already slightly swollen. She looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her plump red lips. Her face was flushed red. Such a wonderful scene was really hard to describe. Chu Yang had never been a Taoist teacher. His mood was stirred by the sight of this. He was about to pounce on Chu Yang again to launch a big bite. But at this moment, an untimely voice coughed. With a somewhat mocking smile, someone said softly, "It seems that I've come at a bad time." Mo Qingwu was startled when she heard this. She let out an ah sound, and hurriedly struggled free from Chu Yang's arms. Then, she slipped away with a whoosh sound. She was both embarrassed and embarrassed at the same time. She didn't even look back to see who had arrived. She had already escaped in a very distressed manner, and had only left behind a wisp of fragrant wind. Chu Yang turned his head and fiercely glared at the newcomer. He gnashed his teeth and said, "If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you right now, I would have beaten you until you can't take care of yourself. Let's see if you still dare to talk like this." How could Chu Yang not fly into a rage after such a beautiful occasion was disturbed? Haha. That person laughed heartily and appeared suavely. He naturally had a kind of graceful bearing, as if he was a sovereign who had descended from the heavens and was looking down on all living things. The whole world seemed to have become exceptionally quiet and gentle the moment this person appeared. It was as if even the sound of the wind was as gentle as the breathing of a lover. This person stood there with his arm resting. He smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't expect that in less than 2 years, you could actually come to this step. Chu Yang, you really amaze me." This person's voice was full of praise and surprise. "What's wrong, Your Majesty Dong Huang, is there a time when you're surprised?" Chu Yang said coldly and angrily. The person who had come was, of course, the publicly acknowledged second most powerful expert in the world, the first after De, the Lord of the vast Eastern Royal Heavens, Eastern Sovereign, Shui Leihan. Currently, both De and Empress were rushing here. But with everyone's status, it was already enough for them to arrive 2 or 3 days earlier. They even had to deliberately delay on the way. It would be even better if they could arrive just before the ceremony. The ceremonial guards of the Eastern Royal Heavens were already on their way. Every day, they would be in contact with Mo Yuntian. But they didn't expect that when the ceremonial guards were still hundreds of thousands of miles away, Shui Leihan actually came here in advance and became an uninvited guest. He even ruined Chu Yang's happy occasion. Is there a need to be so hostile? Isn't it just a matter of interrupting the happy occasion of 2 old friends? Shui Leihan laughed and walked closer slowly. He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, "This time, don't be a jerk." Chu Yang sighed and rolled his eyes. "Not only do you have a cheap mouth, you're also talkative. You're meddling too much." But there was a determined look in his eyes. "How can I be such a jerk this time? No matter what, I won't." Shui Leihan sighed and said, "In my life, I've only seen a few women like Qinggu who are passionate. If her lover is a god, then she will be able to help him become a supreme god, and she will also become the Holy Mother. But if her lover is a devil, then she will become the devil's right-hand woman, and she will also fall into the abyss. She will always be Ghost Mother Rakshasa, and will have no regrets." As he said, Shui Leihan sighed sadly. It seemed to be hinting at something, but the tone and the deep sense of helplessness made Chu Yang feel surprised. Chu Yang was startled and said, "You mean?" A complicated expression flashed across Shui Leihan's face. He said softly, "My younger sister was also like this back then. It's a pity that Qinggu is blessed and has a chance to start over again." My younger sister. Well, perhaps in her heart, she's also blessed. Haha. The last laugh was filled with inexplicable bitterness. Your sister? Chu Yang was a little enlightened but also a little puzzled. In his previous life, Shui Leihan became the #1 in the world and became friends with Mo Qinggu. He especially favored Mo Qinggu, but he still didn't understand why. So the ultimate reason was actually here. It was just that he had never heard that the East Sovereign actually had a sister. Light as a dream, dancing enchanting in the sea of blood and mountains of bones, holding a sword for 1,000 miles, not asking about it, following to the heavens in life and death. Shui Leihan's voice was full of heartfelt melancholy. He murmured, "You are following to the heavens in life and death, but what about me? What should I do? By doing this, aren't you making me live in contradiction and pain for the rest of my life?" Qu Yang frowned, obviously not understanding what he meant. But he also knew that Shui Leihan's sigh was definitely not for Imo Qinggu, but for his sister. Look on the bright side. Every family has its own difficulties. Qu Yang sighed. Shui Leihan chuckled, shook his head and sighed deeply again. Oh right, you came at the right time. I just happened to have a big news that I urgently need to discuss with you. Qu Yang sighed. Thinking of the saints' 10,000 saints' true spirit, his heart felt a little stifled, and Shui Leihan was the only person who could possibly solve this problem. What big news can actually make you so nervous? Shui Leihan laughed. It's a big news that is guaranteed to shock you. It's also a big news that can shake the foundation of the Heaven Imperial Court. Qu Yang hurriedly pulled Shui Leihan and entered the secret chamber. Only the two of them were inside. Let's make some arrangements first. The content of our conversation is extremely important, we can't let anyone eavesdrop on it, or it could lead to a fatal disaster at any time. Qu Yang said very seriously. A fatal disaster? Haha, is it that serious? Shui Leihan smiled helplessly. With a wave of his hand, the entire space was instantly enveloped by the East Sovereign's divine sense. This was the East Sovereign's unique domain, a powerful domain that even the first Emperor and Empress De and the only saint couldn't break through. What exactly is it? You can finally say it now. Shui Leihan's expression was very relaxed. Right now, he didn't even think about what kind of news Qu Yang was going to bring to him. He even didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whatever it is, Qu Yang might think it's a big deal, but in the East Sovereign eye, it might not be a big deal. Therefore, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there were at most 2 or 3 people who could pose a threat to him. A fatal disaster? This word seemed to have been missing from him for far too long. At this moment, Shui Leihan obviously didn't even dream that what Qu Yang was about to say was really 2 great weapons to Shui Leihan. 2 super bombs that lived up to their names. This super shocking news, even if it was Donghuan Shui Leihan, even Shui Leihan would definitely not be able to bear it alone, especially the other one. To others, it might be super shocking, but to Shui Leihan, it was even more important than the extraterrestrial demons. This was something that Qu Yang, who was about to tell him everything, definitely didn't know about. Recently, too many strange things have happened in Mo Yuntian. The specifics are like this. Qu Yang explained from a shallow to a deep level. As Qu Yang spoke more and more, Shui Leihan's eyes, which were originally distant, gradually became serious. When he heard that everyone who died didn't have any soul energy left, and there weren't any soul waves in the surroundings, and we didn't use any means to destroy souls at that time. These people were all first-class experts. Shui Leihan stood up with a swoosh. He looked at Qu Yang with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice, Qu Yang, is this true? Is this true? Absolutely true. Qu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded solemnly as well. Upon hearing that, Shui Leihan's expression changed again. He was no longer composed. And Qu Yang's expression was also silent. He only felt a chill in his heart. Originally, Qu Yang still had a sliver of hope in his heart, that this might not be the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit. Or maybe, the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit was no longer a big deal to the current Deho. At least, it wouldn't be able to cause too much of an impact. But now, seeing Shui Leihan's reaction, all the sliver of hope in Qu Yang's heart instantly disappeared like snow melting under the scorching sun. The 10,000 saints' true spirit is actually the reappearance of this disastrous thing. Wasn't that thing destroyed long ago? Why did it suddenly appear again? Shui Leihan's eyes were filled with intense worry. He let out a long sigh. The reappearance of the 10,000 saints' true spirit means that the entire Heaven Imperial Court is about to face another catastrophe. This is no small matter. We have to treat it with caution. Shui Leihan frowned. Is it really the 10,000 saints' true spirit? I heard some things about the 10,000 saints' true demon from the 7 Stars Guard. This demon was exterminated by all of you back then. Qu Yang said seriously, then, the one who can possibly obtain the inheritance of the 10,000 saints' true demon must be one of you. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. You don't have to beat around the bush. I know what you're suspecting and who you're suspecting. Sigh. It's no longer a suspicion now. It's a confirmed fact. Qu Yang said word by word, it's that person. Shui Leihan's face, which had just regained its calm, turned dark again. His expression was filled with a kind of contradiction from the bottom of his heart. He sighed repeatedly. And Yuan Tianjia's true identity as a heavenly demon was actually known by that person beforehand. Qu Yang threw out another bomb. Even the division of heaven and earth back then had many conspiracies in it. Shui Leihan's face became more and more gloomy, worried and ugly. After Yuan Tianjia died, I found his personal letter. That letter recorded the happiest memories of his life and many earth-shattering secrets. Many of them were inextricably linked to that person. Qu Yang said word by word, his eyes staring intently at Shui Leihan's face. After De, Qu Yang trusted Dong Huang the most. No matter what others did, Qu Yang believed that Shui Leihan was righteous and would never hurt him. And he would uphold justice. But he didn't expect that this matter would make Shui Leihan so conflicted and not as resolute as Qu Yang had imagined. What exactly was recorded in it? Shui Leihan asked bitterly. It recorded the journey of that person from a first-rate martial artist to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. Although the description of the process is brief, it's organized and can't be fake. Qu Yang said, back then, that person used the power of the Shui clan, the #1 conglomerate in the world. At this point, Qu Yang's heart suddenly jolted. He stopped talking and raised his head to look at Shui Leihan in a daze. He finally understood what he had felt was wrong all this time. The #1 financial magnate in the world, the Shui family, the #1 beauty in the world, Shui Xianxia. The head of the Shui family, Shui Chenyang. As for the person before him, the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Shui Leihan, there was only one thing in common between all of them. Snow, 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 snow. Qu Yang was shocked. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He recalled the words in Yuan Tianming's handwritten letter. The only daughter of the world's #1 financial magnate, the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world, Shui Xianxia, has announced that she will marry whoever can become #1 in the world. Qu Yang was at a loss. An only child, the other meaning of this sentence was that the richest man in the world, Shui Chenyang, only had one daughter. Then, who was Shui Leihan, an illegitimate child that can't be exposed? It couldn't be that dramatic, could it? The most important point was that in all of Yuan Tianming's records, there was no mention of the relationship between Shui Leihan and the Shui clan. It was as if Shui Leihan and the Shui clan just happened to share the same surname. They were a completely unrelated person and a clan. But now, Qu Yang knew that the two were actually related. Moreover, it seemed that they were very, very related. This point could already be seen from Shui Leihan's expression. The East Sovereign had always been expressionless. But now, he revealed such a shocked expression. If they weren't related, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. If they were related, then, Qu Yang remembered very clearly that there was another paragraph in Yuan Tianming's handwritten letter. Before we consummate our marriage, Master Yun gave me a mission to kill Shui Chenyang. Back then, when Qu Yang read this sentence, he even commented on it. He was amazed by the unscrupulous means of this Master Yun. He was amazed and amazed by it. This. That. Qu Yang looked at Shui Leihan awkwardly. He couldn't say anything for a moment. Shui Leihan laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha. Shui Leihan's laughter was filled with the unbearable pain of the past. There was also a kind of unforgettable bitterness. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. His voice suddenly became as calm as still water. He asked quietly, is there anything else? Qu Yang was sweating profusely. Just say it. Anyway, it's been so long. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that my surname is Shui, Shui Leihan said calmly. But under his seemingly calm voice, Qu Yang could clearly feel the extreme brewing of a volcano that was about to erupt. In Yuan Tianming's records, it was roughly like this. Working with the Shui clan, using the unparalleled wealth of the Shui clan to achieve great things. But, after becoming the world's #1, before he consummated his marriage with the world's #1 beauty, Xianxia, he ordered Yuan Tianming to assassinate her. Chu Yang stole a glance at Xue Leihan's expression. Then, he said in a low voice. The head of the Xue clan conglomerate, Xue Chenyang, Xue Leihan's body trembled violently. In that instant, his face suddenly turned snow-white, completely drained of blood. He was still sitting on the chair like a mountain, not moving at all. His finger was still tapping the table lightly. The landing point was exactly the same, not the slightest bit off. It was just that even he himself didn't feel it. Although the landing point was exactly the same and the point of force was constant, a transparent hole had already silently appeared on the position of the point of force on the table from the first tap. After that, a wave of force would enter through the hole with every tap. Even the ground under his feet was full of holes. This scene made Chu Yang tremble with fear. But he didn't dare to rashly disturb him. What did this scene in front of him mean? All these signs meant that Xue Leihan's force was out of balance. The moment the force left his hand, he could still follow the initial trajectory and the most original landing point. But after that, he actually completely lost control. If it was an ordinary expert, it would still be difficult. But for a top expert like Xue Leihan, a super expert, it was an extreme display of losing control. But with such a flaw, Xue Leihan actually didn't check it at all. After a long while, Xue Leihan still looked down, but he took a deep breath. At this moment, everyone within a radius of dozens of miles felt difficulty breathing at the same time, because at this moment, even if they wanted to breathe, they actually couldn't. Fortunately, it was only for a short moment. Otherwise, more people might have died, and they would have died unjustly. And then? Xue Leihan took a breath, his voice still calm as he asked. Chu Yang laughed dryly and said, Old Xue, are you alright? We're all on the same side, if. Xue Leihan slowly raised his head. His clear eyes stared at Chu Yang's face, completely expressionless. Softly, he said word by word, if. I say. Then. What? A certain king of hell who had always been audacious opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that the current atmosphere was a little horrifying. He forced himself to laugh dryly, and deliberated for a moment before saying, All right, I've also given you Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. You can read it yourself. I also don't know what to say. Seeing you like this, I'm scared, please forgive me. This sentence was originally a joke to ease the atmosphere, but Xue Leihan was completely unmoved. He only stretched out his hand very calmly. Silently, he stretched it out in front of Chu Yang. But cold sweat actually seeped out of Chu Yang's forehead. He could clearly see that all the knuckles of Xue Leihan's fingers had already turned white. Chu Yang was very suspicious. If he were to simply place that letter in Xue Leihan's hands, would an extremely strong force of energy instantly emerge from his hands and destroy the letter? It didn't matter if the handwritten letter was destroyed. Anyway, Chu Yang had already memorized the contents. But what would Xue Leihan, who couldn't see the contents of the handwritten letter, do? Would he become the target of Xue Leihan's outburst? Chu Yang, who had been thinking like this for a long time, actually didn't move for a long time. Xue Leihan asked again in a low voice, Where's the handwritten letter? Did you see a ghost? Chu Yang's expression was also very ugly at this moment. He thought to himself, Didn't I see a ghost? You're even scarier than a ghost right now. After dawdling for a while, he finally helplessly took out Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. Here, there's quite a lot of content in here. You can read it yourself. As long as you have patience. Before he finished speaking, that handwritten letter was already in Xue Leihan's hands. Then, Chu Yang realized that Xue Leihan seemed to have disappeared. No, it wasn't that he had disappeared. His whole person was clearly still sitting in the same place, but Chu Yang felt that he was actually no longer here. His whole person had already merged into the world, hidden within nature. He used his terrifyingly pure mental energy to seal himself up completely. He flipped through Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter page by page. He read very seriously and very attentively, and he was also reading very slowly. At his level, he could basically read 10 lines at a glance and completely understand the meaning inside. But he read abnormally slowly. Chu Yang sighed. He simply got up and walked out into the courtyard. Chu Yang himself actually didn't know why Xue Leihan would have such a big reaction. These things that Yuan Tianjie had recorded, in the eyes of him and the others, might only be the surface meaning. There were some deeper things that he and Mo Tianjie ultimately weren't involved in. Naturally, they couldn't accurately grasp some extremely subtle things. But Xue Leihan was different. Even if there were some things that Xue Leihan didn't personally experience, there were more or less some rumors. At their level, they were already well informed to a certain extent, and they would definitely pay special attention to the past experiences of experts of the same level. If there weren't even any rumors, then the huge intelligence network of the Eastern Royal Heavens would also fill in the gaps. The things that he couldn't figure out and had been confused about could all be found in Yuan Tianjie's letter. To Xue Leihan, this letter was completely a treasure trove of information. He could clarify many of the things that happened back then from between the lines. So many questions, so many puzzles, all of them could be answered. However, Chu Yang could feel that the answers that Xue Leihan could get from here were infinitely cruel to him. Using this cruelty to exchange for the truth of the past was undoubtedly very cruel. However, it was imperative to do so. All Chu Yang could do now was to wait quietly. Although Xue Leihan's current state of mind didn't need him to worry about him anymore, Chu Yang still prayed silently. He hoped that Xue Leihan could hold on. Because in this, there was not only the matter of the Xue clan, but also the matter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds, Zihao. That was Xue Leihan's only close friend, a brother who had gone through life and death with him. Let's wait for Xue Leihan to finish reading this letter before considering the specific next step. For a long time, the room was still silent. It was really very quiet, as if Xue Leihan was just purely looking at it. A figure suddenly flashed at the door, and Mo Tianjie's figure appeared. When he wanted to walk in, he fell out with a grunt. Xue Leihan's current aura rejected anyone from entering. Chu Yang grimaced and could only walk out. As expected, the moment he walked out, that aura automatically blocked him out. Even if he wanted to enter again, it was impossible. Damn, who's inside? How can it be so exaggerated? This is too strong. Why do I feel like it's even stronger than Yuan Tianjie? Is it an illusion? Mo Tianjie was really a little shocked. Although the contact just now was short, the feeling of an expert was enough. The only reason why he asked was because the conclusion was too shocking. Chu Yang said telepathically, "It's not an illusion, it's Dong Huang inside." He's reading Yuan Tianjie's letter. Concise and comprehensive, he explained everything clearly in one sentence. Mo Tianjie was shocked when he heard this. Dong Huang had personally come to Mo Yuntian. Mo Tianjie was unable to accept this explosive news for a while. Since when did our relationship with Dong Huang reach such a stage? Wasn't this a little too unexpected? If it was the demon Empress Xianxia who had suddenly descended, Mo Tianjie would certainly be surprised. However, he wouldn't be as surprised as he was now. The story of Chu Yang's 2 lifetimes was really too unimaginable. There was no way to explain it at all. Therefore, the relationship between him and Xue Leihan had always been kept a secret. Even to Mo Tianjie and the other brothers, he only said that he had saved a trusted general under the Eastern Emperor by chance. After that, when Xue Leihan met Chu Yang, he saw that Chu Yang's constitution was extraordinary, his talent was outstanding, and he was chivalrous and gentle. Therefore, he thought highly of Chu Yang and felt like they were old friends at first sight, but the real relationship between the two parties, in the eyes of others other than Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu, was actually just so. The heavenly emperors of any side of the heavenly imperial court were all old immortals who had lived for countless years. Even if they had the intention of cherishing talent, it was really not optimistic for them to really go all out and give their full assistance to a super strong person who was at the same level as them, or even one level higher. Dong Huang Xue Leihan should be related to the Xue clan in the letter. Chu Yang frowned and sighed softly. Mo Tianjie's expression changed. He said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be more beneficial for our plan?" Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianjie with some blame and said, "It's beneficial for our side for sure, but, to Xue Leihan, this fact is an extremely huge blow. Tianjie, sometimes, you should consider more in this aspect. Human emotions are often the most fragile but also the most precious thing. Once missed, it's hard to find again." Chu Yang sighed. Mo Tianjie nodded and said thoughtfully, "All along, my decisions have indeed been a little unkind, too decisive." Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Tianji, actually, I really can't say for sure whether your decisiveness is good or bad. Tianji was also silent. Yes, whether it was as a commander or a strategist, cruelty was a must. There were times when one had to give up and times when one had to sacrifice. No matter what the decision was, as long as it involved battle and life and death, there was almost no way to have the best of both worlds. A realistic decision-maker always had to make a choice, and when he had to make a choice, it was usually a choice between two difficult choices. Since ancient times, the merciful couldn't command troops, this was the law. But sometimes, because of various problems, one couldn't not consider it and couldn't not consider it. Tianji pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, if there comes a day when our methods can be harmoniously and perfectly combined into one, it may be the most perfect method in the world. It's a pity that such a method will never exist. Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. So, when you make a decision, you only need to stick to it. Even if we have some objections, it doesn't matter. At most, we'll just beat you up a little. How could there be the best of both worlds in the world? Reality was never a novel. How could everything be perfect? That was really an impossible thing. At this moment, Yang had also thought it through. If he really wanted to change the cruelty in Tianji's bones, he was afraid that Tianji wouldn't be qualified to be a strategist. In this world, everything that was sacrificed for victory, including victory in any way and industry, was bound to be cruel. This was helplessness and also reality. The two of them stood quietly in a corner outside the courtyard and waited. Tianji's handsome face still had some hesitation. It seemed that he had something to say, but couldn't say it. Yang's mind turned and he immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel mischievous. What are you thinking about? Yang asked with a serious expression. I was thinking. I want to ask you a question. Tianji was somewhat hesitant as he said, this, you and Qingwu are childhood sweethearts, this, that, although you aren't, Qingwu is. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Yang's mouth. He said, what do you want to say? I will absolutely not object to the matter between you and Qingwu. Tianji coughed and said. Yang snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said domineeringly, even if you object, is there any use? These words were really sharp and didn't leave any leeway. Tianji was completely defeated. Although he was Qingwu's second brother, in that girl's heart, his position was far less important than Yang's. Just as Yang had said, even if he objected, it would be of no use. The only consequence was that his brothers would beat him up several times, and then he would be blamed by Qingwu for many years. After a long time, Tianji said, but you, Taibu Tian, Wu Qianxian, how did you get in touch? Tianji stuttered for a long time and finally asked this question. Get in touch? We didn't get in touch. Yang's face was full of astonishment. It seemed that he didn't understand the meaning of Tianji's words. Tianji almost went crazy. He scratched his head in distress. What I mean is, how did you start? Yang rolled his eyes and said, actually, it didn't really start. But, I could feel that they had a good impression of me. So, one day, I resolutely launched a surprise attack. Actually, I just kissed them. And, that's how it started. It seemed very extreme. But, it was actually very simple and pure. Yang continued to guide her patiently and patiently. The scariest thing in this world, especially in the affairs between men and women, is to break that layer of window paper. As long as you make it clear, everything will fall into place. Believe me, this is my experience. Yang's argument might have some truth in it, but it was pure bullshit when it came to Yang's own emotional experience. He had always been passive. How could he take the initiative? What experience was there to talk about? Gu Duxing might know about these things, but Tianji definitely didn't know about Yang's experience back then. Tianji knew that there were already 4 girls who had decided to follow Yang. Naturally, he believed that even if Yang wasn't a master in the field of love, he was still an expert in it. Obviously, he was very interested in hearing this. He said with great interest, yes, I kissed them. And then? And then? And then, naturally, I went to bed. Yang said straightforwardly, therefore, the two beauties, harmonized with each other, raised the table to the eyebrows. Chu Yang was already prepared to receive Mo Tianji's fierce criticism and disdain. Even Chu Yang himself felt that he should be disdained for his last words, but he was really a novice. He really couldn't come up with a more pleasant story, but what he didn't expect was that Mo Tianji was actually a little moved after hearing this. He was even a little eager to give it a try. Some things always need to be tried. Only by taking the first step. Chu Yang said earnestly. Mo Tianji listened and nodded repeatedly. He said in a deep voice, yes, yes, yes. Well, there's still some time before Lord Donghuang comes out. I have some urgent matters to attend to right now. I have to leave for a while. Chu Yang was flabbergasted as Mo Tianji turned around and left in a carefree manner. He walked faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, his figure had completely disappeared. This guy won't be so stupid that he's going to take action, right? I wonder if someone will die. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji's back dumbfoundedly. He muttered, I didn't expect this guy to be a man of action. As he said that, he prayed very sincerely, may the heavens bless you. I hope you won't be raped too badly. The time was very short, it was only a few minutes. Mo Tianji, who had just left, returned to Chu Yang in exasperation. He said furiously, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? It's completely useless. Chu Yang looked and saw a clear handprint on Mo Tianji's handsome face. There was even a hint of green on it. Through this handprint, he could clearly feel the slender hand that had slapped Mo Tianji's face. The corners of his mouth were also green. The master of calculation and manipulation, who had always been calm and composed, was now in a mess. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen Mo Tianji in such a sorry state. How satisfying! Seeing this, Chu Yang was really stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. He laughed until his nose was running and he couldn't straighten his back. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even the dullest person would know that he had been tricked and had played the role of a fool for a while, let alone someone as smart as Mo Tianji. However, even though he was filled with anger and embarrassment, he couldn't vent his anger. In the end, he actually started laughing first. I say, don't tell me you have a girl you like? Chu Yang chuckled. You went to confess just now? And did you do that? Mo Tianji stopped smiling. He hesitated for a moment and said, no, no. That's possible. Chu Yang laughed evilly. I really don't. Mo Tianji seemed to be proving something. Really? Chu Yang asked. I really don't, I really don't. Mo Tianji bit the bullet and promised hesitantly. Chu Yang tilted his head and stared at him with a face full of suspicion. Mo Tianji felt guilty under his stare, and a little sad. When he thought of the slap he had just received, he still had lingering fear and endless sadness in his heart. She still doesn't like me after all. Otherwise, why would she slap me? She didn't know that this guy had rushed back to hug her and kiss her, like a bird biting its prey. It was simply. Even if the girl was willing, as a girl, she should at least have some feminine restraint. Naturally, this slap had to be given, it was too unexpected. Therefore, things had developed to this point. The whole process was actually very fast. Chu Lu'er was working hard and sorting out the information. Mo Tianji excitedly walked in. Chu Lu'er was a little surprised. You've only left for a short while. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were looking for my big brother? Mo Tianji stood there stammering for a moment. He was so stunned that he didn't say anything. He only subconsciously took a few steps forward. Chu Lu'er realized that Mo Tianji's face was abnormally red and his body was trembling slightly. This made Lu'er even more surprised. What's wrong with you? Could it be that he was sick? Wasn't everything fine just now? After saying that, he approached to carefully observe the situation. How could she have imagined that Mo Tianji would hold her without her guard up? Then, she felt her tender cheeks being fiercely kissed by some kind of burning hot lips. At that moment, Chu Lu'er's heart went blank. Almost instinctively, she let out a scream and subconsciously slapped him. Then, she subconsciously kicked him again. There was no waste at all. What are you doing? Following Chu Le'er's shameful and furious scream, Mo Tianji was instantly kicked away like a crooked prawn. Then, this guy actually slipped away with a guilty conscience. He slipped back to look for Chu Yang, the love advisor. Until Mo Tianji went back to look for Chu Yang and was laughed at by Chu Yang, Chu Le'er was still holding her cheeks. Her heart was thumping wildly. She only felt that her heart was in a mess. She was surprised, happy, and embarrassed. She didn't expect that this blockhead would finally be enlightened. But why didn't he do it? Logically speaking, he should have come over to explain, right? What did he mean by being unable to control himself? What did he mean by being impulsive? What did he mean by that? But why did he just kick it out of sight? It was only after a long while that Chu Le'er felt that she had finally calmed down a little, and her heart was no longer beating as fast as before. Only then did she tiptoe to the door to see if that fellow was still around. Could it be that she had kicked him too hard just now and caused him to be seriously injured? However, she realized that Mo Tianji had already disappeared without a trace. Immediately, an indescribable sense of loss surged in her heart. Heavenly Poison young lady pouted and walked heavily into her room, leaving behind footprints with each step. She muttered angrily as she walked into her room. Blockhead. Idiot. Coward. He's just a stupid, he doesn't even know how to woo a girl. I'll ignore him in the future. I'll definitely ignore him for at least these 3 days. After waiting for Mo Tianji to come over and explain, Chu Le'er was really angry now. This blockhead, no matter what it is, he's so clear about everything. He's so smart. It's as if there's nothing in this world that he doesn't know. There's also no problem that he can't solve. There's also nothing that can stump him. But, why is he so slow when it comes to relationships? Was this guy's head kicked by a donkey when he was young, causing his IQ to be super high and his EQ to be close to 0? The more Chu Le'er thought about it, the more depressed she became. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't understand. Why is such a smart person such an idiot when it comes to relationships? Isn't this too strange? This is simply a strange thing that is hard to understand. She didn't know that no one is perfect. It's the same for Mo Tianji. Just like how there are many people who have become great masters in their own fields, they are complete idiots in other fields. They are even worse than idiots. This is definitely not new. At this moment, Chu Yang was still interrogating Mo Tianji. However, Mo Tianji already felt that he was heartbroken. He was very depressed. If the person you like doesn't like you back, what will you do? Mo Tianji sighed deeply. He was extremely depressed. How can he ask such a question? What kind of person is this? Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. At this moment, Chu Yang and Chu Le'er were in the same mood. They were extremely depressed. Chu Yang's heart was even more sullen. Mother ***, I'm chasing your sister, and you're always picking on me. Why do you always dislike me? Do I have to help you chase my sister now? How can there be such a thing in this world? You don't help me, and you only watch me make a fool of myself. Is it because you don't have a solution? Even you don't have a solution. What should we do? Mo Tianji thought that Chu Yang sighed because this problem couldn't be solved. Thus, he said dejectedly. At this moment, Chu Yang really wanted to punch Mo Tianji's face. However, after thinking for a while, he didn't do so. He only said meaningfully, I believe that sincerity can move metal and stone. Sincerity can move metal and stone. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. Yes, this sentence makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. If 1 day doesn't work, 1 year. If 100 years don't work, 100 years. If 1 generation doesn't work, 100 years will work. In the face of such a shocking argument, he could only sigh helplessly. If you spend 100 years with my sister, I will castrate you first. Chu Yang instantly made a decision. He was going to spread Mo Tianji's performance in love widely among the brothers. Mo Tianji's image in the hearts of the brothers was well known. He had countless grudges against him. Such a rare opportunity for revenge, such a fun thing, I can't take it all for myself. They will definitely beat me up. For the sake of my personal safety, I'll just do it once. Minister Chu thought of a dignified reason for his schadenfreude. then, he felt at ease. At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt the air vibrate violently, then, countless black cracks appeared silently in the air. Those were black holes in space. This strange phenomenon would only appear after the mutated space was completely destroyed, and this situation continued for an entire quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a furious aura burst out. That was the fury of Dong Huang. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to destroy this entire world, but the next moment, as if it was deliberately retracted, this fury suddenly swept back like a tide. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. Shui Leihan could actually retract such an aura. The next moment, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji felt that the spiritual seal that Dong Huang had set up earlier suddenly disappeared. In other words, the two of them could enter and leave the small courtyard freely again. Mo Tianji hesitated and said, "I'd better not go in. You talk to His Majesty Dong Huang first. It's more or less inconvenient for me to go in now. It's difficult for me to have a deep conversation with him." Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Yes, Shui Leihan's emotions must be very agitated now. And although Mo Tianji was a good brother, whom Chu Yang could entrust his life to, Mo Tianji had no relationship with Shui Leihan at all. At this moment, in this situation, in this heart, if Mo Tianji went in rashly, Shui Leihan would definitely feel uncomfortable. So, Mo Tianji would not go in. Only after Mo Tianji had gone far away did Chu Yang enter the small courtyard. Stepping on the ground, he slowly walked into the room where the two of them were talking earlier. Only to see Shui Leihan, who was dressed in white, sitting upright, his face completely expressionless. Sitting there, he still had the aura of a ruler, still had the spirit of dominating the world, still was awe-inspiring and untouchable. It was as if everything recorded in Yuan Tianji's letter had no effect on Shui Leihan at all. But, Chu Yang could clearly feel that the current Shui Leihan was very pitiful. The word pitiful could be used on anyone. But to use it on the Emperor of the East, it was somewhat unbelievable. Because such a person should not be described with the word pitiful no matter what. But now, Chu Yang clearly had such a feeling. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Please speak your mind, Dong Huang. I'm all ears." However, there's something that Chu Yang would like to say to Shui Leihan first. Hearing that, Shui Leihan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chu Yang had used 4 titles in succession in one sentence. In the first half of the sentence, he had used East Sovereign and I, referring to their identities as the Lord of the Heavens and Chu Yang himself. In the second half of the sentence, he had used Chu Yang and Shui Leihan, attributing their identities to the deep friendship between the two of them from 2 lifetimes. I'm telling Shui Leihan, not Dong Huang. The concern in his words was self-evident. Even though Shui Leihan's heart was in a mess now, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. He said lightly, "In front of you, there has never been a Dong Huang." Chu Yang nodded, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Of course." Shui Leihan said gently, "Go ahead. Even if you're depressed and resentful, it won't do you any good. If you maintain such an attitude, it won't do you any good. It might even be a big obstacle. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You've been deceived for countless years. Why not wait a few more days and let the other dynasty's arrangements be completed? Only in this way can we behead the traitors and let the undead avenge them." Shui Leihan was stunned. He stared at Chu Yang for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He sighed and said, "Brother." Shui Leihan's voice was full of vicissitudes and emotions. After a long silence, he said, "Back then, only Zihao dared to speak to me like this." When he said the 2 words Zihao, his voice was a little sad. He actually scolded, "That bastard, he died so heroically. He died so cleanly. He's really a bastard. If he wanted to break out, who in the world could stop him? Even if Shang Renyun joined forces with Yuan Tianji and the other heavenly emperors, how could they stop him?" His voice was a little hoarse. He scolded again, "That bastard." The two of them sat down again. Shui Leihan, who had regained his composure, took out a packet of tea from his space ring. He smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, this is my precious purple cloud tea. It was personally brewed by Zihao back then. There's only one of its kind in this world. Let's drink tea while you listen to me tell you a story." Even Zihao didn't have this kind of quality. Back then, I was the one who brewed the tea, but he was the one who provided it. Just now, he had even scolded Zihao, but immediately after, he started to reminisce about Zihao. Qiyang smiled cheerfully and said, "I'm really honored. I'm overwhelmed by your favor." The aroma of tea rose in spirals. Steam rose into the air. Pieces of light purple tea floated up and down in the teacup, and a clear fragrance wafted out. The fragrance was simple and elegant, but it carried a kind of persistence that lingered for a long time. It made people immerse themselves in it and feel that distant feeling for a long time. Everyone knows that I, Shui Leihan, am the Emperor of the East Emperor, with great power. However, no one knows of my background. All the more, no one knows why I'm called Shui Leihan. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this isn't your real name? Chu Yang and Shui Leihan had known each other for 2 lifetimes. Knowing the name Shui Leihan was even before knowing the identity of the East Emperor. Previously, Shui Leihan was only the number 1 talent of the heavens, which was also the name of the current lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Unexpectedly, this name was actually a fake one. Shui Leihan smiled lightly and shook his head. How can it be my real name? And which pair of parents would name their children with a teardrop in their name? This name is the one I'm using now, but it's not my real name. Shui Leihan smiled lightly and personally filled Chu Yang's cup with tea. His voice became more and more ethereal, like a piece of faint mist, drifting in every corner of the small room. This made Chu Yang feel as if he was in a dream or a fantasy. It was as if he had transformed into Zihao, sitting opposite Shui Leihan, and the 2 brothers had a heart-to-heart talk. Back then, the Heaven's imperial court was in a chaotic place. Experts emerged in large numbers, and the strong were respected. All the forces fought for territory every day, and all the clans desperately expanded their strength. The Heaven's imperial court was a huge pugilistic world at that time. Everyone had their own limits, and everyone was in danger. It wasn't until several thousand years later that the number of such battles gradually decreased. The major clans, major corporations, and major gangs that didn't perish in this chaotic war that lasted for thousands of years began to rise and gain a firm foothold. Back then, in the Heaven's imperial court, there were more than 100,000 of such powerful sects, clans, and gangs. Shui Leihan smiled lightly. More than 100,000, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched subconsciously. The upper 3 heavens was already divided, and it was purely a chaotic pugilistic world. However, how many clans were there? At most, there were only 20 to 30 of them. Just from this number alone, one could see how chaotic the situation was and how tragic it was at that time. Under such a background, no matter how powerful the sects and clans were, they didn't dare to recklessly assume that they were completely safe. Therefore, in the period after that, all the clans and forces came up with various schemes. In order to continue the development of their clans and protect their bloodline, they could be said to be unscrupulous and unscrupulous. It was the most common method to use the daughters of the clans to form alliances through marriage. As for the males of the clans, they were usually not really important figures on the surface. No one knew who the real heir of the clans was, and where he was. Only when that person's wings were fully developed and he showed himself, then everyone would know, oh, it's him. These clans all had a habit, and that was to never put all their eggs in the same basket. Instead, they spread these eggs out and secretly scattered them to other places. Because there are unexpected situations, and there are risks in everything. Take me for example. I was actually an egg that was spread out back then. Shui Leihan smiled faintly and said somewhat mockingly, it can be considered as a very important type of egg. These eggs carried the skills of their clans, and arranged some good melodramatic stories. They successfully entered the eagle's nest, wolf's nest, and even other places where powerful forces existed. They learned new skills and combined them with their own skills. As long as they succeeded, they would naturally improve very quickly and achieve great results. Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Usually, these people who were sent out were the true inheritors of the clan. After those who succeeded returned, they would go through another round of competition to choose the strongest person to be the new clan master. At that time, they would basically be fully developed and would no longer be afraid of challenges and dangers. At that time, the next generation of these people would once again use the method of spreading the eggs out and secretly enter any place in the world. And the one who stayed by their side, on the surface, seemed to be highly favored, but in reality, she was often the most useless one. Therefore, many clans claimed to be the only son and daughter. This way, they could use the most useless one to attract all the attention of the enemy. Moreover, it was a natural trap to deal with the enemy. Whether it was to lure the snake out of its hole or to wait for the rabbit to come out of a tree stump, it was extremely useful. But in reality, no one knew how many of their bloodlines were outside. As long as one wasn't too stupid, one would understand after hearing such news. In such a clan, every clan master would have at least 3 wives and 4 concubines, or even more. As for those secret concubines outside, no one knew how many there were. How could there be only one son? But, it was just that they didn't know the specific whereabouts and existence of the other children. Shui Leihan's voice was very soft, but he described the chaotic situation of that year in an orderly and vivid manner. Listening to it, Qi Yang felt as if he was there himself. He finally understood some of the mysteries. My surname is Shui, and I'm from the Shui clan. I'm also the Grand Duke of the Shui clan. There were a total of 8 of us brothers. We all changed our names according to the egg rule and entered other clans, sects, and forces. Until now, there are only 2 of us who are still alive. No one at all knows that there are people like us in the Shui clan. Shui Leihan picked up the teacup and took a sip. His expression was focused on the purple tea, and he didn't speak for a long time. In our generation, the Shui clan had only 1 daughter. Among the 8 brothers, there was only 1 daughter. My youngest sister was called Xianxia. When Shui Leihan said this, he actually laughed coldly. That laughter was actually filled with a sense of creepiness. So this sister was doted on by the whole clan. Qi Yang sighed. He thought of Lord Yun and the contents of Yuan Tianjia's handwritten letter. He thought of the rumored number 1 beauty in the martial world, Shui Xianxia. And when I was roaming the martial world, I got to know someone. This person was my only brother in my life. Shui Leihan said softly, his name was Zihao. Zihao was different from us. His parents were just a pair of ordinary people. But very unexpectedly, they brought up a son who was world-shaking and had great achievements. All of Zihao's achievements were completely from scratch. He roamed the mountains of swords and forests of swords alone. Zihao was 10 years younger than me, so he had always respected me as his brother. A hint of warmth appeared on Shui Leihan's face. Now that I think about it, that period of time when I roamed the martial world with Zihao back then was the happiest period of my life. During that period of time, I didn't even want to return to the clan at all. Because I hated that disgusting feeling of being a thief. Shui Leihan smiled. I obviously returned to my own home, but I still had to be sneaky. That feeling of being disgusting to the extreme made me break down. And because of this, Zihao, who knew about it, made fun of me for a very, very long time. Thinking about it now, I actually still have lingering fears. Shui Leihan said, still have lingering fears, but there was a look of reminiscence on his face, as if he was reminiscing about that feeling of lingering fears endlessly. Back then, Brother Zihao and I roamed the world freely. Some of the people who were as famous as the 2 of us are now Di Ho and the others. Shui Leihan said lightly, however, there was still one person who was above us. He was like the sun in the sky, shining brightly. That person was Master Yun. Many people were willing to befriend him. However, when Zihao met him for the first time, the 2 of them fought. At that time, Zihao was far from being Master Yun's opponent. I went to help him. The 2 of us fought Master Yun together, but we still couldn't win. In the end, both of us were injured. From then on, as long as the 2 of us saw Cloud Lord, we would fiercely fight him. Every time, the result would be the 3 of us covered in wounds and heavy injuries. However, as we roamed the world, we gradually became famous. We also lost our original passion for the family's power. Sometimes, I even felt that the Shui clan was too small. To me, it was not only not a help, but a restriction. My fate should belong to the world. Until that day, when my father ordered me to go home and take over the position of the clan master. However, I calmly gave the position to my second brother, Shui Qinghan. Shueleihan sighed deeply. My father flew into a rage and chased me out of the family. My second brother's talent in martial arts was only above average. However, he was the wisest business genius. He only used a short 10 years to turn the Shui clan, which was originally a second-class clan, into the #1 financial magnate in the Heaven Imperial Court. At that time, the Shui clan was very famous. However, a tall tree attracted the wind. One day, my second brother was assassinated on his way home. Shueleihan's voice trembled slightly. My father was heartbroken when he heard the news. He announced to the world that whoever could avenge my second brother would be the benefactor of the Shui clan. At that time, Zihao and I had also received this news. We traveled 270,000 miles and rushed back through the night as though we had gone mad. Only then did we know that second brother's revenge had already been avenged. Shueleihan said indifferently, and the person who had found the murderer was precisely that Lord Cloud. Because of this, Master Yun was treated like a distinguished guest and entered the Shui clan. It was also because of this that I met my younger sister. Shueleihan waved Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter in his hand and said with a cold smile, "There's a sentence in Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. For the sake of Guru Yun, I plucked plum blossoms from Shaoling Mountain and stayed in Qinghan with strong winds on a snowy night." These are the two people I'm talking about. Mei Xiao from the Cloud Plum Blossom Club, and my brother, Shui Qinghan, who died in the Gale Valley. Only now did I know that my second brother was killed by Cloud Lord, who was an honored guest of my family. And the one who took action is the future Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianjia. Shueleihan sneered, his voice as cold as ice. Who would have thought that second brother would actually fall in the hands of a future celestial emperor? And the one who schemed against him behind the scenes was the future #1 person in the imperial court. Shouldn't second brother, and even the entire Shui clan feel very proud? And as the elder brother, I should feel honored too, right? Yang sighed, but didn't say anything. From the start till now, Shueleihan had clearly suppressed the resentment in his heart countless times, but now, when it came to this sentence, he couldn't suppress it anymore. And when Zihao and I rushed back from hundreds of thousands of miles, we secretly saw that Cloud Lord was like a fish in water in my family, and my little sister Xianxia also went out to play with Cloud Lord every day. Cloud Lord was the #1 genius in the Heaven Imperial Court in thousands of years, the #1 expert of the younger generation. Xianxia wouldn't be in any danger at all when she was with him. At that time, we didn't think too much about it. Although Zihao and I didn't like Cloud Lord, we didn't hear any scandals about him in private, and we didn't make any unrighteous rumors either. So, although we felt a little uncomfortable, we were also very impressed by his cultivation. After all, the two of us had to rely on the two of us to be able to fight against him, and we were indeed inferior to him alone. So, we didn't stop them from interacting with each other. Now, it seems that this was the first terrible mistake that Zihao and I made back then. Shueleihan gritted his teeth fiercely, and a cracking sound came from the gaps between his teeth. In midair, thunder and lightning suddenly flashed. The Heavenly Emperor was angry, and so was the wind and clouds. Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't say anything from beginning to end, and only listened attentively. He knew that these things had been buried in Shueleihan's heart for God knows how many years. Now, he finally found the truth of the mystery that had puzzled him for almost his entire life. At this moment, the Eastern Imperial Celestial Emperor, Shueleihan, needed to vent, needed an audience to listen to his past experiences. If he continued to hold it in, even someone like Shueleihan would probably explode from holding it in. After that, Zihao and I left secretly because of some family matters of Zihao's. From the beginning to the end, the two of us didn't show our faces. Zihao's family members were abducted by Chong Liang. Zihao and I traveled thousands of miles to hunt down our enemies. We were gone for 5 years and finally wiped out all our enemies. It was also because of these 5 years of death hunting where we wandered around the boundary of life and death countless times that we grew a lot. Both of our cultivations took a big step forward at the same time and entered the ranks of the celestial being level experts. We became the young experts of the purple cloud heavens and rose to the peak of the celestial being level in less than a year. Shueleihan chuckled. At that time, we were about the same age as you are now. Of course, when we were roaming the martial world, we also paid attention to the movements of the Shui clan at all times. During this period, the Shui clan's development was good. Not only did it not show any signs of decline, it even grew stronger and stronger. I was very comforted, and didn't think more about it. It was only later that we found out that Master Yun worked hard for the Shui clan during that period of time, which led to the continuous growth of the Shui clan. Shui Leihan's eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable mockery. At that time, Zihao once said, "It seems that Master Yun has feelings for your sister. It's not bad to have such a brother-in-law. The Shui clan should be prosperous." At that time, I laughed out loud and even agreed with him. After all, although we were rivals, we didn't have any great enmity. Although there wasn't much appreciation for each other, there was still some, haha. These few words were filled with mockery, self-reproach, resentment, contradiction, nostalgia. All kinds of emotions, all at the same time. From then on, the two of us went our separate ways to train. I went to the wilderness to explore while Zihao went deep into the northern lands to roam. 3 years later, both of us had advanced to the level of saints and truly became the top experts in the world. When we met again, I was already a super expert at the peak of the saint level, while Zihao was still about the same level as me. He had 7 other brothers under him, and we got along well with each other and looked after each other wholeheartedly. Both of us had our own team. Zihao once joked, "Now that we're developing separately, 100 years later, when we become one and work together with sincerity, how about we conquer the imperial court?" When Shui Leihan said this, his voice sounded very special. It was definitely not his own voice. He was probably deliberately imitating Zihao's voice and tone at that time. Chu Yang naturally wasn't sure if this imitated voice was the same as Zihao's, but he could hear the overwhelming pride in this sentence. How about we conquer the imperial court? What kind of confidence was this? What kind of magnanimity was this? Just by listening to this sentence, one could almost see the heroic spirit of the burly and bearded heavenly emperor of the purple clouds looking down on the world. At that time, I nodded and agreed. Because both of us were confident that within 100 years, we would definitely be able to reach the peak. At that time, with the two of us working together, even Master Yun would definitely not be a match for us. Ordinary people wouldn't even be in our eyes. Conquering the imperial court and becoming the supreme ruler would definitely not be a problem. However, the affairs of the world are like a game of chess. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Before that time came, the imperial court suddenly fell into chaos. The competition for the position of the top expert in the martial world began. The Shui clan didn't hesitate to go bankrupt to promote this matter. The entire Shui clan and all the other forces, a total of 1.7 million people, did their best to promote this matter. My younger sister, Xianxia, even announced to the entire martial world that whoever could win the position of the top expert would marry that person. Zihao and I were completely dumbfounded by this news. Zihao came back from the snowy mountains in the night and found me, asking me what to do. But things had already reached that stage. What else could we do? As long as Zihao and I didn't appear to compete with Master Yun, no one else would be a match for him. And at that time, how could Zihao and I appear? Because it concerns my younger sister's lifelong happiness. I vaguely remember that those who participated in the battle at that time included Yuan Tianjia, Zi Wuji, and, in the end, Master Yun defeated all the heroes and won the title of the top expert in the world. And Zihao and I could only stand aside and be pure spectators. On the night of my younger sister's wedding, I didn't show up. Instead, I dragged Zihao out to drink. From that night onwards, the two of us drank for 7 days and 7 nights. When we sobered up, we found that in these 7 days, the world had changed. My father, for no reason at all, suddenly died. Master Yin flew into a rage because of this. Not only did the Shui clan send out all of its masters, they also dispatched more than 70,000 of their own forces to seek revenge in the entire imperial court. It was a completely crazy scene. At that time, when I heard the news, I was filled with grief and indignation and wanted to immediately seek revenge, but Zihao desperately stopped me, saying that there was something fishy about this matter and that it was not appropriate for me to meet with Master Yun right now. Even more so, I couldn't let Master Yun know that I was related to the Shui clan. My father couldn't die an unjust death, and my sister couldn't be left alone. Moreover, judging from the situation at that time, Cloud Master's attitude was almost crazy. With a white cloth wrapped around his head and wearing mourning clothes, he went on a killing spree and almost wiped out the entire extreme heaven. Those who submit to him will live, and those who defy him will die. Those who had enmity with the Shui clan, or even those who were just jealous of them, were all uprooted by Cloud Master. Within 10 years, the number of people who died in the hands of Cloud Master and his subordinates in the entire extreme heaven exceeded tens of millions. Corpses really piled up into mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. In the end, Cloud Master announced to the world that the identity of the murderer was confirmed to be the #1 conglomerate in the East Pole, the Ning clan. Cloud Master mobilized his army to suppress them, and at that time all kinds of evidence had indeed shown that it was indeed the Ning clan who did it. Back then, the third young master of the Ning clan had once pursued my sister, but she didn't like him. He was even reprimanded by my father. Love turned into hatred, and hatred turned into hatred. Finally, he decided to do something evil. Not only did he once organize an attack on the Shui clan, he even tried to assassinate my father. He even planned to kidnap my sister. New and old grudges erupted at the same time. Zihao and I mobilized our forces at the same time to help in the dark. Cloud Master attacked from the front while the two of us helped in the dark. At the same time, my seventh brother who had been hiding in the martial world led his subordinates to attack as well. In less than 3 days, the #1 conglomerate in the East Pole, the Ning clan, was uprooted, and all their forces were destroyed. Not a single person was left in the Ning clan. That night, the entire East Pole was filled with blood, and everyone trembled in fear. Chu Yang sighed. He thought to himself, no matter whether the Ning clan was innocent or not, who in the world could resist the joint attack of Shui Leihan, Zihao, and Cloud Master? No matter how big the force was, it couldn't withstand it. These 3 people were the lords of the Eastern Royal Heaven, the Purple Cloud Heaven, and the last one was the selfless saint who was above everyone else. With such a grand lineup, no matter what kind of force they faced, they could only bully others with absolute strength. The Ning family has been completely destroyed. We all thought that we had finally gotten our revenge. The dead should be gratified. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. At that time, as the husband of the Shui clan's heir, Master Yun naturally took over the Shui clan. It was only after a discussion with seventh brother that we came to a unanimous conclusion. The 2 of us each had our own Jianghu and couldn't return to the clan. Thus, we might as well give the clan to my younger sister as her dowry. Besides, even if we don't give it to Lil Sis, Guru Yun will already have all the power in the world by then. We don't want to fight with him. Even if we do, it's meaningless. You're just making little sister sad. So, the 2 of us secretly went to see our little sister. At first, we planned to show ourselves and talk to her, telling her that she still had family and people to rely on in this world. However, when we were secretly spying on her, the 2 of us accidentally discovered that our little sister had changed. She had completely changed. She's no longer our little sister. Now, she's just Cloud Lord's wife. What she's thinking about is only her husband's unparalleled hegemony of the Heaven Imperial Court. That's all. That night, we were just outside the window, listening to Lil Sis's plan. At that moment, our hearts were as cold as ice. Is she still the innocent and pure little sister of the past? When she said, "The time is right now. We can make use of the great opportunity of our father's death to unify the extreme heaven and gradually expand our forces." When she said this, seventh brother and I turned around and left. We never returned to the Shui clan again in this lifetime. Chu Yang slammed the table and scolded, "What a bastard." Her own father had died, and she still wanted to make use of this opportunity to help her husband achieve hegemony. Such a daughter is simply heartless. It's really better to not have her at all, Shui Leihan sighed sadly. After that, Master Yun unified the extreme heaven and immediately proclaimed himself as the only saint. He began to elect various heavenly emperors in the world, wanting to unify the Heaven Imperial Court and return peace to the world. Although Zihao and I didn't think of cooperating with his plan, this was ultimately related to the welfare of the world's people. We definitely didn't want to be below others. Therefore, Zihao bade farewell to me and brought his brothers back to the Purple Cloud Heavens. As for me, I didn't want to return to the extreme heaven, so I settled down in the East Pole and began to compete for the position of Heavenly Emperor. At the right time, the person sent by Master Yun to control the East Pole was the #1 expert under him. He was killed by me on the arena. After 2 years of continuous battles, he finally became the #1 expert in the East Pole and became the East Pole Heavenly Emperor. Because the Ning clan once existed in the East Pole, I didn't like the name East Pole, so I called myself East Emperor and changed the name of the East Pole to Eastern Royal Heaven. In 30 years, I wiped out all the opposing forces in the Eastern Royal Heaven and became an iron plate. After another 2 years, the Purple Cloud Heavens was also peaceful. Zihao called himself the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and oversaw a region. In that year, Zihao came to the Eastern Royal Heaven and looked for me to drink. There were no secrets between the two of us, so I told him about what happened to my younger sister. Zihao was furious when he heard that and immediately asked me why I didn't teach her a lesson. I was speechless and stood there in a daze. After that day, Zihao led 7 brothers to the extreme heaven and barged into the sage palace. He scolded my younger sister, who was already the divine empress at that time, and then left in anger. Master Yun was furious when he heard the news and personally went to kill Zihao. I followed behind him and arrived in time. Seeing that Master Yun was merciless, I naturally showed myself and joined forces with Zihao to severely injure Master Yun. Only now do I know that the reason why Master Yun attacked back then was probably not for my younger sister, but for his younger brother and his whole family. They all died in Zihao's hands. After that, it was the matter of encircling and annihilating the 10,000 saints true devil. Master Yun gathered us to join forces, and all of us knew that if we didn't get rid of the 10,000 saints true devil as soon as possible, it would come to us sooner or later. Even though there were many heavenly emperors who didn't see eye to eye with each other, they still made an exception and joined forces once. That battle was truly a chaotic one. Now that I think about it, Venerable Master Cloud is indeed the most suspicious person who obtained the 10,000 saints' secret skill. Shui Leihan frowned and pondered. If the matter of the 10,000 saints true devil happens again, then the person behind the scenes must be Master Yun. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. This was the conclusion. Coming from Dong Wang's mouth, this matter was basically a done deal. There was no longer any room for doubt. Then, there was the matter of the Purple Cloud Heavens. At this point, Shui Leihan fell silent. I've always been curious about one thing. How come you didn't know anything about what happened in the Purple Cloud Heavens? Asked Chu Yang. During that time, I was in seclusion. Shui Leihan sighed sadly. When the Battle of the Purple Cloud Heavens happened, I had already been in seclusion for 2 years, preparing to break through the supreme level in one go. That is, to reach the level of Saint Monarch. At that time, because of the battle with the 10,000 saints true devil, all the people who participated in the battle were seriously injured. After their injuries healed, I felt that I had already grasped some clues. And had a vague feeling. To martial artists, that little clue is an opportunity that can only be encountered but not sought after. Once missed, there might not be another chance. I had once discussed it with Zihao for a long time, and both of us thought that to break through this level, I would need to cultivate meticulously for at least 10 years or more. After the discussion, I went into seclusion and concentrated on breaking through. However, on the 3rd year, my inner demons suddenly appeared. I vaguely saw Zihao bathed in blood, bidding farewell to me. Shui Leihan closed his eyes and said softly, in my shock, my inner chi went astray and I almost went mad. It was only half a month later that I managed to sort out my inner chi, but there was already no hope for me to break through. Thus, I broke out of seclusion and went straight to the Purple Cloud Heavens to investigate. However, the battle at the Purple Cloud Heavens had already ended. At first, although I was sad, I thought that with Zihao's cultivation, even if he was defeated, it would not be a problem for him to retreat unscathed. As long as he was there, everything would not be a problem. I could just start all over again. However, after investigating in detail, the result was that Zihao died heroically in the battle of the Purple Cloud Heavens. After understanding everything, in a fit of anger, I went straight to the Saint Palace and killed my way in through the gates of the Saint City. I went all the way to the Saint Palace and fought with Master Yun. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. From then on, the relationship between the Eastern Royal Heavens and the Saint was severed, and we no longer had any contact with each other. Until recently, for some reason, Master Yun has been showing goodwill to me. Thus, our frozen relationship was slightly restored. However, I know very well, and Master Yun knows very well, that Zihao's death has always been an unresolvable knot between us. Even though there are times when we gather to discuss things because of our respective worldly affairs, there will still be a day when we will fight to the death. And now, you have let me know the truth of all this. Shui Leihan recounted. His voice had always been very calm, but at this moment, it suddenly became sharp and shrill. Father's enmity, family's hatred, brotherly affection, Master Yun, you harmed my father, took over my family's business, and harmed my brother. You and I are irreconcilable. 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 Well, there are many things that Yuan Tianji has a part to play in. However, it's good that he died in your hands, I don't have to do it myself. However, Master Yun is mine. Shui Leihan said indifferently. A sharp murderous intent flashed past his eyes. That monstrous hatred was surging violently. Do you know why I'm telling you all these? Shui Leihan said indifferently. I roughly understand a little. Chu Yang nodded. Secondly, all the 10,000 saints' real spirits must be completely destroyed from this world. Thirdly, revenge must be taken for my family. Fourthly, and most importantly, my brothers must not die in vain. Fifthly, I need your help, and you should also need my help. If you do it alone, I may be able to protect myself, but you can't do it now. Also, as long as it's Cloud Master's plan, I must destroy it. Shui Leihan said lightly, tell me the details of the ascension of the Jade Flower Emperor. I don't dare to say anything else, but after so many years, I still know a little about Cloud Master's methods and methods of doing things. For the time being, make preparations. When the other heavenly emperors arrive, don't act rashly. These secrets can't be revealed by your mouths. This kind of shocking information must be revealed by someone with enough power to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Shui Leihan stood up. I know what I'm doing. After a discussion, Shui Leihan and Chu Yang left immediately, as if they had never been here. The surroundings returned to silence once more. Very few people knew that this conversation between the East Royal Heavenly Emperor and the Tribulation Sword Master was of great significance and far-reaching influence. Many things in the future would start because of this conversation today, even the entire structure of the Heaven Imperial Court would change completely because of this conversation. Looking at Shui Leihan's back, Chu Yang couldn't help but admire the methods of this good friend of his in the past. Such anger, such a big temper, such an aura, he could actually hide it to an invisible extent. Cloud Master had obviously been observing the big and small matters of the Heaven Imperial City from the sky above Ink Cloud Sky, but he didn't notice any trace of Donghuang Shui Leihan's arrival or departure. Just from this point, one could see how terrifying Shui Leihan was. That night, Xie Danqiong quietly left the Imperial Palace, and arrived at this small courtyard. He didn't have the majesty of an emperor, and started drinking, chatting, and fooling around with some idlers. This continued for a long time until dawn. Seeing this scene, someone in the sky simply snorted. Such trash actually wanted to climb to the position of a heavenly emperor, what wishful thinking. After sending off his brothers, Chu Yang returned to his room, and saw a person sitting on a chair. Shui Leihan. Oh no. Shui Leihan said indifferently, although this great Emperor Jasper Flower has already begun to bear the black cloud heaven's providence, his foundation is simply too weak. He's only at the peak of the saint level. With his bone age, it was already very rare for him to have such a cultivation base. However, his cultivation base was still insufficient. If he really faced a thunderous attack from Guru Yun, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. In fact, his life might be in danger. Actually, there's no need for Master Yun to personally take action. Even if the assailant was just one of Master Yun's subordinates, Xie Danqiong's foundation wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shui Leihan said, the plan that you guys set up was very thorough. I thought that the other preparations were already foolproof. The only flaw is here. At this point, Shui Leihan heaved a long sigh of relief and said, I have to say that your sworn brother Mo Tianji is really a genius at strategizing. Throughout my long life, there are only 2 or 3 people who can be compared to him at most. However, if we can't solve this flaw of Xie Danqiong, all the arrangements will be meaningless. Chu Yang nodded. Tianji's arrangements are naturally indisputable. The weakness of Dan Qiong's weak cultivation base is really difficult to make up for. Based on the current situation, we can only follow the original plan and hope that Dan Qiong can withstand it. I prepared 2 more extremely powerful heavy pills for him. As long as Dan Qiong is still breathing after the first wave of attack, there won't be a problem. Shui Leihan shook his head. We're still too passive. An expert sniper can kill in 1 shot. It's very difficult for Dan Qiong to withstand that attack. Chu Yang's expression changed slightly. But we're already in a precarious situation. We have no choice. Other than that, what else can we do? Shui Leihan said indifferently, or we can use the trick of substituting one for another. Substituting one for another? Chu Yang was deep in thought. Substituting one for another means that I'll take on Dan Qiong's appearance when the time comes and accept the challenge. With your current cultivation, no matter who impersonates Dan Qiong, it'll be a dead end. But I'm different. I have 100% confidence in it. Shui Leihan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter who comes, I'll bury him on the stage. I'll definitely ruin Master Yan's plan. Chu Yang's spirits were lifted and his eyes lit up. He said, if you impersonate Dan Qiong, there'll naturally be no problem. There'll definitely be no need to worry about anyone seeing through the flaws. But what about the Eastern Royal Heavens? And, how are we going to deal with Dan Qiong's unique martial arts? Once you counterattack, won't it be equivalent to revealing your identity? There are so many top-notch experts around and they're all your old acquaintances. There's definitely no way you can hide it from their eyes, right? Shui Leihan said indifferently, this isn't difficult to solve. As long as you think it's feasible, my 7th brother can impersonate me in the Eastern Royal Heavens. As long as he doesn't fight with experts of the same level, there won't be any flaws. As for Dan Qiong's viburnum flower, give me a day of training and I'll probably be able to make it bloom. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Regarding this matter, I'll still have to discuss it with Mo Tianji and Dan Qiong to ensure that it's done perfectly. Shui Leihan nodded. I understand. Of course, Shui Leihan understood. Now was the biggest day of Dan Qiong's life. He should be the one to bear the glory and favor of the world. Although he had no choice but to let Shui Leihan take his place to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it still lacked a special meaning. Brilliant plan. After hearing Chu Yang's description, Mo Tianji slapped the table and stood up, cheering loudly in excitement. Speaking of which, this matter had always been Mo Tianji's biggest headache. But now that Shui Leihan took the initiative to bring it up, it was truly a great help. It helped Mo Tianji solve his biggest headache. Dan Qiong, don't you have any other thoughts? Chu Yang asked Dan Qiong, who was sitting at the side. Dan Qiong's handsome face was filled with unconcealable regret. He said, my cultivation isn't high enough. What else can I say? Dong Huang is already giving me a lot of face by lowering his status. Although it's a pity, I'm willing to accept this arrangement. After all, the most important thing now is to complete the plan. But I have another request. What request? Mo Tianji asked. This time it should be my crisis, but Dong Huang took it for me. Next time, if something happens to Dong Huang, I want to take his place. Dan Qiong said seriously, when the time comes, no matter what the situation is, you can't stop me. Dong Huang also needs to promise me in advance. If it doesn't work, I'd rather fight on the Heaven's End platform. So what if my soul and spirit are destroyed? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other. Psychologically, both of them could understand Dan Qiong's thoughts. With Dan Qiong's natural pride, he definitely wouldn't take Dong Huang's place just to receive the cheers of the world. The so-called taking Dong Huang's place was, in fact, taking a calamity for Dong Huang. Putting aside whether Shui Leihan would encounter such a calamity in the future, there was only one point: if Shui Leihan really encountered a calamity that he couldn't safely survive with his cultivation level, with Dan Qiong stepping in, it would naturally be even more impossible for him to survive, only death awaited. If this exchange was made, it would be equivalent to Shui Leihan helping Dan Qiong once. But Dan Qiong had to pay with his life, but if he didn't agree to Dan Qiong's request, Xianxiang definitely wouldn't agree to this matter now. To let someone else take his place to take the calamity, even if there was a 10% chance of success, it would still be a huge favor. Xianxiang really didn't want to owe this favor. Xianxiang's face was full of determination. Qu Yang and Mo Tianji couldn't do anything about this. In the end, Qu Yang could only look for Shui Leihan to discuss this matter. Unexpectedly, after Shui Leihan heard Xianxiang's request, he wasn't unhappy. Instead, he laughed loudly. "You're really gutsy. This is the descendant of De. Good. I'll promise the Jade Flower Great Emperor that when the time comes, as long as there's a crisis that I can't handle, I'll definitely let him help me at least once." At this point, Qu Yang was finally relieved. When Shui Leihan said this, he actually didn't think that he would encounter any calamity that would definitely kill him. Yes, with his cultivation, even if the saint led the emperor and the empress to attack him at the same time, he could still escape if he couldn't defeat them. Even if he really encountered such a crisis, with Xianxiang's insignificant cultivation, what could he do? However, perhaps even Shui Leihan himself wouldn't have thought that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. In the near future, he actually really encountered such a calamity. If it weren't for Xianxiang risking his life to save him, Shui Leihan might really die before his ambitions were realized, but that was all in the future. All the arrangements and plans were carried out in full swing. On the 10th day, snowflakes suddenly fluttered in the sky. Right now, it was already very close to summer. The weather was naturally getting warmer. But even under such weather and climate, the sky was still clear and bright with white clouds. In the next instant, the white clouds in the sky gradually formed the shapes of lotuses. On the ends of the countless white lotuses and white clouds, countless snowflakes suddenly drifted down. Although it was snowing heavily, covering the sky and the sun, the falling snowflakes didn't give people the unpleasant feeling of the cold and bone-piercing wind blowing in the dark winter. Instead, it gave people a comfortable surprise. It was a very comfortable and joyful feeling. Like the spring breeze caressing one's face, there was only peace and tranquility. Right in this snow-covered place, the demon empress Xianxia, the demon emperor Sky's master, arrived at dark cloud sky. In the eyes of the world, Xianxia was the first to come to Xianxia City after Emperor Yi. She was 5 days earlier than the official day of the ceremony. This was undoubtedly a matter of pride for Mo Yuntian and the new lord of Mo Yuntian, Xia Danqiong, but no one knew that before Xianxia, the lord of Eastern Royal Sky, Don Huang Shui Leihan, had already been hiding here. No one knew that only Sage Yun Shengren had also come to Mo Yuntian and had been hiding here for quite some time. After an unusually grand welcoming ceremony, the demon empress stayed in the Star Palace, which was specially used to receive the highest level of guests. On the day the demon empress moved in, she called Yao Ningning over without saying a word and taught him a harsh lesson. Yao Ningning came out of her mother's room with a face full of dust and dirt. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Just now, when the demon empress checked on the progress of a certain great master's cultivation, she found that not only did he not improve, but he also regressed. How could she be nice to him? The demon empress flew into a rage and immediately ordered the demon emperor Sky's 7 stars guard to personally supervise the great master's cultivation. She also gave him the sword of authority, a whip. If he was disobedient, he would be whipped. Even if he was beaten to death, it would be meritorious. Thus, a certain great-grandfather's idle days were gone, never to return. That night, the demon empress did not attend the welcoming banquet. She only sent a representative to pay her respects while she stayed in the Star Palace to meditate. For this trip, the demon empress and her sister came at the same time. In the room, they naturally had to talk and discuss. "Big sister, do you think the Xianxia Emperor's ascension ceremony this time will be very lively?" The beautiful woman in white was obviously very excited and brought up this topic that she was very concerned about. "That's for sure." Xianxia's expression did not change. She said indifferently, "Mo Yuntian needs a new Sky Emperor, but Emperor Yi and Empress may not accept a newcomer. Especially a junior. No matter if it's cultivation, age, resources, or power, they are all insufficient. There's also His Majesty Saint." This time, Yuan Tian's limit was actually the incarnation of the heavenly demon. "He will probably take action," the beautiful woman in white said. "Saint? Yao Xianxia snorted and said, he's just a guy who gained fame by deceiving the world. He may be able to deceive others, but how can he deceive me? That guy looks like he's tolerant and magnanimous on the surface, but he's actually a petty person. It would be strange if he didn't take action this time. I heard Ning and the others say that Chu Yang and his people have been preparing and guarding against them. As for who they're guarding against, it's easy to imagine. But this Jade Flower Emperor is still too young, and his cultivation is also. The beautiful woman in white was somewhat worried. To be honest, with his current cultivation, he can be considered a supreme expert even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But if he's really compared to experts like Di Ho, he's still too far behind. He's even weaker than a 7 stars protector. If Saint Monarch is determined to slap him in the face this time, Chu Yang and the others won't be able to deal with him at all. They won't have the ability to keep him in check at all. Although this doesn't sound nice, it's the reality, she sighed and said, it's rare that this Jade Flower Emperor is so handsome. Why don't I personally help him this once? Yao Xianxia stared at her sister with great disdain and sighed. You're really hopeless. How can you dare to say anything? You're a love-struck fool. The beautiful woman in white chuckled. How am I a love-struck fool? Everyone loves beauty. A handsome man has always been an extremely rare and beautiful scenery in this world. I'm just purely appreciating it. A voice said, then have you ever appreciated me? The beautiful woman in white was shocked. She quickly turned around and asked, who's that? The demon empress also opened her eyes, somewhat surprised. But she still sat cross-legged and didn't move. The window opened without any wind, and a white figure flew in quietly. When the beautiful woman in white saw him float in, he was already pacing around the room with his hands behind his back. It's actually His Majesty East Sovereign? The beautiful woman in white was really shocked. Her heart actually skipped a beat. Oh my god, I've been teased by His Majesty East Sovereign. Shui Leihan chuckled but didn't say anything. Shui Leihan, why did you sneak in like this? The demon empress looked at Shui Leihan with obvious surprise. She said somewhat mockingly, are you used to being a thief that you've developed such a sneaky habit? Shui Leihan rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that he really couldn't offend women. Obviously, he had offended this demon empress because of the twin emperors last time, and she was still bearing a grudge. Her words were also laced with sarcasm, showing no mercy at all. Xianxia, why is your temper still so bad? I really can't imagine how His Majesty Demon Emperor put up with it back then. Before Shui Leihan could finish his sentence, the demon empress was already angry. Shui Leihan, you dare to continue? Shui Leihan chuckled. I don't dare. Actually, I'm just expressing my sympathy for Brother Demon Emperor. Before he finished, a teacup had already been thrown over. The speed of the teacup was so fast and fierce that it didn't lose to any hidden weapon in the world. Shui Leihan laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, he had already caught the teacup. You bastard, if you have something to say, then say it. If you have nothing to say, then get lost. The demon empress was as cold as ice, not giving Dong Huang any face at all. Shui Leihan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I'm just a good man who doesn't fight with women. Her figure flashed, and the demon empress had already transformed into thousands of people in an instant. In this narrow space, she attacked Shui Leihan fiercely. Every move had the power to make gods and demons tremble, and fairies keep quiet. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, Shui Leihan had already endured thousands of punches and kicks from the demon empress, but he still didn't panic. In a flash, the demon empress stood in front of him, her gaze cold. Shui Leihan, you've actually broken through? Shui Leihan sighed. I'm ashamed, I've only broken through halfway. Yao Xianxia was a little stunned. She exhaled and said, even if it's just half a step, it's already not bad. As she spoke, she returned to her seat and sat down. She said lightly, my current cultivation is more or less on par with yours, but my realm is half a step behind you. There's no need to fight anymore. Shui Leihan said lightly, this half a step, actually, you've already taken it a long time ago. It's just that the step hasn't been that big yet. The demon empress snorted. Your eyes are really sharp. I've taken the liberty to look for you this time because there's really a big matter. Shui Leihan became serious. A big matter that concerns our life and death, and concerns the safety of the Heaven Imperial Court. Concerns our life and death? The demon empress sneered disdainfully. She didn't hide the distrust in her tone at all. But when she saw Shui Leihan's serious face, she couldn't help but become serious as well. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, "What exactly is it?" Shui Leihan said lightly, "Although Yuan Tianji is already dead, he still left behind a handwritten letter, which records." The demon empress cut him off. "What does Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter have to do with me? What's the big deal about a dead person's belongings? The affairs of the world are mysterious and unpredictable. That letter really has a lot to do with you." Shui Leihan smiled and said in a low voice, "It contains the truth behind His Majesty the Demon Emperor being besieged back then." "What? Where's the handwritten letter now?" The Demon Empress stood up with a swoosh. At this moment, the Demon Empress' expression was horrifying, very horrifying. That incident back then had always been a knot in her heart. But now, it was mentioned by Shui Leihan. "Xianxia, don't be agitated. Sit down and let's talk slowly." Shui Leihan sighed. "There are many things in this that I was even more shocked than you when I found out." The Demon Empress sat down slowly. She said softly, but word by word, "Are you going to tell me if this has anything to do with Cloud Lord?" Shui Leihan was stunned. He raised his head and said, "You suspect Cloud Lord? How long have you suspected him?" "It's been a very, very long time. It's just that I don't have any evidence." The Demon Empress said coldly, "Am I right?" "Yes, I didn't expect you to be the one with a clear mind." Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. Just from this point alone, the Demon Empress was indeed much better than him. But he had never suspected that the person who killed his father was Cloud Lord. "Let me see that handwritten letter. I want to know everything." The Demon Empress took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. "After you read it, don't be agitated. Being anxious will only spoil things." Shui Leihan said, "But there's one more thing that I want to tell you in advance." "Speak." The Demon Empress' voice was cold. 10,000 saints true spirit, reappear in the world," Shui Leihan said with a heavy voice. The Demon Empress' face instantly darkened. The beautiful woman in white also left tactfully. That night, the Star Palace where the Demon Empress was staying was filled with indescribable depression, violence, and almost crazy emotions. No one knew what the Demon Empress and Dong Huang talked about that night. Another day passed just like that. The Eastern Royal Heavens Emperor Dong Huang's carriage finally arrived at Ink Cloud Heavens Xianxia City. In the afternoon, the Daluo Heavens Celestial Emperor Zi Wuji and the Buddha Heavens Celestial Emperor Mo Huichen arrived at the same time. Ink Cloud Heaven once again went into a frenzy. On the third last day, it was almost as if they had made an appointment. Extreme Heaven Merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing, Great Western Heaven Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang, Green Heaven Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing, South Pole Heavenly Emperor Ice Snow Meng Jinghui, and North Pole Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang Long Yinghuan all came together. The degree of excitement in Ink Cloud Sky was now close to the peak. In order to welcome the arrival of these supreme big shots, Ink Cloud Sky's Xianxia City opened all 4 gates and no longer set up any registration. Although it was only limited to these 3 days, these 3 days caused the population in the city to soar by 20%. It was this 20% increase in population that made Mo Tianji so worried that his hair almost turned white. Brother Jia also almost broke his legs from running around. However, the targets of the spies found here were not more than 200 people. Most of the people that harbored ill intent entered Jasper City safely, and they vanished within the boundless sea of people. On this day, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. Above dark cloud sky, there were many white clouds. The sun rose from the east and dyed the entire sky red. The white clouds turned into colorful clouds. At this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. The sound of the bell shook the entire universe. It was not just one bell, but a total of 10 large bronze bells. They rang at the same time from 10 different directions. They rang at the same time, making an extremely uniform sound. It was as if only one bell was rung. Just the first ring of the bell had already given everyone a strong feeling of shock. Gaining the upper hand by a show of strength, Under the control of the experts, the bells from all directions gradually gathered towards the Heaven's End altar. Then, the legendary bell of heaven and earth rang on the Heaven's End altar. No one took the initiative to ring it. Instead, it was the ringing of the 10 large bronze bells that caused the bell of heaven and earth to resonate. At this moment, the sound of the bell was exceptionally loud. It resounded for thousands of miles. Everyone who heard the sound of the bell felt their minds suddenly clear up and their minds return to peace. It was as if they had experienced a spiritual cleansing at this moment. Just like the sound of a bell, 81 times, after the 81 bell rings, the entire dark cloud sky suddenly fell into a sea of cheers and shouts. Countless people jumped and cheered. They were so excited that their faces turned red. Countless fresh flowers were wantonly scattered in the sky. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air. People sang and danced in the streets and alleys. At this moment, an unusually loud voice rang. Heaven Imperial Court, Dark Cloud Sky and Earth, Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension Ceremony begins now. Following this sentence, the main gate of Jade Flower Emperor Palace slowly opened. 2 groups of people walked out in 2 rows. Their armors were bright and even the sunlight seemed to lose its color. These 2 groups of people walked out of the palace in a single file. They did not panic at all and walked silently along the way. It was as if there was no end to them. They formed 2 neat and uniform torrents of steel. They formed a wide human wall between Jade Flower Emperor Palace and the Heaven's End altar in the distance. The 2 human walls were like 2 indestructible dams that completely stopped the torrent of people coming from the south. If one were to pay attention, they would be able to see that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in this group, and not a single one of them was not a first-rated warrior. The distance between the Jasper Flower Emperor Palace and the Heaven's End platform was not short. However, they reached the end of the long journey in just a few minutes. When the 2 people in front of the wall of people reached the Heaven's End platform, the entire group stopped at the same time. In the next moment, all the members of the 2 teams simultaneously moved towards the people closest to them. Facing the torrential flow of people on both sides, each of them was like an immovable pillar, not moving at all. In front of them was an endless sea of people, and behind them was the empty road. No one dared to break through the blockade at this moment. Jasper Flower Guards, move out. Split open the sky and pave the way. The voice from before reverberated in the sky once more, and it was filled with a dignified and solemn feeling. At the same time, a smear of red suddenly appeared from the palace. That smear of red gradually expanded on the ground. It was a red carpet, and it started to meander out from the direction of the palace. It was at least 10 feet wide, and it was completely compatible with the road that was separated by the 2 human walls. It followed the road behind the Jasper Flower Guards and extended all the way out. No one moved, but this red carpet extended forward on its own, as if there was no end at all. The entire world fell into silence because of the strange situation in front of them. All the eyes that could see this strange scene followed the red carpet and extended forward, extended, and extended again. It continued until the red carpet extended to the front of the Heaven's End platform. When it came into contact with the bright yellow carpet of the road to heaven, it stopped abruptly. Stepping on the red carpet that carried the hopes and wishes of all the people of Black Cloud Sky, and stepping on the position of the Black Cloud Sky Emperor, that was what it meant. Under the gaze of everyone, the bells and drums in the palace rang again, and that solemn voice said loudly, "Your Majesty, please rise." Deafening cheers sounded. First, 100 yellow-clothed youths walked out from the left, and then, 100 white-clothed youths walked out from the right. Everyone was full of energy and was in high spirits. Then, there were countless banners that surged out from the palace. Thousands of soldiers and horses followed along the 2 sides of the road and moved forward quietly. Then, a golden imperial carriage finally appeared. Black Cloud Sky 7-star guards, 3 in the front and 4 at the back, formed a formation of the Big Dipper and surrounded the imperial carriage. In front, 8 majestic dragon beasts pulled the reins and pulled the imperial carriage forward slowly. The sunlight peeked out from the clouds and shone down. There was only a sliver of sunlight, but it always shone on the imperial carriage. Wherever the imperial carriage went, the sunlight would shine there. On the imperial carriage, there was a white jade platform. On the platform, there were 2 chairs that were set up side by side. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, who was dressed in a bright yellow robe, sat calmly on a chair. That peerless face was calm at this moment, without any ripples. Handsome, confident, beautiful, steady, dignified, solemn, calm, graceful, elegant. At this moment, everyone felt that it seemed like it was not excessive to give all the praises in the world to the current Black Cloud Sky Emperor Jasper Flower Great Emperor. In fact, it was far from enough. There were some affectionate Black Cloud Sky young ladies who were emotional until they cried loudly. And on the chair on the right of Xianxia sat a beautiful lady in a phoenix robe. Her face was dignified, and she was a peerless beauty. Accompanying Xianxia to sit here, her face showed some excitement, but it was more of happiness and touching. Everyone noticed that the right hand of the Jasper Flower Great Emperor and the left hand of this peerless beauty who was a mother model of the world were holding tightly from start to finish. Our noble Black Cloud Sky Emperor. Our noble Black Cloud Sky Empress. That dignified and solemn voice sounded once again. At this moment, using these two sentences, it thoroughly ignited the entire Black Cloud Sky's shocking atmosphere. The cheers instantly shook the entire firmament. The person in the carriage is Heavenly Emperor Black Cloud Sky Emperor Jasper Flower Great Emperor's wife. Madame May is also our Black Cloud Sky's Empress May, Black Cloud Sky's only Empress, a mother model of the world, and a blessing to the common people. Her Majesty Jasper Flower and Empress May were married when they were young, and they have never left each other. On the good day of the Jasper Flower Great Emperor's ascension, she and Empress May will enjoy the glory of the world together. A loving couple is nothing more than this. The world bears witness, and everyone rejoices. That master of ceremonies' voice reverberated through the sky. Everyone cheered at this moment, practically shouting until their voices were hoarse. Countless youths looked at the handsome Heavenly Emperor and the beautiful Empress, and they were all thinking in their hearts, I wonder when I can do this? Or perhaps, if I were Heavenly Emperor Black Cloud, would I make such a decision? Many young ladies screamed until they almost went crazy at this moment. Wasn't the scene in front of them the most dreamy scene of all the young ladies in the world? One day, they would ascend to the peak of the world hand in hand with their sweetheart, enjoying the cheers of the people side by side, facing the millions of people in the whole world, announcing their happiness and perfection, witnessing their love. This scene was the deepest dream. The most beautiful dream. That Empress who was holding hands with the Jasper Flower Great Emperor at this moment was really blessed. Countless young ladies were so envious that their eyes turned red, and their hearts were broken from jealousy, but at the same time, their hearts were drunk with sweetness. Madame May and Xianxia sat side by side, and the happiness in her heart at this moment was really almost overflowing. It was enough for her to have this moment in her life, no matter how many hardships she had to go through for this, no matter how long she had to go through separation. No matter how much she had to bear for this, it was really enough. This scene was the most beautiful moment of all the women in the world's dream. She held Xianxia's hand tightly, and she could clearly feel that she was holding the happiness of a lifetime. Madame May's entire body and mind were filled with happiness, but she didn't know that Xianxia was holding his wife's hand at this moment, and his heart was also filled with many emotions. Once upon a time, I once said that I would bring you to the peak of your life, and at the moment I reached the peak, I would share the glory with you. That was the promise I made to you on our wedding night. Do you still remember? I remember, I did it. I really did it. Fortunately, I have you by my side. When we were homeless and in dire straits, you didn't leave us. When we were separated from each other and missed each other for a long time, your thinness, your yearning, all your efforts. You have no regrets. Your persistence in everything. I know all of it, and I remember all of it. So, all my glory and glory today belong to you. Everything that belongs to me belongs to you. Today is just the beginning, and in the future, there are long days that I want to spend with you, walk through side by side. In the future, there are even greater glories waiting for you in front. Because you are worth it, everything that belongs to me, only you deserve to share it. Xianxia felt the divine senses of the sage-level experts surrounding him. Although he knew that today was the most glorious day of his life, and that there was the danger of dying at every turn, Xianxia knew that today was the most dangerous day of his life. It was very likely that before he could reach the peak of glory, he would fall into the boundless hell first. But at this moment, his heart was calm, and he only felt incomparably safe and peaceful. Because his brothers were all here. This chaotic divine will that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from the tribulation energy of his brothers. Big Brother said before, with my brothers by my side, I am invincible in the world. Xianxia's face was calm and peaceful, and he sat steadily on the imperial chariot, moving forward slowly with the dragon beast pulling the chariot. At this moment, even if the sky falls, we can hold it up. The team moved forward slowly with the solemn music, and the sun shone brightly. They were getting closer and closer to the Heaven's End platform. The cheers of the surrounding people were still louder and louder, and there was no sign of it slowing down. Xianxia mixed in with the crowd, and moved forward slowly with the team. He slid through the dense crowd like a fish, and paid close attention to all the movements around him. Not only him, there was also Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Rui Budong, Ao Xieyun, Mo Qinggu, Zi Xieching, Mo Lei Brother Hu, Wang Dao, and the rest of the assassins and guards, and even the divine soul of the tribulation, and Tan Tan, who just came out of seclusion last night. It was the first time everyone worked together, and the first time they went all out. The great demon king had unexpectedly made it to this grand festival. It was just that no one knew what level the great demon king had reached after his reappearance. Even Xianxia didn't have the time to ask Tan Tan what level he was at. Because the first thing Tan Tan said after he came out of seclusion was to make his brothers run away in embarrassment. "Hey, tell me, did I become more handsome after my seclusion?" Great Demon King Tan held the mirror and was very pleased with himself. The group of brothers instantly scattered like flowing stars and scattered clouds. Another person who shouldn't have come didn't come. No, a demon didn't come. A certain demon, Ning Ning, cried and shouted that he wanted to come and participate in the festival, but after being beaten up by the furious demon empress, he was still recuperating in Star Palace. Today's event was too dangerous, so he, who was too weak and had a special identity, decided to stay at a certain place. Everyone was extremely cautious, and they were on high alert. Everyone knew that something would happen today, but they couldn't let it happen. Once something happened, today's ascension ceremony would become a big joke in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Faintly, a cold air came quickly. Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he quickly locked onto his target. It was a dark-skinned man. His hand was hidden in his chest, and his eyes followed Xianxia's carriage. His eyes were flickering. Xianxia approached his target quietly. The next moment, Xianxia's carriage finally arrived. The man's eyes lit up. He took out his right hand from his chest, and his feet were already off the ground. He was about to jump up. But he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then, the man stood there and didn't move. Xianxia silently pulled out the calamity sword from his back. He made a gesture, and two big men walked over from the crowd. Like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, they hugged the man who couldn't move and walked out while talking and laughing. Actually, they carried him out. Because the man had already become a dead man whose soul had dispersed after Xianxia attacked. The reason why he didn't fall was because Xianxia used his strength skillfully. That was why he could support himself for a while. In such a noisy crowd, such a small movement couldn't attract anyone's attention at all. It was like a small bubble in the sea that popped. Although it didn't make any noise, it was too insignificant to be noticed. Xianxia had already picked out more than a dozen people from the crowd. Mo Qinggu and the others were also doing the same. At this moment, he could no longer care about the whereabouts of the 10,000 saints' true spirit. He only wanted to kill the enemy as quickly as possible and prevent the destruction of the ceremony from occurring. That would be victory. What made Xianxia feel a little relieved was that there were basically no special experts hidden in the crowd. Most of them were only saints, and the highest was only at the peak of celestial being. Xianxia and the others cleaned up the place very quickly under this kind of premise. The difficulty wasn't high either. In fact, there was almost no difficulty. However, Xianxia also understood another thing. These people had come to throw away their lives. It would have been better if they could have created a disturbance. But, they would have contributed a wisp of their true spirit if they couldn't. For the mastermind behind the scenes, there would be gains whether they succeeded or not. On the other hand, there was a certain degree of paralysis. One or two of them might not be able to lower Xianxia and the others' vigilance, but what about 8 or 10 of them, more than 10, more than 100 of them? After coming into contact with so many targets whose strength was insufficient, if they weren't mentally prepared, they would more or less feel a little tired. If Xianxia and the others mistakenly thought that this was the extent of the enemy's strength, then when the real thunderous attack came, they would definitely be unable to deal with it. Fortunately, Xianxia had already sent a telepathic message at the first moment. Everyone, don't be careless. The brothers nodded in agreement. Everyone was already well aware of this point. Even if Xianxia didn't remind them, they wouldn't be careless. After all, they had dealt with too many 10,000 saints true spirit hosts before. How could they not have lingering fears? Although the journey wasn't short, with the speed of the dragon beasts, the entire journey didn't take long. However, the brothers who were responsible for guarding the journey felt as if a few months had passed. They were almost mentally and physically exhausted. However, they still had to force themselves to stay alert and pay attention to any traces so that they wouldn't miss anything. To be honest, they weren't tired. The amount of exercise couldn't even be considered a warm-up. However, the huge psychological pressure of being cautious and being afraid of making any mistakes was really unbearable. At the same time, it was also the main reason why they were mentally and physically exhausted. Now that the Heaven's End platform was right in front of them, the enemy's official time of action was probably here. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. The unknown pressure before the incident was even heavier than the pressure that they had to face in real life. The group moved forward slowly. Xianxia realized that Mo Tianji had unknowingly come to his side. Although Mo Tianji's face was also a little tired, it was more of a gratified look. "How is it, Tianji?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Danqiang is really good. As expected of our brother, especially as a man." It was obvious that Mo Tianji was in a very good mood. Xianxia was startled when he heard that. Then, he understood immediately. "You're talking about Madame May?" "Yes, what else could it be?" Mo Tianji sighed and said, "In this world, it's easy to go through thick and thin together, but difficult to go through thick and thin together. How many men, before they succeeded, their wives supported them and never left them. They gritted their teeth and endured through the difficulties together. However, after they succeeded, they left their wives behind and looked for new ones. It's indeed not easy for Xia Danqiang to choose to let sister-in-law and sister-in-law bear witness to his success. He's indeed a good man." Mo Tianji wasn't stingy with his compliments. Xianxia remained silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "That's right. I still remember that time in Iron Cloud, after a victory in a war, the generals brought their wives to attend the banquet that Butian had set up to celebrate his victory. There were so many beautiful women at the banquet, and so many young ladies were gathered there. It was a riot of colors. There were many young and beautiful girls at the banquet. When they saw that the generals were all valiant and handsome, but they were all carrying middle-aged women, many of them began to criticize. They said, 'Why are the wives of these heroes so ugly? Only beautiful women like me deserve to be the wives of generals.'" When Xianxia said this, Mo Tianji laughed. "Childish. They're just ignorant women who grew up in big houses. How can it be easy to be the wife of a general? Let's not talk about how much suffering they've endured. How much suffering have they gone through? What do those silly little girls know? A beautiful vase is beautiful, but how can it be of great use?" Xianxia nodded, "Indeed." Then, he said, "However, people's way of thinking has indeed changed. Tianji, think about it. As a man, treating his first wife well is a natural thing. It is also a matter of course for him to share glory and splendor with her. However, I don't know since when did people start praising not abandoning his first wife and not having an affair as a virtue. That's something that should be done. Now, it's a standard to be praised. What else can I say about the fickleness of the world?" Mo Tianji was silent for a long time. It was as if he didn't know how to answer. After a long time, when Xianxia thought that Mo Tianji had given up on this question, Mo Tianji said softly, "Materialism is rampant. Sincerity is blinded. There are more and more heartless people, and fewer people who are true to their nature. Morality doesn't become their morality, and honor doesn't become their honor. Everyone forgets about righteousness and only cares about profit. Most young women don't have a foundation, and they don't have money, but they love vanity and want to reach the heavens in a single step. Most of the successful people are middle-aged, and they think about sex when they're full and warm. One has money, and the other has beauty and youth. Therefore, the adulterer and the wife hit it off. Motng heaved a long sigh. How can one be pure and innocent in this world? Everyone knows the truth, but how many people can truly restrain themselves? How can one be pure and innocent if one's heart is clear, but one's actions are impure? Chu Yang was also silent. How can one be pure and innocent in this world? Chu Yang believed that this might be a problem that could never be solved. This kind of thing was repeated every moment in the world. How can one be pure and innocent if one's heart is clear, but one's actions are impure, no matter how high one's cultivation was, or how powerful one was? For example, the almighty person who created the calamity sword would probably be powerless when faced with this problem. However, those who had sacrificed, those who had been abandoned after going through thick and thin with him, did they deserve to suffer such pain? Regarding this problem, even the intelligent Motng could only sigh, as long as they find the right person. And find a good man. Chu Yang smiled coldly. Are you saying that if they're abandoned, they can only blame themselves for being blind? Motng was stunned. But, he immediately understood that this issue couldn't be resolved no matter how much they argued. So, he said, I won't argue with you about this issue. But I only hope that we brothers can be like Xianxia and have a clear conscience. Regarding this topic, Chu Yang actually felt a little guilty. So, he simply changed the topic, and talked about another matter. So, he mischievously laughed, you don't need to feel guilty. You may have a lot of close female friends, but each of them is a married woman. I won't beat you as long as you don't treat Qingwu unfairly. So, I won't beat you up. But, I won't beat you as long as you don't treat Qingwu unfairly. You can rest assured now. Motng was full of confidence. You can try. Chu Yang was instantly dejected. Fight. Motng definitely couldn't win against him, but his endless schemes were enough to make his life difficult. As the two of them were talking, they heard a wave of cheers. It was as if the entire palace was boiling. They had reached the Heaven's End platform. Muzong Lan, who was in charge of the ceremony, could not help but exclaim in excitement, our great Mo Yuntian Jasper Flower Emperor has arrived at the Heaven's End platform. Right now, he's in front of the heavenly stairway. Let us cheer with all our hearts to celebrate Mo Yuntian Jade Flower Emperor walking past the heavenly stairway. The thunderous cheers reached another level. Xianxia's body gently floated up. Then, he and Madame Mei slowly landed on the bright yellow carpet of the stairway like two light clouds. He raised his head and looked in front. Then, the sound of musical instruments echoed. Xianxiang stepped onto the heavenly stairway. There was no surprise or joy. His face was calm. The couple walked on the path formed by the bright yellow carpet. They held hands and stood side by side. Their eyes were focused. Although there was a sea of people around them, they only had eyes for each other. They floated lightly on the clouds. Madame Mei's eyes were already watery. They had reached the first level of the heavenly stairway and were safe. The cheers were deafening. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. Xianxiang didn't stop at all. He continued on the path to the second level with his wife. The man was handsome and confident, and the woman was an outstanding beauty. When the husband and wife stood together, they were a perfect match, and their style was peerless. Along the way, the cheers resounded through the clouds. About 10 feet behind him, thousands of officials from Mo Yuntian Martial Emperor stood on the left and the Martial Emperor on the right. They guarded the Jade Flower Emperor and his wife as they walked forward. Along the way, there were traces of space tears constantly appearing all around them. The onlookers only thought that this was an auspicious sign from the heavens, but they did not know that in these space black holes, many masters had already been silently turned into dust under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. On the 8th floor, De and the other celestial emperors were all there. They all had their hands clasped behind their backs. They all looked serious. No one knew if they were looking forward to it or if they had other thoughts. Dong Huangshui Leihan stood expressionlessly with her hands clasped behind her back, completely ignoring everyone else. He was the closest to the demon empress, but they didn't speak to each other as if they were strangers. When the demon empress saw Xianxiang walking up the stairs, she couldn't help but sigh. She opened her mouth and praised, this Xianxiang is the empress of De. Even though his experience is still shallow and his cultivation is rather lacking, but this peerless demeanor can be said to be the most handsome man in the Empress of DE. It's really eye-catching. The everlasting celestial emperor of the absolute overarching heaven, Zi Wuji, frowned and said unhappily, I'm afraid the demon empress words are a little inappropriate. Is he the most handsome man? Then, where does the demon empress place this emperor? The demon empress' mouth twitched subconsciously. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the Buddha celestial emperor, Mo Huichin, say, Old Zi's words are both correct and incorrect. That Xia Danqiong is certainly not the most handsome man, but neither is Old Zi. Could it be that you don't see this emperor here? You're really arrogant. On the other side, the short western heavens mad sword celestial emperor, Wu Yequang, who looked like an abstract person, said, No, what you all said is wrong. The most handsome man is already here. What do you all think of me by speaking like this? When the western heaven emperor, Wu Yequang, said these words, the whole place fell silent. After a moment, everyone except Xue Leihan roared with laughter at the same time. Looking at Wu Yequang's short stature, his different facial features, and his strange posture of I'm a handsome man, everyone laughed until they couldn't straighten their backs again. After the demon empress smiled, she reprimanded, a guy like you who doesn't look like a human and looks like a ghost actually has the face to call himself the most handsome man in the Empress of DE. You're really boasting shamelessly. Wu Yequang stroked his hedgehog-like beard, still complacent. I myself think that I'm quite handsome. The degree to which this person felt good about himself was obviously enough to compete with a certain demon king for supremacy. Sure enough, the universe was endless. There was actually such a weirdo in the world. Bah! The demon empress really didn't want to waste her breath on this kind of trash, so she just spat. Sigh. Mo Huichin sighed. Too shameless. Zi Wuji rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. I really can't watch anymore. Qingzhao's heavenly emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, turned to look at the void. Looking like this and still calling himself a handsome man, what kind of self-evaluation is this? It makes me feel so disgusted that I can't stand it anymore. Although DEE and Empress were not together all year round, once they were together, they were no different from ordinary people. Especially these people who had been in high positions for a long time, they almost didn't have any friends to brag about or joke with. After they reached their positions, they would probably only have this kind of ordinary performance when they were together with these people of the same level. Therefore, everyone still cherished this kind of opportunity very much. South Pole Sky Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui frowned and said, This person is indeed outstanding. Although his cultivation is shallow, it's only because he has cultivated for too short a time. In fact, in terms of age. That's not right, I think there's something wrong with this. Just now, Her Majesty Demon Empress said that this Jade Flower Great Emperor is shallow and his cultivation is insufficient. But now it seems that this is not the case. What do you mean? The other heavenly emperors asked one after another. You'd better look for yourselves. This Jade Flower Great Emperor, I can't see through his cultivation at all. Do you know what this means? Meng Jinghui frowned. Isn't this incredible? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. They all focused their gazes on the Jade Flower Great Emperor, only to see a layer of brilliant light enveloping her body. Apart from her appearance and figure, everything related to her cultivation base and divine sense actually didn't leak out at all, even with the powerful eyesight of the heavenly emperors and empress. Present, they couldn't see anything. This phenomenon meant that this Jade Flower Great Emperor before them wasn't weak at all. On the contrary, he was very strong. This phenomenon is somewhat similar to His Majesty's sunrise from the east. Meng Jinghui said thoughtfully. Everyone turned to look at Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan snorted. His face was as cold as ice. He stood with his hands behind his back and ignored them. Brother Xue, may I ask how you see this Jade Flower Great Emperor's foundation? Wu Yequang asked. Boring. Xue Leihan snorted coldly and turned his face away. He actually ignored the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's question and gave him a slap in the face in front of everyone. The Heavenly Emperors looked at each other. Their expressions were all rather interesting. Xue Leihan, what do you mean by this? Wu Yequang was instantly enraged. He felt that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. Shui Leihan looked up at the sky and said casually, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Wu Yequang was instantly enraged. Are you looking for a fight? Shui Leihan twisted his neck and looked at Wu Yequang contemptuously. Are you looking for a beating? If you don't mind, I'm very happy to do it. I've really been bored out of my mind recently. Everyone was taken aback. With the East Emperor's composure, it was really rare for him to say such provocative words. What exactly was going on today? Who cooked him? Why was he so angry? Cough, looks like everyone has to be more careful. His Majesty the East Emperor is a little upset today. I've already eaten his head this morning. Let's all calm down. Yao Xianxia came forward to resolve the situation with a black face. She knew that this East Emperor in front of her wasn't the real one. The real East Emperor was already hiding in the dark to ensure that the ceremony was completed smoothly. But Demon Empress Xian was also a little speechless at this East Emperor in front of her. You can ask your seventh brother to impersonate him, but you should at least warn us beforehand, right? With such a fearless temper, is he here to congratulate someone or to pick a fight? If he's not careful, he'll be the first to cause a huge battle. She was depressed. Why does the East Emperor have such a precious younger brother? Isn't this too weird? Wu Yequang sneered. I wonder what has made His Majesty the East Emperor upset. Why don't you tell me? I'm not talented, but I can still stand up for His Majesty the East Emperor. Dong Huang rolled his eyes and said, Tell you? Who do you think you are? What right do I have to tell you? Demon Empress Xianxia instantly felt a headache coming on. Could it be that this fellow felt upset because he couldn't fight? What did he mean? And what was his identity? Why did he speak as if he was taking his first breath after eating 300 tons of gunpowder? On the other side, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor was already so angry that he flew into a rage. Shui Leihan, you actually dare to look down on me? You. If it were someone else who said that, Wu Yequang would probably just laugh and not take it to heart. His status and cultivation had already reached the point where there was no need to get angry over these words. But Dong Huang couldn't say that. Because Dong Huang was the only one present who had the right to look down on him completely, no matter if it was identity, status, cultivation, or appearance. Therefore, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor, who loved to look pretty, couldn't stand it. Yao Xianxia was extremely conflicted, but she still tried her best to persuade. Of course, the Demon Empress' persuasion wasn't purely to be a peacemaker. She raised her eyebrows. I say, what's the matter with the two of you? What's the situation? Today is ultimately the day of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's ascension. Why must the two of you create trouble? Whoever wants to create trouble will have to fight with me first. Wu Yequang snorted heavily, and his square head immediately tilted to one side. No matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to provoke Dong Huang and Demon Empress at the same time. Dong Huang Shui Leihan also snorted and turned his head to the other side. End of chapter 2376. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.